Under the hot summer weather, the teenager tried to run and chase the figure in front. Brother, wait for me, that boy still harbors a secret in his heart. I used to hate my brother very much. I always have to chase after him, and every time I think I've caught up, he's standing a long way away. The older brother ran to the tree to get some fresh air for a while, then the younger brother's figure appeared. He smiled and said, "Just a little more and we'll be fine." Every time like that, my younger brother gets angry. I can't reach my older brother. I used to be very disgusted by his attitude of tolerance and half-hearted grace, which he showed me just because we were related by blood. That's what I thought. Every time my brother smiled and reached out his hand to encourage me, "Keep trying, Rud." Many years later, when flying dragons attacked en masse, his brother named Rud realized many things. That's right, at that time I was just an idiot. A colleague told me that your talent was mediocre, your patience was terrible, and yet you were still so cocky. I didn't accept those words, and considered them just a joke, but now I have to admit, I am an idiot. I only recently realized it, after my brother's death. How could I hate my only relative? I don't hate my brother, on the contrary, I admire my brother very much. I want one day, I can stand on equal footing with him, but, he died, just a moment ago, while protecting me. My brother died because of me. Rud smiled self-deprecatingly, his hand still shaking as he held half of his own arm. His tone was full of sadness. Until the last moment, he was always ahead of me. Rud couldn't help but laugh at himself. I'm the only one alive, there's only one guy like me left alive. He raised his head to the sky. The flying dragons seemed to be targeting him. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Flying dragons, do they smell blood, damn dogs." But soon, I will follow my brother down to the golden stream. One of my arms and legs is gone, so I can't escape anyway. However, if you have to die, better take some of these bastards' heads with you to the afterlife. Thinking about it, his eyes became determined. Rud raised his sword and shouted provocatively, "Come here, you bitches." Suddenly a bright light shined down from the sky. Rud was so surprised that his eyes widened. When the light passed, a figure appeared. That person's body was different from the flying dragons, with large white wings. Around his legs from the waist to the end of the ankles were surrounded by golden chains, but there still seemed to be a shining halo behind his back. The flying dragons also gingerly bowed their heads when they saw this person. Rud was now scolding without saying a word. The sword in his hand suddenly trembled. What was that? Based on the aura and aura emitted, he is definitely the king of the dragon clan, but everyone died, along with the sacrifices of their comrades. Combined with his brother's final sacrifice, all the dragon emperors were destroyed. But why? I don't feel any power from this bastard. It's as if I'm looking at an illusion, a vague existence. He looked fearfully at the entity standing in front of him. The Dragon King looked at him faintly and asked, "Are you the only one left, so everyone is dead? How difficult." His eyes darkened as if there was no longer any focus. His instincts were silently screaming fiercely, "This guy, extremely dangerous, perhaps even more terrifying than the 7 Dragon Emperor. Who is he? No, that's not important right now. What's certain now is, I need to kill him at all costs." Rud tightened his grip on the sword. The Dragon King glanced at him and immediately noticed this small action of his. He said, "Let's do it then." Rud bit down on the rope used to tighten his severed arm to stop the bleeding. The injured leg also tried to step forward. He only had one chance. Just one more step. Shorten the distance with him, now is the time. Rud bravely rushed forward. Even though his mouth was clenched until it bled, he still slashed with all his strength. The Dragon King in front of him was like an illusion. Even though half of his face was cut off, his voice still echoed, "Wait a little longer." His chest has a hollow hole, from which light shines out, sweeping everything around. Rud's face was filled with shock. The sound of flesh moving echoed in my ears. The feeling of bone and flesh separating was very clear the moment my vision was obscured by a white light. Time seems to flow in reverse, night then day. Until he opened his eyes again, in front of him was a scene with magnificent mansions. Rud was stunned. What the hell was going on? And so, I went back to the past. A long time ago, in this same place, the heroic young man's voice rang out in front of all the students. Everyone must remember this. You are dragon slayers, dragon slayers. As the name implies, you must destroy dragons and prevent monsters from trampling on innocent lives. That is your calling and your duty, no matter whether it is a duty or just for entertainment. Always remember the importance of the existence of dragon slayers. Welcome new students, you have joined us, and become students of Du Long, a Re-TM Academy. Returning to the present, once again when Rudd opened his eyes, the words introducing the academy from before echoed in his ears. As everyone knows, this academy has a history of 700 years. We provide the best education, intellectual experiences to slay dragons. There have been countless sacrifices and deaths of our predecessors. Rudd looked at the scene of people laughing and having fun and couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell was this? This horrifying scene is exactly like a Re-TM's first day of school. What about the battle, the dragons, or is this just a dream? But this feeling. Rudd moved his fingers, the cruel memories of the day the dragon attacked came rushing back. Damn you dragons, please don't kill me, Rudd, you are right. I hope you won't miss the person standing in front of you. That's impossible. I must kill them all. In the end, the Dragon King said, it would be troublesome if they all died. Should we wait a little longer? At this point, Rudd couldn't help but shed tears. His heart was full of doubts and confusion, not to mention returning to the past. No spell can turn back time. Even if they did, there was no way a dragon could use a spell that only a god could. If so, what I just killed, is it really a dragon? He gritted his teeth, angrily rebutting, don't joke with me. Even if that thing is a dragon emperor, or a mutant, it's just a damn lizard that I have to destroy. If I do well, this could be an opportunity. No matter what its plan is, this time I will kill all those dragons. And don't let anyone die. Rudd reassured himself, then with a familiar scene, he walked up the stairs and went inside. Suddenly a loud voice called out, hey there. Rudd turned his head and saw a familiar figure, so he was momentarily surprised. The haired girl looked at him confused and asked, where are you sick? She is Henneth, who was once your comrade. Before she closed her eyes, she tried to leave a farewell, please survive, Rudd. Now, when he saw her again, Rudd out of habit exclaimed, Henneth Hapon Li. She was startled and shocked, then looked at him with suspicious eyes and asked, how do you know me? Rudd then suddenly remembered, this was the first time we met each other, so he made up an excuse, she was the valedictorian, of course I recognized her. Henneth heard that and didn't have much doubt, so yeah, it's true. Rudd angrily questioned, why did you ask if I was sick? Henneth turned around and said, just now you kept talking and cursing to yourself, so I wondered if you had a mental illness or something like that. What? It's rare to see crazy people accepted into a Re-TM academy, isn't that right? Everyone at the academy is all elite, but this is the first time I've seen a crazy person. He didn't get angrier when he heard her say that, he just chuckled helplessly. She was still as ungainly as ever. This time, seeing him smile, Henneth wondered why he was smiling. Could it be that he was a pervert who liked to be scolded? Rudd didn't even look at her anymore and turned around and replied, that's not it. Anyway, sorry if I make you upset. Henneth didn't bother him anymore and turned back, it's good that he knows. Despite saying that, Rudd was still quite angry and silently scolded, I'll ignore this just because you're still a brat, but you have to change your behavior. At this time, the teacher's reminder rang out, the admission ceremony will quickly begin, all new students, please return to your seats. So, to be accepted into this place, and all your ambitions and dreams at this academy. After a long while, Henneth couldn't help but stretch his arms and lament, what a terribly long speech. She looked curiously at Rudd again, waiting for him to say something, but he was also bored with it because he heard it again for the second time. He glanced at her and thought to himself, should I talk more openly? After all, she will bother me again if I ignore her. Rudd finally replied, I knew it. Henneth was excited to start a conversation, but I could still endure it, because patience is the basic virtue of a magician. He pretended to exclaim, wow, that sounds great. That is the foundation of the magician family. Hapon Li, what is your name? He replied, Rudd no more, I come from a place called Go So. That place is located in a remote area of the continent, so you probably haven't heard of it. Henneth expressed, this is the first time I heard about your family and that territory, but you were still accepted into a Re-TM, even if you came from that special situation, you probably don't know about. While speaking, she suddenly fell silent, her hand covering her mouth, dead. Why am I that way of talking? Once upon a time, when she was young, her mother had told her to be careful when talking to lowly idiots, they wouldn't even be able to touch the toes of the Hapon Li family. If it weren't for her permeating words, Mom, maybe I said some unintentional things about him. But he didn't seem to care. She quickly coughed and explained, so, I mean, if there's anything you don't understand, I'll teach you. For example, the people on the second floor, they are the presidents of famous guilds. They are always looking for the best talents in the academy to promptly notice and be able to recruit into their guild. Rudd looked at the group of people she pointed at, he immediately recognized it at a glance. Campfire, moon shadow. Even the president of Tuvai is here, huh? I know them well, the achievements they will achieve in the future, and the reason they will all die. Henneth is still talking about it. You will be eligible to apply to join a guild when you reach 3rd year, but I myself have already decided to join a guild, you know, Rudd immediately said. The name is Campfire, the guild is ranked 1st. Henneth blushed admiringly and said, yes, but not only for that reason, the Fire Guild president is my ideal model. The White Flame Queen, Liana Chernika. A high-level fire magician who wields pure white fire. After her death at the hands of the Dragon Emperor, Henneth became the next Fire Camp Guildmaster. In the end, Henneth also burned her own life, to avenge the senior she always admired. Rudd remembered this incident and firmly affirmed that if it were her, she could definitely get into the camp. Henneth winked mischievously and happily replied, thank you, but you're stating the obvious. Suddenly, the announcement sounded, next, please invite the Academy's entrance valedictorian, Henneth Hapun Lee, to step up to recite the oath. Hearing that she was reminded, she quickly stood up. It was my turn. Rudd watched her walk up, imagining the past in his mind. Everything happened exactly as he remembered. If I remember correctly, after this part it will be Big Brother. The student council president of Aesir Donatos, a peerless genius, an indomitable warrior, and my only relative, who died like a fool because of this stupid boy. Then a voice rang out and brought him back to reality. It's nice to meet you, new students. I'm the student council president. Jeremy Duville. Rudd was so stunned that he jumped up. The guild master was still enthusiastically reading his speech. Dragons had caused terrible devastation across the continent, countless deaths, and even massacres leading to countries being completely wiped out. Everyone should be proud of themselves, because you got into the academy after overcoming countless competitors. You can call this the largest organization that trains dragon slayers, the Dragon Slaying Academy. Rudd looked up, his eyes still couldn't hide his confusion. What the hell was going on? In his previous life, when he was reincarnated, the speaker was his brother Aesir. As the name implies, you must destroy the dragons. And now, it's another person, still giving the same speech. It doesn't matter whether this is a duty or just for entertainment. But we must always remember the importance and existence of dragon slayers. Rudd seemed to fall into a deep hole, questioning everything. What the hell was going on? Memories of my older brother still exist very clearly. The teasing pats on my head as a child. No way, my older brother is definitely the student council president, and Jeremy Duville is his best friend. He couldn't believe what had just happened, so he jumped up from his chair in a dazed state. I'm going to my assigned class now. Hey, where are we going? Rudd ran to Goat Remai, grabbed his shirt and asked him to wait a minute. Why are you the student council president? Was the original president, my brother, Aesir Dina too, not competing for the president position? At some point, he belonged to the student council. Jeremy smiled awkwardly, not understanding what he was talking about. Wait a minute, what were you talking about just now? I'm so sorry, new classmate. But this is the first time I've heard of Aesir Donatos. Having finished speaking, he immediately left, leaving Rudd alone in shock. He didn't know about his brother, so, where is his brother? At the same time, a bad theory crossed my mind. Aesir Donatos, my brother, does not exist as a strong warrior in this world. The academy bell rang, along with a special fireworks display, pieces of confetti blowing lightly in the wind. And so, today's opening ceremony has come to an end. Now, please invite the new students to return to their assigned classrooms. And Rudd was still immersed in his inner world. No, that was a ridiculous assertion. His brother, Aesir, did not exist in this world. However, what if? If that is true, it is possible that the existence of Aesir Donatos has disappeared completely, or he also had a regression and decided not to come here. The other students headed to their classrooms. Rudd sat in his seat thinking, definitely one of those reasons. The second idea sounds more reasonable, but still. While he was paying attention, Henneth suddenly appeared and interrupted him. What was he thinking that made him look so thoughtful? The two of them just looked at each other. The atmosphere was quiet for a few seconds. Only later did Rudd speak up and say, I'm looking for someone, so I'm thinking if there's an effective way to find them, he might come to this academy. Henneth suggested, why don't I buy the information from that guild? Or you can try looking around the library. If you don't find him there, then at least you can get a list of students. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw that Rudd had stood up. She angrily pulled his shirt and questioned him. Hey, where are you running off to? I'm explaining to you, he replied. Library. Having said that, he quickly ran away. Henneth hurriedly chased after him and reminded him, "We still have 15 minutes until class. Do you want us to be late for class on the first day of school? Rudd is at fault." "Who? I told you to follow me, let's go." Henneth angrily stomped his foot and said, "I'm worried that you'll cause trouble again, so I'm sorry." "By the way, why are you causing trouble with the student council president?" Rudd sighed and explained, "I just wanted to ask a few things." "Are you an attention addict?" "I don't think so." Henneth smiled faintly, "So, do you know where the library is?" "It's not there, you idiot." Rudd knew she was going the wrong way, so she stopped, a little confused and afraid to turn around. She just said, "Follow me, you idiot." The two quickly arrived at the library. Henneth opened the door and looked inside. Her eyes brightened. "So this is the central library. Actually, one day, I want to come here and try it out." Rudd looked around and didn't forget to wonder, "So how did you find the location of this place when you first came here?" Henneth glared at him, frowning and asking, "Isn't it normal for a student to remember all the basics before setting foot in the academy?" Rudd was sweating and stammered, "Yes, that's probably it." He thought to himself, "I've never been here before." "Okay, first let's check the subjects in the notebook." He raised his hand to check each book's spine. The list of students, it was this book, right? As he was concentrating, Henneth shouted loudly in excitement, "Even cow, ca ta choi dat tenny's herbs, hasn't this book been out of print a long time ago? Oh my, it even has the first edition. The lesson about learning about magic is also here. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it anywhere." Rudd ignored her. He continued to look up the student list. Aesir Donatos. Aesir. However, after looking for a while, I couldn't find it. Rudd bit his nails helplessly. There was nothing. If he doesn't exist in this world, maybe it's because of that damn guy. The Void Dragon, Sat Ti Nin, is a dragon king who commands and controls the dimensions and regions of the void. During the fight before my regression, he disappeared with his brother's body. If that skill had transported him to another dimension. Maybe he's still alive in that dimension, but of course, maybe the Void Dragon will be there too. After finding nothing, he decided to return. "Hey, we should go back." However, when he got to the lobby, Henneth seemed to be arguing with someone. "Why not? I only borrowed 17 books." The librarian frowned and said, "Students can borrow 3 books at a time. You guys seem to be new students. Isn't it still class time?" Rudd didn't want to stay and cause more trouble, so he tiptoed away. Henneth was still explaining, "We were on our way to class, so let's just borrow these 3 books. I saw you running, so I quickly shouted, 'Hey, wait for me.'" The two of them ran back to class just in time. Henneth put 3 books on the table and collapsed in relief, almost late for class. "So have you found the person you are looking for?" Rudd shook his head. "He hasn't. His name is not on the student list." "Then I think you will need help from the guild. But who do you need to find?" Before my brother could utter 3 words, the teacher entered the classroom, greeting everyone. "I'm Daniel Gold, the instructor who will be teaching basic combat for the entire school year. This is just one subject, after all. If you plan to take weapons or martial arts classes, you guys will see me often. 4 years from now, you will go through a training period that is no different from hell on earth." Above, the teacher talks a lot. Below, the students are exclaiming, "This is Daniel Gold, a superstar level person. So amazing, I didn't think I'd be able to see him here." They were debating passionately, but when he spoke next, they immediately froze. "You guys will be working as trainees for the guild in your 3rd year, and will start taking tests and exams. Thesis in the 4th year, not much, you'll just feel like you're dying over and over again. Don't worry too much, as long as you work hard and have some talent, it's not impossible." Listening to these words below, Rudd could understand what he meant. No matter how hard you tried, you wouldn't be able to do it if you didn't have talent. I wonder how much despair and shame there is. I had to go through just to get that little bit of talent. Daniel clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention to continue talking, because today is the first day. This is enough, for the 4 short years of study you guys have at this academy. Do the best you can, and don't regret anything, that's all I want to say. After finishing, a few people asked questions. "Sir, what about the dormitory?" "Well, about that." Henneth saw Rudd stand up and was also curious. "Where are you going this time?" "The dormitory is not in that direction," he replied. "I already know that." She shot him a skeptical look. He didn't know where the library was, but he knew where the dormitory was. Rudd went outside. The weather seemed a bit hot, so he gently pulled his collar a bit. As he walked, he thought, Dragon Warrior, as the name implies, refers to a person who slays dragons. In all combat theories, physical strength is the most basic necessity, so there are free workout rooms in every corner so we can work on our fitness. This is the practice room I often used when I was a kid. Rudd opened the door, looked inside and immediately exclaimed, it was just like what he remembered. Let's see, he took off his coat. Then grab the bar and see if you still have the same physical strength as before. He started doing pull-ups continuously, until he reached 30. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore and sat down to breathe. I thought I understood, at my current limit, I was no better than some trash. Well, it's not surprising because I'm only 17 now, but really, there's only one thing I like about this thing. Starting tomorrow, I've already started a new combat class, and I only have a week before sparring with other students. I don't want what happened last time to happen again. I should do better than what I did before the regression. Thinking about it, Rudd stood up on his knees. He started to warm up his body. What he needed right now was endurance and strength. After all, I'm also a master at practicing hard. While engrossed in practice, suddenly there was a sound of the door opening. Rudd immediately looked towards the door. That familiar shadow, could it be that I didn't think I would have to meet him this early? Like Kenneth, he was also a comrade in his previous life. Balak Steros. In the memory of Rudd, Balak Steros, a pure melee warrior with pure physical damage, who would later gain the title of king, but in my previous life, I never met him here. At that time, I started going to this gym after midterm exams. I should have met him in the spiritual training room. Maybe it was because of the time difference. Just leave him alone, there's no need. At this moment, Balak took off his shirt to reveal his six-pack abs. Rudd immediately turned his head away and didn't care anymore. But for some reason, whatever he did, Balak followed suit. You lift the weight, then he lifts twice as much weight. You put the weight on your back and do push-ups. He does the same, even while doing it again. He keeps glancing at you. In the end, Rudd couldn't stand it anymore. He threw the barbell hard on the ground and shouted angrily. Damn, do you want to fight or something? Balak asked confused, why do you think like that? I'm just practicing. He jumped up and shouted, practice is practice. Why the hell are you staring at me, and why are your weights heavier than mine? Balak thought for a moment, then hesitantly expressed, sorry for my actions that made you misunderstand. Your movements and posture were too perfect, so I wanted to imitate. Rudd's mouth twitched in confusion. What? He repeated the praise, his lifting posture, the way his muscles moved, it was all very beautiful. No one in my family, including my father, has ever been able to move so perfectly. Are you a god of physical strength? Rudd denied, no, I'm Donatos, a new student. Balak also replied, what a coincidence, I'm also a new student, Balak Steros. Then he suddenly patted his chest and said sincerely, Rudd, from now on I will treat you as my coach. I believe one day, you will surpass this beautiful body, so, fitness trainer Rudd, can you consider me your student from now on? Rudd got goosebumps hearing that and immediately refused, no. The next day at the RETM students' outdoor practice field, instructor Daniel instructed the rules. Choosing your primary weapon is very important for laying the foundation for your fighting style. Usually the school will suggest a weapon before you enroll, but trying other weapons is not a bad idea, feel free to choose. The students heard that and started choosing their weapons. Many people had already chosen. This long sword is very light, perhaps because it was made for students. On the other hand, Rudd on the side also touched a few sensing weapons. As expected, the academy is the best on the continent. The weapons they provide are of very good quality. Even though they are just practicing, I think if I can sharpen, these weapons can be used in real combat. On the other side, Kenneth was standing and talking to the teacher. Teacher, I will become a magician. Do I also have to choose a weapon? Daniel said, fighting can happen at any time. I should learn to defend myself as soon as he became a mage. Hearing that, she could only obey. While others were excitedly choosing, she stood alone, confused. Rudd then came over and suggested, I think a dagger would suit you. Really, you can control the attack radius of the short sword with magic power, and the dagger is also easy to carry with you. He suggested that. It turned out there was a reason. In fact, in her previous life, Kenneth was very talented in using daggers. She used it quite well whenever she had to save mana to use magic, or when she was attacked, sudden attack at close range. Returning to reality, Kenneth also picked up a dagger and replied, so I will choose it. Then he glanced back at him and asked, are you planning to use this sword? Rudd held the hilt of his sword, pulled it out of its scabbard, and said, I'm not sure. Let's see. After trying to swing the sword to test, he seemed surprised. It was quite good. Kenneth wondered, could he be so sure after only swinging it once? Everyone else had to struggle to get used to it. Their weapons, anyway, the purpose is just for practice. Daniel observed and smiled with excitement. Coincidentally, that sword swing was not the action of a normal student. It felt like the final strike of a devoted swordsman. Rudd is still arguing with Henneth, all weapons are equally good, but look again and say, but look, this. Suddenly, Rudd felt eyes on him. He glanced over and saw Professor Daniel staring at him. He didn't point out, he just asked, "Teacher, can I only choose one weapon?" He replied, "There is no rule stating that it must be because focusing on one weapon will be more effective, but if you are interested in secondary weapons, maybe." Before you finish speaking, Rudd interrupted, "You want to use many main weapons?" Daniel raised his mouth and smiled, thinking, are there many main weapons, is it arrogance, or confidence? Let's try it. Then he accepted, okay, anyway the decision mainly depends on you. Receiving approval, Rudd immediately grabbed a new weapon. Good, so add the weapon you just chose. A slash swept across, startling Daniel. It turned out that Rudd had just picked up the spear and danced a line right in front of him. He then used the great sword to make another move and decided, I will choose these three. Daniel looked blankly. Genius, no, a little different. In addition to his elegance and sophistication, I can also see his diligence in each sword stroke. Unable to hide his curiosity, he immediately asked, Rudd, what did you do for a living before enrolling in school? He honestly replied, I work as a mercenary to make a living. I lost my family in a dragon attack. Is that so? Sorry for asking such a sensitive question. It's okay, it's all something that happened in the past. Rudd thought to himself, that should be enough to get attention. Henneth came over to talk. You seem pretty cool, of course, you arrogant thing, she said and then wondered. By the way, what you told the professor about your family, did your parents really pass away? This question made Rudd pause for a few seconds, his hands tightening on his pants hips. It took a few seconds for him to reply, yes, they're all gone. Henneth couldn't help but express in confusion, that must have been very difficult. Sorry for reminding you. Rudd was surprised. Why do you have to apologize? You've been in prison for a long time so there's nothing to do. He was also in shock in his heart. I didn't know she might also feel guilty. Actually, in the past she wasn't too indifferent. Even though he said that, she still couldn't cheer up. She glanced at Rudd as if she wanted to say more, then she saw him looking at her and asked, what are you looking at? At this moment, a noise came. Henneth was curious, what happened to the class? Rudd looked speechless, still the same obnoxious brat. Over there, Balak and someone are arguing. You need to choose a weapon. Melee warriors don't use weapons, our bodies are weapons. What the hell is this kid? Listen, Balak, even though the punches use the body, but at least you can use the gauntlet. He still stubbornly maintains his point of view, a close combat fighter, ignorant of using weapons. Claire was so angry that she scratched her head. Before he finished speaking, he interrupted and repeated the sentence that close combat warriors are ignorant and do not use weapons. At this moment, Claire couldn't help but curse out loud. Henneth looked helplessly. What crazy guy, Rudd flatly denied, no. Daniel quickly ran to pull the female lecturer away to calm him down. Senior Claire, calm down. At this time, Balak suddenly looked towards the two of Rudd. Henneth awkwardly asked, is he looking this way? He immediately urged, let's get out of here. Balak on the other side happily waved his hand. You hate to think, don't act like you know me, you idiot. But of course he didn't understand. After waving, he ran back to you.
Henneth was confused. Why did he come here? Could it be, you're his friend? I don't know.
Claire was ignored and got angry again. Hey, how dare you hang out with your friends, while the professor is talking to you? Balak innocently explained, he is not a friend, our relationship is deeper and that is. Rudd immediately interrupted, we are friends. Daniel saw this and advised, Balak, although using weapons would go against your family's principles and traditions, but now we are in class, it is training time, if you continue to refuse don't choose weapons. Rudd sighed and thought to himself, I guess they'll release him, just like before. But the next words made him freeze, you will have to repeat a year. What? Rudd was stunned. Has the past changed? Maybe it was his intervention that changed the past. If he lost here, it would be very difficult for the main force to confront the future Dragon Emperor. Balak spoke up, I understand, instead of sacrificing my honor, I would rather accept defeat. Before he could finish his words, Rudd punched him in the mouth and warned him, he shut up immediately. Then he turned to the professor and said, Professor, can you make an exception? Daniel directly refused, I can't make an exception for every Balak game, that's not fair to everyone else. Rudd scratched his head, so why did he make an exception in his previous life? If so, he just needs to choose something, right? Having said that, he immediately looked around, he must have something useful here and there. Rudd took the gloves, then threw them at Balak. Hey, use this. Even though he held it, he still stubbornly said, Rudd, a warrior from the last family, did not use weapons. He angrily said, that is a weapon, you can see that it is only used for defense. Balak said, opinion, a warrior from home touched the silk thread without using it for the room. Rudd couldn't help but shouted, shut up, just think of it as a gift from a friend and take it. When he heard the word you, his whole body seemed to glow, his eyes sparkled with emotion. Professor Clare said dissatisfiedly, how could it be a weapon, it was clearly a wrist guard. Rudd argued convincingly, no, it was a weapon, the gauntlet was almost made like that. Professor Daniel is full of doubts about life. What kind of gloves? Rudd expressed, as long as he chooses the weapon, right, of course. Balak on the other side still doesn't know what's going on, still immersed in happiness and the word friend that Rudd uttered just now. At this time, the students started to discuss, look, what is going on? Both the professors of both classes A and CA, Daniel saw this and had to accept it. Okay, for now let's just assume it was a crime, iron with unique design. Rudd couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, delicious, luckily he still understood. But the important thing is, I can only ignore it this time, I need to be more careful when my actions can change the future. After class, Rudd held a piece of paper in his hand and talked to himself, perhaps because this was just the first class, so everything was relatively comfortable. They have only focused on theory. The first week of a re-TM is a time for new students to adapt, but it is also a time for professors to learn about students' abilities and guide them. I showed enough to attract their attention, and received a letter of recommendation, so I just wanted to spend the remaining time preparing for other classes. But, you're an idiot aren't you? Henneth's voice rang out. Balak denied, I'm not stupid, I'm a warrior from the family of silkworms. Balak Steros. Henneth teased again, exactly, sounds like an idiot. Rudd was speechless, why do they suddenly lump me together, same group? Balak said seriously, as a magician, she would not understand the honor of a martial arts master, losing honor to a single point is worse than death. She heard it and exclaimed, you guys are really there's a problem. Suddenly a voice filled with contempt rang out, look, you guys like to pretend. I'm talking about you, retards. Rudd was still busy reading the paper so he didn't know anything, only later did he react and raise his head to ask, are you talking to me? The guy blocking the road angrily raised his voice, who else am I talking to, you and the pig behind you? Balak countered, I'm not a pig, I'm a warrior from. Before he finished speaking he was interrupted by Henneth, get out of the way, bastard, who do you think you are to provoke us, and who are you calling, retarded? Rudd thought to himself, didn't you also call Balak an idiot just now?
The other guy saw her and solemnly raised his hand to introduce himself, Henneth Hopun Lie, I quite liked your speech just now, I don't mean to cause any offense to you, I'm Wilhelm Party from the CAF class.
Henneth replied contemptuously, do I need to know your name, you idiot?
Wilhelm was so angry that he was shaking, but still tried to control himself and said, I'm thinking of letting you join our group, because it seems the valedictorian hasn't played with any groups yet, but I understand why you guys are huddled together. Go away, Hopun Lie, I only have business with those two guys, you're itching to listen to it, that's your business, you need to go away, you lemon.
And don't call me by my name, boy. Before she could finish the word dog, Rudd pushed her away and told her to move aside. He went up and asked, what was your matter? Wilhelm sneered, it's my business, it's simple, you guys want to attract attention so much that you can't even stand by your name, why don't you know your identity a bit, ha, I'm telling you to stop your silly actions to attract the professor. You think it's cool to know how to use many types of weapons, and that pig said some nonsense like he won't use weapons, if you guys enter the academy with that mindset, then quit. Rudd didn't deny it, so it's true that I did it earlier to attract attention. But even when I don't stand out, there are still incompetent people like this talking nonsense about me, I remember clearly from my previous life. People like this even use cruel words to insult you. Hey, what can an orphan, incompetent, and useless person like you do? I don't understand why a guy like this was admitted, it's pitiful. Are you going through the back door? Oh, I forgot, you don't have parents. And after those words, I was still an impulsive person so I beat them up. But this time, I will handle it in a more mature way. Thinking about it, he slowly replied, is that so? But he still wins even if you use 500 weapons to fight him. What the hell, don't be ridiculous, oh, even I can kill a weakling like you with my bare hands, Henneth will blow you away. Wilhelm's eyes turn red when he's despised, you bastard. You attention seeker, you die with me." He waved his fists in defiance and rushed forward. But Rudd only leaned slightly, causing him to miss. Taking advantage of the opportunity for his body to become unsteady, he slightly crossed his leg, causing the frog-pawing Wilhelm to fall to the ground. Henneth's eyes were full of amusement. He covered his face and laughed. Seeing this, Wilhelm was both embarrassed and angry. He gritted his teeth and sat up, then reached out to prepare to draw his sword. Henneth turned pale and warned, "Hey, using weapons outside the training ground is forbidden." But he didn't listen. He immediately drew his sword and jumped up, intending to sneak attack behind Rudd. The tip of the sword was only a few centimeters away from him, but he didn't dodge. "You despicable bastard," but thanks to that, I had the opportunity to test this new physical quality, and the movements I learned from Balak, previous life. The house-style block with his bare hands, then Rudd raised his fist to block the sword, then directly knocked it out of Wilhelm's hand. Just as he was frightened, he jumped forward. Delivered a blow to the center of his head. Wilhelm collapsed and fainted, leaving his two juniors pale in fear. He warned, "Let this be a lesson." Balak observed and quickly discovered the problem. It was his family's technique. At this moment, a powerful voice shouted, "Something is going on." Claire didn't know when to appear and rushed over. Why was he kneeling and crawling on the floor? "It's you guys again, get out of the way." The short fat guy next to you denounced that he was the one who hit Wilhelm first. Henneth protested, "Lied, they started fighting with us first, then took out their weapons." Rudd just protested. Balak chimed in, "That's right, Rudd also didn't use weapons." Claire was now looking at the scene in surprise. He was actually able to disarm that guy with his bare hands in that situation. Could a new student do that without getting hurt? She spoke up and told the boys to take that unconscious kid to the infirmary. Then he pointed to 3 people, Rudd, who came to the office to meet me after class. The other 2 took Wilhelm away, still not forgetting the scene. "You just wait," Claire shouted angrily. "Take him to the infirmary." Henneth now curiously asked, "What happened to those bastards? Moreover, what move did you use to knock his sword away?" Rudd replied, "Blocking the attack." She said dissatisfiedly, "Do you think I don't know that it's blocking? I'm asking how you did it with your bare hands." "Hey idiot, do you know how?" Balak said innocently, "The adults in my family can do it, but I haven't learned yet." "Rudd, could it be that you are my lost brother?" Rudd felt guilty. "I can't say he taught me in my previous life," so he had to find an excuse to avoid it. "What nonsense. No, I'm not it. What is it? It's just luck. I, as you can see, am a genius." Henneth looked at him with skeptical eyes. Balak didn't think too much and immediately believed it. "Got it, that's great, worthy of being my physical training master." And Henneth of course didn't believe it. "How can you explain it like that? Hey, tell us the truth, you are hiding something, right?" Rudd replied guiltily, "There is no such thing." Balak advised, "Even if he's hiding something, a good friend shouldn't pry into other people's business." "Henneth, don't you also have a secret or two that you can't tell?" "I hear that too, I have to compromise." "That's right, but wait, who said we're friends? It hasn't even been 2 days since I met you guys. So I guess from now on we'll be friends. Please treat me well." "Henneth, are you really an idiot? You shouldn't call your friend an idiot." "Ah, that's really annoying." Looking at the 2 of them arguing like that, a memory appeared in Rudd's head. Also the scene of them arguing like that, "Staying away from me." That thing's limbs grew. Every time he got close I got hot. My body or heat makes me feel terrible. Isn't a fire magician supposed to be able to handle heat well? Stop it, you 2. Seeing him lost, the 2 stopped and called, "We'll be late for school." "Rudd, hey, what are you doing? Let's go." Rudd suddenly regained consciousness. He turned around and walked into the classroom, constantly reminding himself in his heart, "No one had to die, no one had to die, this time, not." Rudd turned to leave, "So please excuse me now." Claire stood up and replied, "Okay, go back and rest." She went to make a cup of coffee, constantly thinking, he didn't do anything, but wanted to try to talk to him kindly first because he looked like the type of person who would usually talk with his fists first. Claire exclaimed, "But that's not necessary." Remembering 20 minutes ago, Rudd came to see her, bowed down and said, "I'm very sorry for causing trouble. He insulted my friend so I unintentionally," and then he started swinging his sword so. "I was worried that my friend might get hurt so I tried to restrain him, but in the end I overdid it. I should have behaved more moderately and maturely about that situation. I'm really sorry." Thinking of this, Claire smiled and silently exclaimed, "He's really kind and mature. Especially when compared to that Wilhelm guy. I definitely won't be gentle with him during practice." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Claire replied, "Come in. What wind brought you here?" Daniel walked in, smiled and replied, "You're joking, right? The meeting for teachers of the new student classes took place in your office, that's why I came here. You're a stubborn person who insists on organizing it because you're too lazy to go to other rooms." Claire replied confused, "What are you talking about? I've never been stubborn. I'm simply making a suggestion. If you keep making suggestions like this, I'll become the cricket that you spin." Suddenly, Arthur Winton and Damian Grace came. Professor Arthur frowned and said, "Do you know how many times I was called to the admin room just because of you?" Claire angrily confronted me. "What did I do that makes you nag me all the time?" He replied, "It's because you do things worth being nagged at, causing all kinds of trouble for your office. I bought a lot of things, not much, just an air purifier and a leather couch." Damian continued, "And also a flower vase with bird motifs worth 3 million rye." As soon as he finished speaking, Claire angrily shouted, "Damian, I told you to keep it a secret from me, but..." Arthur sighed and said, "Whatever, that's enough. Next time remember to check your calendar carefully. A professor like you shouldn't forget even the meetings in your office." Close. She immediately looked disgusted. "You have to be so meticulous, that's why your hair falls out." "What? I didn't say anything." Daniel tries to make peace. "Come on, everyone calm down, why don't we start the meeting already? This year's students are much more qualified than last year," Arthur continued, "and the graduation rate will increase." Claire said, "It's not certain, they may be talented, but they also need psychological support. Isn't nurturing young minds also the duty of the teaching profession?" Arthur wonders, "Are there any institutions we should keep an eye on?" Damian said, "No one was in Class Z, they were all quite excellent." Claire quipped, "There was a crazy and stupid kid in Class C." "You chose your words well, today's idiot is probably the one causing trouble." "So what do you mean by crazy?" "There's a guy who keeps babbling about the humiliation of warriors even about the smallest things, and it's quite annoying." Bollock was in trouble, his written test was terrible, but his actual combat skills were extremely good. From family to hand combat, addicted to numb muscles. Daniel expressed, "His skills are the real deal, I look forward to seeing more of him." Damian held the file and read it for a while then exclaimed, "Looking back now, there are 2 potential characters in my class."
From a famous magician family, Ha-Pun-Lie, second son of Henneth, and a student named Rud Donatos.
Henneth Ha-Pun-Lie, the top person in the academy, because he is a fire magician so the White Flame Queen will pay attention to him. Arthur wondered, "What about the other boy, do you come from a famous family?" Damian replied, "No, the explanation is quite lengthy so it will be faster if you look at it yourself." Hearing that, they read it together and exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this really a student? He almost failed both the written test and the practical test, he lost his family, and has been working as a mercenary to make a living ever since." Claire confidently affirmed that you will change your mind when you see him with your own eyes. This assertion may be a bit hasty but I think he could be the strongest academy this year. Arthur said skeptically, "Then that boy must not be ordinary if he could make her say that. Claire must have met him in class, right?" She proudly replied, "He protected his friend, and had extremely righteous words. He was a good student, I already felt good when I met him, so I wanted him to be a student in the class." Seeing that everyone's attitude was a bit unusual, Claire asked confusedly, "What, why are you guys looking at me so strangely?" Belt Nien teased, "So even you can praise a student?" I still do that sometimes. Well, like I said. Do you guys remember that sword-playing idiot I mentioned before? Rudd was the one who took him down, with his bare hands." Claire pointed at his resume and continued, "He used a sword in the entrance exam. What about his martial arts skills?" Belt Nien expressed, "There is only one thing weak and he definitely has martial arts talent." She calmly drank a cup of coffee and asked, "So don't you think that I, as a teacher of hand-to-hand combat, should be his teacher? That's a bit difficult." Dainin expressed that his real talent lies in using weapons such as spears and swords, and I would be much more suitable. Claire looked annoyed, "Oh my god, since when are you so interested in a student's potential? She's a student in my class, it would be most effective if I also worked as a professor. Teach me." "Stop joking," he counterattacks with his bare hands, "For some reason I thought he would be good at using weapons. I'm the first person to notice Rudd's talent, I wouldn't give him to you even if you were my senior." "Is that so? Maybe this time I will have to imprint the relationship between seniors and juniors in your head carefully." Belt Nien stubbornly replied, "Have you forgotten about losing the bet to me 2 weeks ago?" Suddenly, a large hand slammed on the table, causing the tabletop to break into many pieces. Arthur shouted angrily, "Both of you sit down for me, is that how people who call themselves professors should behave?" Claire saw that her table was broken and turned pale and lamented, "This is very expensive, my table. Arthur glanced at Damien and said, "Well, Damien, do you have any comments?" Damien calmly replied, "I'm fine, no student would want a scary-looking teacher like me." Having finished speaking, he sighed and replied, "If he is good at using spears, maybe I should meet him too. There is still a week left before the practice class so we can fill out the proposal form, so the two of us so calm down already. Even if we all want to teach him, in the end it depends on the student's choice." Suddenly, Dineen's eyes were a little surprised. Did this student come from Goloi? Claire exclaimed in surprise, "Go Soli, yes, 10 years ago. That is the village that disappeared after various incidents. The multifaceted incident was a tragedy that destroyed half of the kingdom of Ca La Van located in the south 10 years ago, which stemmed from the decline of completely disappearing from the map after a few years. Just one dragon brought destruction to an entire country. Its true form is mysterious because it can transform into anything." Arthur wondered, the dragon of all kinds, one of the 7 dragons, Daniel, weren't you also involved in taming it? Daniel sighed and recounted, "The person who killed the dragon was my teacher. At that time, I was still just a rookie and could only hold the dragon's toes." Arthur quickly consoled him, coming back alive was already an extremely impressive thing. Well, it seemed he was also a victim of that multifaceted incident. The whole land was completely razed, flat, who would have thought anyone would survive? Hearing that, Daniel pondered, did he want revenge for that incident? Was he holding such strong hatred towards dragons? A genius with talent far beyond his own. Arthur held the document in his hand and expressed, having the luck to be able to survive on his own until now, and having the talent to be recognized by Daniel, but I want to correct one thing he said. Hearing these words, Daniel asked in surprise, "What?" He replied, "You said that Rudd is the strongest student this year, but there is still an opponent in that class. A genius is different from the natural talent that can be called a monster." On the other side, at the gym, Wilhelm was tiredly doing push-ups. He was tiredly complaining, "Coach, I have completed 3 sets of push-ups but 2 times." Claire coldly replied, "The next best thing is 2,000 times, the 8-step exercise." Hearing the words, Wilhelm was startled. What are you waiting for? When will you stand up?" In the physical training room, general class, Rudd is focusing on practicing here. He thought to himself, now he can use it. There are 3 days left until the sparring session, and now I can finally use the breathing techniques and positions that I used in my previous life to some extent. Hopefully it will be enough for me to achieve what I want. Suddenly, the sounds of heavy breathing next to him made Rudd uncomfortable. He turned around and shouted angrily, "Can't he just keep his mouth shut and practice?" Balak replied, "Strength comes from breathing." "What the hell are you talking about? You're saying you'll be as strong as a bear by panting. Pant like a bear." "Rudd, the reason you can't lift weights like this is because you don't have a breath." As soon as you finished speaking, you shouted angrily, "Shut up. Say what you will, but practice it properly. Every time you gasp for air, that weight will fall apart." Having finished speaking, Balak took a deep breath, then did as Rudd said. He exclaimed, "You're right, I can feel my muscles getting tighter." "You're good, my master, you twitched the corners of your mouth." "Oh yeah, whatever." Suddenly, Henneth spoke disparagingly, "It smells so bad. Are you even human anymore? How the hell can you practice continuously for 3 hours without resting?" Balak calmly replied, "When you feel like your muscles are increasing, then you will also know how refreshing it feels. By the way, Henneth, you are so skinny." "I will guide you, so let's start practicing." Henneth replied hatefully, "I have a normal body, don't come near here, you stink." Balak said, "Why are all the women in the academy thin?" "That's right, no one looks like the women in my house, you guys look like starved stray dogs." Henneth got mad, "Did you just call me a dog? Do you want to die or something?" Too noisy, Rudd then left. Henneth shouted, "Hey, where are you going?" Rudd coldly replied, "Just going to get a drink." "Wait, come along." "Hey bastard, what about you?" Balak sat aside and scoffed, "I'll lose my chance if I walk, but it's very valuable to get me a drink of porosity." Henneth pretended to ignore it. "Let's go, Rudd." Going to the place selling water, seeing a figure, Henneth curiously asked, "Is there someone here?" The girl saw it and glanced at them at the same time. Henneth and Rudd couldn't help but be surprised. "Memories of my past life came flooding back. I thought you would become stronger because you were an Aesir's younger brother, but I guess I was wrong." At that time, Rudd was lying on the ground in pain, gritting his teeth and screaming. "Leon is a genius master swordsman, a sword saint, a knight as strong as my brother, one of the strongest dragon slayers. The first person to show me there is a wall that I cannot overcome." At that time, Rudd was filled with anger. you just wait, I will remember your face. Now, looking at Leon appearing here, Rudd thought to himself, damn, I don't even have a chance to get revenge if I don't die at that moment. Rudd scowled loudly, get out of the way. Henneth's shield was confused and didn't understand what was going on. He walked in front of Leon, looking uncomfortable, as if he were deaf. At this time, Leon quietly held the glass of water in his hand. Then, she suddenly threw the can of water away. The agile Rudd was able to avoid an attack in time. Suddenly, Leon disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then she suddenly appeared from behind him. Use your long legs to kick hard at Rudd's chest. But Rudd raised his hand and easily blocked it. This surprised Leon, he blocked it. Then, right after that, she changed to another move. She turned around and used her legs to kick at Rudd's head. Leon thought to himself, try blocking this attack. Again, Rudd continued to easily block the second attack. Henneth stood to the side and shouted, hey, what are you guys doing? Leon calmly thought to himself, I thought he was just an idiot, but he dodged my attack twice. Leon frowned and asked, are you planning to pick a fight with me because I was introduced to the academy? Rudd replied, what the hell are you babbling about, you're in our way. I'm so thirsty, I'm still blocking people's way. After getting the water, Rudd immediately left, leaving Leon there, confused and not understanding what was going on. She expressed, I misunderstood. Then, she quickly chased after him. Rudd angrily asked, what else, why are you still loitering here? She asked, what is your name? Rudd calmly replied, Rudd Donatos, I will remember your name. Whatever. After that, the two of them went their separate ways. Henneth angrily shouted, hey, you have to apologize first, who do you think you are? Rudd looked at his wrist and silently exclaimed, damn, I almost broke my wrist, I just wanted to test her abilities, but she still has that crazy strength. Henneth worried, are you okay, does it hurt? He said, can't you see I'm stopping her, block her, maybe I broke my wrist then yes. Rudd replied, it's okay, shut up and go to the medical room to see what happens. Balak asked worriedly, is Rudd injured? What and who hurt you? Claire saw Rudd injured, she immediately ran over, oh my god, what happened? Rudd replied, it was just a small accident. Daniel went to ask, what happened? Henneth replied loudly, he was beaten by a kid. Rudd quickly explained, I wasn't beaten, it was just a little exchange of words. Claire asked, so, who hit Rudd? He quickly stopped her, but Henneth tried to tell her, she was a new student, she had white hair and yellow eyes, and she mentioned being introduced. Hearing this, Claire and Daniel implicitly understood, why are you in class? Claire rolled up her sleeves angrily, let me go, I won't let this go, I'll teach her a lesson. Daniel quickly stopped the flag, calm down. I can't let it go this time, even if it was Rudd who started it first, she's already harmed too many people, the atmosphere was too noisy, everyone was startled and wondered, what's wrong, it seems like there's a problem, someone in my class must have been beaten. Claire raised her voice, why would she beat a good person like him? Daniel reassured me, I don't mean to tell you to ignore it, but as a lecturer there are more clever ways. Claire asked incredulously, more tactfully. He whispered in her ear, if she couldn't control things and cause trouble, the person in charge of the Dyke class would be in control of the situation and would say he would solve everything. First, just avoid the complaints from Leon's guardian, the leader of that Dragon Slayer army. He definitely knows how to handle business matters, so he'll probably ask Arthur to handle this, then we can do what we want, push Arthur's guilt and gain credibility so we can punishing that aggressive child, isn't it, not bad? Claire replied happily, yes, there's no reason to make a big deal out of this, just punish her with grades, volunteer work for the academy, make up classes, but of course, because we want her attitude changed, no one would complain if those classes were a bit too harsh, right? On this side, Rudd shyly covered his face with his hands, so embarrassed, Balak went to ask, everyone on the other side whispered, he must be a genius. Balak said, Rudd, it seems like the teacher loves you so much, congratulations. Rudd cursed angrily, shut up, don't be so hurt, get over it and become a man, shut up go. 3 days passed quickly, it seemed like everyone was full. Arthur loudly ordered, students, please line up according to your class. The old man closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Now then. We will start with general resistance. Rudd was below, calmly observing the situation. Arthur explains the rules, so now, we will start the training session which includes Class A and Class CAFs. In this real battle, each person will be assigned a number, and you will also be able to choose your opponent. You cannot choose the same person twice, so each of you will only have 2 rounds today. The explanation is over, guys, good luck. In this actual battle, the teacher will be on the 2nd floor and observe the students below and make an assessment. The number 1 Hellion will go out onto the field and choose an opponent. Calling this a real battle session is just a facade, in reality it is a capacity assessment session. Henneth explains, this is a meritocracy, no one cares about the student's background and past, instead, they will evaluate based on talent and skills. That's one of the reasons why a RTM is a first-rate school. It can be said that every student here is a genius in some aspect. Rudd silently exclaimed, I've never heard anyone call me that, like that. At this time, the announcement sounded, number 8, Henneth Ha Pun Li A, Henneth said happily, even so. They also became useless in front of real goods at real prices, then she boldly advanced. Balak on the side shouted cheers, go ahead, Henneth genius rower, Henneth. Rudd thought to himself, a mage with limited melee skills chose a swordsman as his opponent. Henneth was truly confident. After going onto the field, the host announced that both sides were ready. And get started. Henneth immediately used his fire magic, starting to attack. A ball of fire appeared, Henneth's confident eyes looked towards his opponent. Seeing the fireball, the opponent calmly watched, he used his shield to defend himself. Luckily, the speed of the fireball was not too fast. So, before she could read another spell, I'll end it with a single strike. After that, the Hellion immediately carried out his plan, rushing towards the Henneth to attack. Suddenly, Henneth disappeared in the blink of an eye and then appeared in a place he did not expect. Damn, when did she move there? He tried to resist Henneth's attacks. On this side, Henneth continuously used magic to attack him. Hellion silently thought to himself, we must continue the attack. Caught it. I just saw Henneth smiling sinisterly. She held the knife and pointed it straight at Hellion's neck, while he was furious and cursed, damn, I didn't think she would fight in close combat with a swordsman. Why would someone from a prestigious place use this risky tactic? Seeing the unfavorable situation, Hellion quickly knelt down. I gave up. Hearing that, the leader announced, the winner is Henneth Ha Pun Li A. Both games did very well, and this compliment made Henneth very happy. She raised her eyes to look at the stands, silently wondering, did you do well, Miss Liana? Liana Chernika is the president of the fire camp. Rudd wondered, where did she get the courage to fight with a swordsman? Henneth arrogantly expressed, I'm just your stick to beat your back. Swordsmen don't think magicians can't fight them in close combat, right? He thought to himself, but it's also quite dangerous. If the opponent realizes it sooner, it will be very disadvantageous. But what can be said, she's always like that, fights so flashy, also suitable for a mage, like her. Exclaimed Claire, someone with a good fighting mindset, and top-notch reflexes. His magic is also very perfect. I wish I had a better place to observe the match better. Arthur sighed and replied, you're right, a magician fighting like this is very difficult to find. We should hire another instructor, the fire element is even better. Next, go on the field and choose your opponent, Claire expressed, let me see who's next. Wilhelm came out, shouted loudly, come here quickly, Rudd Donatos, last time I lost but this time will be different. Hearing her student's name, Claire was so happy she couldn't close her mouth. Henneth was annoyed and silently wondered, what's wrong with this useless guy? Rudd smirked, if that's what you want then I'll indulge, I appreciate your stubbornness. But I will gradually make you feel like shit. I just saw Wilhelm raise his voice, come here. As soon as the match started, cries rang out, ah, wait, you dog. He screamed in pain for help. Soon, Wilhelm had to accept, I lost, I surrendered. Rudd arrogantly put his hands in his pockets and said, thank you for fighting to the end, you were very persistent. Wilhelm, when he was lying on the hospital bed thinking, damn it, I've given up. The host said, good job. Next, Rudd Donatos, it's you again. If you're still tired, I'll move the order back. Rudd confidently replied, no, I can still continue, then let's choose an opponent. Rudd signaled, come up here, Balak Steros. Balak stared at Rudd with puzzled eyes. After that, he bit his lip and slowly walked into the ring, looking at each other. Balak expressed, Rudd, I don't want to fight you. You have to fight me, because you are the strongest here. The clan's friends don't fight, we don't fight with friends. Rudd asked, so, are you planning on running away like a coward? Balak is a strong person. In his previous life, he could make the ground shake with his footsteps, and mountains fall before his punches. But this time it's not enough, even if I have to intentionally lower your honor, you need to move forward to get closer to the top, the kingship. Balak thought to himself, I've learned from losing to you, now it's your turn. But, the warriors of the tribe don't run away like cowards, so that's good. Rudd silently told himself, I will make your potential come out. Before entering the fight, Balak said, you are stronger than me, so I won't tell you to use the sword from the beginning, but I hope you will fight hard. Rudd replied, of course, even if you don't want me to. Ready, the start fighting slogan rang out. The two immediately rushed to fight. The atmosphere of the hall became more and more fiery. Some things from the past came back. While he was practicing, there was a voice calling, Rudd Donatos, making him startled and glanced after him. Balak walked over and said, I came here at your brother's request. He asked me to tell you to calm down because your behavior has been a bit out of control lately. As soon as he finished speaking, Rudd looked disgusted and replied, Brother, don't make me laugh. If that bastard wants to make trouble, tell him to come here himself. Balak said, that's not very feasible. Besides, don't you think my words are a bit excessive? The Aesir are your family. As soon as he finished speaking, Rudd immediately let go of the sword and fell to the ground. He frowned provocatively, hey, you damn pig, if you're good, just shut your mouth and jump in, my family, my ass. I'm not a pig, are you challenging me? Rudd ferociously grabbed Balak's collar and warned, if you continue to poke your nose into my business, I will kill you. Balak replied, the warriors of the tribe do not run away from battles, boy, no. Hearing these words, Rudd seemed to go crazy. You screamed loudly, oh really, then get in here, you bastard. Then, you fell down and lay on the ground. Constantly muttering curses, damn, stupid pig, you're so strong. Balak replied, you too, Rudd Donatos, are you making fun of me? I'm serious, even though I'm the stronger one. At this moment, Rudd was silently thinking, after being beaten to a pulp by Leon and this bastard, I realized that I'm not very talented. At the same time, Balak was ready to prepare for battle. He was so excited that he put all his strength into it. Then rushed like an arrow towards Rudd Donatos. Balak used a punch to attack Rudd. But unexpectedly, he quickly turned the situation around and punched Balak's chin. Making him surprised, he stared with wide eyes. Balak refused to be outdone, he quickly counterattacked. Use your hands to block an internal kick from Rudd. Then, he turned around and changed into the most favorable position to strike. Rudd is also not average, he can easily block it with his hands. Suddenly, Balak used his hand to squeeze Rudd's shoulder. Sensing the dangerous situation, Rudd quickly turned around and left. Suddenly, his eyes became a little tense. He quickly stepped back to avoid the attack. Balak exclaimed, this time you dodged it. Rudd smiled and replied, that was obviously just a feint, I'm not crazy to let you catch me. Even though he said that, he still couldn't help but think in surprise, this bastard's body is really crazy. Even though he had received quite a few blows from me, not even a scratch was visible. The soul of a warrior who fights with physical strength resides in their muscles. Ultimately, they are a family of martial arts masters originating from the north, and each member of this family is a muscle-crazed perverts. Their muscles, which gradually improved with each generation, became one with their mana to create a thick layer of armor stronger than steel. Rudd silently exclaimed, saying that his body had become the strongest shield, as well as the sharpest spear, right? Normal attacks won't work, in that case. Rudd's attack made Balak secretly surprised, it was so fast. Not only were his attacks faster than before, even his attacks became harder to read, as cunning as a snake, it became increasingly difficult to keep up with them. At this time, Balak regained his composure. He quickly regained his fighting spirit. Balak thought to himself, however, there would never be a chance he could pierce the family's armor to the core. It should have been like that. As soon as he finished speaking, he was punched in the stomach by Rudd. Rudd said arrogantly, trying to dodge this attack. Balak couldn't help but feel bitter about the attack just now. On this side, Rudd thought to himself, instead of short, decisive blows, soft blows with strong thrusts would be more effective. I will attack the gaps in his armor and destroy it from the inside. Balak turned around, if he didn't dodge he would be hit. I know this technique, it is the bare fist martial art of touching silk. A martial art that simulates the infinity of the sea, as well as the inviolability of rocky mountains. I know that Rudd's fighting techniques are somewhat similar to those of the Silk Clan, but who would have thought that he had mastered a martial artist capable of resisting my fighting techniques? How could that be when he wasn't even a family member? No, that didn't matter anymore. Balak silently thought to himself, right now, I just want to win against this guy. Seeing Balak's tense attitude, Rudd couldn't help but laugh. He exclaimed, "Be careful, I'm about to come again." Balak muttered, concentrating, he was not allowed to miss even one attack. "I can keep up with this pace, find openings when he attacks, and grab him, once out of the fighting direction." Then, he rushed forward, but an arrow continued to scream loudly. At this moment, the two hands' internal strength touched each other, emitting an extremely great power. Rudd laughed and said, "Knowing the day, I thought you would do that." Balak continuously attacked, but he quickly blocked them all. Making Balak terrifying, Rudd's strength does not lie in his ability to deal continuous damage, but instead, it lies in his devilishly sharp ability to read the game, as well as his absurd level of skill proficiency, his. However, it seems like he is starting to win physically. If so, without thinking much, Balak immediately turned the situation around. He put all his strength into his ultimate attack, silently telling himself that I will finish him with this attack. When attacking, surprisingly, Rudd didn't dodge at all, making Balak startled and silently ask, "Why didn't he dodge?" At this moment, he smiled and said, "The match was quite fun, Balak." Suddenly, Rudd turned the situation around, a sword slash made Balak stunned. Rudd slowly pulled out the sword in his hand, he smiled arrogantly and said, "You are really strong, Balak Steros." Then, Rudd took the momentum and jumped forward, making a sword swing. At the same time, Balak Steros raised his fist to block. But the male lead's strength was so great that Balak leaned back. Falling to the ground, his face was a bit surprised. Rudd's sword slashed Balak's inner and outer shirt. Suddenly he smiled meaningfully. Rudd was breathing heavily, sweating profusely. He also smiled complacently and spoke, "I'm just stronger." The atmosphere was tense and suffocating. The people who came to cheer were silent, waiting for the results. It was only when Balak fell to the ground that everyone began to cheer loudly. The audience was talking amongst themselves. They seemed quite surprised and admiring. A woman in a blue dress stood with her hand on the railing, her expression quite angry and disappointed, her mouth loudly saying, "No way." "Sir," the homeroom teacher was also stunned. He thought to himself, was that really a fight between students? Both of them didn't even use mana, but their strength, their individuals were on par with today's dragon slayers, most of all, Rudd Donatos. The blue-haired girl continued with a gloomy face. He hadn't even used his full strength for this battle. Even so, he still had perfect movements, posture and precision. Oh my god, that child had already reached the level of an advanced swordsman. What was most surprising? Professor Daniel spoke, with the perfect sword swing he had made at the end of the battle. After that, the man stared at Rudd and thought thoughtfully, "I know it sounds absurd, but somehow, Rudd's swordsmanship is very similar to my master's." Anbri of the Heavenly Sword Sect. No matter how genius a person may be, I never thought there was anyone who could defeat that terrible talent, but, that kid isn't a genius, he's a monster. A boy whose talent was already perfect before he even started studying. If I could be taught such a student. Scene changed to the school's cafeteria. A few students were sitting and enjoying lunch. Henneth slammed her hand down. The table was extremely bitter. She shouted loudly, "Why are we in the dining room? It's okay if we go out to eat at least today." The fork in her hand feels like it's about to be crushed. Balak chewed the piece of cake floating in his mouth and spoke, "There is a lack of food outside, Henneth." Rudd also spoke, "I am very poor." Henneth pouted and replied grumpily, "Well, you stupid idiots, bored." Seeing her disdain, the male lead immediately questioned, "The food here is delicious, why do we have to go out to spend money, when the food here is free? Money to you is just paper, ah." Henneth stiffened and hesitantly responded, but, money is real paper." Hearing that, Rudd swallowed the steak in his mouth and almost choked. He thought to himself, "That's right, that girl comes from a damn rich family. Come to think of it, this name also comes from." Balak Silk looked at the male lead's way of eating and found it strange. He thought in his head, "The family is rich, isn't it? Why does he eat like a gorilla?" Thinking of this, Rudd was very angry and uncomfortable. His eyes were sharp, chewing his steak, but angry in his heart. Damn it, am I the only one from a poor family, so poor that I have to take risks, whole life to make money? Henneth spoke with an arrogant and noble expression, "So what I'm saying is, this sister of yours can also buy you food from time to time. I'm sure Balak can take care of himself, the only person who needs to worry is only you." Rudd couldn't take it anymore, couldn't hold back his tears. He shouted directly at Henneth, "I don't need that kind of kindness from you dirty bourgeois." Henneth asked back, "What kind of words are you talking about? You got infected by the gorilla next to you." Suddenly someone shouted loudly, found the name of the student from before. Henneth and Rudd turned to look at it at the same time. Rodrich pointed at Rudd, then enthusiastically introduced Abel with a cold face. Look, Abel, that's the student you're talking about. Then the two of them walked to Rudd's dining table. The other students noticed their actions, and immediately started chatting. Those were the presidents. Oh, really, that was the 2 Vian 2-2 Association, Moon Image. Rodrich spoke up and said, hello, juniors, that was an impressive match. I'm Rodrich Hissing, the president of the Posthumous Association. Rudd also introduced himself, I'm Rudd Donatos. His eyes exuded doubt, silently thinking in his head, Heavenly Palace Rodrich, and Lunar Shadow Abel, I didn't know anything about them in my previous life. When I started working as a dragon slayer, they had already died in the battle with the 7 dragons. Rodrich smiled friendly, pointed behind him and said, this guy is Abel Goai, as you can see, he is a bit shy. Abel had a cold face and spoke, I am not shy at all. Rodrich replied, just kidding. Henneth stood up and introduced himself, I'm Henneth Hapun Li A. Balak conveniently grabbed a plate of chicken cakes full of buds, also spoke, I'm Balak Steros, nice to meet you. Henneth froze at Balak's recent actions. Then she grabbed his hair and shouted loudly, hey, are you crazy, so rude? Rodrich laughed heartily and continued, yes, you two are also very wonderful. Henneth suddenly remembered something. She said, is it okay if I ask, what are those 2 Alpha Nu Eta doing in the student cafeteria? Rodrich replied, we are former students of this academy, because we suddenly remembered the days of eating and drinking here, so let's come. Henneth continued to ask, then, is it possible that Liana is also here? No. Rodrich replied, Sister Liana returned as soon as the fencing lesson ended. She said there was no need to stay any longer. Henneth looked gloomy, said sadly, is that so? Rodrich happily continued, don't be so disappointed, she will visit a re-TM again soon, by the way. Rudd, Abel praised you a lot, he said you were the type of person he really needed in the guild. He walked up to Rudd and whispered. Abel's face was as cold as money, his working style was also hasty. He slapped his hand on Rodrich's shoulder and got straight to the point, stop wasting time, Rodrich, you are Rudd Donatos, right? Do you know who I am? The male protagonist replied, he was a dragon slayer ranked 4th in the personal list, and was the guild leader, ranked 2nd in the Moon Shadow. Abel sighed and emphasized one thing, so you know me very well, but remember, we are ranked 2nd, because we have processed the information, not because we are weaker than the first-ranked guild. Rudd smiled and replied, okay. Abel continued, let's get straight to the point, I watched your match, it was quite impressive. Rudd silently thought to himself, since there's no way to avoid this, let's just pretend to be a genius. Then he hesitantly replied, well, I'm good, a self-affirming statement. This from the male lead made Henneth a bit surprised. Abel said frankly, I like your confidence, and so, I want to make an offer to you. Do you want to join the Moon Shadow Society, right after graduation? Henneth let out a loud sound, quite surprised. The male lead thought in his head, good suggestion, but he wondered, wasn't recruiting like this illegal, why did he have to go this far? Abel explains, if the target is a talented person, then usually, people will not follow that rule. You are a genius with great potential, someone like you needs a big stage to show off. I assure you, the Moon Shadow will provide you with such a perfect stage. The male lead coldly refused to answer, apologizing, but, I haven't chosen a guild yet. In his mind he secretly thought, a guild as big as Moonlight supporting me, that's a good bet. However, it wouldn't be a good idea to join a guild where I can't freely do what I want. Rudd continued, instead, I want to make a deal. Rodrich smiled excitedly, and Abel did not laugh or joke from beginning to end. He frowned and asked Rudd, what? Rudd said his condition, can you find someone for me? It's my brother, who survived the disaster 10 years ago. Abel replied, a survivor of the disaster 10 years ago, it's quite difficult. If I help you, what will I get? Rudd smiled and replied, has a good relationship with me. Abel thought in his head, well, having a good relationship with someone with such a brilliant, bright future is not a bad idea. Then he decided, okay, I hope that our good relationship will develop even further. Rudd said with a smirk, I hope so too. Then the two of them, Abel and Rodrich, left. Henneth looked at their backs and said with a sigh of relief, as if he had just faced a tornado, are all high-ranked people like that? Balak replied, unlikely. Henneth pointed at the letter in his hand, looking excited and said, anyway, turning down an invitation from a big guild, if you're that confident, it seems like you've received a pretty good letter. The male lead bewilderedly asked, "Which letter?" Kenneth replied, "Come on, I'm talking about the letter the professor gave out after class." Rudd remembered, he replied, "Oh yes," he thought to himself, "because of that sudden request I completely forgot, the letter related to the evaluation of the first fencing lesson." The letter evaluated the first practice session. It seemed like his results in his previous life weren't very good, but he opened the letter and thought. Rudd muttered under his breath, now realizing he hadn't seen it yet. Kenneth put his hand on his chin and let out a groan. She confidently said, "No need to look at it, I'm sure it's all good things, a few words, making your family proud." Rudd thought in his head, "She doesn't like what I said about her brother." Balak also thought, "That's right, she also has a sister, it seems like she's in a coma." Balak turned around and asked, "What kind of person is your brother, Rudd?" The male lead replied, "Kind to the point of stupidity." "Yeah, my brother is really stupid, even though he's an undefeated dragon slayer, he's having a hard time winning against his incompetent younger brother. He worked hard until the end of his life, he was also very strong, someone like me cannot compare to him." Balak comforted Rudd, "If he's that strong, then I'm sure he's still alive, don't worry too much." The male lead smiled optimistically and replied, "Yes, probably so." Kenneth looked sideways, smiled wryly and said, "Well, but why don't we open the letter?" Then the three opened the envelope at the same time. Kenneth confidently charges, "Let me read first: good combat sense, fierce strategy to penetrate opponents, and use appropriate skills, has the potential to become an excellent combat mage, as expected." Next comes Balak, "To me, high-level martial arts, strong physical strength, perfect body, fierce strength and good reflexes, beautiful muscles." The male lead wondered, what was that last thing? Balak blushed embarrassedly and replied, "The professors really pay attention to details, Professor Claire is really great, she really knows how to describe." Suddenly, Kenneth changed his state, his hand clenched his fist, his eyes set angrily. "What nonsense," Balak replied, "my muscles are beautiful, so much so that the professor had to admit it." It was Rudd's turn to read, but he couldn't see anything. Kenneth immediately asked, "What are you waiting for?" She quickly grabbed the letter from Rudd's hand and said, "Give it to me, let me see." Kenneth's eyes widened, her mouth was open, full of surprise and surprise, muttering, "What is this?" Scene changes to the council office. Rudd knocks on the door, a professor speaks, "Come in." Rudd politely says, "Excuse me." Then he sat in the chair facing the professors. Professor Arthur put his hand on his chin and ignored me. "I finally came." "Come sit down, are you comfortable at the academy?" The male lead was a bit cautious, he replied, "Oh yes." Miss Claire smiled friendly and asked the male lead, "Rudd, do you want coffee, do you want to eat?" Professor Daniel walked over and gently advised the male protagonist, "Rudd, it's still cold outside, you should wear more warm clothes." What a cold reminder, his face was stiff. Only Professor Damien remained silent, his face as cold as money. Rudd frankly asked, "Yes, professors called me here to choose a consultant, right?" Professor Arthur replied, "Yes, you probably know the meaning of the symbol in the letter." After the practice session, new students are assigned to a professor suitable for them. In some cases, students are contacted directly by the professor, and the signature is the symbol for that. Professor Damien spoke, "It's rare to be contacted by all the professors." Claire explained, "Rudd, this means, you have great potential, my professors all respect students' opinions, so don't worry, we are all experts." The male protagonist silently thought in his head, White Swordsman, Daniel Gold, Wild Dog, Claire Ghost Mountain. Predator, Damian Grace, Thunder Spear, Arthur Jin Tun, they are all good teachers but... He looked up at Professor Daniel and thought to himself, in his previous life, that professor chose and taught him swordsmanship. Then called out, "Professor Daniel Gold, I really want to learn swordsmanship from the professor." Hearing that, Professor Daniel was as happy as opening a flag, giggling in response, making a very wise decision. Rudd, this choice of Rudd made the remaining professors a bit disappointed, some of them looked gloomy. The person put his face down on the table. Rudd continued to talk to Professor Daniel, "But I have one condition. The professor must accept you as a student directly." Professor Daniel slammed his hand on the table, startling the other professors, making them more alert and their faces becoming serious. Asking the male lead, "Rudd, do you understand what a direct student is?" Rudd replied with a question, "As far as I know, the Heavenly Duke still doesn't have a successor, right?" The Heavenly Strike, an ancient mana swordsmanship and technique used to slay dragons, is passed down to only one person per generation. In his previous life, Professor Daniel was a student of a legendary swordsman, and his brother's professor, meaning, his brother was the next successor. Professor Daniel answered Rudd's question, "Yes, but how do you do it?" Daniel secretly thought to himself, "Of course I want him to be the next successor, but I intended to ask him later, but I didn't expect him to be the one to mention it first." Then gently asked Rudd, "Can you tell the professor why you want that position?" Rudd answered frankly, "I wanted strength, because when I was weak, dragons killed my friends and family. If I were stronger, I could have saved them. From now on, I don't want to see the person I love die right in front of me anymore." Professor Daniel remembered the events in the past. He asked himself, if he was stronger, would they still be alive? His sister and Professor Daniel were in a hurry to run away from something when he was young. His brother urged him, "Professor Daniel, stand up, Daniel." Suddenly a foot appeared. Professor Daniel was still lying on the ground. His sister screamed, "No, Daniel." After that, she rushed forward to shield Professor Daniel from the monster's long snout, and then whatever happened. A trail of blood shot out. Professor Daniel thought to himself, no matter how much pain a person has endured, if the reason that person wants to get stronger is simply revenge, then that person is not worthy to become the next heir of heaven's mission. But if it's to protect someone important to them. After a moment of careful consideration, Professor Daniel said, "Yes." This surprised the other professors. Professor Daniel added, Rudd, from now on I'm your direct student, but what if professors teach and supervise you, Rudd?" This question made Rudd extremely confused. He panicked and said loudly, "What?" Professor Daniel stood in front of the other professors and spoke loudly, "Rudd is very talented. If we just let him learn swordsmanship it would be a waste. To develop his potential, we have to try everything. Rudd quickly stood up to protest Professor Daniel's opinion. "No, learning from a professor is hard enough. How can I learn from a professor at the same time? This is not fair to my friends." Another Professor Arthur stroked his beard, nodded his head and said, "No, this idea is okay. To destroy all dragons, we need a good dragon slayer. To create such a person, it's a bit unfair. It's okay." Rudd still protested fiercely. He said, but suddenly stopped. The male lead silently thought to himself, why would a professor who is famous for being difficult and conservative allow such a risk? Professor Arthur sighed. He anticipated the situations that would happen. There would be complaints, but what could the students do other than blame their own incompetence? Miss Lai Ro raised her hand to vote in agreement, shouting loudly, "I agree, completely agree." Professor Damien also spoke, "Hey, if Arthur agrees." Professor Daniel patted the male lead's shoulder and gently said, "Rudd, this is just the professor's suggestion. No matter what you choose, the professor will respect your decision." The male lead secretly pondered whether he could become the successor of Heaven's work while being taught by other professors. What if someone else's opportunity disappears because of you? This can greatly affect your future. A knight can fight dragons. A knight can prevent disaster from happening soon. So that everyone doesn't have to wait too long, Rudd said, "Please take care of me." In his heart, he cherishes many future ambitions. "I must ensure everyone's future. To do that, I must overcome my own limits. And become stronger at any cost. Having come to this, I will become the knight this world needs." Leon's cursing sound resounded miserably. She hugged her stomach, her legs trembling as she dragged her body back to the room. Her eyes were cold. She gritted her teeth, silently thinking in her heart, "That damn professor, does she have some grudge against me?" 2 hours ago in the teacher's gym lobby, Professor Claire and Leon were also chatting about something. Claire just cracked her knuckles. Her mouth cheerfully said, "Leon flag Rai from now on, the remedial class is part of your punishment. Your self-control course will begin." Leon was surprised. "Yes, self-restraint." Claire said, "If you understand, then get into position. If you stand outside this area, it will be troublesome if you die." Having said that, she jumped up and rushed towards Leon. And the end result was, Leon felt so miserable, his whole body trembled, and he muttered, "Oops, it hurts." She blamed the male lead, thinking to herself, "That bastard Rudd is so annoying. That guy snitched on me, because I beat him. It's true that I was wrong in misunderstanding, and accidentally hit him, but just because of that, I had to clean up, become a punching bag in the name of remedial class. Even being scolded, damn it." Thinking about this, Leon angrily vomited blood, bowed his head, darkened his face, clenched his teeth. Tears fell down onto his clenched hands. At that moment, the male main character was passing by and witnessed this scene, he sidestepped, wondering to himself, did I see wrongly? He's always so cool and sharp, to the point where I think he's not human. Is he crying, always cursing, trash, he has tears too. Rudd muttered under his breath, thinking about it, what happened to the captain of the Dragon Star team? In his previous life, Leon was a normal child before the death of his foster mother, his adoptive mother. At that time, he was also an immature child, and his relationship was not very good, so there was no such thing, there was no reason to hit me, circumstances had turned this 17-year-old child into a monster. The person who made the 17-year-old child cry. I didn't snitch or attack first, but why does everyone say I'm guilty? The male lead felt uncomfortable and frustrated in his heart, because of the noise. He gritted his teeth and said, what a shame. Then he boldly walked out and asked why he was sitting in the middle of the street crying. Leon was startled and looked at the male lead. She clenched her hands together, then stood up fiercely and cursed him and her in the face. You bastard, you snitched on the professor just because of that little conflict. Do you know what I had to endure because of you? And weren't you the one who was rude first? Rudd gave the handkerchief to Leon and said softly, sorry. Leon was shocked and surprised by the 2 words of apology that came out of Rudd's mouth. She asked again, what did you say? Rudd sheepishly scratched his head and ears, not daring to look Leon straight in the eyes, and replied, I'm sorry for being rude back then, and I went a bit too far. And I'm not the one to gossip, okay, I'm also very embarrassed. When the rumor spread, my friend was the one who revealed it in front of the professor. Leon received Rudd's handkerchief, she silently thinking, will he apologize? No, that's not important. Leon used all his internal strength to forcefully blow out his snot. The male lead's face grimaced a bit. Leon asked Rudd, do you think that's enough to calm me down? Rudd retorted, I didn't tell you to blow your nose like that. Leon grabbed it and shouted, I will wash it and give it back to you. Then seriously answer the main issue. I misunderstood first, so I accept the apology, but I will not ignore it, if you continue to bother me. Rudd used his fingers to pick at his armholes. His face coldly replied, okay, I will avoid you as much as possible. He secretly thought to himself, he will be stronger on his own. Without my help, he will also acted alone in the past. Leon finished speaking and turned to leave. She called back to Rudd and said hello. The male lead made a puzzled face and asked again, what? Leon turned around and scolded him, it was okay for me to say hello. Rudd was stunned. At this loud voice, he sighed and thought to himself, he had never seen him like that before. Leon walked away muttering, I understand, and then did something I would never do. It doesn't mean make friends. Suddenly, Rudd appeared from behind her and asked, what are you doing? Leon was startled and screamed. She asked Rudd, what, why are you following me? Rudd replied, I'm going this way too. Leon continued asking, where are you going? Rudd pointed to the right and replied, to Professor Hall A's practice room. Leon frowned in surprise. She replied, I went there too. Whenever the teacher decides, the smile on the male lead's lips disappears and he becomes speechless. Then he pushed open the classroom door and walked in, his face filled with discomfort, thinking to himself, impossible. Professor Daniel spoke, I was waiting for you two, to come together. Rudd asked curiously, Professor, is Leon in the same class as me? Professor Daniel happily replied, yes, I suggested it. Rudd was surprised and shocked. Mouth said, no way, thinking in his head, Claire was Leon's advisor at school in his previous life, since Leon was the adopted daughter of the captain of the Dragon team, a professor, swordsmanship, complementing his weak grappling ability, he would be a safe choice, but why? Leon asked Rudd with a sullen face, what, are you dissatisfied with something? Rudd denied, no, that's not it. Do you intend to learn grappling? This is necessary if facing a dragon man. On top of that, since you use a single sword, it becomes. At this time, the male lead was extremely excited and enthusiastic. He shared, during the actual combat, I saw him in the actual combat class, he was an excellent swordsman, so I guess, if combined with martial arts, it would be better. Professor Daniel also agreed with this. He smiled and said, yes, grappling techniques are the perfect choice, to shorten the distance when attacking with a sword. Leon stroked his chin, making a reproachful face. She said to Rudd, I'm a bit annoyed that you're watching me so closely, but, it doesn't sound bad. Rudd vomited blood when he heard this. He was grumpy, hey, follow the monkey. Leon questioned the male lead, why did you do that? Are you planning to badmouth me in front of the professor? Rudd denied this. He said loudly, no, you're talking nonsense. Leon smiled meaningfully. she affirmed, you are not the only smart one. Rudd held back the anger in his heart. He thought to himself, I can't keep being turned around like this. Has this kid always had such a bad temper? Leon put this nonsense aside, she said. Leave it. So what are you going to say? Rudd replied, I think you were assigned by Professor Claire, instead of Professor Daniel. Hearing the word Claire, Leon became angry, his face full of anger, and shouted loudly, specify what? I have never had it. Even if I was assigned, do you think I would go to that evil professor who beats her students like dogs in the name of self-restraint? I wouldn't go there, even if I die. Rudd thinks in his head, the future has changed again. In the past, Leon's advisor at school was Claire, and they had a good relationship, but now they are like enemies. This is Professor Daniel's plan. But the reason is because of me, isn't it? Professor Daniel said, come on, let's talk about that later, we should start class. Before we enter the classroom, let the professor briefly explain to you too. Swordsmanship is a profound subject, because it requires enduring pain like broken bones, starting from simple moves, and achieving perfect swordsmanship. Of course, the two games already have an excellent foundation, so there's no need to get too caught up in theory, but there are still thousands of moves, so you have to experiment for yourself, and find what suits you best. And practicing properly will provide experience. Through self-control classes. Now, are you two ready? Leon and Rudd frowned, and thought together in their heads, in the end, he still wants us to beat him. After a long time, Professor Daniel announced that today's class was over. Leon and Rudd lay on the ground, miserable, without any strength or physical strength left. Professor Daniel announced that from now on, we will have both group and individual lessons at the same time, just like today. Have a nice weekend, see you next week. Having said that, the professor happily walked up the stairs, whistling and humming the song as he walked. Rudd grimaced and said, damn, I thought at least the two of us could protect ourselves. Lee reminded the male lead, hey, I told you to be careful with your words, why do you keep throwing out those curse words? Rudd compares, if you were a mercenary like me, you would curse the same way, and be beaten so much, but you don't feel angry at all. Leon scratched his head and replied calmly, not really, why should I be angry when we lose? Because the truth is that the two of us are not strong enough, besides, it's because of us that we need to learn, I'm still weak. You should also know that Professor Daniel is a very easygoing professor. When you practice with Professor Claire, you'll know how humane those slashing attacks were. Rudd rested his head on his hand, eyes closed, looking very enjoying himself. He told Leon, stop talking about this. Leon wondered, what's wrong, do you feel guilty? Rudd jumped up, his face full of joy and vitality. He said, I'll go first. Leon asked in bewilderment, where are you planning to run to? If you feel sorry, quickly teach me grappling techniques. Rudd grimaced and said, what, why so sudden? Leon pulled Rudd's hand back. She made a face and said, you're the one who said my grappling techniques are still lacking and there are rumors that your close combat techniques are great, so, teach me I go. The male lead waved his hand, he frowned, refused, why should it be me, go ask the professors. Leon's eyes filled with tears, his pitiful appearance replied, it's time to learn swordsmanship, I don't even have enough, so if you teach me it will be more convenient. Besides, I'm tired of being beaten up by Professor Claire. Leon cried, pulled his pants and shirt, and Rudd pleaded. Then her eyes sparkled at him. Rudd finally had to surrender to her cold face. He let out a sigh. He said, hey, okay, I understand, now let me go. Leon received this signal, smiled widely, and said happily. Rudd quickly left the practice room. Leon reminded him, really, remember to keep your promise. Rudd replied in a low voice, I already told you. He scratched his head, grimaced, thinking to himself, the differences between this life and my previous life constantly caught me off guard. I couldn't even refuse her offer, again. It's definitely not because I find her cute, after all, she's one of the important people. If I get closer to her, it should be okay, right? Wait, this is a good opportunity, yeah, let's take this opportunity to repay the debt I owed her from my previous life. This is all your fault, asking me to teach you that grappling technique, I will make you regret it. The Dragon Slayer, a Ri-Tium, is located in the capital to prepare and Pai, in the heart of the continent, a powerful Dragon Slayer warrior, representing the strength of an entire nation. Therefore, the imperial family spared no effort to support him, and most of the students who graduated from a Ri-Tium were sought after by the Royal Association. Most of the facilities at the academy are built in a modern style. However, students will definitely be dissatisfied with this boring life, because they can only move within a limited space, which is why students are allowed to freely walk around the capital, on weekends, and major holidays. Henneth was carrying the book. She said loudly, "Hey, are you guys going to keep being so polite? I told you I was very busy today." Rudd and Balak trailed behind, looking so reluctant. Rudd said softly, "I had planned to sleep all day." Balak also closed his eyes and sighed and replied, "Me too, my hands need to rest." Henneth shouted loudly in reproach, "There's still a lot to go over at the hospital. You two can't sleep through all the holidays we've had in the past 4 years." Rudd replied frankly that sleep, after all, was a reward, worth more than carrying her load. Henneth angrily walked closer to him and reminded him, "Stop complaining, I will buy you expensive food later, try to bear it." The male lead deputy put his things in Balak's hands. He said, "There's no way." Balak asked with a bewildered face, "Rudd, Henneth asked you to hold it, why did you give it all to me?" Rudd asked Balak, "Do you have money with you?" Balak answered, "Of course not." Rudd gave Balak a sideways, "Then take it." At this time, Henneth hurriedly ran into the grocery store. She said loudly, "I have to buy some things." Balak muttered, "This coin really broke the heart of a poor person like me." Henneth shouted loudly, "Stop babbling, go quickly." After a long day of eating pin, Henneth also felt satisfied. She happily said, "This is probably enough, let's go eat." In front of them was a royal looking quite luxurious. It seems that Henneth is a regular customer here. As soon as she entered the door, the receptionist immediately recognized her. They bowed, "Hello Lady Henneth Harpolya. Let us take you guys to the table." The inside of the restaurant is decorated entirely with shiny metals and gems. Rudd looked around and said softly, "Is this a restaurant or a palace? What a waste." Balak didn't seem to have anything unusual. Rudd immediately thought to himself, "Why are you so calm? Are you planning to prove that you're both bourgeois?" Henneth saw the male lead standing there dumbfounded and asked, "What are you still doing? So, please sit down." Rudd's face turned pale. He was extremely confused. "Why are there so many forks? I've never been to places like this before." The waiter walked over and politely said, "Please order." Henneth looked at the menu and started to feel lethargic. "Giving us the same portions, with carbonated water?" Balak spoke, "Henneth, I want to eat a lot of meat." She immediately told the waiter, "Get it for him, 600 grams, venison steak." Balak's eyes lit up as he continued, "I want to eat a lot to replenish my muscle, which I use to help you carry things." Henneth grimaced and reminded, "Hey, just eat and drink moderately." At this time, Rudd was still sitting and watching the men's food. He was surprised and thought to himself, "What a dish worth 500,000 rupees, this is enough for me to eat for a month." He asked, "Hey, why are the things here so expensive?" Henneth smiled friendly and replied, "Today you worked very hard to carry things for me, so this is what you will receive. If you want to order anything else, just let me know." Balak heard that and immediately added, "Henneth, before I could express my wish, Henneth stopped him, "So shut up, I already ordered a steak for you, a freeloader like you, stop being so thick-faced, is it possible? Balak is close to the hills, but I also help you carry your things." Henneth frowned and shouted, "Shut up." A moment later, the waiter brought the food. He politely said, "Here is your food. Wishing you a delicious meal." Looking at the dishes on the table, Rudd couldn't help but be shocked and surprised. Complimented the Balak plate, "It's so delicious, its taste is not inferior to our family's exclusive chef, but this is not enough, I think we should order more." The steak knife rushed toward the Balak. Henneth angrily shouted, "I told you to shut up." Balak was sweating in fear. She turned to ask the male lead, "Rudd, what do you think, do you like it?" She pointed at the dishes and urged him to try this dish. "As for the other dish, I've tried it before," Rudd shyly replied, "Ah, thank you." While chewing a piece of steak, he silently thought to himself, "People who have eaten expensive dishes will definitely notice the difference. For a mediocre eater like me, every dish is the same." Also, after the last time she talked about her brother, for some reason, I could feel her excessive kindness. To be honest, it was a bit overwhelming. "Because in my previous life, you and I were more like sworn enemies than friends." In his previous life, Henneth mercilessly cursed the male lead, "Rudd, stupid, ignorant guy. I told you to destroy the Earth Dragon first, how strong are you to let it go on a rampage and then make me pay for all this expensive equipment?" Rudd scrunched his face and shouted back, "Damn it, I'm still avoiding the meal, are you stupid or something?" Henneth was extremely angry, bared his teeth and growled, speaking in a harsh voice, "Stupid, you can still eat, after causing all that trash, you are even more stupid than an idiot." Returning to the current situation, the male lead thought to himself, even though he was angry, it was better to see her true face. I don't like the fact that she always puts on this appearance. Then he answered, Henneth, towards Balak. Henneth's attitude changed 360 degrees, appearing quite annoyed and disdainful. She grabbed his wrist, her face darkened and she gritted her teeth, thinking in her heart, "Hey, dickhead, don't move anymore. I told you not to order. After eating all that silver, what else are you going to put in that throat? The nutrients of the things you eat go right into your muscles, but forget about your brain, or does your brain not have any wrinkles at all, because it's also made from muscle?" Balak looked bewildered. Henneth threatened, If you use it on the menu one more time, I will cut off your hand and make it into a dish for you to eat." Hearing that, Balak shrank back. Henneth immediately turned around when talking to our male lead. She asked, "What did you just say, Rudd?" Rudd replied, "No, nothing, I just want to thank you for treating me to such a delicious meal." He thought to himself, nostalgia is a scary thing, although not very comfortable, but being treated well by her, it's still better than before. Just keep quiet. Henneth smiled shyly and replied, "It's nothing." Balak's face was heavy, his eyebrows were light. Eating a dry meal was so miserable. He said softly, "Rudd, this discrimination makes me so sad." Rudd replied, cheer up." Henneth gritted his teeth and asked, "Who was sad?" Balak gingerly replied, "Nothing." The male lead was a bit impatient. It's almost 8 o'clock. Wait, 8 o'clock, there seems to be something left. At this moment, he suddenly remembered his promise to Leon, "So see you at 8 o'clock, can you help me practice at 8 o'clock? Rudd asked permission for the two of them to leave early. That's right. After that, he quickly walked back to the academy's practice room. Leon stood with his arms crossed, feeling quite uncomfortable because there was no one in the room. He frowned and said loudly that he was late. She stood and stomped her feet on the floor. "Close your eyes and think in your head, it's already 5 minutes past 8, why hasn't he come yet? He is the first friend I can talk to normally, different from me, he seems to have a lot of friends, sometimes he even forgets the promise." Leon sullenly waited for Rudd to come, and a moment later he also appeared. He asked, "Oh, you're here." Seeing Rudd, Leon suddenly smiled, completely happy. Then she sighed and made a sullen, reproachful face. "You're late, don't you know you have to arrive at your appointment 10 minutes before?" Rudd scratched his head, smiled wryly and said, "I see, I'm sorry." Leon asked, "What did you eat before coming here?" Hearing that, Rudd sniffed his shirt and thought to himself, "Do I stink?" Then he replied, "I just ate a few dishes with my friends in the capital." Leon asked again, "Did you say inside the capital? Did you mean outside the academy?" The male lead just took off his outer shirt and answered, "Yes. My friend treated me to a meal." Leon said with a heavy face and slightly annoyed eyes, "I understand." She muttered under her breath, as expected he was someone with a lot of friends. The male lead happily prepared for today's lesson, on grappling techniques. "Now, let's start with the basic leg movements." Leon's mind was still filled with the story of the capital, unable to focus on practice. She said, "I've never been to the capital but." Rudd frowned uncomfortably. He slowly walked out the door, muttering, "Hey, damn." Seeing that, Leon quickly said, "Okay, let's begin, let's practice our grappling techniques." Rudd replied, "Let's go next Saturday." Leon asked again, confused, "Huh?" Then she rushed down the stairs. The male lead coldly said, "If you want to come that much, then go visit the capital." Leon's eyes lit up, his expression extremely excited. She asked again, "Is that true?" Rudd smiled and asked, "Was it really that fun?" Leon tried to control his emotions. She pretended to answer, "No, it's because you invited me to go." Rudd joked back, "So let's stay." Leon quickly replied, "No, I will go." The male lead made a decision. "Okay then, now let's do the warm-up exercises. You said you wanted to learn?" Leon excitedly replied, "Of course. Oh, by the way. Is there a lot to see in the capital? I heard there's a lot of delicious food there." That's right, what should we eat when we get there?" Questions flooded in about Leon dread Rudd's curiosity. Headache. Leon continued to ask, "Where are you and your friends going today? What have you been playing lately? Last time I saw something huge, I couldn't stand it anymore." The male lead threw a glove into Leon's mouth to stop her from asking again. Leon was startled, grimaced, and a little hurt. She shouted, "What are you doing all of a sudden?" The male lead coldly reminded, "That's enough, put them on." "Normally you talk so much." Leon obediently followed. She replied, "Well, normally my mother also scolds me, because of my habit of talking so much. Do you know her? My mother is the leader of the extermination team, Dragon." Leon started talking about the sea again. The male lead thought to himself in boredom, I can't believe that she is such a talkative person, I don't know how she did in her previous life to control it. A moment later, Rudd interrupted Leon's words and reminded her, then, that's all for small talk. Let's start with the expertise, the main content of this meeting. Rudd is the model, while doing so he speaks meticulously and in detail. The grappling technique I'm about to use is in the touch-and-go style. To be precise, this is a modified version that even normal people can use. You know that the style of touching is a crazy type of martial art. First of all, you have to rely on your appearance, right? That's why, I can only teach you a few forms of techniques, and fighting methods. And since Professor Claire uses mixed grappling techniques from across the continent, there is no set form or method to neutralize her, so the only way to stay is to receive at least more attacks, while delivering a fatal blow to her. Leon sadly wondered, it's always easier said than done, how can I take less attacks, when I can barely even defend myself? That's why I'm trying to teach you how to take less attacks. The male lead performed a technical piece that I just told Leon to look at. She watched without looking away, thinking to herself, I can't read the movements of that sentence, they are almost identical to the way a snake writhes. Rudd introduced, barbell, this is a movement technique, using only the toes. If you want to read this movement, it is very difficult because she only uses a small part of the leg muscles. Leon wondered, is this also a technique of touching Tero? Rudd replied, hey, it's mine, they fight with their whole body, they don't use things like this. Leon's eyes widened, she gasped and said, wow, you're a genius. Rudd smiled and said, try it. Leon slowly took one step at a time. She said, so, is this how you do it? After that, she did it skillfully and looked quite excited. The male lead thought to himself, someone like her is the genius, not me. It took me 2 years to design and develop this method, 1 year to refine it, and another year to master it. You can't call me a genius, when I have to do my best just to survive. A genius is someone who can keep up with 4 years of hard training in 4 minutes. Just like you and my companions in my previous life. Leon asked the male lead, what's wrong, am I doing the right thing? Rudd chuckled and replied. Still very messy. Rudd spread his legs. Leon immediately tripped without paying attention. She fell to the ground, her face contorted in pain. Rudd laughed happily. He reminded Leon, I told you to use your toes, I didn't tell you to jump, don't you think you should calm down? Then he laughed gloatingly, stood up and did it again, you idiot. Leon stood up, said bitterly, damn it. Rudd threatens Leon, if you want to learn it, you have to do it correctly, today I will make you practice until you die. Leon asked confusedly, are you really planning on doing that? Don't get in the way. It was late at night, the male lead returned to his room, after a long day of walking on the streets. He laid his back on the bed, mumbled, so tired, closed his eyes and relaxed. In my head I silently thought, luckily, everything is going very well, everything that is happening is not much different from my previous life. But things like relationships do. They are no longer the same as before, they have changed more than I thought. I don't know how much the future will be affected. No, originally because I didn't want anyone to die, it couldn't be the same as before, the future had to change. But, if I can, gather my companions again, and defeat the 7 dragons, I will definitely meet that bastard. To do that, I was forced to take on the role of my older brother. The first thing I have to learn is Heavenly Contemplation Technique. The scene shifts to the second practice session of the 2-member self-control class. Professor Daniel and the male protagonist are fighting with a wooden sword, all of his moves are blocked by this professor. Professor Daniel smiled, then kicked Rudd's sword away. Making him reel in confusion, his hands firmly grasped the sword again, examining it carefully. Sweat was pouring down his face, he thought to himself, this is trouble, that professor was joking around unexpectedly. And it doesn't look like he has any plans to lose. Daniel's speed and reflexes are very fast, he can block every move the male protagonist uses, and flashed a satisfied smile. Looking at Rudd's confusion. Professor Daniel was a little confused, should I change my fighting style here? Rudd frowned, gritted his teeth, and used his strength to push Professor Daniel's wooden sword away. He wondered why the professor was holding out his right here. Professor Daniel let go of the sword, clenched his fists, and threw a punch at Rudd. Rudd also put away his sword and quickly took a defensive stance. His cold eyes asked Professor Daniel, didn't we agree to only use swords? Professor Daniel chuckled and replied, I'm a very uncertain person. The male lead thought to himself, even if it was a fist fight, it would still be very difficult. He took the wooden sword and automatically retreated several meters. Professor Daniel was surprised and thought to himself, is he backing away like that, is he trying to seduce me? So I'll play with you until the end, show me what you've got. Professor Daniel smiled friendly, swinging his sword into a fighting stance. He started to rush straight at Rudd. Rudd put one hand on the floor, his leg slightly bent. He thought to himself, I will play in the standard way. Defensively, Rudd stood up, raised his sword horizontally, blocking Professor Daniel's move. This careful preparation caused the sword in Professor Daniel's hand to fly into the air. The second step is to counterattack. Professor Daniel is confused and distracted. Rudd attacks him. Rudd thought in his head, as its name suggests, the sky contemplation technique is a sword strike for protection. A defensive slash, blocking the enemy's attack, and a counter slash, blocking the enemy's attack. In my previous life, I only learned the sword technique of Tien Din to at least catch up with my brother, but true Tien Kong contemplation requires another factor, not the ultimate sword technique. Professor Daniel smiled and praised the male protagonist. Both his defense and counterattacks were so great that, without me having to point out anything else, he had extremely outstanding swordsmanship skills, as if learned right from the start. Rudd humbly replied, the professor kept saying that, but it was still easy to lock my station. Professor Daniel continued, it seems like you can start following a suitable training schedule right now. Rudd asked again in bewilderment, is the training progress appropriate? Professor Daniel gently explained that the sky contemplation technique is not only related to air control techniques, even those who are not successors can learn swordsmanship, but mana control skills can only be learned, passed on to successors, and only through learning this can one perfect the technique of observing the sky in the sky. Mana is an unrefined source of life. According to common sense, refined mana should be accumulated in the heart, the center of life, but heaven does not go in that direction. Instead, it draws on and uses external mana sources, in a unique way. Professor Daniel held out his arm to show Rudd the engraving of mana that was glowing like a diamond, then he continued, through this, the successor of the sky contemplation technique, controlling a huge amount of mana, was accumulated in a subspace, called the celestial spirit. The heart is only used as a conduit, not a repository. Speaking of the heavenly spirit, the male protagonist remembers the heavenly spirit, which was once on the back of his brother's hand. Professor Daniel concluded, therefore, its power and function are excellent. However, if the heart already has mana, then its function is only as an escape channel. You have not trained it yet, over any other mana control skill, right Rudd? Rudd replied, yes, I haven't. He thought to himself, in my previous life, the man control skill I used, was just a common type of alchemy. It was based on the circle of witch. If so, then this is the most important variable. I have never experienced it before until now. Professor Daniel suggested, it will be faster if you experience it yourself. Sit down, Rudd. The male lead does as the professor says. You sit down. Professor Daniel asked him, before that, you want to engrave the mark in where? Rudd pondered. After a while, he held out his right hand and replied, please engrave it here. Professor Daniel smiled and warned in advance, it will sting a bit. The professor then proceeded to carve mana. Blue-white light spread throughout the room. A moment later, Rudd felt the professor's warning. He gritted his teeth, frowned and thought, what the heck is that throbbing? It's as hot as burning on fire. 15 minutes later, the back of the male lead's hand also radiated a bright light like Professor Daniel's arm. Rudd was a bit unfamiliar. He raised his hand to the left and then to the right, muttering, this is. Rudd stared at the engraving on his hand. He thought in his heart, I could feel the pure mana overflowing. The inheritance is passed down from generation to generation over a long period of time. The achievements they achieved after a lifetime, the drain is now only information, mana flow and all that creates a sky, and it is a transparent sky. Suddenly Professor Daniel spoke, so it's you, kid. The male protagonist was startled back to reality. He opened his eyes and saw that Professor Daniel was calling his name. The professor smiled and asked how it felt to see the clear sky for the first time. Rudd answered honestly, that's great, Professor Daniel. With his predecessor's experience, passed on his experience to him. Mastering the skill of mana control for the first time was like having another organ on top of his body, so. It will take a long time for you to adapt to the way you feel and use your mana. What's impressive is that you've already figured out how to circulate mana. The male protagonist's actions surprised Professor Daniel. He thought to himself, not only is he enlightened, but he can also use mana taken from the gods, in just a few minutes. Who is this child? Professor Daniel's eyes widened and his mouth opened in surprise. The male protagonist was currently focusing on testing mana, he thought to himself. When he practiced alchemy, the circles around his heart symbolized mana levels. However, the level of the heavenly contemplation technique is expressed through the number of wings. The silk has 6 wings, the heavenly sword master has 7 realms, just like my brother once boasted to me. I'm just a little short of getting 8 wings, I have to work harder to get it. The male lead looked at the back of his hand. I thought to myself, and myself. Now there's one. Professor Daniel said gently, since the mark has now been engraved in his soul, not his body, that mark cannot be broken now, by any means, even if the mark dies, all memories as well as the power throughout their lives will be restored. Hearing that, Rudd thought in his head, but there were only 2 people who had a cognitive connection with the gods, only Professor Daniel and the immortal heavenly sword, who called him a brat. His brother was not among them. Therefore, if this mark is engraved on the soul, then there is still a possibility that the traces of his brother will still be preserved in the soul, even after regression. However, the example the professor gave me did not include an entity imprisoned in another dimension. Void Dragon, Slayer, the dragon that disappeared along with his brother, that was the only clue. While he was in a continuous flow of thoughts, a voice rang out and asked him, "Hey, why are you so late?" Henneth held the textbook in his hand, his face annoyed, blaming the male lead. Don't you know, every second we can use to teach this idiot is better. Balak put his hands in his pockets, chewing leisurely, mash a ripe, golden banana. Rudd reprimanded Henneth, we should finish the job on time, why don't you guys start first? Henneth struggled, frowning and replied, he thought, I have to let myself endure this jerk, what kind of alone? Balak was startled and spoke up to explain, I'm not an idiot. Henneth warned Balak harshly, with this condition, you will soon fail the exam, do you understand? Balak didn't pay much attention, he continued eating the second banana, he ate and talked, but it's strange, every hour of theory lecture I passed out. Wait, was it because someone used magic to affect my consciousness? Balak was stunned, his expression tense. Henneth and Rudd were too bored to speak. Henneth turned to ask the male lead, oh, by the way, how did the lecture with the professors go? The Balak was all messed up, he loudly told himself, I need to exercise my body, to have can defend against psychological attacks. Rudd replied coldly, it was normal, he thought to himself, except for the overly concerned attitude that the professor had towards him. Professor Arthur put his hands on his hips and chuckled, praising Rudd, just as I thought, you exceeded my expectations, you are truly unparalleled. Miss Claire also admired him and complimented him, oh my god, you created that movement technique yourself, why are you so good at this? Henneth happily said, normally, you attend all their lectures, while being discriminated against by others, nothing really happens. Well, for example, if you see Professor Damien, when he's not wearing a mask, I heard that Professor has a fear of getting dirty. The male lead replied indifferently, I'm not sure either. Back to an hour ago at the professor's office. Rudd and Professor Dominica were sitting at the tea table drinking water, he was bored and thinking in his heart, is today going to be like this again? The last lecture was like this, he didn't say anything for another hour. If I had known him in my previous life, I would have found something to talk about, but I didn't communicate much with him, so that's what I know. He was the first person to die among the staff and teachers. The male lead was sipping tea and examining the situation. Finally, Professor Damien was willing to open his mouth. He asked Rudd an unrelated question, did the cup of tea just suit his taste, making Rudd startled, because the space was extremely quiet. He hesitantly replied, why, what, it has a faint scent. Professor Damien continued, that's good, this is a me-pea tea variety, popular in the Empire, I also like it very much, enjoy this tea. The male lead reluctantly replied, ah, yes, looking at the cup of tea still on the table, he thought to himself, he didn't even move his lips at all. After that we fell into silence for the next 30 minutes, that's the end of the lecture. Rudd briefly summarized the meeting for Henneth by saying, nothing happened, we just drank tea. Henneth felt bored after listening, she sighed and said, hey, it's not interesting at all, then pushed the door open and walked in. Rudd asked about Balak, how about you, how was the lecture with the professor? Balak happily confided, I quite like Professor Claire, she is very strong and extremely respectable, she is one of the few people who can truly understand what the beauty of muscles is. Rudd stroked his chin, thinking back in his head, to think about his past life, the two of them, do they have a strange connection to each other, because they both have brains made of muscles? Henneth angrily recounted, for me it was the worst, I was able to study with a lecturer, because at that time there was no magic professor available. Do you know what that lecturer said? Henneth angrily slammed the showgirl down on the table, and in a loud voice, he said that fire magic was the ultimate ineffectiveness, and told me that I should learn other types of magic. He thought he will reach the limit, just because he is determined to follow a program. He is not even worthy of being compared to one toe of the white-flamed queen. Balak started to analyze, but Henneth, what the lecturer said was wrong. Don't you see that fire mages are extremely rare nowadays? Henneth angrily vomited blood, shouted loudly at Balak, "Hey, what do you know?" Rudd patted her shoulder to calm her down. He gently said, Okay, calm down. Besides, you can move too, transfer your lectures, if you find the lecturer so annoying. Henneth replied sadly, "It's no use, there aren't any fire magic instructors in the school." Rudd smiled and asked, "You're not sure there isn't any, right? Queen Bach DM can nominate herself as a lecturer and teach you." Henneth froze, not understanding anything, grimaced and asked again, "What the hell are you talking about?" Suddenly Jeremy appeared behind Henneth. He smiled and said, "Excuse me a bit." The male lead looked on with a cold face. Jeremy smiled full of friendliness. He spoke, "Hello, Rudd, we met at the opening ceremony, right? I'm Jeremy Du Vanla, Student Council President." "Are you having an argument with Henneth?" Henneth was surprised, widened his eyes and stammered, saying, hello. The male lead asked a profound question, "Did you investigate first or something?" Jeremy replied, "Because both of you are extremely famous, there's no way you two wouldn't stand out. When selected students hang out together, don't you think?" Henneth stood next to him, darkly looking at the male lead, speaking harshly, "Rude bastard." Jeremy continued, "And especially you, Rudd." He was the one who was chosen by all the professors to be his disciple. This even stirred up the seniors. They thought this was unfair. Rudd questioned Jeremy, "So you're here to represent all the seniors to complain to me?" Jeremy waved his hand in denial. He replied, "There is no way I would do that. I have nothing to complain about you. Professors also have eyes. They are not blind. They must have a own reason to do so. On the contrary, I'm interested in talented people like you. So this brings us to the reason I'm here today. Rudd, are you interested in joining the student council? We always need talented people like you." Rudd smiled meaningfully and then coldly replied, "I don't like being someone else's lackey." Jeremy persuaded him, "Don't be so strict, you won't be treated like a mercenary or anything." Rudd frowned, gritted his teeth, and looked quite angry when he heard Jeremy's last sentence. Seeing that, Jeremy scratched his head and hastily explained, "I only answered according to what I thought, but it seems I ran into a place I shouldn't have touched." Suddenly, his eyes widened as he looked at the male lead, showing pity, and continued to joke, "Such scars often appear on the body of mercenaries. He must have lived a difficult life, right?" Rudd reminded Jeremy, "You're poking your nose into other people's business too much, senior." Jeremy still looked straight, smilingly replied, "My hobby is playing detective. I know that you are a special student," and he came here to search for his brother's whereabouts. The male lead's face darkened, thinking to himself, "He's still as annoying as ever, with those eyes and that giggling tone, acting like he knows everything." Even in his previous life, his clarity earned him the nickname, the decision maker, among the dragon slayers, but I clearly understand the nature of this bastard. Although he doesn't necessarily have bad intentions, he is selfish, and with his self-righteous attitude, he must make decisions for the majority of people. The male lead spoke, "I don't like playing detective like you, but I also know something about you, that you pay attention to other people's business to the point of almost being useless. Or is it that you use your own intelligence to manipulate others, treating them like ants crawling in the palm of your hand?" Having said that, Rudd turned around and left. Jeremy looked a bit homely. He smiled and tried to act like he was fine, muttering, "Damn, I ended up being hated, but I was still very interested." "I'm interested in you," Rudd replied, "I know, because you're only interested in someone who is likely to become famous in the future. But I don't have any sympathy for you, Senior Du Vanla." Henneth smiled wryly and apologized on behalf of Rudd. "I'm sorry." He was a bit. Jeremy seemed generous and not accepting. He smiled and replied, "It's okay, I don't care." He looked at the open book on Henneth's desk, then felt guilty. "So you guys are studying? Sorry to interrupt your studying, I'll leave now." A moment later, Rudd returned. Henneth was angry, loudly scolding him, "What the hell is wrong with you? He is still the student council president." The male lead coldly replied, "Nothing good will happen, if you get involved with that bastard." Balak also agreed, "I could smell danger from him." Henneth put his hand on his chin and asked Balak, "What smell? What smell?" Balak answered honestly, "Everyone has a unique smell. I smell something very familiar from you and Rudd. Henneth pouted sarcastically, Bollock, are you really a wild animal? Rudd opened the book, and saw a note stuck in the book. On the paper it was written, be wary of Damian Grace. He gritted his teeth, angry in his heart, that crazy bastard. To give you some advice, that bastard is someone you should pay attention to instead of Professor Damian. In his past life, that bastard did countless crazy things, and made choices that he thought it was right, but he sacrificed the lives of countless people. In addition, Damian Grace was also the first person to die among the teachers. He was the first sacrifice of that bastard Jeremy. After all, Jeremy didn't kill Professor Damian. Before that, Damian committed suicide by holding a knife to his own neck. However, it was Jeremy who seduced him and took his own life. The reason is very simple. According to Mr. Tau Alpha's judgment, Damian is a danger to the Empire, and Damian's death has a great impact on the future series of events. This time, we have to stop it, before similar things happen. From now until that day, there's still quite a bit of time, but maybe, Jeremy has already put pressure on Damian. We shouldn't waste it, waste of time. A few people on the train chatted loudly. One person panicked and said loudly, really, I can't believe it. Leon reprimanded our male lead, why are you always so late, you don't have any concept of time. Rudd replied, haven't I already arrived? Leon said in an angry tone, haven't I already told you that arriving 10 minutes earlier is a courtesy? Rudd is also not the average person, he argued, the best courtesy is, I took my precious weekend time, to sit next to you, you know, Leon questioned, he is the one who invited me. Rudd showed his face and refused to give up, he said, the one who showed a pitiful face, like a crane in the rain, was her, arguing passionately. Suddenly the train stopped, Leon looked sideways, her face curiously called out, howling, we've arrived. Then he quickly ran out of the car, wandered on the road admiring the scenery, forgetting all about the luggage on the car, smiling happily, wow, this place is so fun. Rudd slowly got out of the car, helping Leon carry luggage. Leon saw quite a few soldiers on the street and immediately said, the Dragon Slayer Corps headquarters was also quite lively, but still not as many people as this place. So where are we going now? Leon looked excited and turned around to ask Rudd, in the role of a reluctant tour guide. The male lead had a cold face, no energy at all. He reminded Leon, who knows, okay, take care of your own luggage. Hearing that, Leon put on a pitiful face again, his eyes sparkling, his voice trembling and saying, what, luggage, you asked me to go with you, so you have to carry my luggage for me. Rudd scratched his head, had to accept carrying the luggage, he said, then let's go buy something first, all the kids I know, want to have fun. Leon boldly grabbed Rudd's hand, innocently saying, okay, then let's go buy new clothes. The male lead was a bit confused, he asked, why are you holding my hand, let go. Leon didn't know what to be shy about, she dragged Rudd away, running and explaining, that way, we won't get lost. Rudd grimaced and said, wait, why are you suddenly so strong? Oh goo, I broke my arm. The two entered a fashion accessories store. In here there were all kinds of clothes, skirts, bags, shoes. Leon stood blankly in front of the white dress she was wearing on the mannequin, muttering, oh, this dress is so beautiful. Leon turned to ask Rudd, what do you think? It's so beautiful in white. Rudd replied boredly, is that all she can say, miss? The waiter walked over and warmly asked Leon if he wanted to try it on. Leon immediately replied, yes. A moment later, Leon walked out of the fitting room. The waitress complimented her, oh my gosh, you look so beautiful wearing this dress. Leon immediately felt extremely happy, his nose was red and puffy. She asked again, is that so, really beautiful? Rudd stood dumbfounded, frozen for a moment. Then he said, and it was white. Leon said strongly, are you laughing at me, Miss DeNitt? I will take it. Rudd hurriedly urged her, that's enough, right, let's go quickly. Leon pulled the male lead's hand back, she happily said, wait, since you agreed to go with me, I will buy you something. Leon tried each outfit on the male lead's body to see if they looked good. His son's face was wrinkled like an ass, his mouth seemed indifferent. I don't need any pants. Leon didn't care, she said, he looks like it suits you, try it on. Rudd was confused but still had to follow. DeNitt showed me the way, please come this way. Leon thought to himself, what a strange name. The first time we met, he openly fought and showed hostility towards me. And then, he said he saw me cry, and sincerely apologized to me, and then sometimes he shows a sweet attitude. Even though it only happened by chance, most of the emotions he expressed were intuitive and real. Leon leaned his head against the wall and concluded, It seemed like he had mistaken him for someone else. At this time, the male lead also came out of the locker room, showering compliments. "Oh my god, this student looks really great." Leon stared without looking away, frozen for 5 seconds. She thought to herself, who is this? The person I used to hate. But now she looks like a star shining in the sky. Seeing Leon just standing there blankly looking at him, the male lead immediately spoke. He said some words that didn't go unnoticed at all. "What are you looking at? Didn't you tell me to buy it for me? Quickly give me the money." Leon frowned, gritted his teeth and went out to pay. As he walked, she muttered, "Look at the way he talked. I shouldn't have bought anything for him." In another situation, Rudd jumped up and down, walking back and forth looking at himself in the mirror, whistling and humming the song. It seemed like he was very excited because he had a new free outfit. After that, the two of them completed the procedure of filling their empty stomachs. Leon praised, "The food is really delicious, no wonder it's so famous." She stole a glance at the male lead, thinking in her head, thinking about it carefully. "This kid looks really good in this outfit." Rudd turned to ask Leon, "Why was he staring at me?" Leon was startled, as if he was caught cheating. She hesitantly replied, "No, it's nothing, I was going to buy that lunch for you. Why did you try to pay for it?" Rudd replied, "You already bought me clothes, you know, I'm not a thick-faced guy." Leon chuckled and said, "You are really strange." The male lead coldly replied, "No." Leon then stared at Rudd again. She seemed to be hesitant, but then still asked. He said that he had been a mercenary since he was young, so did he have any allies? Rudd replied honestly, "Of course I do." He thought to himself, "Although, that was when I was an active dragon slayer in my previous life, not a mercenary." Leon returned to the problem, started asking rambling questions. "I knew it, the person who lives with you in life and death must be close to you like family, trying their best to protect each other. Don't know. Do you have any unforgettable first loves with those people?" This question made Rudd raise his head and squeeze the paper he was holding. This attitude of his made Leon extremely scared. She pursed her lips tightly, her eyes were scared, thinking in her head, "I'm dead, am I asking too suddenly?" Rudd let out 3 blood and 6 bouts. He shouted loudly, "How could that be true? From the beginning, they were all mercenaries, there was no family. Do you think they would consider a child like me, their companion? Those bastards are experts at stabbing me in the back. Damn, you don't even know how much I've suffered." Leon covered her ears. She realized that she shouldn't touch this matter, replied softly, Okay, I didn't know that." Rudd was about to crush the paper in his hand. He frowned, muttering, "Why do you think I love those bastards? Seriously, you're spewing a bunch of nonsense." Leon said quietly, "I have never met anyone like you." Rudd frowned, annoyed and asked Leon again, "What time is it?" Leon spits in the male lead's face, "Look, you're a dirty personality, the one who skipped the only question. Always raising his eyes in disapproval, and constantly cursing every chance he got. But you're honest, and you're teaching me grappling techniques. Even now, you're looking at the travel brochure, to find where we should go next, right?" In short, he looked like a person who easily got angry. She laughed happily while talking, while Rudd mercilessly tore up the tourist advertisement. He took the attitude of taking the child away from the market, telling Leon, "I tried my best to come here with you, but, okay, forget it, I'm going home." Leon quickly used his hand to hit Rudd's back hard, loudly protesting, "No, we still have time." He turned around and looked at her with annoyed eyes, questioning her, "Damn it, why did you hit me?" Leon calmly explained that my mother had also said the same thing. Friendship is a relationship of support and mutual help. That is why I have changed my plans for today. The male lead didn't understand anything. He grumpily asked again, "What the hell are you talking about in broad daylight?" Leon replied, "It's outside the capital and quite far, but I want you to experience what a real family is like." Rudd's face turned white. He became restless and worried, muttering, Family, hey, don't talk to me." Leon put his hand on his chest, smiled and suggested, "Come to our house, the headquarters of the Dragon Slayer army. I will introduce you to my family members. This is the Siren City of the Butter Hybrid Kingdom. Thank you for using the teleportation portal." Then, the two of you easily arrived at Leon's house safely and quickly. Rudd sighed and asked Leon, "You know this is against the Academy's rules, right?" Leon's face was not afraid at all. She smiled and said, "If we don't get caught then it's okay, and we don't wear uniforms so we don't have to be afraid." Rudd questioned again, "Don't you think spending 6 million rubles in exchange for one use of the teleportation gate is very expensive?" Leon replied innocently, "My mother said, when you want to go home, just spend it, money as you like is fine. The answer left the male lead speechless. The male protagonist thought in his heart, the western land of the continent, Rin, the capital of the avocado hybrid kingdom. Even though the headquarters of the Dragon Slayer army was not located in the kingdom's capital, this was still a vibrant, luxurious city. In my memory, Rin is a dead city. A few years ago, this place was destroyed by the attack of 7 dragons. The broad destroyer core was also destroyed during that period. Leon stopped at a large and spacious villa. She cheerfully said, "It's my house." Rudd stepped inside. He admired the scenery and thought to himself, this place looked more like an aristocratic villa, rather than a guild headquarters. Leon happily smiled from ear to ear, loudly calling, "Uncle Iron." The uncle was currently pruning ornamental plants, heard the call, quickly turned his head to look, panicked and asked, "Miss Leon, what's going on? Is it your vacation already?" Leon politely replied, "No, I just wanted to introduce my friends to the guild members. Let's stop by for a bit." Leon's answer made him extremely shocked. He opened his mouth and thought to himself, "Friend, the lady finally has a friend, besides the Dragon Slayer army." This news was extremely shocking. Uncle Iron cried tears of joy. He loudly announced, "We will hold a party, we will hang banners right here, our lady finally has a friend." Then, realizing that this action was too outrageous, Leon quickly pulled Iron's shirt back and spoke up to stop him. "Please don't overdo it like that, it's too embarrassing." Uncle Iron calmed down. He scratched his head with a slightly embarrassed expression, gently said, "Look at my behavior, I'm so happy, so, anyway, please go inside first." Rudd asked, "Are you a lonely person with no friends? As far as I can see, it's not strange." Leon grimaced and replied angrily, "There's nothing funny. Don't make fun of me, you're so different from me." Rudd continued sarcastically, "What are you talking about? Just look at me like this." Not letting the male lead finish his sentence, Leon cursed him mercilessly in his face, "Damn you bastard, Rudd is so good, you are useless, why do you eat alone? Rudd, even your personality and his way of speaking is both terrible. Rudd, you don't have anyone as a friend, except me, right?" Rudd is speechless. He stroked his chin, thinking to himself, "Wait, so I'm also a lonely person without friends." Right now the people in the house cheered because of Leon's appearance. "Oh my God, Our Lady, I'm really back." They gathered around the male lead, jostling and pushing to see his face clearly. Everyone's eyes lit up. They began to talk excitedly, asking questions. The guy behind was her friend. "Hey, so handsome, what's your name, miss? Did you use money to hire him? Just tell the truth, is your life in danger?" Leon appeared and pushed all the fluid away. She shouted loudly, "Don't come too close. Those people are so mean, sis, just tell them." Leon's pink-haired sister explained with a smile, "Because everyone was happy to see me again." The 8th-grade teenager spoke, "Young lady, looks like she's taller now." The male lead stood still, his face as cold as ice without any expression. He said, "Although this was the first time I met the members of the Dragon Slayer army, they gave me a very familiar feeling. I can understand why her personality changed 180 degrees after Rin was destroyed." Uncle Iron called Leon, "Miss, come to the living room quickly, the commander is waiting for you and, your friend is there." Leon asked again, "Living room, is there anyone in there?" Uncle Leon replied, "There is someone extremely close to you in there, lady." Leon knocked on the living room door. Then he opened the door and walked in. Leon's eyes lit up and he smiled happily and called out, "Mom." The commander of the dragon-slaying army, a goat Li Na Rai A, also Leon's mother, turned around to look, another face of surprise, loudly calling her name, "Leon." Then the two hugged each other. Leon's mother gently said, "Her baby is getting more and more beautiful." Suddenly her face turned gray, her eyes sparkled as she questioned Leon, but it seemed like it was still in the middle of the semester. "Why are you here? Not to mention you were suspended for hitting someone." Leon replied, "No way, I just want to meet Mom, and introduce my friends." Leon's mother screamed in panic, "Friend?" Leon frowned reproachfully. Even his mother reacted like that. Liana, the guild president, was sitting on the sofa enjoying tea. She smiled and spoke, hearing her hot-tempered daughter, "You, the kid who doesn't have any social skills, actually having friends is truly shocking." She was a bit dissatisfied and retorted, "And if the two of them saw an adult, they should say hello first, right?" Hearing that, Leon showed an unpleasant attitude, frowned and muttered, That old lady, she keeps coming to our house, because there is nothing to do." Rudd has a different attitude. "Brother, Bo respectfully, introduce yourself." "Hello, my name is Rudd Dina Good." Liana immediately recognized the male lead. My father smiled and said, is that the kid from the previous batch, one of the kids who deserves to be mentioned in the actual battle. How about it, Ha Pu Lee's second daughter, did you do well? Rud replied, no, she was very upset, because she thought the magic teacher was very bad this time. Liana giggled and replied, so, it's not that big of a deal, she'll soon meet a good teacher. Seeing the plate of cake on the table, Leon rushed forward, muttering, oh, here's the cake. Hey, Leon's mother, a goat Lena put her hand on the male lead's shoulder. With tears in his eyes, he asked me with emotion, your name is Rud, right? Thank you so much. Rud's face looked so reluctant, his soul was pouring out like a stream. He thought to himself, it's too much pressure. A goat Lena continued to confide about her daughter Leon to Rud, our daughter is a bit special, her sixth sense is extremely wonderful, she is also very sensitive to other people's emotions, furthermore, she can immediately understand other people, but she's not good at expressing it outwardly, so she can't make friends with anyone her own age. The male lead replied, ah, I understand. Leon's mother continued to confide, well, even she was a bit strong, remembering the last time the academy contacted her, because she broke her classmate's wrist. Leon innocently interrupted, Mom, it's him. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Mrs. A goat Lena stared at the male lead with wide eyes, scratched her head and said, what? Leon clearly explained the cause of the fight, but because he started the fight first, I think his bones are probably strong now, moreover, I also received punishment. Mrs. A goat Lena loudly called her daughter's name, Leon Rai A. Leon closed his eyes tightly, sweat pouring down. Her mother put her hands on her hips and questioned, did she teach you martial arts so you could bully those around you? The male lead quickly explained to Leon, no, she didn't bully me, I was the one who spoke without thinking first, that's why we fought. Mrs. A goat Lena coldly analyzed, that was no reason to hit someone, moreover, the child was still injured. Mrs. A goat Lena coldly analyzed, that was no reason to hit someone, moreover, the child was still injured. Leon cowered and did as her mother said, she looked at Rud in fear and said tremblingly, I'm sorry for hitting you. The male lead replied that this incident will end quickly, yes, it's okay. Leon's mother turned to criticize Liana again, honestly, she told her to take care of the normal students. Mrs. Liana, the president of the fire camp, put the teacup on the tray and calmly explained, I don't know anything about that, a goat Lena. The boy is absolutely not an ordinary student, I've seen him fight before, he plays with the innocent kid like a toy. Moreover, you also received a request from Abel, right? The male lead scratched his head a bit shyly. Mrs. A goat Lena was surprised for a moment, her face turned pale and she asked again, touching the thread, and the moonlight. Leon affirmed, that's right Mom, he's very strong, he even taught me grappling techniques. Rud spoke, but I already declined the invitation. Mrs. A goat Lena was surprised and suddenly said softly, oh, that's unbelievable. Is that true? She smiled and looked at the male lead with meaningful eyes. Then she spoke, as the commander of the Dragon Slayer army, and Leon's mother, she thought she needed to reconsider and see how strong he was. What do you think, Rud, want to show me your skills? Leon panicked when he heard his mother's proposal to fight, she shouted, what? The male lead smiled and smirked, thinking to himself, there are rumors that the commander of the Dragon Slayer army is a person who loves to fight, it turns out it's true, because this is a good opportunity for me to fight a slayer, dragons of high rank. So there's no reason for me to refuse. The male lead happily and confidently accepted the declaration of war, he said, I am very willing. The members of the Dragon Slayer army were talking amongst themselves, the woman looked worried and asked the man, what's going on? The man replied, don't ask me to explain, listen to your friend, the first lady brought it back, and the commander was about to fight. A new student, fighting with a third-rate Dragon Slayer, don't joke. I don't know how long he can last. I hope he won't get too excited and make a mistake. Under the ring, Mrs. A goat Lena loudly ordered everyone to go up, her subordinates replied, yes. Leon was in a very cheerful mood, not at all worried about his mother or Rud, she smiled and commented on the outfit the male lead was wearing, that outfit suits him quite well. I understand why, Mom lent you the uniform of the Dragon Slayer army, I hope you don't mind too much about it, and I'm sorry to bother you. The male lead warmed up his body while talking to Leon, he replied, I was grateful, it's not often that I get to fight a third-rate Dragon Slayer. Leon nudged the male lead's hand, she trusted him, in that spirit, remember not to die. Leon jumped up and down and said loudly, so try your best. She ran to her mother and whispered softly in her ear, telling her to remember to be gentle with him. Mrs. A goat Lena smiled confidently at the male lead. The commentator of the match spoke, Hey, hello spectators, are you all ready? The match will start now. Below the stands, everyone's wishes rang out, Okay, good luck, great fight. Mrs. A goat Lena raised the wooden sword and announced the rules of the match. Our weapons will be wooden swords, you can only use the mana in your body, and avoid attacking the solstice network. Furthermore, if you can use any means to hit me, victory will be yours. If you win, as the commander of the Dragon Slayer army, I will fulfill one of your wishes. I agree. What do you mean by argument? Now, is Rudd ready? Mrs. A goat Lena asked loudly. She was in a state of preparation to fight. The male protagonist also pulled out his wooden sword. Looking at Mrs. A goat Lena, she smiled confidently and replied, Anytime. Leon's mother smirked. Then, the two of them rushed towards each other. The moment sword meets sword, the male lead seems weaker, frowning, clenching his teeth, while a goat Lena's side smiles confidently, without much effort. Leon's mother brandished the sword. Stepping on Rudd's shoulder, he was quite surprised. Then she jumped up and launched an attack. The male lead refused to be weak, he turned around to avoid the attack. The blue-haired young man standing outside was a bit surprised and said to the girl next to him, Hey, I'm not mistaken, am I right? That kid blocked the commander's attack. A goat Lena's mother now has a different view of Rudd, she thought to herself, what a surprise. A 17-year-old young man, possessing unexpectedly proficient swordsmanship and perfect skills, compared to his technique, it is a pity that his physical strength is unmatched. However, at this moment, the wooden sword was almost close to Rudd's neck, he tried to use his strength to push it away, his expression extremely tense. Mrs. A goat Lena slashed her sword, thinking in her head, that's all he can do. Rudd couldn't exhaust her terrible strength, he fell to the ground. He frowned and thought, don't adults in this era know how to show mercy? There was Leon calling loudly, Oh my God, Rudd. Mrs. A goat Lena kindly asked the male lead, Are you tired? Rudd didn't answer, he grimaced. Then look at the other image of mana on the back of your hand and get up. Throws a sword towards Leon's mother. An amount of mana was released into her body, the movement was decisive, the speed was fast. Causing Mrs. A goat Lena to have no time to react and absorb all the mana. Leon's mother raised her wooden sword and combined her strength to resist the male protagonist's mana. And in the end, Rudd failed, the wooden sword broke into many pieces, he sat down on the floor. Mrs. A goat Lena has a few comments. Through the technique you were using, it seems like you have inherited the technique of observing the sky, right? I didn't expect that useless Daniel to have a disciple. Direct line. Rudd protested, he said loudly, It's no use, he is my master. Mrs. A goat Lena put her hands on her hips and laughed happily and said, Oh my God, are you sad? So don't just sit there, get up and avenge your master. Leon thought to himself, I know this guy is strong. But this was far beyond my expectations, I couldn't believe that my mother was so happy when fighting with him. So what is this feeling in my chest? Feeling suffocated, is this jealousy, being inferior? No, I can easily see through other people's feelings, but my own feelings. Leon stood there dumbfounded, looking sad and watching, match between mother and Rudd. Rudd stood up and responded to Mrs. A goat Lena, Revenge is natural, but I have already won this match, miss. Leon's mother put her hands on her hips, her face bewildered, her attitude bewildered. The male protagonist questioned, Didn't you just use mana to enhance the weapon? Mrs. A goat Lena grimaced because such a small thing was discovered by a kid. The whole room started to talk loudly, Really, Commander, I knew it would be like that. Mrs. Liana sighed and said yes, you idiot. The male protagonist stood with his arms crossed and smiled smugly as he asked, not to mention, the commander of the Dragon Slayer army would go back on his word. Mrs. A goat Lena smiled wryly, scratched her head and her ears, hesitantly replied, Of course not, I said I would fulfill your wish, just say it. But it has to be reasonable, you can't ask for a lot of money, the current situation of the Legion is a bit, Rudd replied, I won't ask for that. He looked at Leon standing in the stands and thought to himself, I wonder if her fighting style is as aggressive as her. Mrs. A goat Lena, sweat pouring down her face, shyly said, If it was a lover, the request could ruin the Dragon Slayer army's reputation, then. The male protagonist pondered in his mind, even if they weren't blood related, they were still mother and daughter, like a ferocious beast, her violent swordsmanship was exactly like Leon's in her previous life. I never beat her sword, but there was a strategy that got me close to victory. Rudd said to Leon's mother, "My wish is very simple." He pointed at her. The mouth continued, "Please fight me again, same old rules." Just like that, the duel continued. The two fought fiercely, no one gave in. Every time he made a move, she blocked her. Rudd silently exclaimed, "No wonder she confidently challenged to a second round. The aura around her was completely different." Round 1. But that didn't stop him from being outdone. The wooden sword in his hand continued to swing. Adelina leaned over and waved her sword, thinking, "Should I confirm it myself?" Suddenly there was a wind sound from the back of my neck. She quickly turned around, a sword strike that almost hit her shoulder if she didn't avoid it in time. Next, another slash made her surprised. What a terrifying reaction speed. But there must have been an opening when counterattacking. Thinking so, Adelina pointed her sword forward. But Rudd's figure in front of him was like an illusory fire. The speed was so fast that it created afterimages. Was there no flaw? He dodged my attack, while continuously moving. This reflex is truly inhuman. I didn't even have enough time to swing the sword. I've only seen Leon use this strong of vision. What is this kid? In fact, from the beginning, Rudd had always been staring at Adelina's every move. To the limit of senses, continuously using mana stimulates the entire body's senses. You can push the limit of sensing the surrounding. As a result, reflexes and judgment increase are overwhelming. On the other hand, it puts great pressure on the nervous system. Even before, I wanted to use this move to defeat Leon. Just like that, Rudd concentrated on making moves. On the other hand, Adelina was no less able to dodge and destroy each attack. She silently assessed, "Seriously, it's a bit difficult to deal with this kid. Not only does he possess terrible sensory abilities like Leon, making him able to read his own movements, moreover, I've never seen this strange way of moving, preventing me from reading people." At this time, Rudd appeared behind her, preparing to approach and fight. Adelina quickly jumped back. She also discovered one thing: no, there was no way. Therefore, when Rudd just touched the ground after jumping up, she immediately launched a slash that surprised him. However, it can still be avoided in time. The two competed against each other for a long time under the ring. Upstairs, onlookers also had to exclaim, as expected of a destructive person, "So violent." Leon said worriedly, "Mom, I told you to be gentle with him." Below, Adelina shouted excitedly, "Hurry up, show me, fight with all the tricks you have, or do you just turn tail and run?" Rudd didn't answer. Every move she made, he just dodged and retreated. Adelina gritted her teeth and said impatiently, "It wasn't interesting, all she could do was avoid it." Then, without waiting for him to continue, she jumped up and actively approached him to attack. Just waiting for this moment, Rudd, who was retreating, suddenly stopped, catching an opening. He poured mana into the sword. And then he slashed decisively at her. But the next second he did something more unexpected, which was to throw his sword away. Adelina was full of surprise. He let go of his sword. This is the nature of the sky contemplates and responds in a liberal and unpredictable way. Adelina couldn't help but smile excitedly. The sword that Rudd had just thrown suddenly appeared right before her eyes. She reacted very quickly, turned around and used her foot to kick the sword away. At this moment, Rudd on the other side jumped up. He swung his fist at Adelina. Something flashed in her mind. So from the beginning, he was planning to throw the sword away. First I need to distance myself. After coming up with a strategy, she raised her head, but the image of Rudd in front of her eyes was gone. Disappeared. Adelina quickly looked around. By the time she looked back, Rudd was behind her, ready to attack. Since when? He approached from behind. Rudd placed one hand on the ground, the other hand curled into a fist to make a move, the technique of touching the silk in the ground with his bare hands. He rushed forward, his fist getting closer and closer to Adelina. But for some unknown reason, the next second his eyes became uncertain. Then he was hit by a force, kicked and thrown back. It turned out that the force was due to Adelina's kick. Rudd was thrown against the wall and fell to the ground. A little blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He exclaimed, in pain, and wanted to die. Seeing that he was injured, Leon worriedly shouted, "Rudd." She was both worried and angry and gave him a few blows and scolded him. "This lunatic, why do you keep risking your life like it's a life or death battle? You have to retreat if you don't fight back. If you keep this up you will surely die. Rudd will be injured. It hurts when you scream. I will die if you keep hitting me like that." Leon reprimanded, "You're not stupid. Why do you have to try so hard when you're in a losing position, really?" Rudd waved his hand and said, I know, don't be sad anymore, I don't want to see you like that. She stammered. I didn't cry, he added, neither did I lose. Leon then suddenly turned his head to look at his mother. Huh? Adelina let out a sigh and smiled. She admitted, well, that she lost. Immediately, surprised voices arose. What? She said, I will keep my promise. Tell me, what do you want? Should I open the guild's treasure vault? Rudd stood up and expressed, I don't need those things, please promise me this. Promise, you just have to agree with what I say one day, even if it's stupid. Yes, he replied firmly. Adelina's eyes were full of doubt because of this strange request, so she immediately asked, can she ask why? He was silent for a moment, looked at Leon again and spoke, I don't want anyone to have to sacrifice. Hearing that, she smiled. Then she held out her hand to him and replied, okay, as the leader of the dragon army, she said she could do it. Besides, I'm probably being replaced by the younger generation so soon, it's really sad, but I hope to work with you. Son-in-law, she emphasized the last three words, making you and Leon freeze. A few years from now, the 7 dragons will awaken from their long slumber, and they will spread destruction everywhere. First is the 10,000 form dragon, next will be the lightning dragon. Then the 3rd dragon is Lao Ca, the false dragon. Lao Ca is a member of a noble dragon family who uses spiritual powers, thus earning him the title of Vain Dragon. Rin would collapse before that surprising attack, and then the Dragon Slayer army would be completely wiped out. After that, my team would succeed in conquering the Void Dragon, and repay Leon's hatred, but in the end, in the battle with the 7 dragons, we would lose a valuable comrade. Not long after, a similar war will break out, however, this time I won't let anyone die. Now that I've created a bond with the Dragon Slayer army, I'll be able to warn them about the dragon's attack before it even happens. Even if I do that, this person's future may still be the same. Leon was humming and singing, when suddenly Rudd called out in a serious voice, hey! She was startled awake. What, why? He tilted his head and asked, why was she acting so shy about something that was clearly a joke? Remembering her family's teasing words about her asking for marriage, he frowned and said, if you say something like that that's clearly a joke, you should ignore it, Leon said with a black face. I'm not worried about that, it's just that my mother seems to be very interested in you. Hearing that, Rudd could only ignore it. He leaned his back against the carriage door and sighed, well, if that's the case then being beaten was worth it. She worriedly asked if the place where she was beaten was okay. He replied, no, it hurts like hell. Leon immediately grumbled, I told you to take the medicine, why do you keep thinking that painkillers will dull your senses? Suddenly, the announcement sounded, the last stop had arrived, a re-TM. The two got out of the carriage and looked at the sky. Leon was a little surprised, it was already that dark. Rudd suddenly asked, now that I think about it, you haven't enjoyed much in the capital, do you think that's okay? She happily said, why, will you go out with me again? I said, will you go out with me again? Let's go out together again. You didn't directly respond, just said, let me see. And why are you following me so closely? The girls' dormitory is in that direction. She frowned, I'm escorting you there. Hearing that, Rudd stopped in surprise and looked at her in confusion. Leon explained, recently there have been some rumors. What's the rumor? I heard that recently, there's often a shirtless pervert practicing right in front of the dormitory at night. Rudd immediately thought of an image of someone familiar in his mind. She continued, what else did they say? Well, they also rumored that there was a homeless blonde girl hanging around the flower garden of Central Park. Rudd paused. He immediately suggested, tell me more about that rumor. The next morning, he came to open the door of a room and apologized. The girl in the room was the advisor of the Spirit Arts Department, Lilian touched her, she gently pushed up her glasses and said, Rudd is fine, right, please come in. He walked up to her table and expressed, thanking her for agreeing to meet with me, no need to thank me, I heard from Professor Daniel that you were curious about something. He replied, yes, I want to ask about a student who is your student, her name is Lenya Senket. You want to ask about Lenya? Well, I just wanted to ask because there's been a bit of a problem with his mood lately. Hearing that, Lilian stopped the pen she was writing, is there a problem? Seeing her suddenly awkward attitude, he wondered, Professor, she said with a trembling voice, a little, not just a little, not at all. Her serious face was completely stripped away. Lilian angrily slapped the table and stood up, threw a pile of papers up and screamed in anger, skipped class like a lemon, and as soon as she left my sight, she rolled over, going out to sleep. swimming in the central fountain, and having a party alone in the attic can't be called a problem. I've done everything I can as an academic advisor. I only asked her to at least attend the minimum number of sessions, but she still ignores me, damn it. Lenya, Rudd can't help but panic. Professor, calm down. 5 minutes later. Li Na also calmed down, she said embarrassedly, she was sorry, she overreacted. He was speechless. How much did she have to touch her? Professor Li recounted that Lenya was a talented student, although most elemental mages take contracts and regulations very seriously. She has an attraction to spirits that can be said to be unique, despite her carefree nature, and I'm sure she will soon become an unparalleled spirit mage. Her only problem is that she loves freedom too much. She will fold the plane with exam papers and the written test, or jump out of the classroom window just because she feels hungry. Recently she even destroyed a hallway because of testing spirit magic. I had to lose sleep for days to clean up that mess. Rudd must be tired after hearing that, she thought to herself, she is worse than I thought. How did my brother turn this wild horse into a teammate in his previous life? Li whined, I'll tell you the truth, Rudd, helping Lenya graduate was 5 times harder than all the training she'd gone through. In a certain memory, beside the wood fire, Rudd sneered and said to someone, are you exaggerating a bit too much? That person said, Rudd, this seems a bit excessive, but... After that, I don't know what happened, and now, he still listens to Li and tell stories. Back then, Lenya was not just an ordinary person. The academy only allows students to fail twice a year. If he continues like this, expulsion will be inevitable, but I don't want his talent to be wasted like that. She suddenly leaned closer to Rudd and asked, Rudd, surely you have a reason to request a meeting with me today to discuss him, right? He was startled by the threat, but still replied, it's nothing special, I'm just a little worried that a talented senior would act like that. Li grabbed his hand, her mouth showing a strange smile and said, is that right? Don't you think we should do something to prevent the deportation of such a talented person, for our reputation as well as our country? Rudd looked at her a little shyly, yes, what? She then suggested, it's just that Lenya doesn't listen to everything the adults say, but she likes to be flattered. I heard that you're quite an outstanding student. Don't you think he would listen to respectful advice from a talented junior like you? He listened and froze. What, that was a bit much. Li cried and tried to convince her, at this rate, she won't be able to graduate, she doesn't intend to leave her senior like that, right, or not? Rudd honestly expressed, it's a bit difficult for me, I'm not very good at flattering others, I believe in you, Rudd is good. Outside, a beautiful yellow butterfly flapped its wings and flew away, bringing with it Rudd's confusion. It wasn't like this had been arranged before. Under the blue sky, with golden sunlight shining, the butterfly did not know where to fly. A moment later, it landed on a girl's seat. That was Lenya. She was now lying on the green grass, happily enjoying the atmosphere. Wow, the weather is really nice today. Because the place where she was located was on the academy's campus, people who passed by and saw her were whispering, wondering if she was just sleeping outside like this. Was she still alive? Rudd was also standing and watching in the crowd. Looking at Lenya sleeping as soundly as death, he couldn't help but sigh. Hearing a few more words from someone else made him speechless, but she was really pretty, probably the prettiest homeless person I've ever met. What do you expect from someone, not a human? Rudd scratched his head and thought to himself, well, what they said wasn't wrong. To be fair, Lenya has mixed blood between human and elf. In a human world, one should behave like humans. Finally, he decided to approach. He went to where Lenya was sleeping and called out, hey, senior, wake up. Even though she called many times, she had no intention of waking up and continued to turn around and sleep soundly in another direction. Rudd showed no mercy and went directly to where she was lying. One foot kicked her to roll a few times down, then hit her head hard on a nearby bush. Lenya woke up bewildered. He immediately asked, what are you doing here so early in the morning? When she saw him, she tilted her head in confusion but still replied, I was just looking at the flowers, then accidentally fell asleep. Anyway, who are you? He sat down, facing her and introduced himself, I'm Rudd, first year, I'm here to say something on behalf of advisor Li. Hearing that, Lenya still asked in a friendly manner, so you are my junior, right? Well, what's the problem? Rudd reached out to take the leaf from her head and hesitantly expressed, the thing is, I admire you very much, senior. Lenya said with excitement, you admire me because I look cool, right? Do you want to be friends? Rudd couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Not having friends is a condition for our group, why is she looking for someone to make friends with? Even thinking like that, you still have to answer, let's talk about that later. The problem is, senior, how are your school activities these days? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Rudd looked up and saw Lenya happily catching butterflies. He angrily shouted, what is that? You're still talking, respected senior. After a tiring while, Rudd finally let her sit still. He put his hand on her shoulder and said seriously, please, listen carefully to what I say. Lenya didn't understand anything and still sat still. Then he turned around and wondered, okay, but what the heck is that? Rudd sheepishly replied, it's some kind of spell casting. After the psychological struggle, he poured out a stream of flattery. I heard that my respected senior has been skipping classes and causing trouble lately, so if he fails the exam, I will be very sad. Lenya exclaimed in surprise, I caused trouble, really? He looked at her suspiciously and asked, didn't he destroy the entire training room hallway a few days before she tried using spirit magic? Why was the culprit the one who was the most surprised? Hearing that, Lenya, try rubbing your chin and recalling your memory, the hallway of the training room. Ah, I remember, but no one got hurt, Rudd explained helplessly. No one got hurt is not the problem here. Okay, we can compromise about that accident later, but why do you keep skipping classes? Don't you plan to graduate? Lenya looked at him suspiciously. She innocently asked, why do I have to graduate? She stood up, wiped the dust off her dress and said, this place is extremely warm, and the flowers here are extremely beautiful. My hometown only sees snow. I like having fun more than sitting in class. I want to live here forever. Rudd controlled his anger and asked, senior, do you know what a RTM student was born to do? This is the Dragon Slaying Academy. Didn't you come here to be a dragon slayer? Even now, right at this moment, countless people are dying outside the Empire because of those dragons. Hearing that, Lenya still didn't seem to care at all. Is that so? But don't humans also kill dragons? Dragons kill people, and then dragon slayers kill dragons. If you look at it that way, aren't the two things the same? That's just the law of nature. The most important thing to me right now is to enjoy this peaceful life. He clenched his hands and questioned, do you really think that dragons and humans are not that different? She smiled and replied, to me, yes. What makes dragons different from humans? Rudd said in a voice full of anger and sarcasm, someone who has only ever lived in a mountainous area where snow falls would not understand. Unlike the Infai Empire, which is protected by large guilds, other empires are being devastated and destroyed day by day. People out there are being mercilessly slaughtered, and countless countries are being destroyed and destroyed day by day. In a place where murderers reside, there may be some so-called protection. However, in places where they do not exist, it can be easily wiped out with just the impact of a single earthworm, newborn dragon. Have you ever seen your family, friends, and the people you care about the most being eaten right in front of you? Lenya couldn't help but wonder, why are you so angry at me? He smiled faintly. What the hell was he angry about? I'd rather not talk to my niece. I know she's selfish and domineering, but I didn't think she could be this ignorant. She tried to explain, the only reason I'm here is because I'm curious about my mother, and Mama too. Rudd stood up. Well, I hope you enjoy your leisurely life here until death knocks on your door, while driving everyone else crazy by trying to risk your life for his pleasure, miss. Then he turned and left. Lenya suddenly called, Father. A crystal suddenly appeared. What's wrong, my child? She expressed, I didn't have that intention, but it seems like I made him angry. What should I do? I want to become close friends with him. It turned out that crystal was the elemental king Felderda. He heard her say that and was momentarily silent. Then consoled, it's okay, Lenya, friendship is built from arguments, really. Yes, have you ever said anything wrong? Lenya believed so and smiled and replied, then tomorrow I will apologize to him. He also said, that's good, and I thought, I'll have to talk to him too. As for Rudd, after he left, on the way, he couldn't help but click his tongue. He scratched his head and blamed himself. Even though I intended to flatter her well, it wasn't enough. It seemed like I'd ruined things again because of my stupid, impulsive temper. Having spent her entire life living in seclusion in the snowy mountains with such spirits, it was not unreasonable for her to sympathize with the situation between dragons and humans. I just vented my anger like a kid. My brother might have almost succeeded in convincing her with his kind nature, so what should I do? Just as I was distracted from my thoughts, a voice shouted, are you hard of hearing? I told you to go away, go away. Henneth saw him coming and said, Rudd, you came at the right time. Why does this bitch have such a thick skin to come here? Leon looked at her with remorseful eyes. But she scolded Leon straight in the face, even after breaking the other person's wrist during their first meeting. Go away, you crazy person. She is the crazy person who broke someone's wrist the first time they met. Even though she was shunned, Leon still stood and endured it, listening to Henneth's terrible curses without protesting at all. Balak scratched his head. Henneth continued harshly, I saw her hanging around the dormitory. She definitely came here to take revenge for being punished. Leon's eyes sparkled and looked pitiful. She explained, no, we have already compensated for that incident, it was just a misunderstanding. I just wanted to visit and get well soon, so I bought this. Henneth was indignant, looked at Rudd and repeated Leon's last words, come visit and get well soon. Rudd spoke coldly, it was nothing serious, I only had a small injury during the actual battle, when I went to her house. Henneth clenched her palms, she gritted her teeth and said, so doesn't this mean that the two of you broke school rules, left the capital, went to each other's house, and you got hurt while arguing? I understand, I will immediately report this to the professor. After saying that, she angrily turned around and left. Leon and the male lead were exasperated with Henneth's hot-tempered action. He loudly stopped her, hey, stop, there again. Balak cooperated with Rudd, grabbed Henneth's collar and pulled him back. Henneth struggled, his face scowling and shouting loudly, Balak, how dare you? Leon continued to go into the water. She said softly, I understand you're angry, because I'm his friend, but I've already sincerely apologized. There was a rather complicated reason behind the actual battle, but it was okay, arranged well. Throughout the weekend, we also practiced grappling techniques, and Henneth suddenly fell silent and did not protest at all. She ordered Balak to let go. He looked quite uncomfortable and let out a loud sigh. Then, changing her expression 180 degrees, literally turning her face faster than rice paper, Henneth put her hand on her chest, smiled friendly, and said while laughing, oh, really, what a relief, that's it, why don't you be friends with all of us? Leon was quite surprised by Henneth's proposal, his eyes widened and he asked again, you. Henneth continued in a sarcastic tone, yes, we can do a few of those grappling skills, I'm sure, me and Balak, should also have at least a wrist, with 2 or 3 bones the broken ribs came from you, right? These words made Henneth's face turn red, he vomited blood, and he was speechless and did not dare to say anything. Balak patted his shoulder and reminded, Henneth, don't go too far. Leon was angry, said in a harsh voice, it's okay, I can leave now, then turned and left. The male lead questioned Henneth's murder, why did she have to do that? Henneth frowned, annoyed and harshly blamed her, why don't you follow her, make her your only friend, why do you have to play with us anymore? Having finished speaking, he left. Rudd fell into an awkward situation, his face was confused, muttering in his mouth, God above, why are you so angry? Balak also chose the escape plan. He said, well, I should also go and participate in volunteer activities, before the morning class starts, otherwise, it will be counted as indiscipline, but I don't really understand the reasoning either. Rudd stood alone in the middle of the academy yard. Switching scene to the lecture hall, the professor advised, that's all for today's class, have a happy lunch, and don't forget to complete the report, before we meet again in the next class. After that, the academies gradually withdrew their books. Rudd was still looking intently at the textbook. Suddenly someone spoke to him, hello, can I have a few minutes? It turned out to be Lenya, her face was haggard, her eyes were heavy looking at him. Rudd said in surprise, Senior Lenya, what are you doing here? Rudd thought to himself, I'm dead, I made a mess just now, it's only been a while, what should I say to her now? Lenya innocently asked Rudd, aren't you hungry? The sky is clear blue, white clouds float lazily, the meat sizzles on the grill, the aroma spreads throughout the space. The 2 male leads' hands were already holding a knife and fork, but their faces didn't look very happy. Lenya happily stood and grilled meat. Using her hand to sprinkle salt and pepper, looking very professional, she asked Rudd, do you like it grilled rare or well done? Rudd replied, I like chi-chi more, but wait. He asked curiously, I really appreciate this surprise lunch, but why do I have to eat it on my school's rooftop? Lenya innocently replied, wouldn't it smoke if we cooked this dish in class? Then she took a well-cooked piece of beef into Rudd's place, happily saying, no matter what, you still have to eat it while it's still hot. The piece of beef I grilled was perfect. The male lead chewed the meat and did not comment further. The atmosphere became silent. Lenya picked up a piece of pre-cut meat and put it in Rudd's place. She opened her mouth and said, for what happened yesterday, I'm sorry. The male lead looked up and looked surprised. Linya made an apologetic face and continued, I am a human, and the pain from the dragons, that I had to endure, because of what they did, made me try my best, to become a dragon slayer. I must have lent me a hand, but I responded with an attitude of superiority, because I was not fully human, but only half spirit and half human. Perhaps that was the most annoying thing of all, for me, a human being. Rudd quickly denied, no, I also appreciate that very much. I said last time that I admire you, right? In his mind, he thought to himself, this is my chance, it's better to forge iron while it's still hot. Rudd used sweet and flattering words to convince Linya that the reason I was worried about you in the first place was because you, a beautiful and outstanding senior, couldn't graduate yet. To be honest, you are perfect in every way, right? Just a few, if you restrain your indulgent behavior, just a few years, I'm sure, anyone my age will admire you, and want to be friends with her. Linya smiled shyly and replied, is that true? I didn't know I had juniors who admired me so much. Maybe I should really change my way of acting and thinking. He wiped his mouth and thought to himself, I once heard that she rarely gets compliments. What just happened was far more than I thought. Maybe this will be easier than I thought. Linya smiled friendly. She extended her hand suggestively. Then Junior, no, Rudd, can we be friends again? Rudd shook Linya's hand and replied enthusiastically, sure, Senior, thank you for opening your mouth first. Linya promised Rudd that from now on she would not skip any classes, and would also do her best in the tests, because Rudd was admiring her. After saying that, she blushed and smiled shyly, bashful. Rudd clapped his hands in agreement. He said, so the beginning is half done. I will work hard, to support right beside you, then your determination will not fade away. Suddenly Linya interrupted, but, I have one more thing to say. My father wants to talk to you, Rudd, is that okay? Rudd was surprised, couldn't laugh anymore. He asked again, what is the senior's father? Linya hastily reassured the male protagonist, don't worry, my father is not a scary person, he is simply Spirit King. At this time, a meteorite appeared in the room, hovering above the male lead's head. This was Linya's father. He flew in front of his daughter and whispered to her, Linya, could you please step aside for a moment? I want to have a private conversation with your friend. Linya agreed, okay, then I will take a walk around here. After saying that, she walked down the stairs, only screaming and her father sitting across from each other. Rudd stood up, placed his hand on his chest, bowed respectfully, I, Rudd, please welcome the almighty Ice Elemental King, Felderda, Father. Linya's boldly speaking frankly, straight to the point, Rudd is good. Are you a regressor? Linya's father said again, Rudd, well, you're a regressor, right? Elemental Lord Felderda's question made the male lead's face turn pale, sweat pouring down on his face. He held his breath and stammered and asked, how did you do it? Felderda replied, I know this world has been reverted once, moreover, I sense a familiar scent from you. Each other, the spirit world and the real world are two different dimensions. However, the contract between the soul and the soul tamer has created a passage between the dimensions. For our reality, located in the passage, we were influenced by the real world and suffered from homesickness. At that time, I was also in those passages, so I couldn't escape the magic that covered the real world, but I still felt the flow of time being reversed. Even though I have no memory of the real world before time was reversed. I'm quite curious, somehow, I feel like we've known each other before. You used to be a warrior. Rudd loudly affirmed, I'm not a warrior, I'm just a burden that used to follow them. Anyway, Felderda, because it turned out like that. Let me explain to you, the world you once forgot, the world before it was turned upside down. Felderda nodded and said, I see, so, a warrior named Aesir disappeared with the Void Dragon. Elemental Lord Felderda affirmed that the warrior, Rudd, was definitely alive. Hearing that, Rudd was quite surprised. He asked again, is that true, but what is the evidence? Felderda speculated, the Void Dragon I know is very careful and cautious, at least, probably won't fight endlessly. I think, it must have been forced into a defensive mode, and had to keep run away to recover. And his brother, was accidentally entangled. However, a warrior does not die that easily. Perhaps, he was imprisoned in another dimension, along with the Void Dragon. Rudd frowned and replied, yes, that must be it. Felderda continued asking, because he wants to find his brother, so his destination will be his cave, a floating island, right? The male lead clenched his hands, pressed them hard on the table, and coldly replied, not at this time, going to the floating island is not easy. I need to prepare to face the coming disasters, and accumulate strength. Also, I have a question, Felderda, since you know that the current world is a post-regression world, do you have any information about the dragon that caused this? Elemental Lord Felderda asked again, you mean the dragon used regression magic? Well, I know, but I can't tell you, this is an old oath I swore for myself, I can't tell anyone about it. Rudd silently thought to himself, who could force an entity like the Elemental King to swear an oath? The male lead put his hand on his chin and sighed, with a slightly sad expression and replied, I understand, it's a pity, but I know how important the contract is to the elves. Felderda continued, I also have a question. My daughter, before you reincarnated, what was her ending like? Rudd honestly recounted, the ice dragon ducked and bowed. Even though we tried many ways, we still couldn't kill that dragon, as everyone was falling into despair. She decided to seal the frozen dragon with herself, until the last moment, she still smiled. The Elemental Lord Felderda was touched, he replied, she smiled, if Lenya did that, it must have been the best decision that she could have made in that situation. Anyway, Rudd, figuring out the cause, or the reason for the regression magic, your chances of being resurrected as a fake regression will also affect my daughter's future. The male lead's face was quite serious, he replied, I have thought about it, I don't know how a useless guy like me, who is not even a warrior, can do anything great, but I won't give up. Mr. Felderda spoke, I understand, I will not just stand by and watch, and let things happen. I count on you. Suddenly there was a crackling sound, Felderda's embodied eyes split into tiny meteorites, falling onto his body. Rudd asked curiously, what are you doing? The Elemental King Felderda reassured the male lead, calm down, it's not that I want to harm you. A thought flashed in his head, wait a minute, this can't be it, but it's too late. Rudd was in pain, his white eyes rolled back, his mouth was open, he used his hand to squeeze his neck was swollen, tendons. The male protagonist thought to himself, the fragment of Felderda's soul was strangling his heart. The Elemental King Felderda explained, I know it will be very painful, but accept it, the spirit power will help you a lot, moreover, I also need to spend some capital, to protect my daughter. The fragment I gave you is very small. Rudd angrily shouted at Mr. Felderda, this is ridiculous, in my past life I had no compatibility with the spirits, do you think it's easy to accept it like that, we don't even have an official contract. The Elemental King Felderda placed all his hope and trust in the male protagonist. He reminded him, Rudd na good, don't disappoint me. The male lead's entire body was cold, like a block of ice at -100 degrees Celsius. He roared loudly and fiercely, at this moment the ice cracked and splintered, Rudd was still a little shaken with fear, he breathed a sigh of relief, then angrily shouted, he almost died, have you lost your mind? The Elemental King Felderda returned the favor, but he did not die. From now on, no matter where you are, you can resonate with my strength and will, you can even tease low-level spirits. Rudd replied, I understand, but how do you plan to explain to your daughter, are you planning to say, I have made a contract with your friend, because she is a regressor? Suddenly Lenya appeared without realizing it, she innocently asked, who did what? I came back because you two talked for too long. Then he moved closer to the male lead and took a deep breath. Lenya wondered and asked Rudd, why do you smell like Dad, where was this just now? Elemental Lord Felderda hastily explained, Lenya, this. Seeing that he looked confused, the male lead quickly jumped into the number, he happily replied, because we decided to become friends, your father, and I get along very well. Rudd's explanation left Felderda speechless. Lenya had no doubts, she was confident, smiling happily, wow, Rudd, your social skills are really great, you just overcame the age gap of several decades. The male lead chuckled in his heart, taking revenge for the previous incident of arbitrarily violating someone else's heart, he replied, what else, Mr. Felderda? Lenya's father was startled and hesitantly asked again, ha. Rudd asked Lenya, so shall we go back now, senior, I expect you to be on time for classes from today. Lenya happily replied, you can trust me, Sir Felderda urgently confused in my heart, I mumbled softly, Rudd is so good, you're as cunning as a fox. A week after the shard of Felderda was placed in Rudd's heart. He never forgets events related to his daughter, reminding me, Rudd, hurry up, don't forget you have an appointment with my daughter at the library. Rudd sighed and replied, I know, I'm about to go, it's just a study group. Suddenly someone delivered a letter to my door, well Rudd, you have a letter. He immediately opened the letter, his face quite serious, muttering, finally arrived. In my mind, I thought about the information about the Moonlight Guild's investigation about my brother. The president of the Moonlight Association did exactly what I asked him to do the last time we met in the school cafeteria, but the collection still only led to one conclusion. Inside the letters he sent me were many newspapers, Fox, as if he had finished investigating his brother as promised. However, all the information collected still leads to only one conclusion. The person named Aesir, well, doesn't exist, because this is what the Moonlight, the best information gathering group, sent to me, which means, from the beginning, my brother never existed on Earth, this world. The only inference I can make from this hypothesis is that he does not exist in this world's timeline. The Elemental King Felder also spoke up. This proof showed more clearly that his brother was being imprisoned in another dimension, along with a void dragon. Now what are you going to do next, Rudd? The male lead closed his eyes and sadly replied, I have two ways. First, going inside the heavenly spirit, using the heavenly contemplation technique, to find my brother, but this method is only possible if I master this skill at the 7-wing level, like my brother before the regression. The second way is to find the whereabouts of the void dragon, inside its nest on the floating island. However, this method is also quite troublesome, because I have to deal with the person guarding the entrance. Elemental Lord Felder commented intuitively, currently, it seems like either way is difficult. Rudd sighed and replied, yes, besides, knowing the coordinates is meaningless, if I can't enter that dimension, or, should I try to find a witch who knows about these dimensions? The Elemental King spoke, I have never seen a human wizard capable of doing that. Rudd grimaced and replied, I know, I just thought so. At this time, Rudd was already at the library. He pushed open the door and entered. As soon as she saw the male lead, Lenya ran to the door and happily said, Rudd. Just by smelling it, I knew right away that you were here. I was here to study as promised. You guys have to follow my example, you know. She just admired me. Suddenly someone slammed his hand on the table and shouted loudly, could you please keep quiet, we are in the library. As for you, why did you just come at this hour? Oh my god, it's none other than Henneth, but Balak still slept soundly with his face down on the table. Henneth wondered, besides, you are the only one responsible for advising, why should I worry about these two idiots? Rudd scratched his head and explained why he was late. I had something to think about. Lenya angrily explained, I'm not stupid. Henneth brings up the old story, I heard, you failed a year. Lenya was grumpy, don't talk about anything irrelevant. The atmosphere at this time was quite tense because of the murderous eyes of all the children looking at the two people, Rudd and Lenya. Suddenly the male lead heard someone's voice, Rudd, did you hear me? He thought to himself, it's Teacher Daniel's angel. Rudd quickly replied, yes, sir, Teacher Daniel has an invitation, please come to my office for a moment. The male lead obeyed, he replied, yes. Then he turned around and shook Balak, who was sleeping soundly on the table. Hey, wake up. Balak raised his face to look at Rudd, his mouth still covered in drool, his eyes closed, his mouth mumbling, good morning, Rudd. The male lead was grumpy, good morning to you. Rudd told Balak to keep an eye on those two, don't let them hold each other's heads when I'm not here. Balak asked bewilderedly, did they have any reason to fight? They had only known each other for less than a week. The male lead froze, he thought to himself, I can't say it directly, the two of them are the type of friends, just looking at him breathing makes me hate him. He replied, let it go, try my best to stop the two of them, let's do that. Then he stood up and was secretly leaving. When the chair creaked, Henneth turned around, she shouted angrily, interrogating the male lead, hey, you just came, where are you hiding? Rudd ran all the way to the door, he said back, you know what now, the teacher wants to see me, I'll be right back. Lenya told the male lead, be careful, Rudd. Henneth wrote a few lines in the notebook, mumbling, TCH, I'm really angry. Lenya wondered and asked Henneth, why are you always so angry? Henneth frowned, startled, when did I get angry? Lenya described Henneth's nuanced expression, she looked at me with angry eyes, right before Rudd came here, and those red eyes, after that, she got angry again. Henneth smiled arrogantly and replied, what, sorry, that's how his eyes were red, but you know what, because you kept asking, when will Rudd come back, in a place, clearly, is to study quietly like this, and then he drew all that nonsense, which made me angry. Lenya asked with a tense face, wouldn't accepting such things make her a narrow-minded and austere person, with a personality like that, who would want to play with her anymore? Henneth crossed her arms, her face full of challenge and said, I never thought I would hear those words come out of the mouth of a person who is not only childish and arrogant, but also sleepy, and failed his exams, constantly truant from school like you. Lenya also did not want to be outdone. She said sarcastically, "Oh, is that so? But I think, I am much more educated than you. Does anyone else, including Rudd, know that you speak so rudely?" Henneth proudly replied, "Of course, everyone who plays with me knows I'm like that. I wonder if she feels tired, always having to pretend to be so innocent and beautiful." Lenya's eyes changed color. She asked harshly, "Henneth, right, you don't like me, right?" Henneth answered frankly, "That's right, senior, what do you mean by that glance?" The atmosphere became extremely tense. Two pairs of murderous eyes looked at each other. Sparks were flying. This made Balak also sweat, and bowed, not daring to speak. He trembled in fear and asked for help in his heart. "Rudd, how can we calm down this chaos?" At this time, the male lead was knocking on the door of Teacher Daniel's room. Then he pushed the door open and walked in, asking the teacher, "Teacher Daniel, why do you call me a heavenly spirit?" Teacher Daniel pointed his finger at the woman sitting on the sofa, happily said, "Hello, Rudd, I called you here to meet her. She is my teacher, immortal heavenly sword Anbri, meaning, she is my master." The white-haired woman smiled friendly, her entire body exuding a strong aura, and greeted the male lead, "Very pleased to meet you." Rudd bowed his head, politely greeted, "I'm a nice Rudd, nice to meet you." At this moment, Felderda's heavenly spirit whispered in his ear, "Immortal heavenly sword, Anbri, I've heard of her before, but this is the first time I've met her in person. She's really young and beautiful." The male protagonist secretly thought to himself, "In fact, she is several hundred years old, her body has stopped aging, because she raised her mana to a certain level, 6 wings level. It is said that the body will stop aging after reaching the 6-winged sky contemplation technique. She looks so young, it could only be that she reached that level quite early. What a genius, she was the one who ended the 10,000 dragons." Anbri praised Teacher Daniel and the male lead, "You also have eyes for people, this kid seems to be okay." Professor Daniel chuckled and replied, "I'm very happy to hear the master say that. Rudd is," Anbri interrupted the master, "a little bit of criticism, but also a bit lacking in sophistication. Why didn't he remember to buy at least one cake, on the way to visit his master?" Master Daniel asked, "Oh, if master wants to eat cake, I will go buy it and bring it to you right away." Rudd stood behind and listened, with a sad face. Anbri smiled happily and replied, "Very well, buy me 5 more ice creams from the supermarket near the suburbs, they're so delicious but buying 2 is too little." Professor Daniel happily agreed, yes, what he said made sense. After that, he pushed Rudd and led him to the sofa to sit, and gently whispered to him, "Rudd, I will be right back, sit and drink tea with her for a while." The male lead replied, "Don't worry." The atmosphere became quiet, the two people looked at each other face to face. Anbri sipped his tea and said, "Okay, kid, Rudd. Why do you think I'm here?" The male lead guessed that it was probably convenient to stop by. He turned his eyes to look at the suitcase next to Mrs. Anbri. Hearing Rudd's answer, she was quite startled and frankly said, "Well, I thought you were just lacking in sophistication, but I didn't expect you to be so disrespectful." Rudd replied with a straight face, "I've heard many people say that too, so." She calmly placed her teacup on the table and continued, "Forget it, what I'm about to say, you can't tell Daniel." The male lead asked bewilderedly, "Why?" "Let's get to the main point. You know the teacher named Damien died, right? That guy has a connection with 10,000 dragons. Among the professors in RETM is Damien Tet, who has the heart of 10,000 dragons. It is unknown how a human can carry a dragon's heart, perhaps a part of the heart has been transplanted. However, as time went on, 10,000 dragons invaded Damien's soul, and when Damien's soul was swallowed, that was when the second shock appeared. Because of that, Jeremy convinced Damien to commit suicide, in his previous life, before the dragon heart could achieve its purpose, and everyone agreed to that. However, Jeremy secretly stole the dragon's heart after Damien died, despite clearly knowing the risks that could occur. Then, the lightning dragon Sang Ma, attracted by the dragon's heart, attacked Aritium. I couldn't do anything at that time. After the life and death battle to protect everyone, Professor Daniel, the immortal heavenly sword, and thousands of dragon slayers had sacrificed their lives. The male protagonist wondered in his heart, but why did the immortal sword know about Damien at this time? Anbri's face looked quite serious. She continued, "The reason I'm here is to watch out for him." Rudd asked, "Did the master already know about it?" Mrs. Anbri stroked her chin and said gently, "He is very close with other professors. I didn't tell him, because that would be cruel to him." The male lead wondered, "So why did you tell me?" Immortal Heavenly Sword slapped his hand on his knee and said, "That is because I heard, you come from Desola." You are a victim of the 10,000 dragons, one of the survivors. I think you have the right to know that. The male lead clenched his hands and replied, I understand. Immortal Heavenly Sword continued asking, I heard, you were chosen by all the advisors, you were able to meet Damien often, what do you think about him? Rudd silently thought to himself, before that, he kept quiet, but I heard some advice, and stories from him. Rudd commented about Mr. Damien, he was a bit quiet, but not a bad person. Anbrey reminded the male lead, no one knows what he thinks, if you see anything unusual, immediately notify me with the heavenly spirit. Rudd obediently replied, I understand, but what do you mean by unusual? Immortal Sword explained while chewing a cookie, if you feel he has changed or become more violent, report it, and stay away from him, I will handle it from then on. Rudd silently thought to himself, there are only a few people who know about Damien's secret, besides, if he opposes, I'm the only one who can inform the Immortal Heavenly Sword. Rudd asked again, Master, can I ask? Jeremy du Vanla came to you, he asked the male lead back, why, what's wrong with that? Rudd seriously warned Master Anbrey, his thoughts are unstable, he will sacrifice anything, to accomplish his goal, I'm sure he will cause disaster. Mrs. Anbrey replied, I know, but is there any other choice? Then he calmly held the spoon and crushed the cookie, with a tense expression, saying, right now, killing Damien and destroying the hearts of 10,000 dragons is the most feasible way. The male lead agrees with this idea, it is indeed the most feasible way, however. That's not the right thing to do. Master Anbrey asked Rudd, do you have any better ideas? The male lead proposes that we can slowly find it. At this moment, the door creaked. Master Daniel had bought the cake, sweat was pouring down his face, his body smelled of sweat, he happily said, Master, sorry for making you wait, I'm back as you said. Master Anbrey stood up, smiled and nodded in praise, very well, I will go now. Then took the bag of cookies from Professor Daniel's hand. And don't forget to turn your head to remind Rudd, try your best, rookie. Master Daniel stood still for 5 seconds, dumbfounded and not understanding anything. He had just arrived and had not yet had time to talk, but the master had already said goodbye. The male lead was thinking to himself, trying hard, he said, but I don't want to wait, it's best to evaluate my own strength. At this time, Rudd returned to the library to study in a group with Balak, Henneth, and Lenya. But when he got there was no one sitting there, he muttered to himself, where have they all gone? The textbooks are still intact on the table. There was a handwritten note left by Balak, inside it said, Rudd, I did my best, to keep them from pulling each other's hair, so we got kicked out of the library for making noise, the fight continued on the rooftop. After reading The Autumn Leaves, Rudd wanted to cry, he gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, said in pain, I have a headache again, thank you. Suddenly, Leon appeared and asked the male lead, is there something wrong with your head? Rudd's eyes were heavy, his face was pale, he seemed careless and replied, don't talk to me, I'm upset about the upcoming test. Leon chuckled, she continued to ask more questions, oh, are you planning to avoid me, because your friend hates me? Rudd opened the textbook and read it, he told Leon, no, from the beginning, they didn't hate him. He looked up at Leon and asked, are you angry at Henneth? Leon replied, no, it's true I did some bad things to her, but what are you reading? She looked at the pictures and words in the book, then guessed that it was a document about 10,000 dragons, one of the 7 dragons. 700 years ago, the first dragon slayer, the great hero who sealed the 7 dragon kings, 10 years ago, the 10,000 dragon kings, one of the 7 dragon kings, suddenly appeared in the southern continent. 10,000 dragons devastated the southern continent in one day, resulting in the sacrifice of countless dragon slayers. After that incident, only a few dragon slayers remained alive, including the immortal heavenly sword Anbrey, raised the edge of Ham, Daniel. Leon questioned Rudd, hey, you don't think anything strange? In her mind, she thought, everything is about the carpet of thousands of dragon flowers. The male lead bewilderedly asked again, what were you thinking? Leon continued, something like that, like escaping from the academy to get revenge, and going to the southern continent. Rudd smirked and replied, do you think I'm stupid? How could I go to that dragon's nest, and turn myself into food? Leon breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this answer, she voiced her worries, luckily, however, you hate dragons, and act as if, you will do anything to get revenge, I'm only worried about this thing, you said before, that you would kill them all, or something like that. Rudd reaffirmed, well, that wasn't a joke. Leon was startled and asked again, what? Rudd said his future plans: I will become as strong as possible, and destroy the 7 Dragon Kings one by one. And will kill all the gods this damn time too. Only then can I reclaim what I have lost. I will erase dragons from this world. Leon's eyes looked at Rudd with a bit of worry and confusion. She thought to herself, destroying 7 dragons, doesn't that only exist in legends? She slammed her hand down on the table and loudly asked the male protagonist, Hey Rudd, do 7 dragons really exist? After all, the dragon race appeared in the incident of thousands of forms, only called 10,000 dragons, because there were several dragons, similarities with what has been recorded. Rudd affirms, they do exist. He recounted the past: the monster I saw 10 years ago, a 1,000-shaped dragon, was a real disaster. Leon said sadly, Sorry, I didn't mean it. Rudd closed his eyes and continued, I had to live through that scene once, and I have no intention of going through it again. That's why I'm trying to eliminate the cause of this incident. Leon asked Rudd, Aren't you scared? The male lead turned his eyes to look at her and then asked back, What about you? Leon answered honestly, Although I'm not necessarily afraid of that dragon clan, but I'm afraid of seeing people around me injured, or worse, dead, people in the guild, family, friends, she said, looking out at the gymnasium yard. The male lead was quite surprised. He squared his shoulders and rested his head on his hand and said, Wow, I never expected that one day I would hear those words from Leon Rye. Leon looked up at Rudd and let out a sigh. The male lead replied coldly, Nothing, that reminds me, it's time for dinner. I'm going to eat, goodbye, he said, then stood up and pulled his chair close to the table. Then he walked away. Leon looked at his back. Then quickly shouted loudly, Wait. She walked up to Rudd, her eyes filled with determination, and told him, I want to help too. I promise, I will help you achieve your goals. I can give you strategies for defeating the 7 dragons, or I can even create another guild. We can be allies each other and working towards the same goal. Rudd frowned at Leon's sudden suggestion. He asked again, Wait, are you serious? So Dragon Group, what do you plan to do? Leon affirmed, It's okay, my mother will definitely support my decision. Although I'm not as strong as you, but I'm definitely not weak, I will help you with a lot of things. The male lead replied, I know that. In fact, dozens of guilds are lining up to recruit her. What I want to know is, why did she do that? Why did you decide to choose the difficult path with me? This question made Leon feel a bit hesitant. She stammered and said, Simply because I wanted to. Rudd frowned and reminded Leon, That's all you want, be careful, lest people think you like me. Leon suddenly stopped, looking at the male lead with murderous eyes, his hands clenched tightly. Rudd felt that his words were a bit self-indulgent. He trembled, smiled awkwardly, and continued hesitantly, I just kidding, don't stare at me like that. Then Leon turned around and left. Without saying another word, Rudd tried to explain, I was just joking, hey. Ignoring those explanations, she ran out of here as quickly as possible, her cheeks red, thinking in her head, you crazy, you crazy, you crazy. She ran into the room breathing heavily. After that, he used both hands to tightly cover his blushing cheeks, asking himself, Why did you run away? Couldn't you feel the atmosphere? He was obviously just joking. How could that be possible? I can't, that bastard. Suddenly, someone rang out, Hey, making Leon jump. His face became flustered, he waved his arms and legs, he stumbled over his words, No, it's nothing, I was just a bit scared. The person over there asked again, What are you talking about? But where have you been? You still need to attend remedial classes. Oh my god, it's Claire. But Leon thought that Rudd had come back to ask about her. Seeing that Leon was so dumbfounded, Professor Claire immediately dragged her away and said with a serious face, Now, let's go see the results of being abused for a month and a half. The sound of fighting echoed throughout the room. Whatever attack Professor Claire threw, Leon dodged and blocked it. This made the professor quite surprised. She thought to herself, initially, these lessons were held with the purpose of helping students determine their own fighting style, but I cannot deny that teaching people who learn quickly is much more fun. That's a good set of techniques, I wonder where she learned it from. Leon jumped up high to avoid it. Then kick your foot against the professor's knee, using your hand to block Professor Claire's hand. The other hand punched the professor in the stomach. Claire didn't expect this, it was too sudden. She thought to herself, Wow, you know how to counterattack. Professor Claire hugged her stomach and leaned forward, resting her hands on her knees, frowning. Leon gained momentum and counterattacked. Miss Claire spread her legs, smiled and thought, Don't be careless. Even though I can dodge that attack. But this attack was not the case. Leon staggered and gritted his teeth. She then lost control of her strength and gravity. Professor Claire, return the punch to your stomach just now. Leon fell to the ground, his face grim, crying, dust flying around him. Professor Claire has compliments for Leon. I thought you would be beaten again as usual, but it seems like you've learned quite a few things, right? Leon scolded, you're only good at making me feel worse, Professor, everything I've learned is all thanks to others. Professor Claire happily said, I heard it too. Rudd taught you a few tricks, right? Leon sat with his hands on the ground, breathing heavily, sarcastically replied, yes, he really knows how to teach others, not like someone else. Sometimes Rudd even gives me useful advice, in real combat situations. Professor Claire aside, she asked, you look so happy, since when did you two get so close? Leon was flustered, his face turned red, hesitatingly replied, that's it. The class is over, right? I have to go, she said and quickly ran out of the room. In the middle of a clear moonlit night, Rudd sat with his back in his chair looking at the sky. He thought to himself, oh God, why? Then with a sigh, the Spirit King Felderda asked, you look happy, Rudd na good, how was the first date? Rudd grimaced and grumpy, be quiet, don't talk nonsense. With the experience of an experienced person, the Spirit King Felderda said that humans at this age often have many fragile emotions. The younger they are, the more gentle emotions like liking will be, you don't need to worry too much. The male lead bowed his head sadly and replied, I know. Felderda continued, but, whatever the reason, being liked by such a famous person, isn't it a good thing? Rudd, I can only vaguely sense your thoughts, but the Leon Rai A in the past life and the Leon Rai A in the present are two different people. The male lead raised his eyes to look at the crescent moon and replied, I know that. Then he sat silently and thoughtfully. A few days later, in front of the schoolyard, the students were discussing excitedly. The blue-haired boy asked his friend, today's written exam, have you studied yet? The red-haired young man walking next to you answered, if you have studied, then am I here. The male lead sits alone next to the waterfall in the middle of the schoolyard, rereading the lesson to prepare well for the exam. But Leon's image still echoed in his head. Since that day, Leon had deliberately avoided him. This situation was truly uncomfortable. Felderda commented, it wasn't because she was embarrassed to look at his face. After those stupid words, Rudd grimaced and shouted at him, stop it. He thought to himself, the goal of his life that he envied and admired, the object that he had to dishonor. He no longer sees me as trash like before the regression. He is alive again in front of me, although he no longer wears a shirt stained with dragon's blood. If only he can defeat him, these mixed emotions will disappear. Suddenly someone sounded like there was a lightning strike. The male lead was startled and turned his eyes away. Oh my God, it's Leon, she continued, don't answer, it's nothing. Rudd stood up and cheered her on, do well on your exam today. At this moment, Leon landed a piece of paper on his chest. Then quickly left, without saying another word. Rudd crumpled the paper, muttering, I don't need this. The scene changes to the academy's cafeteria. The sound of chatter resounds throughout the room. Henneth smiled triumphantly and said, I 5 minutes, you 10 minutes, I solved it all 5 minutes faster than you, I won. Rudd asked again with a suspicious face, if within 5 minutes, he could solve the problem within the time limit of 1 hour, is that normal? Balak spoke confidently, losing to me. It only took me a minute. Henneth walked in Balak's stomach. She shouted in shock, you bastard, you wrote a letter to the professor, saying to forgive you this time, right? As she spoke, she pointed at Balak and criticized him. It's true, it's impossible to tell him to study seriously, with his friend, when his mind is always somewhere else. Studying won't help, Balak. Denying this, he said, there is no such thing. At this time, Lenya, carrying a plate of food, walked and talked, her face full of joy. Thanks to studying with Rudd, I studied much better than usual. Henneth sarcastically, Lenya, well, that's called learning. I can roughly assess what the senior's mind is like. Lenya also responded, maybe he's the only one who can judge other people's minds by looking at their faces. Henneth was so angry that he frowned and couldn't speak again. Balak usually eats quite well, but now after eating just a few bites, he said, Rudd, I'm full. The male lead also realized that this was a lie. He told Balak, chew and swallow. He and Felderda, try to stop the two of them. Felderda replied, when girls quarrel, they will become closer, kid. He questioned, they had been arguing for more than 10 years, but they weren't any closer. Henneth turned to ask the male lead, Rudd, have you prepared anything for your practice exam tomorrow? Rudd asked in bewilderment, why prepare, anyway, why not use a random arena for actual combat training? Balak was worried, I don't know, what if I choose a place like the desert? If so, I will prepare enough drinking water. Rudd agreed, it made sense, but where to bring water? The two young girls Henneth and Lenya still kept arguing, their tongues working at full capacity. Balak chuckled and patted his stomach in response to Rudd's answer, it was in his stomach. Suddenly the two beautiful women moved their arms and legs, grabbed each other's hair and pressed their heads against each other's necks. The scene was quite familiar, it happened every day, so Rudd could only close his eyes and smile and turn a blind eye. Balak drank water and follow match details. The day of the practical exam has arrived. The students were present at the castle. Then quickly gather in many rows. Professor Arthur explains the rules and procedures of the test. Note, today is the first practice test, so I will explain it simply to you. The practical exam was conducted at a test site, specifically for a RTM built outside the Infa Empire. This test site, prepared across the continent, so depending on the climate and environment, which type of monster will be different. Of course this exam isn't just about monsters. Through the space portal, you will avoid the partial blockage of the monsters, track down the dragon and defeat it, which is the ultimate goal of this practical exam. I have taught you very well about the dangers of dragons, right? That is, a species that can resist magic with superior intelligence, superior to other monsters, and is unharmed by swords, ordinary swords. It can even use advanced magic to attack, so it's no wonder you feel stressed. In addition, if they perform well in the word practice test in different areas, they will have the opportunity to participate in the supplementary test. The final winner of the supplementary qualifying match, no are only allowed to own personal weapons, but are also given a weapon in the RTM treasury. To become a true dragon slayer, you must know clearly what to do. Then the practical exam begins. Rudd is gradually entering the door through time. He thought to himself, I remember, in the practice exam of my previous life, I faced off against Leon in the supplementary final. Felderda asked the male lead, so you want to wash away your humiliation, with someone who has no memory of his previous life? Rudd replied, I want to win, not for revenge but just to satisfy himself. Elemental King Felderda reminded him, there were many traces of monsters. Rudd told Felderda, this is an academy that gathers people from all over the country, normal monsters are not a big threat. If there is danger, the professor or lecturer will intervene. Look at their pets watching us. There were no signs that stood out, after all, there was only one target, so just leisurely search, he said while stretching, rotating his arms and spine. Rudd gave the task to Felderda, please find traces of the dragon for me. The Elemental King flatly refused, no, find it yourself. A monster appeared, its ears were holding a super big tiger leg. Seeing the male protagonist, the monster snarled, bared its teeth, and slowly rushed towards him step by step. The male lead used his sword to slash its ankle, severing its tendons and blood vessels. He said coldly, there was no other way. The monster was angry, it turned around, swung its tiger leg at Rudd. At this time he used an axe to cut off its remaining ankle tendons. Blood and gore splattered everywhere. The male lead jumped up and muttered, I have to go look for him directly. He stood proudly on the monster's body. Then used the axe to make a few basic cuts into its chest, sending blood everywhere. Rudd stepped on the pool of blood and thought to himself, if he smelled this blood, that earth dragon would have to come out. Wherever Rudd went, the birds in the trees scattered away. He smiled a horrible smile, his body was covered in blood, looking like a cold-blooded murderer, muttering, I found it. Having found you, reptile, the male protagonist felt every vibration of the ground. He thought to himself, from the sound of footsteps, it must be very loud. Rudd gripped the hilt of his sword, eyes facing forward, but suddenly something wasn't quite right. Wait, it seemed like there was something else there. A scream rang out, and a face emerged from the bushes. A young man in the student body, looking extremely frightened, rushed towards the male lead. His face turned pale and trembled as he asked the male lead, Rudd, are you here too? Rudd frowned and asked again, who are you? The blue-haired young man answered, I'm Wilhelm Party. Rudd recognized him. He said, oh, you're the name from before, hearing Wilhelm's anger in his head. Then he reminded the male lead, now is not the time to chat, we have to get out of here, there is a giant monster approaching. As soon as he finished speaking, the space shook like an earthquake. The monster approached, its shadow darkened the whole land. He trembled in fear. Rudd's attitude was quite calm. An ugly dragon, eyes bright, fangs and claws bared, it thrashed its tail. His eyes pointed straight at Wilhelm's face. It made him so scared that he peed his pants and sat down on the ground. Limbs wobbled, mouth muttering, one dragon, are not. Without hesitation, Rudd rushed straight towards the dragon. Wilhelm shouted loudly, "Hey, are you crazy?" He slammed his sword into its head, but it seemed to have no effect. Rudd thought to himself, as expected of an earth dragon, "It's really sturdy, if this keeps up my sword will break." I had no choice but to withstand the impact of the impact just now. Rudd flew into the air. Wilhelm panicked and shouted loudly. Rudd grimaced and shouted at Wilhelm, "Shut up, you idiot, stop provoking the dragon." The male protagonist activated his body, mana surrounded his whole body. His face was full of determination, thinking to himself, "It's been 2 months since I started learning the art of observing the sky. It's still too difficult for me to use super sword energy, but the power of the 3 wings is probably enough to defeat this guy." The dragon opened its mouth and roared fiercely. The male protagonist firmly held the sword and rushed straight towards the dragon's head. Take a stab at the center of its snout. He pulled out his sword, blood splashed out. The roar screamed at the sky. Wilhelm was stunned, he couldn't believe what had just happened. He thought to himself, how is this possible? That guy was not afraid of a dragon at all. The ugly dragon continued to attack the male protagonist, swinging its tail. Rudd swung his sword, making a slash. The dragon's tail broke in half. Wilhelm loudly stopped the male protagonist. "Stop it, even if you are a genius, this is impossible. I have tried to use my energy to attack it, the sword cannot penetrate the scales, unless he could cover the sword with a thick layer of mana, similar to super sword energy." Rudd brushed aside Wilhelm's warnings, shouted loudly, "Shut up and watch," silently thinking, unlike other monsters, dragons are covered by a layer of sturdy, almost invisible scales, impenetrable. However, even though they appear sturdy and indestructible, they are still living beings. Therefore, their eye sockets, respiratory system, and joints are relatively weak, and if I can focus on hitting those scales, it will become easier to penetrate it. With these weaknesses, the dragon was miserably tortured by the male protagonist. It was in pain. Roared at the sky. Rudd used his hammer and sword to attack its neck joint, his mouth mumbling, "Die, you bastard." Just after hitting twice, the sword broke in half. The axe blade was jagged. He said angrily, "Damn, isn't the sword strong enough to cut off its neck bone?" The male protagonist secretly thought, no matter how good the equipment was, killing a dragon with just a student's sword was too difficult. The male protagonist slashed the axe blade at the dragon and reminded it to stay there. Then walked up to Wilhelm and asked, "Hey, do you have any spare swords?" Wilhelm trembled in fear, hesitantly replied, "No, my sword is also broken." Rudd spoke, "Oh, is that so?" Wilhelm stood dumbfounded and thought to himself, how absurd, even a group of students couldn't defeat a dragon, yet he could do it himself, and moreover, he only used his fists, without using a sword. After a few minutes, the dragon no longer moved to protest. The male protagonist used his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth. He spoke, "Ha, it's dead." The name Wilhelm shouted loudly, "Rudd de na good. Thank you for saving me, and forgive me for the incident last time." Hearing that, Rudd immediately turned his eyes to look at him. Wilhelm continued, "Okay," he thought to himself, "even though I had no intention of doing that." Then boldly continue, "And, if it's okay with you, then can I consider you as an opponent?" The male lead's cold eyes looked up at Wilhelm and let out a sigh. Wilhelm confided, "Where I live, I used to be arrogant because I felt I was strong enough. However, today looking at you, I realize that you are the strong one. I am not even worthy of compare with you. Even though I have realized my own shortcomings, I have no intention of giving up. I will consider you as my opponent and continue to advance and become strong like you." Wilhelm slowly stood up, his limbs shaking, step by step, his face full of determination. The male lead was bored and thought to himself, how could he say those words? He was so embarrassed, then reluctantly replied, "Okay, okay." Elemental King Felderda wondered if it was because he was a copy of his past life. Rudd got angry, waved his arms and legs and told Felderda to shut up. Suddenly the female professor walked up and said loudly, "Hey, you guys are there." Wilhelm was happy, called out, "Professor." The female professor continued, "Group A's practical test has ended. Prepare to film. Let's go back to the meeting point. You still have a lot of work to do." Rudd frowned and asked Felderda, "Instead of talking nonsense, why don't you go to sleep?" The Elemental King replied, "Why, things just got interesting." An eye is directed at every move of the male lead. No, this is more like a lens. It turned out that the principal of a RTM academy, Gerard Diagram, had been watching the entire process of destroying the monsters of Rud. He let out a loud noise. With bright eyes and a smile, he said, "Just like the rumors, he is indeed a diamond in the rough." Professor Daniel asked Gerard, "What do you think?" A RTM academy smiled and seemed satisfied. He said, "I had some expectations after hearing the praise from the professors, but he exceeded my expectations. I thought it was quite difficult, because it was almost an adult earth dragon." Professor Daniel also admired the talent of the student he was teaching. He couldn't believe that he could do so well at the age of 17. "I'm sure he would have passed the test. Excellent addition. He will create unprecedented things after becoming a special dragon slayer." The school suddenly jumped to the ground. With an attitude full of expectation, Rud said, "A special dragon slayer. He would probably be more than a warrior, he might even become a hero of freedom." Professor Daniel didn't quite understand. He asked again, "Hero of freedom, what do you mean, like a biography of a broken man?" The director replied harshly, "Yes, the biography of the dragon is the source of all dragon slayers." He then recounted that a long time ago, humans were just prey for dragons. Earth dragons roam everywhere, flying dragons fly in the sky, giant dragons are as big as mountains. Dragons seem to have dominated everything, both the sky and the earth. And there is one species that is most special, they dominate other dragon species, that is dragon people. Only their appearance is similar to humans, they have high strength and intelligence, and with that ability, they massacre humans, using them as prey without any mercy. 700 years ago, dragon men used this place as an arena, where human gladiators fought for their amusement. But now it has become the amphitheater of Aritium, the symbol of dragon slayers and freedom, isn't it? Master Daniel also acknowledged that, thanks to the person who created the heavenly contemplation technique, I also understand the milestones and memories of the past. Professor Daniel recounts the historical story. Bumping was once just a gladiator trampled by dragon men. He was stronger than anyone, he gathered fighters like him, and started the revolution. After a long battle, he and the early dragon slayers pushed the dragons to the northern mountains. In the end, even their king, the Seven Dragon Emperor, was sealed away, and that was how the age of human freedom was ushered in. I know it's a must-read fairy tale that poets often talk about, that's why after all this time, I still believe in it, but there are some parts I don't understand. If he crushed the consciousness so strongly, he shouldn't just chase away the dragons. Why didn't he destroy them all? Then, there would no longer be a need for dragon slayers. Why did he only seal the 7 great dragon emperors, and not kill them? If only he had done that, Professor Daniel said this and would have stopped. The principal continued, "There won't be any more victims like you and the students, right?" Master Daniel was startled, scratched his head and tried to defend himself. Yes, I don't doubt the intentions of the ancestors, The school staff laughed hoarsely to ease the tension. He continued, "It's okay, but you don't need to worry, no matter what happened in the past. It helped humans no longer have to live like animals, we don't really know what happened at that time." At the same time, the teacher in charge spoke, "The supplementary tests of all groups have ended, all students, please gather at the designated area, and announce the matches and locations. Competition will be posted in the main lobby in 3 days." 3 days later, the day of the supplementary test, the students on the list were present at the practice room. They were all restless and excited, talking to each other. Finally the day came, the armor in the RETM treasure was mine. Today is the day of the supplementary test, only the top candidates in the practice test will be able to participate. Who will be the winner among the elite recruits? Henneth asked Rud to create an atmosphere. Why don't we try to hear some opinions from the most famous rookie? Rud, that's good, the male lead said with a cold face. Stop babbling. Henneth pouted and sighed. You're not happy at all. I had some expectations, but in the end, it always ends like that. But I won't hold back just because we're friends, and even though I can buy all the weapons I want, I'm quite curious about what's inside Aritium's treasure. Rud spoke, I felt the same way, and by the way. He turned to look at Balak who was leisurely whistling, looking very cute, and then wondered, he didn't even use a weapon, why did he participate? Balak's eyes were full of determination, loudly speaking, a match with a strong opponent is necessary to build a healthy body. Rud was startled, he thought to himself, why did you scream like that, then admired and praised, well, that's right. Balak lifted his butt and left, passing by the male lead's face. The name tag says Balak's next match opponent is Leon, Rudd speculates Balak's opponent in the previous match. I think his opponent is not just an ordinary strong guy. Henneth stroked her chin thoughtfully. She agreed with Rudd, of course. How do you think that Psychopath hasn't been eliminated yet? I'll go see how strong the others are. And you, I will kill you if you lose to that bitch. Henneth entrusted a noble responsibility, no, more accurately, threatening Balak. Balak asked the male lead, Rudd, why is Leon Rai so strong? Rudd replied, she is very strong, in fact, she is stronger than all the other rookies. Balak innocently continued asking, is she stronger than him? Rudd smiled, a confident look on his face and replied, no, this time, I'm stronger. Bewildered eyes looked at each other on stage, impatient expressions on the professors' faces because they hadn't seen their students compete yet. Leon put his hands on his hips and said uncomfortably, I was wondering, what kind of opponent would arrive 10 minutes late after the match started, so it was you. Balak patted his chest and replied, I'm not you, my name is Balak Steros. Leon replied boredly, I know. That's enough chatting, let's go. Leon's eyes were cold, sword raised, ready to fight. Balak pointed his finger at Leon's face and condemned it, announcing his name before the duel was a tradition of the lottery house. Her action of interrupting me was very impolite. Leon immediately slashed his sword across Balak's index finger. Blood began to flow out. Our slightly dumb baller stood still for 5 seconds, his expression quite surprised. After the introduction, Leon introduced himself, I'm Ion Rai A, are you satisfied? Balak smiled incomprehensibly. He jumped up, opened his palms, looked dangerous and said loudly, okay, Rai A, you look strong enough to be a match for this noble body. Leon also rushed in at lightning speed, swinging his sword. White smoke and dust covered the entire arena. Balak now used his muscular arms to shield. Leon frowned in surprise. She thought to herself, that wasn't a magic shield, he blocked it with just his muscles. His shirt was split into many pieces by Leon's sword. He smiled arrogantly and said, I hope you like my wonderful muscles. Leon was a bit shocked and surprised by Balak's response. She thought to herself, he blocked the sword's fire with just his body, this is not as simple as a mana shield. Balak stomped his right foot hard on the floor to gain momentum and jump up. Use your fist to attack Leon. With just his bare hands, he punched her sword hard. Leon braced himself, holding the sword firmly with both hands. She frowned, thinking to herself, above all, with this speed and wide attack range, he was quite good, but the wider the attack range, the easier it was for him to expose himself. Hey, I'll aim for that place. Leon stared at Balak's neck. She quickly swung her sword at the determined location, thinking in her mind, a gap. Wait, this is it. Leon's eyes are full of panic. Balak stepped back. Leon had failed, she determined wrongly. She stuck the sword into the floor, thinking in her heart, this was not a loophole, and then decided not to touch the sword, just like Balak. Balak's attack was too late, she thought to herself, he had no intention of dodging her attack. The two people fought each other. Leon discovered an opening, she punched Balak in the stomach. At this time, Balak darkened his face, frowned, and furrowed his eyebrows. Then, he was pushed back several meters by Leon's punch. Leon pulled out his sword and gave a few compliments to Balak, whose body was not affected by the raw sword. Did you infuse mana into your muscles or something? You're quite sturdy. Balak also had a few comments. That's what I should say, you can stimulate my instincts with just one normal attack. You're quite good. Balak's appearance right now looks quite painful, he thought to himself, even though it's not a strong attack like bare fist, it still hurts to the bone. Here. Could it be that her physical strength surpasses mine? Balak stopped all the internal energy in his body, roared loudly like a ferocious beast, the clothes on his body ripped off. Balak loudly affirmed that, in any case, a sword could not cut the body of a good silkworm, then rushed towards Leon. Leon stood stunned in the middle of the stage. Balak's attack missed because Leon tilted his body and changed direction. This caused him to fall to the ground with a thud and a cloud of dust. Leon spoke coldly, that's why I don't use swords, stupid. The guy likes to be naked. She used her feet to throw the Balak to the corner of the ring. Leon attacked him vigorously. Balak opened his eyes to look. Leon's punch was right in front of his eyes. He thought to himself, this speed is scary. How could she launch a feint like that? Leon used his left foot to kick his butt. Balak was beaten to a pulp in the ring. A thudding sound sounded like a mortar pounding. Balak sat down on his knees on the floor, raised his eyes to look at Leon, his face full of bitterness, clenched teeth, praising Leon. You are really strong, very good, Leon Rai ah. I will use all my strength to fight you. Leon's eyes radiate fatigue, but he still tries to persevere. Balak screamed loudly, his muscles rippling. His pants are also showing signs of falling apart. Suddenly there was a hand placed on Balak's shoulder. The referee said with a stern expression, Balak touched the bottom line, he was eliminated. Balak was stunned, confused, why, so unreasonable, the referee loudly ordered, take him away. Henneth clapped his hand on his forehead in frustration. Even though Mew was expelled from the ring, Balak is still extremely proud of his body. His naked body is a sculpture, unlike the Kappa Iota Alpha guys, in their ability to shout and be silent, and follow us. Then the professor announced, and the winner was Leon Krier. Rudd stared at Leon without commenting. Leon also raised his eyes to look at him. Henneth felt humiliated, reminded the male lead, don't tell anyone, Balak is our friend, anyway, it's almost our turn. Henneth noticed that Rudd's eyes were fixed on Leon, so he wondered why he was looking at her so intently. Then she screamed, hey, Rudd was dumbfounded. He turned to ask Henneth, what is it? Henneth frowned and said harshly, I said our turn is coming. Don't give in to me and fight properly, understand? Rudd replied, don't worry about it. Having said that, Henneth walked away. The male lead sat and scratched his head and ears. He thought, Henneth ha pun li a, fire witch, the talent of this girl, who would later become the strongest firebender, bloomed late. No one could surpass Henneth in the countless matches she participated in, during her prime. She built her reputation on complex techniques, and sharp judgment, above all else. The sword fell to the ground and the Henneth spoke, thinking I would last a while. But, I lost, it was so bad. She sat down on the ground, panting. Henneth firmly affirmed, but, next time, not, Rudd thought to himself, she has an unquenchable enthusiasm. The referee declares, winner, Rudd Donatos. He grimaced and commented, the last step was embarrassing, the timing was perfect, but the thrust was too clumsy. Henneth scratched his head, frowned and said, you're so cocky. How about you teach me the technique of attacking with daggers? Henneth suggested to Rudd. At this moment, he opened his hand. Seeing that, Henneth also reached out her hand that she was about to put on it, when Rudd replied, there's no need for me, you'll definitely do well on your own. Henneth wondered, he said he would observe Raya practicing mixed martial arts, but why with me? The male lead didn't answer, he turned around and left. Henneth immediately called back, hey, Rudd. Rudd echoed, I need to go somewhere, so I'll leave first. Henneth asked, where are you going? It's almost the last round. Wow, what's going on between the two of you? Henneth smelled something strange, his suspicious eyes looked at the male lead's back. The two professors were happily conversing with each other. The teacher wearing the wizard's hat stroked his chin and said, the new students are very talented. The blue-haired professor also agreed, that's what I mean. Sure enough, round the final test of the extra test will be the confrontation between the rumored boy from D Sola and the boy from the Dragon Group. At the same time, Leon ran past. As I ran, I thought to myself, I don't want to. Rudd, do you think like me, you have refused duels with all kinds of reasons, that's why I don't want to fight either. Rudd, do you think like me, you have refused duels with all kinds of reasons, that's why I don't want to fight either. Leon remembered the moment when he won Balak and accidentally met Rudd's eyes. She wondered in her heart why his expression resembled that of someone who yearned for battle. I don't understand that brat's desire, and the hostility that is clearly showing on his face. Why don't I want to fight this brat? Suddenly, a human voice rang out, hey, Leon was startled. Ko turned around to look, it turned out to be Rudd. He was walking towards, asking, what are you doing? The final match will start in 30 minutes, hurry back to the waiting room, Rudd reminded Leon. Leon replied coldly, it's none of your business. Rudd smiled and deliberately emphasized, of course, I'm your opponent in the finals. Leon said frankly, I have no intention of fighting you, nor am I interested in the winning reward, I will withdraw from the match. Hearing that, Rudd clenched his hand, he gritted his teeth and asked again, retreating. Are you kidding me? Leon waved his hands and flinched a bit. Rudd looked serious and continued asking, are you joking? Are you showing cheap pity to a trash who isn't even worth fighting? Leon hastily explained, no, why do you think like that? Look at you again, why is it so natural? The male lead angrily put his hands on Leon's shoulders and shouted, shut up. He affirmed that she had no right to escape from this match. Leon's eyes filled with tears and he looked up at the male lead and asked again, what? Determination filled Rudd's eyes. He said, this time, I will definitely. Don't even think about running away, Leon Creer. Rudd remembered the fight between him and Leon in his previous life. It was a pouring rain afternoon. His whole body was covered in blood, his eyes were filled with tears. He shouted loudly, "Open his eyes. I say wake up, damn it." Leon is in extremely critical condition. She uses some of her breath to call his name, Rudd Donatos. Rudd shook Leon hard. He blamed, "I haven't won against you yet. If you leave me here, I will curse you for the rest of my life." Leon smiled and replied, "You've always been like that, you haven't changed." Rudd frowned and gritted his teeth as he reminded, "Shut up, don't worry and focus on your wound, the blood won't stop flowing." Leon put his hand on Rudd's cheek. She continued, "Rudd, you are right." "That damn thing," Leon said while smiling happily and contentedly. Then his hand dropped to the ground, in a pool of fresh blood. Rudd was stunned, muttering, "Yes, you always call me that, trash, brat, damn, I hate you as much as you hate everything about me, but why are you?" A foot with a sharp toe stepped forward, raising a loud voice, "That woman was truly stupid. She is strong enough to kill the false dragon La Ca, but she sacrificed her life to protect a weak person like you. This person with a strong muscular appearance is the martial dragon sifting away." Rudd was speechless and didn't say anything. Vo Long said with a bored expression, "I'm no longer interested." "She has no hope anymore," he reminds the male protagonist. Hearing that, Rudd frowned and gritted his teeth. He picked Leon up, screaming in pain, mingling with the sound of the rain. Back to the present, the male lead is thinking to himself, "I know full well, the Leon Creer I knew is already dead." Worry filled Leon's eyes when he saw Rudd getting angry at him. Rudd still didn't say anything but looked at her with hostility, but in his heart he thought differently. "I knew this was very rude, conveniently, because of my inferiority complex, and my actions were ridiculous, but still." At this time, Leon protested. She loudly ordered, "Let me go," then pushed Rudd's hand away. With an annoyed look on his face, he asked the male lead why. But she didn't finish her sentence. She stopped and scratched her head, muttering, "Forget it, don't follow me." Having said that, Leon ran forward. Rudd looked at her back, thinking in his head, at that time, he was always alone and kept his distance. "I'm not trying to surpass you, because I only hunt dragons for revenge. A true genius, a wall that I had to overcome, and also my admiration. I cannot forgive you, because I cannot understand you." Rudd slammed his hand against the wall, gritted his teeth in bitterness. He thought to himself, "Why is that?" Muttering to himself, wondering why he did that for me. The elemental king Felderda appeared. He called out to Rudd. Immediately, the male protagonist stopped him. "Don't say anything. Please don't say anything, just be quiet for a moment." The red sky turned to sunset. 30 minutes passed in a flash. On the competition floor, the female referee announced, the final of the extra test was cancelled, because the opponent did not appear at the top of the arena. The winner is Rudd Donatos. The onlookers watching the match were extremely stunned and amazed. Their friends were talking loudly, "What the hell? What's so interesting about this? Is something wrong? Is she scared?" Henneth was a bit sad. She said, "Could it be that she ran away?" Rudd stood tall in the arena, winning, but his mood was not very happy. He thought to himself, "Did it end up like this? Okay, just avoid me when you can, Leon Creer, but this time I won't let you go." Right now, Leon is sitting on a ledge in the back of the school garden, his face sad and depressed. She sat alone there until the moon rose, perhaps feeling better, wondering, now the extra test must be over. That brat is still angry. Suddenly Leon heard a noise. She quickly turned around to look. It turned out to be Rudd. He walked out from the grove of trees. His cold eyes looked at Leon. Leon asked, "How did you get here?" The male lead was silent and didn't say anything. He thought to himself, because in her previous life, she always came here when she felt sad. In fact, I always came here to fight with her. Then he grabbed the hilt of the sword on his back and rushed towards Leon. Crashed into the ground between her feet. His eyes were cold. He ordered Leon to stand up. "This is the last match." Leon stood up, frowned and asked, "Why, did he really have to go this far?" Rudd asserted with an insolent attitude, "I said you have no right to avoid this match." Leon was angry. She shouted, "Stop being so stubborn. Why are you behaving like this, after everything has happened?" Rue coldly replied, "After everything was over, no. I've always been waiting for this moment." The male lead swings his sword. Radiance spreads throughout the space, along with the male lead's fighting spirit. The male protagonist thought to himself, "The moment I can point my sword at you, who has always treated me like trash, That will be the time. That I can end this long and tiring revenge. A loud explosion rang out. Leon was ready to fight, holding her sword firmly. Then, in a line, fire spread out. Leon spoke, I don't want to fight with you, you don't understand why. Rudd countered, he replied, it doesn't matter. After a sword strike, Leon thought to himself, his sword light was incredibly heavy. To the point where the pressure of it was enough to collapse his stance, so, that was the reason he came here so confidently. Even so, you won't be able to penetrate my mana shield. Rudd pointed his sword at Leon. He reminded her to fight properly if she didn't want to die. Leon uses a mana shield to block the male protagonist's power, but it was unbelievable, beyond Leon's expectations. The mana shield was easily broken by Rudd. She frowned in panic, thinking, her mana shield. Then she jumped up to avoid Rudd's attack. Leon spoke, you want me to fight properly? Leon's chin firmly held the sword. A stream of anger emitted around the sword. She gritted her teeth, her eyes were determined, questioning the male protagonist. So do you know what decency means here? Rudd praised, advanced sword light at just this age, as expected, you are truly an extraordinary genius, right? Leon warned the male lead, if you know that, then stop, no matter how strong you are, you can't win against me, if you can't use high-class sword light. Rudd replied, I didn't know that. He didn't feel scared at Leon's warning words, on the contrary, he wanted to experience it. Rudd raised his sword and confidently said loudly, you have to try it to know. Leon shared, the only thing that can oppose high-level sword light is another high-level sword light, or a high-level spell, this simple sword light will not. Before she could finish her sentence, Leon was hit, her eyes opened wide, her mouth screaming. His steps staggered, and he suddenly realized that he had been deceived and that ordinary swordsmanship would not work. Rudd smiled and rushed towards Leon with his bare hands. Leon thought to himself that he would put his sword aside and fight him hand to hand. I have to keep my distance, I can't let things happen the way he wants. She swung her sword wildly. Rudd bends the crowd to avoid. Leon is bitter because he never won. Then, Rudd appeared right in front of her, only 20 centimeters away. Leon gritted his teeth and frowned, thinking, no way. The male lead showed no respect at all, he straight up punched Leon's cheek. Then stepped back. Leon continued to draw his sword. She thought to herself, could he avoid my high-end sword light just by running normally? This is no longer a matter of sword light, or high-level sword light. I can't even use a sword. Leon bitterly gritted his teeth, fighting hard with Rudd, but he blocked every move. Leon was exhausted, breathing heavily, thinking, what crazy speed is this? He read my movements perfectly, just like when he fought with his mother. The male lead reminded Leon that my training was not in vain. He thought to himself, Leon Creer, this woman is definitely stronger than in my previous life, to the point that I might not have been able to fight her, if I hadn't used my extreme senses. But I've also gotten stronger. Even so, this damn feeling. Why doesn't it disappear? The male lead's legs were still a bit clumsy, so he looked like he was about to fall. Rudd held the sword, his sharp eyes looking at Leon. Now, Leon thought to himself, after launching all those attacks, now he pulled out the sword again, when he was clearly at a disadvantage, because it cannot use high-end sword light. I don't understand, does he really want to win or not? She frowned and clenched her teeth. Leon used both hands to lift the heavy light sword. She thought, no, I don't want to understand him anymore either. This is what he did to himself. Leon screamed loudly, the fire radiating out like a forest fire. On this side, the male lead is very calm, he frowns, his eyes are firm, he raises his sword. Leon shouted loudly the male lead's name. Rudd said, two opposing lights clashed, one-sidedly commented that they were evenly matched. Leon's golden light is currently overwhelming Rudd's green light. Leon was secretly happy, he won. The male protagonist then continued to release a stream of blue light. Leon's eyes widened in shock. She muttered, that light was, a strange light intertwined with the blue light. Rudd was rushing towards her. On the back of his hand, an additional wing of mana engraving appeared. Rudd used his sword to combine two streams of power. He thought to himself, with this, I can. Uses his fourth pair of wings. Leon was shocked, panicked, mouth open, thinking in his heart, is it a super sword light? A fierce electric current radiated out, accompanied by a loud sound like a thunderbolt. Leon shot people kilometers away. The light was dazzling and eye-catching. She thought to herself, it was a bit similar to her super sword light. But the level of perfection is on another level. Leon landed safely on a tree stump. she sat stunned, her face dirty. After that, he looked down, his mood was quite negative. Rudd approached her. His whole body radiated terrible energy, the aura of the male lead. Leon said sadly, "You won. Are you satisfied yet?" Rudd tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword in his palm. He thought to himself, satisfied, I should feel satisfied, I defeated her, who always treated me like trash. But, suddenly he released his hand, his eyes were sad, he coldly replied, it was meaningless, then fell into contemplation, I just felt empty, what has been tormenting me forever? Leon asked again, without thinking. You forced me to fight for no reason. And then he said this was meaningless. Leon stood up and walked straight towards the male lead. Rudd stared at her actions. After that, Leon coldly threw a punch at the male lead's face. Rudd was not at all on guard, so he leaned over. Leon shouted angrily, "You psycho. Are you kidding me? Obviously I said I didn't want to, I said I didn't want to fight you." The male lead sat down on the ground, his face in his hands. He spoke, "But I had to fight her." Leon got angry and grumpy. "Why? You said it was meaningless, you said it was of no use." Rudd pondered for a moment. Then he answered, "Because I have to defeat you at least once in my life." Leon smiled meaningfully. She said, "Don't joke with me, I'm not the one who wants you to win, right?" Rudd looked up, frowned in surprise and asked again, "What?" Leon replied, "You think I don't know?" From the beginning he was like that, for some reason, always full of anger, desire and inferiority complex. All those confusing emotions, which you frankly expressed when we first met. That's because, through me, you're looking at someone else. Leon grabbed the male lead's collar and shouted, he wanted to win, and continued to look after someone. To you, I'm just a substitute. I know that. Leon's tears fell onto her palm. She sobbed and continued, I know everything. Leon kept grabbing the male lead's collar and blaming him. Rudd spoke, I don't know what you're talking about. But don't lie to yourself, Leon Creer. The male lead grabbed the hand that was grabbing his collar and pulled it away. He angrily shouted and told all his feelings, I kept looking after her. I envied her, desired her, and wanted her approval. Leon stopped crying and looked at Rudd with wide eyes. The male lead frankly admitted, damn it, it's because you stand out so much more than me, you're a talented bastard. Because your power is not something I can have. That's right, that's how things are. The male lead slowly stood up, he brushed the dust off his pants, and continued, revenge, desire, not funny at all, I just want to be you. Movement, swordsmanship, senses, chasing after you, damn it, I want it like that. You, no matter what I do, I can never compare to. I just can't accept the fact that you died protecting trash like me. Leon was extremely confused, he didn't understand anything. What the hell were you talking about? The male lead continued, I retract what I said earlier, it is not meaningless. He raised his eyes to the sky and spoke loudly, but in extreme pain. Leon opened his mouth in shock and asked, have you lost your mind? Have I died protecting you, pursuing my swordsmanship, since the first time we met here? If you continue to talk nonsense, that's not unreasonable, Rudd asserts. At this time, the elemental king Felderda appeared to block the male protagonist. He shouted in his ear, Rudd, stop, but he kept talking, Leon Creer, you died protecting me, and left a damned will. Leon opened his eyes and muttered, what are you talking about? Rudd smiled and said the truth, I was talking about you in my previous life, you bastard. Leon sat on the ground full of doubt and asked, past life? What nonsense are you saying? Rudd replied, believe it or not, I have no way to prove it anymore, but you know, I'm not lying, I came back from the past, and now, is a second chance, for me. Coming back, she still couldn't believe what he said. But his voice still rings in her ears, she will feel the difference too, unless she is an idiot. A person who has perfected mana to the point of being called a martial arts genius. Competence that cannot be achieved without experience. The disguised skills and talents of people I've never met before. All were impossible as I had experienced them before. Leon expressed incredulity, you said you had returned from your previous life, there was no such ridiculous magic. The more she spoke, the quieter her voice became. Deep inside she seemed to have the answer, but everything the feelings of dissonance and doubt that I have been experiencing all this time can explain that phrase of return. Or are all those ridiculous words true? You already know about me, so do you know about me as an adult, which I don't even know about? Rudd sat down on the nearby rock, he said, that's what I'm telling you. In my previous life, she lived only for revenge and treated me like a trash can standing on the side of the road, regardless of whether I was desperately trying to win against her or not. Then she never paid attention to me. Damn it, even so, you died protecting me. Do you know how upset I was at that time? Leon blushed and hesitantly asked, did I do something like that? Well, you were so strong and rude that I used my life to fight you. At this moment, the atmosphere between the two became quiet. A cold wind suddenly blew. In that silence, Leon seemed to be trying to speak up, the person he loathed. The person you desire. The person he always saw as if he were a star. It's me again, that's why, you picked a fight with me the first time we met, right? Rudd clenched his hands and replied, I was planning on fighting you around, but you were stronger than I thought. Suddenly, she got angry, hey, if what you said is true, I must be much younger than you, so why do you still hate me so much that you have to treat me like that? He turned his head in guilt, but still explained, of course, isn't that the reason I was able to go so far? Then, why did you apologize to me first? He paused to say, that's because. Leon interrupted directly, if you hated me that much, you could have ignored me. Rudd slowly stood up, his voice slowly rang out, I tried to end that situation as quickly as possible, because he was causing chaos in the academy hallway. You even taught me wrestling skills, right? It's only worth defeating you, when you're strong. Leon ran towards you and asked questions, what about the time you introduced me to everywhere in the capital on the weekend? Rudd now impatiently turned his head and shouted, hey, what are you trying to say? You don't understand why. In your previous life, you looked down on me, and towards me, you just treated me like a dog, it was a lowly relationship, that's all. Leon stubbornly said, so what, now everything has changed, you told me, this is your second chance, no, that is. While speaking, she suddenly reached out and brought a towel to wipe the wound on his face. Rudd tried to step back but she stopped him and stood still. She gently wiped his face and repeated, you gave me this towel when I was crying on the stairs, remember? Rudd didn't respond, the two maintained this position for a few seconds. Suddenly, he reached out and forcefully pushed her hand away. His face was full of anger and he asked, what do you think you are doing? Leon's next words surprised him, I will apologize in her position, I apologize to you. I'm sorry for calling you trash and always ignoring you. Rudd squinted his eyebrows and exclaimed, are you stupid? Why do you think I'm rambling about my past life to you? It's all to relieve the tiresome pile of regrets that I haven't been able to let go of throughout my life, even if I were to live again. And it's all over, everything is more than enough, as long as this weight is still carried. You're not even the one at fault here, why are you apologizing here, don't you feel angry? One past life is enough to suffer, now don't make me feel like it's hell anymore, every word you say seems very harsh, but in your heart you think completely differently, don't apologize, Leon Chess Rai if it's just that, it's best to abandon our current relationship, that should be enough, that's fine, don't make me even more miserable. However, no matter what he said, Leon suddenly grabbed his collar, she slammed her head against his head and scolded him, shut up, you think I can easily accept the current situation. I also understand you, so I should be the one to apologize, because you are the one who cannot let go of the past even after returning. No matter how much you were hurt, the current me knows nothing about my previous life, but this time, I will apologize to you first. Just as Rudd was stunned. She suddenly expressed, because the past me you are talking about is not the same as the present me, because I believe my feelings and thoughts at this time are correct. I can't help it, no matter how much you hate me, no matter what our relationship was like in the past life, now, me. Not knowing how much courage Leon mustered, she suddenly grabbed his collar tightly. Then pulled it towards me. The distance between the two narrowed, Leon's face got closer and closer to his. A wind blew, and in Rudd's wide-open, stunned eyes, she kissed him on the lips. Until her lips left, he still didn't move. His eyes were filled with surprise, he couldn't say a word. As for Leon, after giving him a kiss, she smiled beautifully and expressed, I like you, Rudd Donatos. The scene of the kiss came back to mind. Rudd woke up in fright. He turned pale and muttered, it was just a dream, right? The elemental king floating next to him said, what kind of dream could it be? Who would have thought you would do something like that? You should be ashamed of yourself, Rudd. He covered his face and cursed vaguely, damn it. Old Felderda wondered, after behaving like that, would you still say this is your second life? What are you going to do now? What you did last night is not something you can just let go of, even though watching you stand still as if, then run away to avoid the situation, it's really funny. Hearing him remind him, he remembered the situation last night, when after hearing Leon confess his love, he froze, then panicked. Without saying much, he ran away on all fours. Thinking about it, he sighed and admitted that I was a little hot-blooded last night. I suffered in my previous life because of my bad temper, damn it, in the end I haven't improved at all. The Elemental King teased with interest, isn't she already past adulthood? Maybe you can get along with a person who likes to bump into your lips before you two even date. Rudd got angry and shouted, shut up, go on a date, nonsense, stop talking, I don't have that much free time, I can just pretend it never happened, that person has always been there, it's already so strange. Why would she kiss some idiot who said he didn't like her, and after fighting with her, told her he was a regressor? Rudd scratched his head in frustration, he kicked his feet on the bed in frustration. The Elemental King reminded him, yeah, good, you've already done all that, so no matter how much I want you to bury those memories in your head, any amount is fine. But isn't today the day you receive your award for the selection contest? He was startled then, oh yeah, what time is it now? After looking at the time, he shouted again, damn, you should have told me this first. A moment later, Rudd walked to the place to receive the award, leading the way by the academy principal. Seeing that his face was a bit poor, he smiled and asked, he looked tired, did he sleep last night? Rudd smiled wryly and replied, yes, I was just a little nervous about entering the treasure room. Hearing that, the principal burst out laughing, I can understand that. Inside the RETM treasure room are the ancient legacies of the Dragon Slayers, including holy relics and weapons, all of which are priceless treasures. Even if he won the tournament, the door to the treasure room could only be opened with the approval of the academy head and the majority of the professors. So I'm very honored to open this door after quite a long time. He immediately thought to himself, I once held in my hands the weapon that my brother and Leon took from this treasure room in my previous life, but in this life, is there no one who can replace the young man's position, my brother's potential age or something? I was distracted when the principal's voice rang out, we're here. This is the Erasium treasure room. You won't regret taking anything out of this place, but remember. This treasure room is not limited to the Erasium, but is tied to the history of the Dragon Slayers themselves. Stepping into this place is already an extremely honorable and worthy thing to be proud of. He reached out to open the door. The door slowly opened wide, perhaps because it hadn't been open for a long time, so some dust flew out. Rudd put his hand through the door to try to feel. The flow of mana in here was different. The Elemental Lord explained, is a subspace. What you mean is subspace? Yes, like the floating island of the Void Dragon, the coordinates here are not fixed. It was something that mortals had to reach at least the level of Archmage to create. The door finally opened wide, and Rudd entered. The magnificent scene inside caught his eye. He exclaimed, to be able to maintain so many weapons like this, they must have asked for the help of great magicians. Felderda looked around and asked, from the looks of it, everything here is in the best condition, are you looking for something certain? Rudd looked at the weapon and replied, yes, I have one. He guessed that it was probably the weapon he used in his previous life. He remembered the sword from before and said, if there's nothing better, I'll choose that, but this time it's not what I'm looking for. His eyes suddenly looked somewhere. I see. Rudd raised his hand in one direction. He picked up a black sword, with a red ruby attached to it, defying the sky. The Elemental King said in surprise, the sword against the sky, this is the sword that the first Dragon Slayer, Va-Na, used. I heard it is a pitch black sword that can cut the flow of mana, and it can also reflect any high-level magic skill. If that's the case, you chose that sword because you wanted to follow in the hero's footsteps and Na. He countered, no, even though I had heard about Va-Na's legend countless times, I didn't want to follow in his footsteps. If I had to save this world, then instead of sealing them away, I would kill them all. So, the reason you chose this sword is, it's simple, my brother also used this sword in his previous life, besides. This sword's abilities are perfect to take on any high-ranking dragonkin. The Elemental King asked in surprise, that's a quick choice, are you already planning to return? He took back his sword and said, this is what I was aiming for from the beginning. Just as he was about to leave, Rudd suddenly stepped on something. He stopped and looked down. It was an object like a yellow-green crystal. He picked it up and wondered, what is this? It's not a weapon, and I don't think it has magic protection either. Rudd suddenly thought of something. He turned pale and muttered, it's impossible. The Elemental Lord must have also noticed. He was sure, this is it. Back in the past, at that time, Rudd came and asked Aesir, hey brother, do you know why Professor Damien committed suicide? There's something strange, maybe. Honey, did you hear me? Aesir did not answer this question, but pointed to the sky. Rudd, there is something in the sky. He looked in the direction he pointed. On it was that yellow-green crystal, emitting electric currents. What the hell was that? Suddenly it suddenly cracked, the sky suddenly turned dark. Countless lightning bolts struck the academy, causing everyone to panic. What is going on? Quickly evacuate the students. And then, a giant dragon appeared. Recalling that horrifying scene, Rudd affirmed that this was the stone of the thunder dragon Hama. Rudd recalls, the first time I learned about the existence of 7 dragons in my life was when I was lacking in skills and determination. Even though decades have passed, I still cannot forget the screams and the terrible stench emanating from the burned flesh. However, the Thunderbolt Dragon's crystals caused the tragedy. Elemental Lord Felderda asked curiously, why was the Lightning Dragon's collection stone in Oratium's treasure trove? Rudd replied, I don't know, but I'm sure this isn't something that should belong here. Everything in the treasure chest has a protection spell, but this one doesn't have one. Maybe, the lightning flash never attacked Aritam. Felderda expressed, rather it was here from the beginning. Even so, who could have brought it here? The lightning dragon has been sealed for 700 years. Hearing these words, Rudd couldn't help but ponder. He wondered, Felderda, do you know when the lightning dragon will wake up? He immediately said that the current seal's condition was not good. It seemed like it would only last another year or two. In the past life, from this point on, about half a year later, the lightning dragon invasion would begin. Just a few months after Professor Damien died, it became clear that Jeremy's stolen dragon heart motivated lightning dragon's actions. Suddenly, Rudd seemed upset at the thought of this. Felderda wondered, do you care about that? He replied, of course, it was like the seeds of disaster. I had to quickly proceed with everything according to plan. Rudd, you said you would kill all the dragons in the world. If there was a good dragon, somewhere in the world, would you change your mind? As soon as he finished speaking, he smiled and said, what a good dragon, if there is such a thing in this world. Then it must have died. Having said that, he reached out and pushed the door in front. As he walked, Rudd thought, we can't interfere with the sealing stone. In about half a year or 2 years the seal will be completely destroyed. So now it's best to prepare in advance for any possible incidents. Can happen. Fortunately, I often contact Professor Damien, but I haven't attended a tutorial class in a long time. A while later, Rudd sat across from Damien, constantly thinking, thanks to him, the atmosphere was a bit too comfortable, but he was still too quiet. Damien took a moment to ask curiously, what's wrong? Rudd laughed and replied, oh, nothing, the coffee smells great. If so then good, actually, I have a question. Your skills with daggers are completely beyond mine. I keep wondering why you continue to attend this class. But now I know, it's because you like coffee. Next time I'll find better coffee beans for you. Hearing this, Rudd looked shy, waved his hand and replied, this is not really the reason, I still have a lot to learn from you. I want you to share more experiences. I think you are someone who deserves respect as a former dragon slayer. Damien looked down sadly and replied, but Rudd, I don't think so. His words were not clear, his heart was heavy, he could not continue speaking. Rudd wondered why he was silent. Does he feel guilty? I bet he knows I'm from Disola. Maybe because he has the heart of 1,000 dragons, the dragon destroyed his homeland, but that's fine. Based on his cautious personality, if I can take this opportunity to provoke his feelings of guilt and get a worthy result then. Suddenly Rudd stood up and said, I know it's a bit off topic, but have you ever heard of Disola? It was a village on the outskirts of the kingdom of Ca La Van. Although it has now been destroyed, it still remains, is my hometown. Hearing these words, Damien was startled and felt a bit nervous. Rudd continued, it really is a very nice place, peaceful and quiet. During hunting season, I and my father will make traps to catch wild animals, and my mother will cook hot stews for dinner for the whole family. I think I was very happy. Until that dragon appeared, that entire peaceful village was destroyed. Only me and my brother survived. At this time, Professor Damien trembled and asked, do you have a brother? Yes, we should have left right away, but my brother. He said, remembering the previous moments. After that, he put the coffee cup on the table and replied, my brother. If it weren't for me. My brother. At this moment, Rudd's whole body was in pain, he lowered his head, trembling and unable to speak. The atmosphere began to become completely quiet. Suddenly, Damien stood up and said, okay. The rest of the story, next time can you tell me the whole story? Rudd then stood up and replied, "No need, it's just a boring story. A cliché about losing everything and going on a revenge journey to get it all back from the dragons." Having finished speaking, he turned and left. He walked alone down the wide hallway. After walking a long way, Rudd finally couldn't stand it. It seemed like thinking too much made him tired. Rudd used his hands to support the wall and panted. Felderda appeared quickly to ask. He looked tired. Rudd exclaimed, "I thought I would be better, but I didn't expect to be spread with so much guilt. But we're almost successful, now we just need to get him to open his mouth and talk." Felderda expressed, "What if he never told me? What if he was a cruel man with the heart of 1,000 dragons, and your story was completely meaningless to him?" He coldly asked, "Why do you ask that? If that's the case, then I will definitely kill him." "But that won't happen, you can rely on this for sure." At this moment, Rudd turned his head and looked up at something. He calmly replied, relying on the fact that he carried too much guilt to become a cruel person. After that, Rudd returned to the room, quickly washed his face to wake up, constantly asking questions in his mind. Still no news. A long time has passed since that day, but Professor Damian still has no news. Then everything will gradually appear, you have to find a way to deal with it. Currently the maximum capacity is 4 blocks, although checking and using subspace has become possible, but I still don't have enough ability to deal with the lightning dragon. Felderda asked, "Did Chang Chun's 6 reports talk about subspace?" Rudd replied, "Part of the divine spirit, which is the private space for the air. My brother in his previous life freely used many weapons through this space, this is also the ability I need the most. Can be used for defense in an emergency, that's probably fine, the space inside will be messy but..." Suddenly, a scream came from afar, "I told you not to take it off. This is a training room that requires you to wear a shirt when exercising, why are you so worried because you can't take it off?" Rudd came closer and asked, "Was there an argument again?" Leon quickly told him. He was practicing jiu-jitsu but there was an unpleasant smell coming from next to him. Balak pouted and replied, "No one here is dissatisfied." Henneth was not far away, now awake. She took the book off her head and replied, "It's not just him, I'm upset too." Rudd glanced at Balak and exclaimed, "It really smells." After that, "You used magic on Balak, is it okay now?" Henneth asked in surprise, "Just now it was spirit magic, right? When did you learn spirit magic?" Rudd replied arrogantly, "It was just a while ago, stop arguing, everyone do their own thing." Leon wondered, "Why didn't you help us when you said you came here to practice? Next time I go, I also have to do personal training." Hearing that, she sulked and didn't answer clearly. "What are you busy with?" Henneth asked curiously and replied, "What is the matter?" At this moment, Leon realized that he had said something wrong. Knowing that the situation could no longer be hidden, she took a deep breath. "Calm down your mind and say, I confessed my love to him." Henneth gasped in surprise, "What?" Leon tried to repeat, "I said I liked him." At this time, Henneth heard the answer clearly. She was startled and shouted loudly, "What?" Rudd looked tired and asked, "What is it this time?" She quickly replied, "It's nothing, you two go." At the same time, there was a loud noise in the distance, causing them to look up. Leon wondered, "What was that?" "The noise from outside," Balak replied, "it seemed like that." After that, all 3 of them peered out. Outside, there were 3 guys bullying a person who fell to the ground. The bastard, after being beaten like that, still hasn't woken up. The young man who was beaten to a pulp decided to apologize quickly. Leon was curious and asked, "Who was that?" Henneth replied, "Pa Fen, yes." Balak turned his head to look at him and asked, "Rudd, you didn't do anything." Rudd put his hand on his head and replied, "Kids fight to grow up." Suddenly there was a loud shout, quickly apologized to Rudd for saying bad things about him. "That's my opponent, you guys have no right to scold him with those dirty words." As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Hem was hit hard in the face by Barfin, causing him to fall to the ground painfully. Barfin smirked and mocked, "Oh, we know each other, who knew there would be a lucky orphan who would win?" Wilhelm weakly but still firmly demanded, "Apologize." He laughed sarcastically, "This bastard dares to talk nonsense to that senior, and even dares to be arrogant. I will wake you up." As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely hit Wilhelm in the face. Suddenly, someone's hand held me tightly. It turns out that Rudd had his back, causing Barfin to ask in surprise, "What?" He laughed and said, "I am that orphan beggar." "Bastard," right after that, you punched him in the face. Balak stood to the side and continuously chanted, "Damn, who are you? Hit him." After finishing processing, Everyone returned to the room. Jinhem asked emotionally, Rud, you came out for me. Rud replied, you still have enough strength to scream after being beaten that much. Balak smiled and nodded, taking the beating well, qualified to become a friend of this thread. Henneth interrupted, not a friend but a punching bag. As a result, the Barfin group was beaten to pieces, knelt on the ground, and raised their hands high. Rud sat down and asked, what is the reason why the seniors are not thugs but forcing a child to educate them, insulting the juniors, asking to beat me? Seeing this scene, Leon secretly wondered, who, are you just a thug? Jinhem loudly denounced, pointed his finger at them and cursed. I remember very clearly, the brothers said he was a disrespectful, insolent bastard. Leon exclaimed, it's not wrong, you rude bastard. Suddenly, Rud shouted loudly, hey, don't laugh, I'm not like that. Even if I'm a bastard, I still have morals, isn't that so? Barfin quickly said, yes, the professors also praised me. He nodded, that's good, he understood, so why did he do these things? The blond man turned to look at his friend, hey, it's cold, say something. He was startled when he was called and quickly replied, yes, it was because I initially slipped up. Barfin expressed, the story is that I heard that a first-year student had harsh words and actions towards the student council president. Henneth exclaimed in surprise, student council president. On the other side, the hands of the clock keep ticking away. Jeremy smiled meaningfully and said, almost there. It's a bit late, Rud. Outside the room, there was an argument, this new recruit, what's going on in the student council office? Then came the sound of scuffling, hey, you did something. A moment later, Rud's face darkened and he put his hand on the student council door to look in. The secretary rushed in, Mr. President, this rookie insisted on rushing in. Jeremy calmly replied, it's okay, he's my guest, I'll receive him, you can go. Hearing that, the secretary left, slowly closing the door. Jeremy saw Rud looking interested and said, long time no see. You're later than I thought, but come on, sit down first. Rud angrily used his foot to kick the table away. He said fiercely, stop beating around the bush, tell me straight, what's the matter when you called me here? Jeremy put his head in his hands and replied, that's the property of the student council. He asked again, why did you tell that bastard from the cold shore to curse me? He pretended to be surprised, you said that, there must have been some misunderstanding, I would never do such a thing, it's true that I complained a little about the cold shore, but it was true that day, you talk harshly to me, right? Rud raised his eyebrows, so you want me to apologize? No, I just want to talk to you. He couldn't help but angrily question, what you guys started talking to me about is unacceptable, but since it's already here, then just say it straight. At this moment, Jeremy sighed deeply, he replied, I see you seem to be in touch with Damian Grace often lately. Didn't I warn you, Damian Grace is dangerous. Before he could finish speaking, Rud burst into laughter and interrupted, yes, I don't remember a damn thing. Jeremy sighed and said, Rud, you're really hot-tempered, but you still don't understand Damian Grace. Rud continued, because he has the heart of 10,000 star dragons. These words made him stutter in surprise, you know about this, I didn't expect that. Ah, you are the inheritor of the heavenly contemplation technique, so you must have heard of the immortal heavenly sword. But if you already know, I don't understand why you still contact Damian. Ah, I see, you must have been instructed by the immortal heavenly sword to immediately notify it if any danger is discovered, right? Hearing these words, Rud thought to himself, this sick bastard, the way he talks like he has seen through everything is really annoying. Jeremy continued passionately, of course, the immortal sword was the one who directly killed him, so it probably only told you to keep an eye on him, so you had to be in this stuck state. Rud couldn't help but interrupt, I know what you're thinking, but you're wrong, Jeremy Duval, Professor Damian won't die. These words made him surprised. Rud leaned close to Jeremy's ear and affirmed, I guarantee it. On the other hand, Damian sat thoughtfully in his room, watching the tiny drops of coffee fall. He thought to himself, I can't hide anymore, I have to tell Rud, the fact that I have the heart of 10,000 dragons. And the reason why I got it. Thinking back to when he was little, he curiously asked, Grandpa, what are you going to read to me today? Damian's grandfather replied, which book do you like better, The Demon World Behind the Mountains, and The Primitive War of the Gods? Damian replied, the story about the dragon slayer, when I grow up I also want to become a dragon slayer like my grandfather. He silently exclaimed, the best memories I ever had were the strong aftertaste of coffee and my grandfather's big hand gently caressing my head, my parents, both dragon slayers, had died since I was young. When I was very young, the person who raised me was my grandfather. Thanks to my grandfather's constant efforts, growing up I never had to feel sad because of the absence of a parental figure, and like my grandfather and parents, I thought I could become a proud dragon slayer. If it weren't for the mana sickness that I contracted that year. Mana sentiment, a rare disease, causes the patient's body to overreact to mana, the source of life. As long as the mana in my body flows slowly and naturally in a normal rhythm, it is enough to make me suffer the tearing pain as if I want to melt into pieces. Every time I breathe is heavy and extremely difficult. Despite seeing countless talented doctors and shamans, I remained in bed for years and years, living a stagnant life without any hope of progress or recovery. To the point where I forgot what the scenery outside was like. That night, Damien's grandfather returned through the rain. Damien then weakly called out, "Sir. What's going on?" He looked at his grandfather's blank face without understanding what was going on. Grandpa said in a low voice, "Damien, do you want to live?" Damien heard these words and pondered for a moment. At the same time, grandfather reached into his pocket to get something. He took the heart of the thousand-shaped dragon and gave it to Damien and told him to swallow it. He then wondered, "What is this?" His grandfather said, "You'll be fine soon." After that, he forcefully forced Damien to swallow that disgusting thing. Damien tried to struggle helplessly. Just like that, he swallowed the hearts of 10,000 dragons. Damien screamed loudly in fear. At that time, Damien's grandfather held Damien's hand tightly. "Sorry, I'm sorry." Damien, his grandfather's face flashed with some insecurity. Thinking of this, he cried in pain. He tearfully thought to himself, "My grandfather, he didn't do anything wrong, he just wanted to save his nephew. If you want to blame, then blame me, because I unintentionally borrowed the hearts of thousands of dragons and caused many people to die just to prolong my own life. I'm sorry," he trembled and held out his hand. At this time, Rudd was sitting coldly in front of Damien without saying anything. At the Alchemy Club office, Magic Research Building, Henneth was depressed and collapsed on the table, blaming himself. "I told Rudd that I liked him." While lying down, suddenly a voice called out, "Wake up. Henneth." The female senior called her and wondered, "Don't you have a training class today? Every time you leave 30 minutes early, you still see Lee and Na." Henneth rubbed his head tiredly and said, "But right now my mind is busy thinking about too many things, I probably won't be able to concentrate." So she said it was better to rest today and not waste any energy, so we were allowed to leave early. She remembered when she was studying because she lost concentration and failed to perform magic. Professor Leanna patted her head and reminded her, "Henneth, today you are not concentrating at all, so let's continue. Afraid that the training ground will be buried in ashes, let's stop here." Henneth couldn't help but regretfully apologize to the teacher at that time. When the senior heard this story, he laughed and comforted him. "Why are you so worried? Come to think of it, it's almost the festival season. Aren't you worried about how to convince as many members as possible, in the Alchemy Club, participate in special events, right?" She couldn't help but wonder, isn't she very busy because she has to write her graduation thesis? Every year usually only 1 in 2 students graduate, so she must be working very hard. The girl cried when she heard it, but quickly cheered up and asked, "But if it's not about the festival, then what are you thinking about?" Henneth was quiet for a moment, but only later did he speak up to ask for his opinion. "Senior, tell me, if your friend has a girlfriend, what will you feel? Are you afraid that your friend won't go out anymore? As for me too, do I feel so sad and uncomfortable that I can't sleep?" The senior raised his voice and laughed teasingly. "Okay, I understand, so it turns out it's a relationship problem. Girl, is he really just your friend? Is this a simple friendship? It's not that I'm afraid of anything, it's just that I don't understand my feelings yet." Henneth blushed and denied, "No, our relationship is not that type of relationship." At this moment, the club door opened. Rudd suddenly appeared and asked for a favor. "Is this the Alchemy Club?" Seeing him, she was startled and stood up screaming. "Why are you here?" he said in confusion. "What do you mean by that? Am I here to join the club?" Henneth still raised her voice. "You're not even a magician." The senior saw her reacting so strongly and advised her, "Henneth, you don't have to be a magician to participate, my friend, come here, go, you just need to fill out this application form." She cried out in anger and helplessness. "Senior." Rudd followed the instructions. He bent down to write an application. On one side, 2 girls whispered, "This is the person you just mentioned, right? Go flirt with him, it won't take long." After finishing, the senior quickly left, leaving private space for the 2 of them. Before leaving, she waved friendly and said, "Welcome to the club, new member. Henneth here will lead you go visit the club, I have to go write my thesis next. Henneth was pushed to work and held his head in confusion. It was so annoying, I was going crazy, looking at his face made me so embarrassed. On the other side, Rudd had already filled out the application. He held up the announcement. Henneth held out his hand and said, "Give it to me." She read through the information he filled out and was quite surprised. She had no experience in the field of alchemy, had no knowledge of magic, and wanted to participate in making medicine, such as magic potions, making medicine. That's also a unique reason. Rudd wondered, what's unique about it? Henneth was startled and quickly turned away to explain, but I was just a little surprised. You sit down and wait, while I go find my research notes. While waiting, Rudd began to look around. His eyes suddenly fell on the pile of books on the table. There are also Henneth's notes on the symptoms of heat stroke. This immediately brought back some memories for him. Heat stroke. The origin of life, mana, the power of the world that burns in all types of living organisms. This incomprehensible power centuries after its discovery is still the subject of many research projects. Therefore, there are still some special mechanisms, as well as special diseases that have not been successfully decoded. Heat shock is one of them. When a large amount of mana is pushed out, the body cannot bear it, and the person will have a high fever and die. There are similarities but also differences with the case of Professor Damien, who suffers from the mental illness mana. In her previous life, Henneth spent her life researching a cure for her sister's heat stroke, Li La Ha Pun Li A. After many hours of in-depth research, she finally succeeded in finding a solution. At that time, she happily ran to tell the news, "Sister, it was successful." But it was too late to save Li La. 4 months after Li La's funeral, she is still depressed. When she came to visit her, Lenya softly said, "Rudd." He asked, "Is it still the same?" "Yes, she won't eat or drink anything, just keeps crying." Balak also worriedly said, "Although losing a family member is truly a sad thing, the position of head of the Fire Guild has been vacant for too long, and there are gradually voices of opposition emerging within the organization, that's it." Hearing that, he immediately rushed inside, even though he tried to stop him. "Rudd, what are you planning to do?" Rudd kicked the door and shouted, "Henneth Ha Pun Li A." Inside, Henneth lay face down on the bed looking haggard. Hearing him call, she looked up in discomfort and asked, "What are you doing here?" He angrily scolded, "How long are you going to cry? You can't give up your responsibility to the camp, and the dragon slayers just because your sister died." "What?" Henneth clenched her fist. Rudd continued to remind her that she had sunk so deeply into grief that she had given up on the world that her ancestors had risked their lives to protect. She also intended to give up revenge on the White Flame Empire and her human status. How long will the inheritance of the business last? Henneth gritted his teeth and threatened, if he dared to say another word. He interrupted provocatively, "Why, if you say more, she'll run away to tell her sister." A powerful fire magic attack was released, causing a large aftershock in the room. Outside, Balak and Lenya shook their heads and lamented, knowing right away. After a while, everything quieted down again. Rudd was also beaten up and breathing heavily. Henneth scoffed, "You can't win, why are you trying to anger me?" He smiled and explained, "Because there was a girl who was both a bitch and a hot-tempered person, and cried all day like an idiot, so I wanted to check her brain to see if it was still in there. But she's still strong, and it's still acceptable for her to be on the team, so stop crying like a loser, and start joining us again tomorrow." Henneth then smiled. But the next second, she gave him a strong smack on the head. However, her mood at that time was also better. She smiled softly and said, "You're really crazy, Rudd, that's good." Returning to the present, Henneth saw him standing still and scolded him, "Why are you reading someone else's research documents?" Rudd shrugged and replied, "You open it as if you wanted to show it to me, but why did you research that incurable disease?" She put the book on the table and expressed that it was an incurable disease. Famous pharmacists, doctors, priests, all those stupid things, no one has found a cure. My sister is now alive but as if she were dead. Rudd suddenly said, "It is not an incurable disease, I have seen patients who have been cured." Henneth couldn't help but be surprised. She was so rushed that she dropped the pile of books and eagerly asked, "Really, where, who, how?" He scratched his head and could only suggestfully reply, "A very hot-tempered girl also researched how to cure this disease and died. It's just because I don't know much about alchemy, so I only learned a little, just a little bit from her. As long as you find the right ingredients, making a cure won't be too difficult for you. If you want to do it, I can help you, but you have to buy medicine for me, I'll need a lot of it." Before he could finish his words, Henneth ran up and suddenly hugged him. She shed tears of gratitude and expressed her thanks to him. Rudd looked at her, but didn't push her away. Just let her hold her and tell her, it's okay, whispering in her heart, don't be late like last time. Every late spring, the Erasium holds a festival. An annual ceremony important not only to the Erasium, but to the entire country to commemorate the age of humanity, which began after the first dragon slayer sealed the 7 dragons. Therefore, outsiders were also allowed to enter the Erasium area. Countless tourists from inside and outside the Infi Empire flocked, forming a huge crowd. There was a festive atmosphere, but at the fountain, Leon sat there with his cheeks puffed out. I asked him if he wanted to go sightseeing at the festival with me. Why is he so busy these days? I don't think he's avoiding me, but it's hard to even see his face. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh. Coincidentally, sitting nearby, Henneth was similarly depressed. Hearing the sound, both of them were startled and turned to look at each other. Leon was a little surprised and asked, Ha Pun Li, why are you going alone to the festival? She suddenly smiled wryly. I pointed. Her mind was confused. Why would I meet her out here again? I'm going crazy, even though I explained that day, I'm still not ready. Wait, why do I have to explain to her? I've thought about it over and over again, but it's not like it's a date or anything. Finally, after a while of scratching his head, Henneth decided to turn around and ask again, why are you sitting here alone? Do you have no friends? Leon was about to argue, no, I have an appointment. Hearing that, Henneth just sighed, really, it's good for you then, damn it, those guys have all left me, so now I have no one to go to the festival with. Leon laughed, she's really straightforward. Why are you laughing? Do you want to tease me? Henneth shouted angrily. But she just laughed and explained, actually, I lied, I didn't have any friends to go to the festival with. The atmosphere was momentarily quiet. Finally, Henneth tried to act arrogantly and said, I'm not that weak, you can call me Henneth. Leon was about to say, but. She immediately interrupted, you and I don't like each other, but in general you are as talented as me, whether you like it or not, we have to see each other often. Leon laughed again and expressed, you're really straightforward, Henneth, and she felt a bit angry seeing that. Why do you keep causing trouble? Leon looked straight at her and expressed, I'm praising you. Henneth blushed a little. She turned around and was about to say, you know, the words you said at that time. At this moment, Lenya came humming again, long time no see. What are you two doing here? Seeing her, Henneth felt uncomfortable and gritted his teeth. Since morning until now, I've been having trouble all the time. Lenya pouted, so mean, I was just saying hello. Then she slowly approached and asked, who are you? Are you also Rudd's friend? Leon looked at her and replied, I am Leon Flag Rai. You are? I'm Lenya Lotus, actually I'm considered your senior, but, Rudd's friend is also my friend. Henneth wondered, what are you doing? I don't think you came here to gossip. Did Rudd tell you to do this? White-eyed Lenya countered, no, what do you mean? So what do you think? I just discovered you two sitting alone in the middle of the festival. You don't have any friends to go with, so you must be free. Henneth shouted angrily, who do you think you are, talking to me like that? Leon had to dissuade, you two calm down. She turned around and pointed her finger in question, hey, you're the one who just woke up, don't you know there's a rumor in school that you're a crazy group? This group has attracted enough attention with a genius, a family of thugs, a crazy muscle guy and a freshman representative, and now there's also a crazy guy grilling meat on the roof. Lenya gently reminded, Henneth, keep it low, people are looking. What, since when do you care about such things? Leon did not object, but deep down he was a bit dissatisfied. My family did not, there are thugs. Suddenly a voice rang out, catching the three people's attention, what's so noisy? When he turned around, he saw Balak standing nearby. He was shirtless, showing off his muscular body, and on his head was a hat with feathers and flowers. This pose made Henneth hold his head and roll his eyes. What is that? Balak explained, I heard that there is a family festival today, so we always dress up for the festival, so why are you naked like that? At this moment, a young man stuck his head out and said, what are you talking about? His body is so beautiful, who else is this? He was full of fond crazy light and said, on the way here, there were 6 people who wanted to take pictures with us and 8 people who wanted autographs. Balak is the god of muscles, lord of muscles. Leon on his hateful eyes threatened, don't come close or I'll kill you. Henneth was speechless and asked softly, how did you get so close to that guy? Balak replied proudly, he is quite strong, I invited him to train, and we talked all week about muscles. Lenya covered her mouth and smiled happily in appreciation. It was horrible, but Leon still looked disgusted. Oh, the smell of sweat. Balak's bright expression suggested, after all we are gentlemen, and gentlemen must escort ladies. Since we've met, why don't we go together? The three of them immediately left, ignoring these two muscular people. I remembered, at a certain stall there is delicious romi rouli. The atmosphere here is so overwhelming, I also want to go. In the restaurant, the pastries were arranged beautifully on a plate. Kenneth complained while eating, feeling so tired. The more I think about it, the more confused I become. What is he thinking? Leon immediately asked, do you mean Rudd? She recounted, he gathered people together as if he was planning something, then directed everyone's attention elsewhere. A few days ago he also bought a lot of magic potions and potions. Magic medicine, Lenya suddenly spoke up. Kenneth guiltily shook her head, nothing. Lenya said unhappily, are you talking bad about Rudd behind his back? You said you were his friend, you shouldn't consider him a friend anymore. Kenneth angrily slammed the table and shouted, what do you know? Do you think you're planning to slander everyone around Rudd like that? Leon felt tired and stood up, that's enough, I'm leaving, I have to rest. On the way back, she thought as she walked, just like Kenneth said, Rudd must be concentrating on something. He said he sees a bad future. He's already preparing for that uncertain future from now on. I don't want to stop him, but I hope he doesn't try to carry everything alone. Meanwhile, at the Alchemy Club, Rudd is currently concentrating on studying magic books. Not knowing how much time passed, he finally closed the book. I leaned back in my chair and breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. The Elemental King appeared and said, it's been a long time. Rudd rubbed his neck and said, it's so noisy, who knew we had to learn these things? He criticized that it would take several hours to digest that much knowledge, so he immediately countered, don't compare human intelligence with that of the Elemental Kings. Yes, that's right, if you knew you were human then you would already know your state. Rudd pretended not to understand and asked, what are you talking about? The Elemental King then said directly, I'm saying you're a weak human, I know that. He asked again, even though increasing his body's strength increased his mana, his body's ability to endure had limits, all the techniques he used were difficult, but using this normal body to fight help, how did you solve it in your previous life? Rudd replied, there is no solution, I just leave it like that and become a demigod. My arms and legs are weak as if they were broken when I vomited blood, but I still fight very well, you don't need to worry. The Elemental Lord expressed disbelief, there was no way it was just that, especially the extreme feeling when he used it, he forced his senses, there must be side effects. Rudd's eyes became firm, expressing that no matter what side effects, the opponent is a damn dragon, a horse is a dragon-shaped disaster, even if he risks his life, he is not guaranteed to win. At that time, one of my eyes was blind, my sense of taste also disappeared, even if I became a demigod I would not feel pain. If I could kill all the dragons in the world without my brother, I would definitely stop at nothing. The Elemental King couldn't help but be shocked, Rudd. Even so, he continued to say, if I use it all and still can't afford it, I still have a corner of trust in this body. Having said that, he was also very curious in his heart. Killing all the dragons in this world will be faster. Or going to a place, Rudd reached out to open the door. The principal was surprised to see him, Rudd is so good. He thought to himself, which would be faster compared to me becoming a corpse. The academy principal, the ram, the massacrer, the hero who slashed the necks of many dragons, and returned alive from the conquest of the 1,000 dragons. Because he was injured in that battle, he went back into hiding. Now he is recognized for his achievements and became the principal of Regression Academy, although he became a heroic dragon slayer admired by everyone, but what are you doing here? He asked. Rudd smiled mysteriously, the heart of the 1,000-bladed dragon, was this old man the one who stole that damn thing? Thinking about it, he approached his workplace and replied, I came here to ask about your health, forgive me for being rude, waved my hand, no reason, I always welcome you as an honored guest. Happy anniversary. He shook his head, it was nothing, because there was too much work so he couldn't see much, so it wasn't possible, he said, aren't you still young, as a dragon slayer also needs time to bear the burden, carry the burden on your shoulders. Rudd smiled faintly, he's still young. I'm not such a fool as to talk about youth in an urgent situation like now. The situation is urgent. He placed both hands on the table, leaned towards the principal and said leisurely, I have talked a lot with Professor Damien recently. For example, the student director is Professor Damien's grandfather. Gory clenched his fists, did that child reveal it? Rudd shrugged and said, yes, there are also many other things, such as Professor Damien's long-term illness, which resulted from his special physical condition. And there's a special heart. Hearing this news, he couldn't help but be silent. What? Rudd smiled sarcastically. The older he gets, the less he can hear clearly. I'm talking about the heart of the celestial dragon that you gave to your nephew, Academy Principal. As soon as he finished speaking, the gorilla flipped the table and quickly attacked him. His hand got closer and closer to your neck, but you thought, there was nothing left to say, so you rushed in. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed Rudd's neck. With my other hand, I began to summon the sword. After retiring, I wore a benevolent face for a long time. On the other side, Rudd silently admired, this was a massacre, using his bare hands to control sword energy. But we are already prepared. Then his hand also took the sword and directly slashed the principal's attack. The two quickly separated. Because of the collision they had just created a little dust around the room. The principal, holding a long sword in his hand, frowned and said, I don't know what you were thinking, saying that in front of me, but he was probably ready to die. On the other side, Rudd also held the sword and laughed and asked, does he want to become a principal who kills his students? He maintained a gentle smile and said, I would probably cut off your arms and legs, then you would shut up. But then, he suddenly shouted loudly, along with a fiery sword swing, his arms and legs were so ridiculous. Rudd quickly fought back, but he was still struggling, his body felt like it was about to crumble. Low-level wind attribute spirit magic. As he finished speaking, a large area of the room was blown apart by the wind, directly creating a strong shock. Rudd took this opportunity to delay the attack, he backed away. There was already blood running down his face, so he took the healing potion and bit the lid to let the healing gas flow out. If he hadn't blocked that move and jumped up, he wouldn't have been able to escape that sword wind. At that moment, this back already broken. It was difficult to deal with a level 4 massacrer, his magic power was also different. The principal was surprised to see this action of yours and frowned, if you use medicine in this space, do you really want to fight? Rudd smiled and replied, I came to announce that I will rip out your nephew's heart, of course you have to be prepared, and it's okay, after all, I'm not the one who will deal with you. Hearing these words, I couldn't help but get angry at the veins on his face. Suddenly, a strike like lightning suddenly hit him. The principal was pushed back, and at this time someone also appeared. My favorite student was a bit rude, every word he said made people angry. The person who came was none other than Immortal Heavenly Sword, Anbree. She greeted with a smile, long time no see. A few days ago, Anbree enjoyed the fresh air of the morning, the wind blew gently, the leaves rustled, looking at the RETM Academy above, she closed her eyes, thinking in her heart, it was all my plan. Immortal Heavenly Sword, Anbree, smiled proudly and said, actually, my favorite student is more generous than he appears. That bastard is no different from the remaining remnants of the Heavenly Blade Dragon, you don't seem to know who he wants to kill. Professor Daniel's image appeared in her mind at that moment. Someone's voice rang out, what you want to kill is Tian Yan Long, not Professor Daniel. It hit the nail on the head, Mrs. Anbree replied, even though this is quite troublesome for me. That mysterious person continued, hoping you would consider it my disciple's childish game. Anbree laughed hoarsely like a good harvest. Back to the present, the immortal Tian Sword Anbree is fighting with the principal of RETM Academy. The male lead is witnessing, he thought to himself, I don't know what his intentions are, dare to tell the Tian Sword Venerable hey, don't kill the massacre, but buy time. Those eyes cannot be mistaken. Anbree smiled brightly, floating in the air, speaking, long time no see. Old Gerard, the headmaster of the academy, looked up, his expression not surprised at all. He questioned, Anbree, it is indeed you, I have sensed a lot of your whereabouts, could it be that you are following this academy? Faceless Tian Kiem smiled complacently and replied, what you said is both right and wrong. That kid has come up with an interesting plan, you should obediently cooperate, because this is the plan that will save your grandchild's life, she said, pointing at Rudd. Old Gerard, gritting his teeth, angrily spoke loudly and nonsense. If you destroy the heart, Damien will die, he will suffer terrible pain, do you think I will let that happen? The male protagonist repeats, you said it yourself, the day I take that heart away, if Damien can't stand it, you will kill him directly, Gerard questioned, Damien is still living very well now, are you planning to turn things around? Rudd replied, no, I did not kill, but only took the heart. Gerard got angry, shouted loudly, shut his mouth, then spewed fire all over his body, leaning back to gain momentum. Seeing that, the immortal Heavenly Sword Anbree grabbed the male protagonist's collar. With an unpleasant look on his face, he scolded him, if I don't make the situation worse, then I can't stand it, why did you say those harsh words? Rudd replied with a straight face, I was just explaining the plan. Anbrey frowned and said with some regret, why did I let this kid succeed me? Rudd smiled and said, but now he can't be gentle. Mrs. Anbrey stood up in front to shield the male lead, sighing in boredom. Then he grabbed the hilt of the sword, clicked his tongue and said to Rudd, okay, just follow the plan, I will tie his legs, and you will deal with the heart of the thousand-bladed dragon. Rudd agreed, he replied, okay, master, just buy time, as long as you don't kill him. The old man also eloquently affirmed that I will absolutely not hand it over to you. He created a fire tornado and rushed to attack Anbrey. She frowned and curled her lips and said, what he said sounded too simple. At this moment, the mana engraving on Anbrey's neck glowed with all 5 wings. Her whole body radiated blue light in contrast to old Gerard's fire aura. Old Gerard looked a bit vulnerable, his eyes narrowed. Immortal Heavenly Sword Anbrey smiled proudly and confidently affirmed, of course, under the wind of this heaven, nothing is impossible. She then launched a powerful burst of mana towards Old Man Gerard, causing him to spread his arms and brace himself against that force. The wind blew fiercely, dust flew everywhere. Rudd covered his face with his hands, squinted his eyes, in his mind he thought, good, still within my prediction. Even though the evil heavenly blade dragon demon spirit of the past was killed, this time. Before he could finish his thoughts, suddenly, his eyes lit up. Looking up at the sky, his face looked panicked and surprised, thinking in his head, could it be? Scene change on the street, people walking bustlingly. In a small alley, Professor Damien faced the wall, using strong force to continuously punch the wall. Suddenly he vomited a black liquid, according to my guess it was blood. Damien's face was quite haggard, he put his hand on his forehead and grimaced in pain, blood covered his mouth, he muttered, he had a headache. To the point where it was difficult to maintain sobriety, I clearly thought that the feeling of guilt was the cause of my muscle pain after he asked me to commit suicide. Even though I told Rudd everything, the pain still wouldn't go away. Until the pain subsides, I have to stay away from people as much as possible. Suddenly, a figure entered the street from outside, he spoke sarcastically and disgustedly, causing Damien's face to darken. It turned out to be Jeremy, he smirked, looked disdainful, continued to speak, indeed, this disgusting appearance is very suitable for this dirty alley. Damien Grace, you still don't know anything. Like I said before getting even more pathetic. Suddenly Damien turned around, raised his hand and rushed towards Jeremy, then squeezed his neck tightly. Cornered. Jeremy made a sound in his throat. He still smiled brightly and spoke, because death was better. As a remnant of the heavenly blade dragon, Damien's entire body was now covered in scratches, his face was dirty, his hair was hanging down, his eyes were only white, filled with tears. He shouted loudly, I am not a monster. Jeremy chuckled and asked, so what is this pathetic appearance? Look at yourself, you want to live miserably, until you become the evil in the world. Jeremy's words made Damien ponder, he let go of Jeremy's neck, his face bowed to the ground, tears falling. Jeremy was able to manipulate Professor Damien's psychology, he grabbed the hilt of the knife hidden in his body and said softly, if you feel tired, let me help you, just stand there. Jeremy swung his sword and jumped up. Professor Damien's consciousness is gradually being invaded by the monster, because that is the right choice, okay, just like that, as a massacrer, for everyone. Then I am a monster who deserves to die. At this time, Damien still had some sense of himself, he remembered Principal Gerard's words asking, Damien, do you want to live? The male lead also had a harsh attitude and asked him, Professor Damien, if he really felt sorry for me. Then live well. Jeremy rushed to attack Mr. Damien. But now his eyes no longer saw any soul, he used his hand to grab the blade from Jeremy. His body began to change, growing spikes and horns all over his body, emitting a dark aura. Damien screamed in pain. Jeremy was also surprised that he had changed so quickly, he covered his face with his ears, squinted his eyes, and muttered, damn the monster, damn it. The sun is gradually fading, the worst situation has come. The Crimson Night, the return of the Heavenly Dragon. At the same time, Leon's eyebrows furrowed, his eyes full of worry. I thought to myself, what is this dangerous feeling? It suddenly poured torrential rain. Everyone walking on the street was surprised, they hurriedly walked quickly to find shelter from the rain. The orange-haired girl muttered to herself, why did it suddenly rain? The brown-haired boy raised his hand to catch the rainwater, also wondering, rain, but its color. The purple-black raindrops on Leon's hand made her think to herself, it wasn't rain. It's mana radiating from someone. This texture is very unique and unpredictable, even I can't guess, but I can feel, something scary is left on this mana. Devoured, the sun was covered in pitch black. Leon glanced over at the swords placed in the rack. People on the street pulled over to sheltered places to avoid the rain, they chatted loudly, the sky began to darken, maybe the rain had stopped. A little girl held her father's hand tightly, looking at her with fear in her eyes, staring to the left, muttering, "Father, father." Then the little girl screamed loudly, "Dad, a black monster on the ground is gradually approaching here." It was a puddle of black slime, it looked disgusting. Then, that puddle of slime turned into 5 wolves with bright eyes and growling teeth and claws. They rushed towards the father and son, the girl crouched behind her father, trembling in fear. The father hugged his child, using his body to protect his daughter, his cries and screams were loud. At this tense moment, Leon promptly appeared, she rushed out to block the attack of the beasts. She reminded the father and son, as well as the trembling people behind them, to run quickly if they wanted to save their lives. Run as far as possible. They obeyed and immediately ran away. Leon alone faced 5 ferocious wolves. In the middle of the hustle and bustle of people running around, Helion stood stunned, his face darkened, his whole body trembling and panting. He couldn't stand, he sat on the ground, screaming loudly. Leon frowned and said loudly, "Don't be afraid, get up quickly, are you students of the academy or not? Stay against them or run away, choose." These words made the students of RETM Academy feel guilty, their eyes glittering as they looked at the monsters, quite confused and hesitant. In the end these people chose to stay with Leon. "Pick up your weapons and fight the monsters." The blonde girl pointed towards the door and loudly said, "This direction," to show the people where to hide. The girl with pink hair shot her bow and arrow, not forgetting to remind her teammates to be careful. The direction of the arrow was extremely decisive, shooting straight into the middle of a wolf's skull. Leon thought with a tense face, no matter how hard he attacked these black dogs, he couldn't kill them, if so. Leon shouted orders to everyone, bending down, she released mana energy in all directions. His eyes were extremely decisive, in his heart he thought, if the regeneration ability is high then. Don't give them a chance to regenerate, the whole space is covered with yellow light. The other students in the RETM Academy widened their eyes and opened their mouths in bewilderment. The gray-haired young man muttered under his breath, "That thing just now was an iron sword, right? They have completely turned into ash, can no longer regenerate, even giants do not have such a strong ability to regenerate, are they monsters?" Leon stroked his chin, his expression deep in thought. Unexpectedly they were not demons, but a part of mana separated from someone's thoughts, black rain, shape that changed erratically, the ability to swallow was remarkable, scared. Tian Fan H Long, these 3 words lit up in Leon's head, then she quickly went to Rudd's place. Leon loudly assigned tasks to the students in the academy, "You should spread out and protect the people, taking the injured to a safe place." Suddenly the short blue-haired girl shouted in panic, "Hey, they're in front." Leon immediately stepped back. The black slime slowly crawled up from the ground. Spray straight into the air, but still connected and attached to the ground. Leon remembered that he had once heard Rudd talk about it while studying in the library, about the variable ability of the Tian Fan dragon, meaning, it had many identities, imitating the object it had swallowed, its shape, the universe changes, the stronger the person swallowed by it becomes. The higher its power, the black mucus forms a male figure with a strong body, strong muscles, and a hand holding a weapon. Leon smirked, she mumbled, "Is that true? I will destroy you anyway," then clench my fist, my whole body radiating yellow light. The sun was still completely black at this time. Rudd grimaced in exasperation and said, "Damn, the future is being changed." Old Headmaster Gerard frowned and looked up to the sky, muttering, "Could this be?" Old Mrs. Anbrey sighed and said, "It seems we have been bullied by someone." Rudd replied, "I know who that person is." Master Anbrey's eyes coldly asked Rudd, "Then shall I kill him?" Rudd replied, "No, you just follow the plan." Suddenly a voice asked Rudd, "At this point you still want to look for that Damien?" "There is no need to search anymore. Professor Damien has now had his consciousness completely swallowed, he has transformed his body, floating in the air." Anbrey also spoke, "It seems like that. Found it here on my own." Cam Ma Ra turned close to Dominika's face, his mouth was ulcerated, his eyes were only one color, blood ran under the corners of his eyelids. Seeing this scene, the old man couldn't help but feel sorry for his nephew, muttering to himself, saying, Daman. The past scene flashed in his mind. Father, although very angry, I do not hate people, because in order for you to protect the world, my mother had to leave, but please promise me. My son, Daman, no matter what happens, I hope you will protect him. Father, please promise me. The old man's tears flowed continuously, his face looked desperate, because he did not keep his promise to his son. In his mind he thought, in the end I cannot protect anyone. Professor Danian with a strange face invaded by demons was staring at old Gerard. Then he raised his palm and long-clawed lasso and rushed towards his grandfather. Gerard still looked up, but saw no sign of a counterattack. Wherever Damian went, purple-black mucus flowed out. Hit both Gerard and Rudd. The monster Damian rushed towards Rudd, the two of them sprayed blue and purple power and counterattacked each other. The Damian monster roared loudly, Rudd's mana blew straight into his neck. The time has come, the male protagonist swings his sword, his cold eyes rushing forward to deliver the decisive blow. Seeing that, old Gerard muttered under his breath, no way. Then he opened his palm and threw fire to grab Rudd's leg to stop his actions. He said loudly, don't kill that child. Suddenly a loud explosion rang out, the light was too bright to see anything clearly, the three people at Gerard Academy fell backwards. Master Anbri grimaced and cursed Daman, you damn brat, you want to die so crazy? Rudd asked, should we just let him kill himself? Master Anbri replied that he brought it upon himself. The monster Damian had personally killed his grandfather and touched the heart of the dragon, so he also knew that one day he would die at the hands of his grandson who had turned into a monster. Rudd held the sword covered in purple mucus in his hand and said arrogantly, no one will die. As long as you take care of that heart. The old master and the male protagonist pressed their backs together. The master didn't seem very happy. He asked Rudd, are you causing trouble and forcing me to clean it up? Rudd laughed. Khan replied, that's right, Mrs. Anbri cursed the male lead, he's a damn kid. Then she closed her eyes, sighed, clicked her tongue and continued, okay, according to you, no matter what, his transformation into a dragon will continue. With his ability to regenerate and his dragon-like appearance, he will soon be completely invaded. When he is completely invaded, it will be too late. Rudd replied, I also know that, over there I have to ask the master to help me. Master Anbri reminded the male protagonist that it would be best not to meet in the afterlife, then jumped up. Rudd raised his eyes to look at Damian's transformed body and thought to himself, that's right, I don't have time anymore, it's time to catch the murderer. His eyes were no different from that of a dragon. A bombardment battle took place, from high to low, from left to right. Light radiates like fireworks. Exchanging a few moves with the monster Damian, Rudd felt that, despite being invaded by the thousand-blade dragon, his body was still that of Professor Damian, still maintaining his familiar fighting style. During the past time, I have become completely familiar with Professor Damian's attack style. Defending this way is enough, now we need to aim. The male protagonist holds the monster Damian's moves in the palm of his hand, so he can easily block and avoid them. Rudd observed carefully. He thought to himself, too defensive, the heart of the thousand-bladed dragon is in its neck, it still does not completely control its body, if it only destroys that heart, will it be destroyed, can be reborn again. But the host will also be affected similarly, I shouldn't worry about that right now, first of all. Rushing in, Rudd held the sharp and sturdy axe in his hand. Then he flew up, making a basic sword swing. Hitting the monster's back, cracks appeared on his body. The Damian monster counterattacked, and repeatedly blocked Rudd's attacks. The male lead thought to himself, is it because the host is conscious that it is helping? The male lead suddenly threw a punch at the monster Damian's chin, smirking and muttering, but still. It's still very poor. Damian was punched and his face was distorted. The male lead proudly said, Khan Nit, you should still study more. Then, Rudd punched Damian in the face. At this time, his body began to form dragon scales on his neck and cheeks. Rudd stepped forward with his right foot to gain momentum and jumped up, his mouth arrogantly saying, while using his fist. It's not like you can block it just by using force. Rudd punched Professor Damian in the middle of his stomach. Blood spurted out of his mouth, bright red. Rudd's eyes were full of determination, silently thinking in his heart, good, just deal with it like this to push the soul out. I thought I was about to succeed, but no, the monster in Damian grew stronger and stronger, flying in the air like a black crow, rushing straight towards Rudd, forcing him to step back. The monster Damian stretched out his hand full of sharp claws. The male lead squinted his eyes and used his arms to support him. He thought to himself, his outburst was useless. Then he frowned and looked at the monster, clicking loudly. Then he was pushed back dozens of meters. The monster put its bloody hand on its mouth. The male lead watched the monster Damien's every move and thought to himself, has he already begun to catch up with the technique? The more we are invaded, the more terrifying and cunning the attacks will become. Like now, I have to end this soon, before he does anything stupid. The monster muttered under his breath, the long sleep made me hungry, extremely, extremely hungry. The scene was as red as blood. Under the dark moonlight. It was a wonderful dinner. The male lead was caught in the sights of the monster. The male lead and the monster Damien looked at each other face to face. Suddenly Damien crossed his arms forward, his face bowed, his wings behind his back also folded. Rudd clenched his hands and prepared to take a defensive stance. He thought to himself, he's gathering mana, what kind of trick is that? The monster turned its gaze towards the academy building a retium. A strange smile appeared, his eyes sparkled like that of a dragon man. Then unleashed a burst of power on the male protagonist. It was so fast that it made him stunned. A purple magic circle appeared in the sky that looked like a thundernet and a net. The male lead frowned, his expression tense, and he thought to himself, extremely emotional. After that, there was a sequence of being chased, dodging the attacks of the demon monster, and Rudd jumping around in space. The male protagonist firmly grasped the sword that was emitting a bright stream of mana, raised his eyes and thought to himself, I don't want to use the heavenly sword, because it consumes too much mana, but... Rudd launched a powerful force towards the monster, shattering his earthly matrix. Someone's voice rang out asking our male lead, Rudd, is he okay? His face was covered in scratches, his clothes were torn and bloody, his cold eyes replied, no, very bad. The mysterious person continued to talk to Rudd, as I know, it absorbs the ability of the person it swallows, but it hasn't even swallowed it all, and yet it can use magic to this extent. Rudd took it, a stick of magic powder came out of his chest pocket. He replied, that's right, because 10 years ago, it swallowed hundreds of dragon slayers. Then he filled the glass tube with the powder, and the powder emitted a strange light. The monster Damien raised his voice in disdain, so annoying, just a human, my food. The food was hard to swallow. As he spoke, he stared at Rudd. Damien stretched out his hand with long claws towards the male lead. He firmly said, I will swallow you whole. Rudd held his sharp demon finger tightly, and marveled in his heart. In just a short time, the movements were very proficient. The Tiendam dragon's ability to transform was truly amazing. The reason the principal stole the heart of the heavenly dragon was also for this reason. It overcomes the mana sensitivity. The host's body is almost perfect. Even so, Professor Damien's abilities were beyond the top. This realm ended in a previous life. The male lead took the sword and rushed up. He swung it in a basic direction, looking very majestic and cool. The blade grazed the middle of Damien's abdomen, blood splattered, and the monster grimaced in pain. Damien's appearance was ragged and dirty. He pushed more power into the magic circle. The wind rose fiercely, the stream of light mixed with white light. At this moment, the male protagonist secretly thought to himself that even if he used the heavenly sword to stop him, he would not be able to continue to deal with this sudden attack of high-level magic. Or should I use a strong blow? The male lead jumped into the air, somewhat hesitant. He remembered what Professor Arthur once said, Rudd, your spear skills are almost perfect, this realm will have to be applied in real combat. As your instructor, to reach this realm, I will help you open it. The name of this skill is Lightning Spear. The 4 forms of mana on the back of Rudd's hand glowed. The male protagonist held tightly to the spear, his eyes full of determination. Then use force to launch the spear straight towards the demon monster. At the same time, in another situation, the chicken feather fluttered on his head. Balak let out a hum. I felt a very scary power. The young man behind me, dressed like a ballerina, asked, Master, can't you feel the power of the black dog ramming your ass? Balak used his fist to punch the wolf's head hard. He arrogantly said, how could this leave a scar on the wolf's body? The young man standing behind his eyes sparkled, his mouth open in admiration and said, definitely a teacher. Henneth frowned grumpily, hey, what are you doing standing there? If you don't stop this dog thing quickly, if everyone leaves the academy, this village will collapse. Lenya smiled and smirked and said, it's not anything like a dog, it's a real dog, silly Henneth. Henneth angrily puffed his head, grimacing to explain to himself, I knew it too, they kept charging, but that guy kept fighting slowly, why would he hunt like this? Lenian coldly asked again, hunting. Then she gradually moved forward. Henneth curiously asked, what are you planning to do, are you crazy? Seeing that, the 5 wolves immediately rushed towards Lenya. The scream of Henneth rang out, Senior Lenya. At this moment, Lenya clasped her hands together, and the wolves froze. Henneth and Balak were awe-inspiring. Lenya turned around and spoke, you've rounded them up, now kill them. Henneth scowled and shouted, then kill them all yourself. Lenya replied, don't want to, I just used up all my mana. Henneth angrily asked again, are you stupid, Senior? Lenya questioned again, but I've rounded them up. Henneth was speechless, unable to say another word, gritting his teeth, looking worried in his heart, thinking to himself, really, a high school nerd like me, how could he destroy all this number? But if you stack multiple magic moves of the first level round then. The coordinates were fixed, Henneth's whole body radiated fiery energy. Then she rushed straight towards the 5 frozen wolves. The fire flickered like a house fire, the 5 wolves were burned, the fragrant smell of grilled meat rose. Henneth brushed the dust off his hands, muttering, damn, it's too crowded. Lenya frowned and blamed Henneth, I gathered them up but still can't burn them all. Henneth replied grumpily, talking too much, they don't stand still. At this moment, a wolf rushed forward. Balak immediately punched it, sending it flying dozens of meters away. Balak patted his chest arrogantly and confidently said, you too slowly restore your mana, from now on let me handle it. Henneth retorted to Balak, he didn't do anything and now he's doing it again. Balak's dyke retorted, what are you talking about? My master just looked behind and observed so everyone could focus. Master, you should rest, leave the rest to the disciple, stand as a young man who has not yet experienced life and pretends to be himself. The wolves suddenly turned into purple-black mucus. Balak frowned in surprise. The disciple was scared and fell to the ground. Balak thought to himself at this moment, I didn't even have time to feel it. Neat technique. This incredible speed, this power. Touching the thread, Balak and the purple monster faced each other and rubbed their foreheads. A loud explosion rang out. Balak suddenly realized, I got it, this bastard. The force of the blow, M Alpha Nu Alpha felt, a perfect ancient power. The monster has pale purple skin and a muscular body no less muscular than Balak. It hit Balak repeatedly, making him engrossed in blocking the attack. The consecutive fatal blows to the stomach made Balak vomit blood from his mouth. He thought to himself, the difference in strength was overwhelming. This is one strike. A battle that is certain to fail. Ban Lan will be beaten to a pulp. At this moment, he regained composure, clasped his arms together, purple light flashed, flickering like fire, thinking in his head, but he will not back down, one leg will stand, one leg bent, both hands raised high, eyes full of determination. Both sides exchanged excellent punches. Suddenly Professor Claire appeared. She shouted, stepping back. Then he stepped up with his right foot to gain momentum and jumped high. Professor Claire stood in the middle, blocking the punches from both sides. Balak was surprised and muttered, Claire ma son. Ems, Claire retorted and blamed Balak. Professor Claire was right. Useless brat, she simply threw a move and easily defeated the monster. Professor Claire tapped Balak's busty chest and taught him, look at this situation, always make judgments, I've told you many times, it's just the atmosphere, it's not enough. You guys too, are you okay? Professor Claire glanced at the 2 girls and asked. Henneth replied, it's okay, but monsters are. The number kept increasing, and as soon as he finished speaking, he turned closer to the monster and they had grown into 5 people. Ems, Claire, cracking her knuckles, smiling arrogantly and confidently said, they just increased in number, don't be afraid of anything. With this professor, it only takes a few seconds, she makes one basic swipe, and everything is destroyed. At this moment, Teacher Daniel appeared and asked, is everything okay? Professor Claire angrily shouted at Teacher Daniel, hey, don't interrupt like that. Henneth smiled brightly and said loudly, Professor Daniel, what about the others? Before he could finish his sentence, Teacher Daniel replied, don't worry, the Royal Black Wolf Knights have arrived at the academy, everything will be resolved soon. You guys have worked hard to protect the people, from now on just leave it to us. Suddenly there were footsteps approaching, holding a sword covered in blood, loudly saying, wait a minute, Daniel Gold. There are only lowly monsters here, you don't call the Black Wolf Knights because of this changing dragon. The man with an unpleasant face standing in front of you is Levin Adelph, the Black Wolf Knight, Union leader. Professor Daniel helped Lenya and replied, the essence of the natural dragon was elsewhere, they were just the minions it released. Levin spoke impatiently, "Stop it, we didn't come here just to catch a few stray dogs. Even if it's for the honor of the royal family, if I don't see with my own eyes the essence of the heavenly dragon." Leon spoke up, "The current situation is very urgent, Honor seems like you are a bit careless." As she spoke she used her sword to skewer a few monsters. Blood splattered all over Levin's face, he grimaced in discomfort, gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "This is it." Leon walked straight forward, punched Levin's shoulder and ordered him to move away. "You're blocking my way." Levin was angry, shouting loudly, "This arrogant girl." Levin grabbed Leon's wrist. Teacher Daniel frowned in annoyance and said, "Don't touch our students." Like he said, the situation is very urgent now. Leon waved his hand. Levin warned, "If the situation is stabilized, then you guys better prepare." Levin strode to his subordinates, loudly ordering them, everyone to fight, wiping out the remaining things in front of them. There was a panicked voice saying loudly, "Professor, someone is injured here, please move, those who no longer have mana go to the shelter." Levin guessed, the explosion came from the North Tower. Professor Daniel replied, "That was the dean's room." Henneth sat on the cool, sweaty ground. Having said that, Levin soared into the sky without leaving a trace. Leon looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with worry, thinking to himself, "Rudd." Returning to the battle with the demon monster, Rudd placed his hands on his knees, bent down, breathing heavily, tired eyes mumbling in his mouth. "Hey, a bit off track, lightning strike, skill, the acceleration technique turns the sword into lightning, focusing on one point, because I didn't have the internal power like Professor Arthur, I used the thunder spirit instead, half of the heavenly spirit's mana was gone, looks like we need to fix it a bit." The male protagonist holding the sword gradually walked towards the monster with a determined look on his face. The monster Damien thought to himself, "I will die like this, die, am I, at the hands of a cruel human. I have to recover now, food, I need to swallow something." Rudd spoke confidently, no matter how dissatisfied he was, "Then you're dead, too." The male protagonist frowned and opened his mouth to roar. He swung his sword in a basic path. Mana light emitted throughout the space. Rudd's sword hit the middle of the monster's skull, causing it to not expect it. It stood still for 5 seconds, thinking in its head, "I can't avoid it, death, destruction, and, I don't want to die." A loud explosion sounded like a second-year calf exploding, smoke and fire filled the air, and Rudd was thrown back. The old headmaster Gerard's face darkened, he collapsed in despair, muttering under his breath, confused, "I will protect you, at all costs, as long as I need you." "Where did Master Anbry come from?" She loudly said that the problem was still not resolved. Old Gerard walked up to his nephew, looked up at Damien with sorrowful eyes, blaming and stupidity in his mind. "Damien," Director Gerard knelt down and squatted down. Muttering, I will protect you. I will do anything." I pointed, then he reached out his hand and placed it on Master Damien's cheek. The scene was so sad and painful. Damien still seemed to have some consciousness, muttering Mr. Then he stretched out his monster hand with its long claws. Laughing hoarsely with excitement, then the beast inside Damien arose, biting into Mr. Gerard's bicep, its mouth arrogantly affirming, "Humans are stupid." Master Anbry threw his head at the monster, frowned and said loudly, "Die." Old Gerard wouldn't leave it alone, he created a protective layer over the demon monster, truly a blind love. Master Anbry scowled and cursed at him, "Loser bastard, you're just dragging it out over and over again." The monster Damien swallowed his grandfather's arm, Gerard, deliciously into his mouth. His spirit became completely refreshed, he stretched his arms and raised his voice, "You just crawled into my mouth. It's so refreshing, it's been centuries, but people are still so stupid, this body is immortal. But even so, I'm still missing something easier to eat, tastier, and fresher, like one." Rudd held his head in his hands, frowned, sighed, and said boredly, "Going crazy." The elemental king Felderter reminded him, "Rudd, the potion." The male protagonist put his hands on the ground and slowly stood up. He replied, "No, I've already done it all." He asked the flying monster, "Do you feel like you've lost? Attack me without a weapon, because you think you're a little better." The monster gets stronger and stronger, causing the male protagonist to run backwards. He frowned, gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "This attack is simpler, but more overwhelming. The wound just now has increased the difference in strength." Rudd got punched in the face, blood flew out of his mouth, stuck on his lips, he thought bitterly, "Say it again. If I had physical strength, I would have won. If my body is completely healthy. If I can recover the strength of my previous life. If the person standing here is not me, it is you. The male lead reminded himself that he was making nonsense excuses. He regained his composure, pushed forward with great force, shouted loudly, "One blow was enough." A beam of bright light flashed into the monster's face, and it easily blocked it with its hand. But the mana that Rudd released had passed through the gap and was slowly skewering the monster's neck. The male protagonist thought to himself, so what? Whether it's speed or physical strength, this body is superior. But why? My body is something that is torn into pieces. I understand. The male lead's eyes lit up, flashing with electric lightning. He remembered what Leon once said to him, "Good riddance, you are too dependent on your senses, can you stop depending on your eyes, and try to see further into the future?" The male lead thought to himself, "I'm not a genius like you, I don't have natural physical health, and even the surroundings where I grew up, were trash. I couldn't see it back then." Muscle tension and relaxation, as well as the force and direction of the phantom flow new alpha. Subconscious habits, focus, surely Leon wanted to say these things to me. It's not the speed, or the movement, but the manner. And seized the opportunity, but Leon's words made Rudd somewhat enlightened. And then he easily pierced the monster's belly with his sword filled with mana. Rudd thought to himself, I feel like all the muscles in my body are being torn into pieces. My body has reached its limit, chains and purple aura floating in space. It surrounds Rudd, he thought, but as long as he has the strength to hold a sword. The space is chaotic and confusing like a maze. At this moment, Cam Ma showed a close-up image of the bloody sword blade. Rudd was happy and cheered in his heart, this time, I did it. The male lead held the sword with both hands, stabbing it into Du Mion's heart. His eyes were extremely cold, thinking about the deep future. The monster stiffened and did not resist, blood pouring out of his mouth. Rudd coldly pulled the sword and slid it down, causing the monster's body to split into two parts. Suddenly he opened his eyes in surprise. Pulled the sword out of the monster's body. Then his hand tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword. Continue stabbing into the throat of Mian. Rudd spoke, the divine mana is available. After reaching the bottom, he raised his eyes to see the sky gradually turning orange. In another scenario, Leon, Henneth, along with Balak and teacher Daniel hurriedly ran forward. Leon speculated, over there, to the north, must be Rudd. The eyes of both Rudd and Leon glanced at each other. Leon was stunned when he saw Rudd killing teacher Damien in a very strange manner, muttering questions, Rudd. Past memories rushed back into Leon's head. When talking about the topic of dragon slayers, she once asked Rudd, aren't you afraid? The male lead smiled and asked again, are you afraid of those lizards? Leon replied, I'm not afraid of them. I'm just afraid of people close to me getting hurt or disappearing. Leon's face turned white, she was confused and called out his name, Rudd. The male lead raised his eyes to look at Leon, then he coldly ordered her to stand still. Hands holding the sword firmly. In a moment of distraction, Rudd was bitten on the shoulder by the monster, causing fresh blood to spurt out. The monster bit off a piece of Rudd's flesh. He fell to the ground, his face grimacing in pain. The elemental king Felderda asked, are you still alive? Rudd held the bite wound to keep the blood from flowing out, smiled optimistically and replied, it's probably still there. The elemental king continued worriedly, you're all bruised, luckily he stabbed your arm and not your neck. Rudd also replied in the same manner, yes. The monster chuckled with excitement, even though he was stabbed many times, he was still alive, showing no signs of death. The sword was still stuck firmly in his throat. Suddenly, the monster screamed, the sword stuck in its neck also disappeared, it still arrogantly said, because of this, you guys are just food. Ordinary idiots. Having lost all hope, all I had left to do was eat. Master Anbry grabbed old headmaster Gerard's neck and pushed his head down on the grass, suppressing him. The evil person in Professor Damien's body was angry, it affirmed that I will destroy all of you, I will slaughter all of you, until I find the body. Suddenly, drops of purple blood flowed into the monster's chest. It sticks out its long tongue to scare people. Rudd slowly stood up, smiled and asked the monster, if you're so hungry, why don't you eat? Should I feed you? The male lead asked the monster sarcastically. The elemental lord wondered and asked him, what do you mean when you say you put all your trust in something? The demon knelt to the ground, arched its body forward and screamed, looking quite painful. Purple-black light also emitted. Rudd replied to the elemental lord Felderda, well, to put it simply, this is a special structure. In particular, the only reason we were able to live in D-Sol when we were young was The special blood of Dina Good. 10 years ago, the earth dragon attacked my family, it killed my mother, and soon after swallowed my father. That's why we discovered our blood is extremely poisonous to dragons. We don't know why, but at that time it didn't matter, we just wanted to live. Rudd held up the sword and said arrogantly, I'm still alive, thanks to this special body. We will repeat. My existence is the curse of your race. The male protagonist split his sword towards the monster that was trembling in fear. The elemental king Felderda warned the male protagonist, what a reckless move, my Mu Alpha Nu Alpha is almost gone, if your blood hadn't touched him, or he wasn't bloodthirsty, you would be dead by now. Rudd spoke, but if I hadn't stopped, Professor Damian would have died. This is the real outcome. Rudd pointed his sword at the throat of the monster hidden in Professor Damian's body. At this moment, Professor Daniel suddenly arrived. He shouted loudly, wait, Rudd. A stream of mana was released to form a barrier, preventing Professor Daniel and Claire from getting closer. It turned out that it was Master Anbrey who acted. Her expression sternly reminded her disciple not to distract him. Just look. The monster used both hands to grasp the blade tightly. Tears flowed from my eyes, muttering, thank you, really, I'm sorry, these are probably words coming from Master Damian, not evil, heavenly spirit. Then, Professor Damian pulled the scissors on Rudd's hand and stabbed it straight into his throat. This was a reasonable ending, one for all. The meteorite in Master Damian's neck also flew out. Then it turned into grey smoke and rose into the air. Balak and Miss Claire stared wide-eyed. The old headmaster of the academy RETM, Gerard, was in pain, his eyes were filled with tears, his mouth was muttering, no, Damian. The evil angel has escaped from the body of Master Damian, now there is only a corpse that has been exposed and slashed in many places, covered in blood. Rudd coldly said, I told you. If you truly feel sorry. Then live until the end, said Rudd while swinging his sword. At this time, Professor Damian's body showed signs of healing from the cuts. The elemental Lord Felderda spoke, his mana doors were forced open, causing them to be heavily damaged. Now the dragon disappeared, but even if his body recovers, Damian will die from mana imbalance. But with the anti-celestial sword it is possible to adjust the ghost flow Nu Alpha. Things would be different if you had a clear understanding of mana distribution, blood vessels, and knowledge of anatomy. If you want to cure it, it's easy, use the mana gate of the heavenly sword to cut off the damaged part, then use medicine to restore the remaining parts. To explain this, we can't just say it happened by chance. Rudd pointed the tip of his sword at the wound on Master Damian's stomach. Only 5 centimeters away, Damian spat blood out of his mouth. He made a few sword swings. Because the distance was too far, he couldn't clearly determine what Rudd was doing, only seeing the mana light splashing out. Gerard waved his hand and begged in vain to let him go. The Claire girl closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and thought to herself, no, no. The director of the academy screaming endlessly, please save him, save my nephew, don't die. After a while, the male lead put down his sword covered in blood, still flowing, and spoke loudly, so I said, no one will die. Master Damian's face became more rosy, his body was also restored, no surgical scars were visible anymore. After saying this sentence, the male lead was out of breath, exhausted, his eyes closed, and he fell to the ground. Everyone screamed in panic. Rudd then rushed to see his situation. The epidemic from a decade ago has returned. The person who caused this is a professor in RETM. Gerard Diagram, the principal of RETM, has rebelled, and his nephew Damian Grace will be executed immediately. Hey, an important person in the 10,000 Dragons case was very decisive, he should have been released by now. As soon as he finished speaking, the Duke quickly spoke up, but Your Majesty, they have endangered the country. The Crown Prince replied solemnly, stop this discussion. We should listen to the person who destroyed the 10,000 dragons first. At this time, Anbrey leaned against the door, looking helpless and said, I came to inform you that you were about to be summoned. But the two of you are still flirting in the hospital. In the hospital room, Leon was leaning close to Rudd to feed him an apple. When he heard her voice, he shyly replied, we're just getting started. Rudd raised his eyebrows and asked, what's wrong with your eyes? Anbrey sighed and said, whatever, you go out so I can talk to him. Leon quickly stood up and expressed, I was going to leave anyway. 1 month of rest, right? After that, she happily left. Her figure disappeared behind the door. Anbrey walked closer, his arms crossed in front of his chest teasingly. You are still young and strong. He twitched the corner of his mouth and replied, it's not like that. Her figure disappeared behind the door. Anbrey walked closer, his arms crossed in front of his chest teasingly. You are still young and strong. He twitched the corner of his mouth and replied, it's not like that. She said, I'm looking for a new student, because the current student has been sleeping for 3 days. How can the master say that to someone who has only been his student for 4 weeks? Boy, questioned angrily. At that time outside, Leon stood thoughtfully, thinking, there was no other way. I'm weak, scared, and stupid. It's funny to consider yourself a colleague. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes secretly determined. Next time, idiot. Then she accelerated and ran forward. In the hospital room, Anbrey sat on the chair and said, even if everything is going well, you must prioritize taking care of yourself, trying to save both people at the same time. Rudd replied while eating, it's nothing, but thinking about it, it's good because it's one of the 7 dragons. Anyway, I mean. Suddenly Anbrey walked over and gently patted his head. She smiled and praised, well done, Rudd, you did very well. He choked up water in confusion, his eyes full of doubt in life and asked, are you sick? She immediately shouted angrily, I'm being nice and yet you act like that. Think about how people treat you every day, Rudd silently exclaimed, in his previous life he treated me like air. Anbrey reminded, if you act like that in front of the royal family, your head will no longer be on your neck, you know. He then shrugged his shoulders and said, I'm not crazy to do that, I am. Almost every way is difficult. Gerard, Daman, those two have gone too far. Rudd laughed, I know, so I'll try to go beyond the limits they went to. In the blink of an eye 4 weeks have passed, everything seems to have returned to normal. Rudd was now dressed solemnly, sitting in the car, thinking absent-mindedly, killing the 10,000 dragons was almost a matter of luck, and besides, it was just a fragment. It's not entirely my own strength, it's the blood of a good Dina, but it can't be compared to my brother's fight against me, Tianlong. That's why my brother is called a hero. Soon, Rudd arrived, he slowly got down from the carriage. The guard saw that and respectfully said, Sir Rudd, I will escort you to the court. At this moment, he looked ahead and silently wondered, the palace, it's been a long time, Felderda, you're here already. The Elf King appeared and replied, this is not a place I have never been to, I have witnessed the beginning of this empire until the completion of the palace with my own eyes, okay. Pausing for a moment, he asked again, I want to know, why did they call you here? Rudd calmly replied, it could be a hearing on the 7-dragon case or rewarding me for winning. It's best to do the latter. At this moment, he stood before the king. He looked around at the people here, all the guild leaders were here, this was a meeting about the 7 dragons incident, huh? Actually, that's better, a goat Lena happily raised it to greet Rudd. The person sitting in front of Rudd is the heir to the Apai Empire, Liam Bo Taein, the ruler of Apai. The Bo Taein family are the descendants of the hero. Hero Va Na's full name is Va Na Bo Taein. There is a famous fairy tale that tells that he, originally a commoner without a surname, was given a surname when he became a guest, honor at the party. Rudd bowed respectfully and expressed that it was an honor for me to meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Liam smiled and replied, raise your head, well, you know why you were summoned here, right? I praise you very much for breaking the seal and destroying the last Dragon King, the 10,000-formed dragon, Kia Nin, defeating the 10,000-formed dragon without a single injury, and at such a young age. Rudd humbly replied, you're exaggerating, if it weren't for the professors and the cadets to prevent the dispersion of the 10,000 dragons, I wouldn't have been able to do this, my mission is just to do it, it's obvious. Crown Prince Liam laughed and praised, even modestly, the royal family would be very embarrassed if they did not reward a brave person who destroyed 10,000 dragons, do you want any reward? He replied, if so, can I ask for something? Damien Grace, Gerard Diagram, I want you to spare them the death penalty. This suggestion made everyone present there gasp in surprise. The Crown Prince awkwardly exclaimed, that, suddenly, there was an interruption, how ridiculous. Levin was so angry that he couldn't help but say, the 2 of them died and their sins were not over yet, saving the 2 of them caused the 10,000 dragons to return. Those are words that only people who don't know about the 7 dragons can say. Before he could finish, Liam raised his hand to show order. He expressed, well, I think it's a bit difficult, but no matter how much you want it, it's impossible for those 2 people to have their charges dropped. Hearing these words, Rudd took a few steps forward and replied, I understand. He thought to himself, I know it won't work, the empire is too chaotic so normal methods won't work. You suggested, how about this? Rudd reached into his pocket and pulled out something. That is the seal of the lightning dragon. Loi Tian Long Han Ma is one of the 7 dragons, although not a dragon but still considered part of the dragon clan. It is the only dragon that can transform and is also very strong, cruel enough to retreat without hesitation when faced with a disadvantage and plan a counterattack. In the past life, many dragon slayers lost their lives fighting it. With the efforts of his brother and everyone, it was finally destroyed. Everyone knows the consequences even if they have never faced it. Let's see how dangerous this sealing stone is. At this moment, Levin immediately pulled out his sword and shouted, "I have to kill him right away, that guy is carrying something that looks like a bomb." Liam stopped with a cold voice, "Everyone put down their weapons for me." These words made him cry out loudly, "Your Majesty." The Crown Prince asked seriously, "How could anyone find the lightning dragon's sealing stone? What are you planning to do?" Rudd replied, "I found it in Retm's treasury. I don't know how it got mixed in there, but I hope it will help my request." Liam in doubt, "Why ask? Yes, looks like you intend to use it to threaten me." He tried to argue, if that was the case, God would not have brought it here in the first place. "If you check it out, you'll know right away, this sealing stone is very fragile, it might even break into pieces right now." Liana picked up the stone and looked at it carefully, skeptically. She used magic to check and confirmed, "This brat, no exaggeration, this is the first time I have seen such a thing, but it is definitely extremely fragile, the seal will be broken soon, if I'm not careful." Rudd explains, "It will be counterproductive and the consequences will be difficult to correct. So this is the god's request, because this seal will be broken no matter what, we should prepare in advance." Liam raised his hand to stroke his chin, thought silently for a moment, then asked, "Are you ready?" He said with determination, "God will destroy the lightning dragon. After that, the god will also summon the Xuen dragon, fire dragon and ice dragon in turn. Next comes the martial dragon and the illusory dragon, after eliminating the 7 dragons. I will slaughter all remaining dragons." The atmosphere of the palace suddenly became quiet. Until Levin sneered and said, "You dragon star, you think you're a dragon slayer or something, you're arrogant just because you almost killed the lightning dragon, you don't know how scary they are." Rudd immediately quipped, "Are you scared?" These words hit his self-esteem, causing him to grit his teeth and say, "What?" He continued sarcastically, "You were so scared that you couldn't do anything, you could only sit still and wait for death, right?" Levin shouted bitterly, "How dare you?" The Crown Prince suddenly spoke up, "There must be a reason why you are so confident. Even the great Mr. Vana could not kill all the dragons, he could only seal the 7 dragons and chase the dragons back to the northern mountain. And 10 years later, 10,000 dragons destroyed the entire southern continent, the lightning dragon was even more ferocious, do you think you can destroy it as his disciple?" Rudd laughed and replied, "Of course I can't eliminate it alone, that's why I need 2 things. First, I need a space to lure the dragon there." A goat Lena was confused and wondered, "Space?" He explained further, "The only way for us to fight the lightning dragon without sacrificing ourselves is to lure it to a place with space magic, and don't we have a master right in this kingdom?" Liana muttered, "Ivory Tower owner," I hissed Ali. Rudd came up with a plan, "We will finish off the lightning dragon there, with time to prepare, about a year and a half should be enough. Second, besides your majesty, everyone present here must participate in the war, but there is no need to involve an army to increase casualties, it will only be harmful, not beneficial, and will also it takes more time to prepare." Hearing these words, Liam pondered for a moment. He added, "Oh, I forgot, for those who are too afraid of death, there is no need to fight." Abel frowned and said, "Still not convincing enough, there are only so few people fighting lightning dragons in a narrow space, can you guarantee that I won't be defeated immediately?" Rudd replied confidently, "There was a possibility of that happening if things went horribly wrong, but if even the strongest people couldn't defeat the dragons, then there was no point in fighting them." Rowe walked over to agree, he was right, it's not that we are completely incapable of winning, we will need careful preparation. Hearing these words, Liam closed his eyes and thought for a moment, after that, he compromised, "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, Levin shouted in annoyance again, "Your Majesty." At this moment, Liam silently thought in her head, should we run away when tragedy happens, or face it? The face of this talented young hero confirmed his answer. Who knows, maybe this guy will not only destroy the lightning dragon but also transform the entire southern continent. The Crown Prince pulled out his sword, smiled and called, "Rudd de na good. I will spare Damien Grace and Gerard from death, go Ramand. Appoint you as the leader of the army to conquer Thunder Lightning Dragon." On the other side, In the dark prison, Damien was sitting in a corner. Suddenly, the door slowly opened. The guard said loudly, "Damien, you have been released." Hearing this news, Damien was surprised and asked, "What are you talking about?" Suddenly a familiar voice called, "Damien." It was his grandfather who slowly walked closer. Damien stared in surprise and exclaimed, "Mr." Suddenly, Damien's grandfather hugged him. "I'm sorry for everything. Trying to save your life because of my selfishness will only cause you more pain. We must atone for the people who have been hurt, and the boy who released me, it's over, child, can live on." Damien cried and denied, "No sir. You just tried to let me live, but I hurt everyone, and you too. I cannot hold my head high and live with my crime." Gerard hugged him while narrating, "That boy," Rudd said. "If you commit a sin by trying to save someone, you should have a chance to be forgiven. So live on and correct your mistakes." 1 month after the incident of the 10,000 dragons attacking RETM, the fact that the lightning dragon seal was found in RETM's treasury was officially recognized. Rudd Dinatat, the young hero who inherited the sky contemplation technique, is credited with personally defeating 10,000 dragons. The emperor made him the leader of the Thunder Dragon Reconnaissance Corps. Even though the neighboring countries strongly objected, he did not give in. He made an unprecedented decision. Not only officially, upon receiving the return of the 7 dragons, he also intended to remove their seal and take the initiative. Henneth read the news in the newspaper and recounted that the Crown Prince had recognized Rudd's good deeds by giving him the title of hero. Apparently he wanted to fulfill his dream of restoring the South from the previous treaty, by strengthened forces on this continent. The southern continent has become a forbidden land since the 10,000 dragons incident 10 years ago. Everything has started to snowball. It's really troublesome. Balak asked in surprise, "What's going on?" She sighed and her voice was full of blame. "He kept taking matters into his own hands. He should have sought help. If anything happened, just let us know." "Good." Lenya immediately said, "I can't afford it." That day, Rudd almost died. "We still had to exert ourselves while fighting the shrimps. Weren't you tired after creating a big fireball?" Henneth impatiently slammed on the table and replied, "I know, me too." Remembering that time, she sat on the ground confused and asked, "Where are Leon and Rudd?" Leon coldly responded with 2 words, "Pathetic." Thinking of this, Henneth bowed down and muttered, "How pathetic." She expressed, "He helped me. Thanks to him, I found a cure to save my sister. I owe him but I can't repay him, I just." Balak sighed and consoled, "Don't think too much, Henneth, everything is simple. We are still very weak, we must learn from this and do everything we can to become stronger. That way we can help Rudd when he needs it most." On the other side, Jeremy held a piece of paper in his hand and muttered, "As expected, the Crown Prince was easier to handle than the Emperor. I don't know what happened, but Damien Grace and Gerard Diagram were not blamed. It's because of you, right? Young hero Dina Good Rudd." As soon as he finished speaking, Rudd got angry and shouted, "What a hero! Bastard!" After that, you immediately rushed to beat him. Jeremy fell to the floor in pain. Rudd grabbed his collar and warned him fiercely, "Don't let anyone else have to clean up the trash you made, you bastard. You caused such a big problem and still want to cover your ass and escape the crime. I really want to punch all my teeth out, but unfortunately there's still something I need to check. How do you know that Professor Damien holds the heart of 1,000 dragons?" Jeremy was beaten until he bled, but still smiled and replied, "I've had those sharp eyes since I was a child." He gritted his teeth, cursed angrily, "Do you really want to die?" He calmly replied, "I'm serious, my family possesses special eyes, that's why we have very good eyesight, as well as the ability to see through nature. Especially when observing the flow of mana. Damien Grace's mana flow was very disordered. Mana formed around his neck instead of his heart without being too sure, so I confirmed my suspicions through checking his origin. Gerard Diagram's nephew was young and had a hypersensitivity to mana, and woke up in the hospital shortly after the conquest of the 10,000 dragons, which is why the professor got the nickname the Predator." Rudd questioned, "So he manipulated him to death?" Jeremy laughed and replied, "Well, but I failed and almost died. If I knew how to use my head or had the courage to run away and fight." "Don't act like a fool," he interrupted, "so I wanted to expose the professor and play the hero." He laughed and replied, "Well, I admit that your plan is better than I thought of, but I don't want to be a hero. I just want to witness the hero's story, the opportunity to observe the hero's life firsthand, just like the first hero, Va Na. Rudd, you will become a hero, you will kill the 7 dragons and have a great adventure, and at the end of the battle, you will become a legend. Standing by your side gave me satisfaction. even though I couldn't help much, becoming the hero's comrade who would rewrite that legend, that was my ultimate goal, so. Before he could finish speaking, Rudd interrupted, "You're wrong, I don't care at all about being a hero. The words in the newspaper were all arbitrarily published by them to sell more. Actually, if I had a choice, I wouldn't want to be in this situation." Rudd thought to himself, "Now I understand why Jeremy in his previous life was always so upset with me. I am the hero's teammate, but that is the only reason." He didn't realize one important thing: my brother was almost a perfect hero, but not without flaws. He is human, he will make mistakes, he will make wrong judgments when he is tired, he always tries to push his body to the limit, but people still complain and get upset with my brother. Rudd said, where I had to be the chosen one of the royal family, embracing all the hatred while working with him to find a way to save the world. I don't know what this power delusional guy is babbling about. Maybe everyone has to face some crazy people. If you like, go do it yourself. Jeremy tried to reach out his hand to hold on. "Don't go." He grabbed his leg and begged, "Don't, Rudd, you have to become a hero." Before that action, you struggled in panic. "Are you crazy?" Jeremy replied, "I'm actually from a ton." Rudd exclaimed in surprise, "What a ton?" He recounted, "The Kingdom of Trade, a ton, it shares borders with the API Empire, the Moharan Kingdom, the Fama Magical Kingdom, and the Bonica Elemental Kingdom, the trading center of all 4 nations. But do you know, in reality, that is where money goes hand in hand with crime." Rudd thought to himself, "How could I not know? That's where I spent my days as a mercenary. I didn't expect that the person I thought was from the capital's aristocracy actually came from a ton." Jeremy explained, "Bone Vila was a declining family, my father and I were the only ones still alive, but in the end my father was murdered. It's not like I'm asking for your sympathy, from the beginning he wasn't a good person, I was just an heir." Not listening anymore, Rudd coldly used his foot to kick him in the head and replied, "No one can tell." He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth and expressed, "I will tell the truth, since my father passed away. When I was going down to the basement to rearrange my possessions, I found an old chest preserved by magic, perhaps for the father who spent all his money on drinking and drinking, it was just his trash. But that chest seems to be several hundred years old. Inside is an old book, some musical scores and paintings. There's even the chest owner's diary. The owner of that diary is named Alan Module Vila." Felderda appeared and said, "Alan Module Vila is the guy who often follows Va Na." Jeremy continued, "My ancestor's diary was written 700 years ago. Tells about the greatest hero, Va Na." He exclaimed, "The diary in my basement is the record of the first dragon slayer. Alan Du Vai Vai, my family's ancestor, was a troubadour who followed the first dragon slayer everywhere. The diary recorded every detail of their trip, an incredible record. The Spirit King was surprised, something so absurd was real, that's sad." Rudd asked me to continue listening. The hero who saved the world and the bard narrated. "That happening right before my eyes, the descendant of the person who wrote this diary, wasn't it fate?" He continued, "Besides, the sealed lightning dragon was hidden in a raw Tium. You didn't expect it to be in the treasury, right? This is how Ramham ensures his nephew's secret will stay buried forever. Rudd, this is fate, a divine plan." He looked up with a slightly pleading face, "I will be helpful, I have worked very hard to train myself and know what to do to become a hero's companion. You can do whatever you want with me, my eyes, my heart or whatever, so please, shut up." The voice rang in Rudd's head, losing more and more control. He was just a crazy, clever bastard who knew nothing about sealing stones. Then who is it? What crazy person picked up the lightning dragon sealing stone in Aratium's treasury? The location of the sealing stone is not mentioned in any records. If you try to take it, you will definitely be detected by the 3 insect security system. If a new item appears in the treasury, it will definitely be noticed. Unless placed there when the treasury Aratium, then it may be safe. Rudd then spoke up, "Does that diary have any special details about lightning dragon? Like sealing techniques or where it was sealed, or how to handle it, for example?" The boy continued, "I don't know the details. Kang doesn't have anything about fighting or sealing. Those people are too dangerous, buskers can't stand it." Rudd's face darkened. "Really?" The boy was confused. "Yeah, I left my diary at home so I can't show it to you yet. If you don't believe it, you can come and see for yourself. Anyway, I live alone in an empty house. The diary is in the basement so I'll give you the key, it's just. Please recognize me as the hero's comrade." Rudd took a deep breath and spoke. "This is the last time I repeat, I have no interest in being a hero at all. Even though the royal family has decided, the recognition of a hero, in the hands of the Pope 11, those who do not have documents will not be granted permission. He said, holding the shoe on the boy's shoulder. A painful feeling went from his shoulder up to him. Rudd continued, the only reason I let you live is because your stupid eyes can help me kill dragons. The young man was a little excited. That is, Rudd continued, the problem is you can't talk nonsense in public about this. If you want to live, then listen. As he spoke, he extended his hand forward. The young man held the key with both hands and gave it to Rudd. He smiled, yes. In another dimension of time and space, Rudd and Anbrey sat and talked at a roadside cafe. Anbrey spoke up, did the person who sealed the lightning dragon leave it behind? Rudd leisurely took a sip of water and nodded, those were speculations. Anbrey crossed his arms and said, so the person who inherited the heavenly contemplation is doubting his own ancestors. Rudd immediately continued, but even he hesitated. It turns out that the hero Va Na did not kill the dragons but only sealed them. But why don't they pass on the location and method of the seal to their descendants? Heroes must be very strong to destroy the 7 dragons, who treat humans like toys. The weak people chasing them could only run to the north of the majestic mountain to escape. As a result, humans escaped the dragon's control, but there was still a lurking danger. Anbrey pondered for a moment and then spoke, it was all the will of his ancestors. Rudd frowned and glanced away, changing the subject. He continued, the Academy has recovered quite a bit. Professor Arthur also announced the new principal of the Academy. Are you coming to the inauguration? Anbrey replied, that bald guy became the principal a Ra Ti if you live long enough, everything will come to pass. Arthur told me you took a leave of absence. Rudd nodded, yes, I plan to finish my first year, 6 months left. Meanwhile, I plan to complete my second year subjects and then take a year off to prepare for the lightning dragon extermination. The principal said he supports that child. He remembered that the principal once patted his shoulder and encouraged him that, because of this incident, I would conduct a large-scale investigation. When the warehouse opens, you can take whatever you want. Yes, Rudd was very emotional at that time. He continued, after that I plan to spend 2 years interning at different guilds. Anbrey smiled and said, after interning at different guilds, your plan seems tight. Rudd continued, originally she didn't intend to do that. But the president of the Moon Shadow Association is more persistent than I thought. He used to point an annoyed finger at you and say, I didn't expect you to bring up private matters this time. Do you think I'm easy to fool? Rudd was sad. The condition for joining the Lightning Dragon Slayer was to intern for a year at their guild. Anbrey immediately pouted, what a clever condition. He replied, I have charm, that's why they are sad. Anbrey crossed his arms and said, what about next year's plan? Rudd replied, I intend to go to the Empire's Dragon Slayer Corps. He thought to himself, after the Lightning Dragon, the mysterious dragon still has difficulties ahead. The corner of Anbrey's eye twitched. If you talk about the dragon-slaying army, do you mean to ignore it? Seeing Anbrey's expression, Rudd immediately frowned. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. Anbrey continued, then we will have to go to Fa Ra Ma within 6 months. Food is the most important part of preparation for the lightning dragon attack. That's right, the painted flag tower also told you to go. You will learn this and that. Anbrey smirked, isn't it too late for magic class? Rudd immediately objected, why does the master discriminate against age? Anbrey frowned, this bastard. Rudd immediately said, I'm just kidding, I'll probably get to a ton before Fa Ma. His master immediately interrupted, a ton? Why are you going to the place where those bastards hang out? I have to check a few things. The key was still in Rudd's pocket. He said, you have to check something about something in the basement somewhere, diary of a weird ancestor. At the same time, in the residential area of Duvila. The bright sunlight of the day penetrates through each layer of glass. It passed through the hole of broken glass in a corner of the wall, landing on the red carpet. In a room where no light penetrated, the surroundings were dark. The room is full of chests, a small body, its body covered, bare feet walked lightly on the cold ground. He quietly went to a chest and opened it. After checking the contents, he threw out a sentence, it was all trash. After that, he threw the documents on the ground, turned around, took the handcuffs on his feet and quietly walked away. 6 months have passed, it is now winter, and the cold air prevails. Henneth couldn't help but shuddered and sneezed twice. Balak gave her a glass of warm water and asked, Henneth, it's the last day, why aren't you going home from school? She replied, why do you care, you don't intend to be here. He put down the glass of water and said, drink this while studying. Henneth was a bit surprised, why suddenly so delicate, what is this? Balak smiled and explained, "It is bu dinner or tea, drink it and wake up immediately. If you drink this tea and then exercise, you will get sick." Before she finished speaking, she interrupted and said no. Balak couldn't help but sadly take the cup of tea and leave. Henneth continued to focus on what he was doing. Research on the disease was progressing well. If he did as Rudd said, with the help of the alchemy professor, with more time and effort, he would be able to cure it. But is it enough? Rudd said he was busy during the ceremony. "He helped me find a cure. I feel like he intentionally brought this up because he knew my sister was like that." How did Rudd have such a large amount of magic medicine available? It was as if he knew that thousands of dragons would appear. What if? While I was thinking, suddenly there was a cup of hot tea next to my face. "Hey!" Henneth was startled and exclaimed, "What?" When he looked over, he saw Rudd next to him. He smiled and asked, "What are you doing?" "Losing concentration." She blushed shyly and stammered an explanation, "I was startled." Then he raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong with your hand? Give me the tea." Rudd naturally took a sip of tea and said, "No, I'll just drink it." Henneth immediately got angry, "So what are you doing? Do you want to cause trouble?" Before leaving, he reminded her, "Don't keep playing like that. While I'm gone, remember to study hard." She couldn't help but growl angrily, "Is studying now?" However, in her heart she kept telling herself, "Rudd, there are so many things I want to ask you, the reason I feel like you know everything, and how you have unbelievable strength at your age." Rudd left the room and saw Balak, looking at him still wearing a sleeveless shirt. He wondered, "Aren't you cold?" He immediately said, "I drank Budin tea, not cold at all. Can you try it?" Hastily refused, preferring to freeze to death. A mysterious voice kept ringing in my head as if reminding me, I must be there when Rudd needs me. Just being by his side is enough. At this moment, Henneth couldn't help but bite his lip. She scratched her head and told herself, "I have to study, let's study." Having said that, she focused on her research again. On the other hand, Balak also practiced hard, as if there was some motivation urging the two of them. "Wait, I'll be there soon." On the other hand, Lenia outside was also practicing spirit magic, but small snowflakes gradually condensed into her palm. Then little by little it grew stronger, forming a large ice spiral. Perhaps after the 10,000 dragons incident, like everyone else, she also secretly determined that I would catch up. That night, the sky poured white snow. Rudd walked outside and was so cold that he breathed out white smoke. He exclaimed, "It was so cold." Elemental King Felderda wondered. The royal family gave him a magic cloak, but he still complains of cold. He pouted and said, "People need fur coats." He scolded again, as someone who is associated with the Elemental King, "Aren't you ashamed? Face the cold." Rudd put his hand on the snowman next to him and said, "Probably because of the season, but I feel like I'm thinking more, because winter makes me happy or something." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Who are you talking to?" Rudd was startled and shouted, "What is that? What is that?" But the snowman he was leaning on cracked. After breaking, a familiar figure was revealed, belonging to Leon. Her face turned red from the cold, her body trembling, and she said, "You're leaving today, but you don't know when to go." Rudd couldn't help but gasp and wonder, "Have you been standing here all day? Are you crazy? Don't you have any life skills?" "When you say that, I see that I'm crazy." Seeing her trembling like that, he didn't have the heart to say anything more, just sighed and took off the wool scarf around his neck. He helped her wrap the towel while grumbling. He knew he was susceptible to catching a cold because he kept it that way on purpose, right? "The scarf covering my nose makes Leon uncomfortable. You want me to suffocate rather than catch a cold? You can still talk." She suddenly asked, "How do you know I get cold easily?" Rudd immediately recounted that in her previous life, she fell into an ice lake while fighting a fish dragon. Her skin was pale and she looked so shaky, it was funny. "I laughed so she threw me into the lake and almost died." Listening to him, Leon also concluded that he deserved it. "But isn't that enough?" Rudd didn't understand what she wanted to say. Leon explained, "You've experienced it in your past life, but it hasn't happened in the future anyway. I don't mean you should forget it all, I just don't want you to feel guilty anymore. I'm serious, your teammates, including me, won't lose their lives because of you, me." Before he finished speaking, Rudd immediately raised his hand and flicked her forehead hard, telling her to stop talking nonsense. "If I'm not here, I have to try my best and get along with other people. Even now when I see them, she still blushes." Leon held his forehead and glared at him, saying, "The problem is not mine," he replied lazily, not bothering to argue. At this moment, the carriage arrived. Rudd turned around and said, "I'm leaving." Leon caressed the scarf around his neck. She suddenly shouted loudly, "Rudd!" He stopped in shock. Before he could react, she rushed forward and hugged him. Leon tried to smile, but with tears in his eyes, he expressed, "I will miss you very much." Rudd, embarrassed, pushed her away and told her, "It's cold, come inside." Then he got in the car, but Leon still hadn't gotten in. He stood there waving goodbye. Rudd sat quietly in the car, looking out through the window. "Remember what she said, that you don't need to feel guilty anymore." He just sighed and thought, "No, I can't forget. I feel guilty for being the only survivor. At that time, no one had to die. If we weren't weak and useless, as long as better people were still alive, this cycle wouldn't have to repeat itself. Now I can't ask why he saved me, why he wasn't angry." More and more snow falls. Along with that, is his own determination. I have to find the answer to that question myself. Somewhere, groups of people wearing strange masks continuously pray, "The time has come to preach kindness and compassion to the poor sheep. Time to repair the chaotic pieces of life that have gone astray on the road of life. Let the dragon's wings protect you." It takes half a well to travel by horse-drawn carriage from the capital to school, and from the border to the transfer gate in the capital takes another 3 hours. The capital of the Ayas trading kingdom is a bustling city in the center of the continent. But that light shines mainly in the city center. The slums around the suburbs are always tormented by poverty. Rudd got off the carriage and walked down the street to the slum. On the street, people dressed in rags followed his figure every time he passed. The Elemental King appeared and said, "Rudd, just admit it, what? You know that even if you have a map in your hand, you can still get lost." Rudd tightened his grip on the map, denying, "What are you talking about? You know I'm very good at finding directions." He immediately revealed that he had once gotten lost in the snowy mountains. Where the hell was this? Why was this cave so warm? Or that he had been walking downstairs in the forest for a week. He twitched the corner of his mouth, trying to force a smile and arguing, "I'm not crazy to mistake the volcanic dragon's mouth for a cave." The Elemental King couldn't help but scoff. "That's right, you weren't stupid when you found it, you were just stupid." Rudd tried to argue, but it really looked exactly like the cave. "At this rate, when will we be on the right path?" He reassured me, "Don't worry, maybe I don't know the way." But he was there, behind him, a tall guy kept following him. The guy aggressively broke his joints and walked towards him threateningly. "Hey kid, you probably know that this part of the tax town is right. You could be beheaded if you keep wandering around here. I'm very generous, so I'll let you live. You just need to take out everything you're carrying inside." Before he finished speaking, Rudd suddenly turned around. He was startled. What an ambush. This guy was so fast. However, he simply held up the map and asked where the swing house mansion was. The man was a little panicked but quickly calmed down and scolded, "You bastard, are you stupid or something? Do you know who I am?" He raised his eyebrows. "Who the hell are you?" He got angry and immediately pulled out the knife from behind his back and shouted loudly, "You will regret daring to say those stupid words, brat. How dare you open your mouth to say that to the mighty executioner of the magic mercenary army?" Having said that, he slashed his knife at Rudd, but he only used one foot to control the weapon in his hand and said, "The magical mercenary army. Ah, is it them?" The guy tried to lift his hand but failed. He couldn't help but feel shocked. This guy didn't move at all. Rudd suddenly exclaimed, "I remember this name. I once owed them a favor for a short period of time. Considering seniority, I'm considered a veteran." Volt pursed his lips and trembled. "Now I understand, I'm sure. I'm looking for the wrong person." He suddenly smiled and asked, "Will you take me there, subordinate?" After a while, Volt led him to a large mansion. Rudd nodded, "Here," but we just kept going in circles. After the other person finished his work, he hurriedly ran away on all fours. The Elemental King appeared and asked, "The magic army, do you know that army?" He replied, "Before I came to RET, I used to do it. Mercenaries, they only have a cool sounding name, but in reality they are just a bunch of thugs waving axes to the eye of the workers. Speaking of which, I wonder if the leader of that group of miscreants is still alive." He opened the gate to enter the mansion. The door was unlocked, so he went directly in. "Up there," Rudd suddenly muttered. It seemed he was still alive. He opened the door. It was dark and deserted inside. "Guess I didn't need the key." Before going in to survey the situation, Rudd carefully took his sword and put it on his side. While walking, he suddenly stopped and his face turned pale. That is. In front, on a flat place, lay a body. It looked like it was an elf, but the person's skin was cracked and looked terrible. Rudd moved closer to observe. "The star elf," the Elemental King said, "is just gradually turning into a corpse, but still alive. I heard that this behavior is being criticized, when the people with the power to supervise gradually enslaving this race is gradually becoming more common in India. After observing, Rudd concluded, I think the leg was rotten because of the curse, it was too late to save. He also agreed, a dark witch did this, it was a miracle that she's still alive. Suddenly, Rudd's ears jumped slightly, as if there were footsteps echoing. Right after that, a little girl suddenly used a knife to attack him. Fortunately, he promptly created a shield. The girl shouted angrily and let go of your finger. Rudd looked surprised, a child. The girl did not give up, continued to cast magic and shouted, don't touch her. My mother. However, with her small and weak body, the magic cast was bounced back, knocking her away for a while. She was stunned. You perverted, counterproductive bastard, why didn't my spirit listen to me? Rudd gently rubbed his neck and stood in front of her, saying, it seems you know that if you dare to fight with a higher level, the consequences will be very scary. So, the Elemental King suddenly reminded, Rudd, that little goblin, also suffers from the same curse. He replied, I know, but she was still able to fly around like that, seemingly still trying to control the pain. He immediately pulled out his anti-heaven sword and thought to himself, you will die soon, but if you meet me, you will be lucky. The little goblin screamed in fear, Mom. Rudd frowned in annoyance. But he still pointed the sword at her feet and said, my head hurts, so be quiet. As soon as the tip of the sword touched the binding chain, a black light appeared, swirling, and a light flashed from the tip of the sword. Soon, the chain binding the little goblin's leg broke. The girl was surprised that her leg was healed. Rudd said, cut it off. Fortunately, the curse can be reversed, thus saving your life. That curse is still not strong enough to make things difficult for me. Once finished, Rudd turned and walked away. The little goblin stammered, this is your house, will you sell me there? Why do you have to sell? Can you do something useful? He looked for books and said, this is not my house, and I don't care about your situation, don't bother me and go, as soon as I find the book I need I will leave. The Elemental Lord reminded him displeasedly, he was behaving so stubbornly, even though he had just lifted the curse for that girl, he must be feeling very confused. Rudd gritted his teeth, it was so loud. The little elf looked at his feet. Then she looked back towards where her mother was lying. She slowly stood up and expressed, Sir, the book you were looking for. I don't know if it's this book or not. Rudd was about to scold, hey, don't bother, wait, you. The girl suddenly asked, that sword can reverse the curse, right? Before he could answer, she immediately rushed to the fireplace. Holding the book in my hand, I brought it close to the fire, and I knelt down on the ground and prayed, please save my mother, otherwise I will burn this book. The little goblin earnestly begged. Rudd just coldly looked at her and said, the curse is just a type of mana, the mana circulates through the heart and body, the curse spreads to the entire body gradually, and causes damage to the heart. Once that happens, no potion or magic will be effective, that is. No matter what I do, your mother will die. The little goblin didn't believe it, resolutely protested, it's not true, if the curse is lifted, she can live, just like how you lifted the curse for me. Rudd couldn't help but feel annoyed and asked the Elemental King, should I beat this girl and take the book away? He was so annoyed, he said, hey Rudd, that's just a kid. That's what I mean, this girl will have to survive on her own, it would be better if she realized reality from a young age. Thinking about it, he took advantage of the girl's lack of concentration and grabbed the book from her hand. You couldn't even hold this book firmly anymore. How can you threaten me? Little goblin can't help but despair, no. Rudd explained, no matter what I do, your mother will die, don't threaten the person who just saved your life, find a way to live on your own. The little girl clung to his hand, sobbing and begging, please, please, I will do anything, I can clean, cook and do other jobs, I will be your slave, it's okay, Mom is everything to me, please. Rudd jerked his hand away and scolded, you thought all my troubles would disappear. If I just kneel down and beg, just because of one or two people, you will rely on the sympathy of others for the rest of your life. You are just a nameless person, even if I turn you into a slave, I will not gain anything, your mother will die, and you will have to live alone. If you want to survive, instead of crying, you should use this time to become stronger. The little goblin bit his lip, no way. She shouted, I don't want myself to become like this, to become stronger. I'm not as tall as you, I can't use a sword, and my magic is weak, you don't know what it's like to be a weak child for hundreds of years, I'm not fully developed yet, so what can I do? You're an adult, you're very strong, that's why you can easily tell fortunes like that, you will never be able to sympathize with an ordinary, weak person like me. He was born like that. Faced with such questions, Rudd just looked at her quietly. Then you turn around and leave, leaving only one sentence behind, then you just stay in place for the rest of your life. The little elf was stunned. Then collapsed. The little girl didn't know what to do other than sit and cry. As for Rudd, after getting the book, he went into a room to read it. The Elemental King called, "Rudd," but as soon as I called, he yelled at me, "Shut up, that girl can do whatever she wants, my only purpose is to read this diary. Leave that kid alone." He opened the book and read, "I am a busker." The troubadour tells of his adventures through plays, poetry and music, experiences that involve many different types of people and the passage of time, rather than internal ruminations. The person taking notes must maintain a spirit of dedication to their work. If the story is not simplified, then the entire storyline will be ruined. Regardless of the above, I will write this story down. Rudd, read more and more attentively, my experiences are worth recording, and I hope this story will be kept alive for a long time. After date X month X. Surely this is what people call fate. I was traveling to the desert with a few merchants, when a dragon attacked us. We were very scared and thought, it's all over, until a man named Va Na saved us, a man who bravely fought the dragon. When I saw him subdue the dragon with just a sword, I decided to follow him. The longer I accompanied him, the more I realized that the nickname Dragon Man was very suitable for him. Swords, magic and soul magic were obviously his expertise. He had charisma and the courage of a leader, so many people follow him. There are not many people who can be called his comrades, because their fighting power is not enough. If only I could fight and be called a comrade. There were only 6 people who could be considered close to him. Among them, except Ben Leah and Li Ni, there were 4 people strong enough to be considered Vanna's comrades: Din Na Ha Pun Li A, Ky Li and Touch the Carrot, Sif the Butter, Touch Num In and Akanya. Reading this name, Rudd was slightly surprised. Akanya. Most of these names seemed familiar, but the last one. Probably on the next page there will be information about that person. However, when he turned the page, there was a strange line: they were all crazy. Din Na has a hot temper, Ky Lian is crazy about muscles, wants to establish a kingdom, and Akanya, who is immersed in her own world. Among them, Akanya is the strongest, although I can't understand her true intentions, and she often says strange things, but she hasn't done anything bad. Can these people lead humanity? Day 20, month 20, they successfully sealed the lightning dragon. Siv, who led a city to freedom, laughed happily while I was crushed. He wanted a crazy world. Dragons are all extinct. On X day, X month, the remaining dragon emperors were Martial Dragon and Illusion Dragon. Even among the 7 dragons, these 2 dragons were extremely strong. The nameless ruins at the end of the great forest were the chosen battlefield. Fighting them, I heard there is a road leading to the floating island. Is that true? Day X, month X, everyone is tired of fighting, their strength is running out, but the 2 dragon emperors are still very strong. Only Va Na and Akanya still look normal. Day 20, month 20, the final battle took place. While the other dragon slayers faced the extraordinary power of the dragons, the group of warriors decided to enter the holy land of dragons. There were many people asking for help, allowed to follow the van. Only a few people were allowed to continue. On a beneficial day, the heroes have returned, humans have finally won, the war has come to an end and they are ready to spread peace throughout the continent. Everything went well, but there are a few things that still make me think, and not killing the 7 dragons but sealing them away, is that the best way to do it? Even if they don't have the power to end it, ending their lives, I still don't understand why Va Na only banished the remaining dragons, instead of killing them all. What I don't understand even more is that no one else questions his decision. I don't know what happened in the dragon's holy land that left us with this choice. After that, the team began to disperse. Ky Lian got married in the northern snow fields, Dinah returned to Red Tower, founded a kingdom and became king, and Van Na set up an academy and dragon slayer training. Akanya, Li Ni and Ben Leon's whereabouts are unknown. Now it's time for me to return to my residence. Time goes by. On the day of Loi month, suddenly Vanna came to find me. At this time, Rudd also closed the diary and put it aside. The Elemental King was curious. Is this the end of the diary? He replied, yes, it's not that important. Felderda, do you know about an Orchid du Vila, that dragon and the nameless white dragon? Seeing that he did not answer, the boy continued, saying that he witnessed the moment the empire was established and when the royal palace was completed. If the date was present at that time, it would mean that 700 years ago, you were with the first dragon slayers. Was the hero Va Na the person you signed the contract with at that time? Considering that you didn't know about the sealing stone, up until that point, you were probably accompanying that person, so that means you met that person in the dragon's sanctuary, the person who caused my regression. It seems that the ancient contract that endangers our existence was already established at that time. Felderda was silent for a moment, then said, I can't tell you. Rudd didn't understand his face, he just asked in a low voice, what happened 700 years ago? He was steadfast, I couldn't tell you that either. He angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, what the hell is that answer? At this moment, the little elf's voice rang out, Sir. Rudd's face darkened. What's the matter? She expressed, I'm sorry for what happened just now, but can you help me one last time? I told you clearly that I couldn't help her anymore. I know, the girl admitted. So this is my final request. Mom, my mom. Please take her to a place where you can see the green forest. Rudd had no choice but to help the little elf get her mother out, even though slavery had ceased on this continent a long time ago, because everyone wanted the fairies to be both beautiful and sing well, making them easy target for illegal slave hunters. To avoid being taken into slavery, they secluded deep inside the forests, avoided contact with other races and lived a simple life. Their life cycle was very long and they grew very slowly, after a few years, 150 years to become an adult. They left the spirit world that was their cradle a long time ago, to live in this world. Perhaps, that's why the moment a fairy breathes its last, both its body and their souls all disappeared without a trace and returned to the spirit world. The girl's mother was helped to sit on the ground, her eyes closed but looking peaceful. The little goblin leaned her head against her mother's body. Soon, her body began to disappear. It seemed that before leaving, she was still worried about her daughter. Her soul gently touched her face, wiped away her tears and comforted her. Renee, my beloved Renee. It's okay, baby, I will always. Next to her child, the last words rang out, which was also the moment her soul completely disappeared, as if merging with the rays of sunlight flying high into the sky. The little goblin Renee suddenly said, if only we could get out of that hell a little faster, if only I could grow up faster. Mom has protected me all her life, but I couldn't protect her even once, but it's okay, because she said she would be by my side forever, so I can't keep crying forever, okay, she said, then turned towards Rudd, smiling brightly. Looking at her, he suddenly remembered that in my previous life, the fairies chose to run away and stay silent. Rather than fight against the dragons, they still chose to live peacefully until the end, only to eventually die. To put it bluntly, I don't like that race, but... Rudd walked up to Renee, patted her head and advised, from now on, you will have to be on your own. You can't keep whining and crying and waiting for someone to help you forever, but still. Sometimes there are things we have to cry over. Renee trembled and tightened her shirt. In the sunset, two people walked in front and one followed. Suddenly, she called out, Sir. My name is Renee Ta of the Tia clan. Please allow me to bother you for a moment, but right now I have nowhere to go, to avoid the eyes and ears of the hunters, so I ask your permission. Is it okay to stay here for a little while longer? I certainly won't bother you. You can do whatever you want me to do, so that's it. Rudd thought to himself, the immortal slaves with no place to live are lucrative prey in the eyes of the hunters. There is no way they will let her go so easily. Anyway, she is probably the only one left. That's every place to go. He suddenly stopped, causing Renee to not have time to brake and crash into him. He said, come to think of it, you used magic to attack me. Then teach me magic. She immediately refused. It's not possible, I'm only a second-level magician, and I see that without magic, you are already very strong. Rudd said, the more you know, the better. Besides, since you have to learn the basics, 1 or 2 days probably won't be enough. Just teach me the basics first, then come wherever you want. In exchange, I'll find you a place to live. Oh, and don't call me sir, this body is only 17 years old, you know. Renee rolled her eyes. Seeing him leaving again, I quickly chased after him and asked, then what should I call him? Call me by my normal name, Rudd Dana. Good, yes, Sir Rudd. The next day in the forest, Renee sat on a wooden box patting her chest and said, okay, let's start the first class. From now on, I will be your teacher, so please behave properly. Rudd sat opposite, resting his chin in his hand and replied, okay. He silently assessed, there was no way, the girl would feel fine after just one night. Was she trying to act like she was fine? The little goblin cleared his throat and lectured, simply put, magic is like a painting. But instead of using paint, we use mana. You create a spell by deciding the nature and properties of mana, so is it like choosing colors while painting? No, point the difference between magic and painting is. He can transmute the spell as many times as he wishes, even after he has completed it. Having said that, she also performed a small magic as an example. Of course, as the magic level increases, the arrangement of the spells will become more complicated and the adjustment will also become difficult, but rumor has it, an 8th level archmage can freely arrange and adjust spells, regardless of the level of the magic. Just think about what rank you are, Mr. Rudd. He replied frankly, I don't have any rings like you said, so what? Because my mana is here. After finishing speaking, he stretched out his hand, a light flashed. Renee was surprised to see it. Isn't that the rumored sky contemplation magic, passed down by the first hero? How did he get it? He clasped his hands and said, I'm also a talented person, but the teacher is allowed to talk on the sidelines during class. She was startled. That's right. Anyway, it seems like you have enough mana, and you don't have any difficulty controlling and using it, so let's get to the practice part. She rummaged through the wooden box, took out a pair of glasses and put them on her eyes, pretending to be mature, explaining that the 3 elements of magic are mana, magic and chanting. To put it simply, you release a sufficient amount of mana, create an attack spell, and chant the spell to manifest it, although at the same time it is also necessary to stabilize the mana, restructure, gradually create the attack spell and manifest it. Rudd looked at his hands and muttered the words, mana, and technique to create spells. Chanting the magic spell, not knowing what he said, in the blink of an eye a stream of magic flowed out from his hand. Renee exclaimed, Sir, you really have magic talent, that magic spell is so perfect, even though this is the first time, you have perfected it to the point. But before he could finish praising, he suddenly interrupted, chanting the magic spell took too much time. She propped her hips up and reminded, is it taking too much time? Even for a talented magician, it's difficult to chant a spell to create magic in 2 minutes. Rudd said nonchalantly, we guys know, we don't even need to chant, uncle. Renee sighed and took off her glasses. Today is only the first class, so it's still difficult for you to do that. It's obvious that although chanting is a supplementary means to shape magic, to be able to create magic just by imagining it in your mind is only possible if you reach the level of the White Flame Queen. Hearing that, Rudd scratched his head in frustration. Should we give up? She advised. No, I said you have magic talent. Okay, chant the first spell in your life. In a while, it's not an easy thing to do in such a short time, but attacking with sword energy is much faster than using spells and magic. Renee confusedly persuaded, it's still too early to give up. I will help you at all costs. No, you really don't need to do that much. There are many good books in this house. I will researched and found some textbooks, so please just wait here. Having said that, she quickly ran into the house. Rudd leaned against the tree behind her and looked at her, admiring how hard the girl was trying. The Elemental Lord also applauded. She could have chosen another way, but chose to try hard to live. Hearing his voice, I suddenly remembered, oh, since what happened yesterday until now, I've only heard him speak. He said, Rudd, magic is imagination. I'll give you a helping hand, so now let's try again. He shrugged. It was useless. Even if I racked my brains, creating magic without chanting it was impossible. Before he finished speaking, a beam of mana suddenly enveloped him, activating magic supported by his imagination. The Elemental Lord asked, if I only help you with the step of creating magic spells and images, then you won't have any problems controlling your mana, right? Rudd happily expressed, so sharing your thoughts, imagine, that's the way. I thought you were just talking in my head, telling me the secret was in my head. You did that because you wanted me to be less angry because you couldn't answer my question. He replied, not really. At this point, Rudd no longer cares about it anymore. Anyway, since you're willing to help, I'll accept it. This is enough to use in real combat. After a while, Renee also returned, holding a stack of books in her hand. Mr. Rudd, this is a magic textbook. Rudd was casting magic. He heard her voice and turned around. Oh, the teacher is here. She looked at the scene before her eyes and screamed, oh, what happened while I was gone? What are you doing? He explained, I'm practicing the spell over and over again to get used to it. I think I can turn the spell into a 3-dimensional shape instead of a flat surface. Renee stammered, what are you planning to do? What's crazy? If you lose control even a little bit. As soon as I said it, it came to pass. He actually lost control and was directly crushed by the move he was controlling. A second before the incident, he exclaimed, I'm dead. Renee's face smiled as if she had no regrets. An explosion rang out. The whole area emitted a strong shock. She exclaimed, there was nothing left but to cry with sadness. 2 weeks later, in millionaire Jillian's mansion. A loud voice rang out, did that bastard have a girl with him? He knelt on the ground, trembling and replied, Yes, I'm sure, boss, I've been following him for a few days, but I didn't recognize him as the warrior in the article. The person in front of him was the same person who had just questioned him, the captain of the magic mercenary army, Balkan Dister. Millionaire Jillian angrily slammed down on the table and shouted, "No way. No one is allowed to mess with my precious property, my dear 11 Aren must also be there. Ban Ken, if you are my loyal dog, you must kill him." Hearing this, Balkan angrily gritted his teeth and silently called out his name, "Rudd, damn it." He rubbed the scar on his face, smiled cunningly and replied, "Okay, you don't have to be so tense, he also has a debt to pay with me." The mysterious black witch squeezed the newspaper in her hand and warned in a low voice, "Balkan, I don't know what your relationship is with that guy. But the opponent is a guy whose skills are recognized by the royal family and widely reported by the media, so be careful." Ban Ken angrily threw away Henry Mann's hand and frowned and replied, "I don't believe those nonsense rumors, warrior, that's funny." He was mean and took the newspaper down from his hand, then used his foot to stomp on it arrogantly and mockingly. That guy, he was just that. Just a psychopath killer. Henry Mann watched helplessly as Balkan left. He never listened to him. Jillian curiously asked loudly, "Henry Mann, is that guy strong?" Perhaps the rumors have exaggerated his strength too much, but no matter how strong he is, you don't have to worry, we will prepare everything before the Balkan arrives. At the same time, in the dormitory area, Rudd was practicing and thinking to himself, "I'm already more proficient, even first level magic is very useful if you can master it and use it well, smooth while fighting. I need to learn high level magic from a higher level magician." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Rudd." Renee asked sharply, "What are you planning to destroy today? No matter how I clean up, the whole area will be messy again. Don't destroy the clothes I bought for you, just calm down and study today." Suddenly, he discovered something dangerous was coming. He panicked and shouted loudly for Renee to get away. At the same time, she also sensed the dangerous situation. An explosion rang out and a black curtain surrounded it. On the ground, leaving traces of ruins. Ban Ken stood in the distance, angrily expressing, "Damn, that idiot. Don't be careless, he will seriously destroy an entire army." The subordinates next to him inexplicably exclaimed, "He really is a genuine six-circle magician. With this kind of devastation, not even his body is left." Ban Ken raised his eyebrows. If that worm died, it would be troublesome. Suddenly, he used his fierce eyes to glance into the distance. On the other side, Renee sat on the ground, coughing a few times wondering, "Mr. Rudd, what's going on, that sword?" She looked at the sword stuck deep in the ground and thought to herself, "Isn't that the sword that reversed her mother's curse? I don't even have a scratch, the sword has taken all the damage." Then Sir, Rudd. Ban Ken saw Renee sitting in front of him. He walked closer and asked, "Are you still alive?" He fiercely grabbed her collar and asked, "Where is your mother?" Renee screamed in fear, "Let go of me, the bad guy." "Shut up, adults are asking questions, don't interrupt, you annoying bitch." "Where is your mother, tell me quickly," Renee thought for a moment. She trembled all over, but still boldly challenged, "You will never catch my mother, she has gone back to the forest." Not getting the answer he wanted, Balkan went crazy and pushed Renee down. "Damn, you're so annoying. Well, let me ask another question, is Rudd Dina good, is he dead yet?" Seeing that she didn't answer, he raised his foot to kick her hard. "Why don't you answer? That bastard also returned to the forest." Balkan didn't notice. Rudd silently appeared behind him. He launched a direct attack on the balcony, causing Renee to quickly raise her hand to shield herself in fear. However, he promptly dodged aside, laughing in challenge, "There you are, little mouse." "Traitor," Rudd calmed down at these words. At this time, even though Renee was injured, she still panicked and looked worriedly at Rudd. Rudd quickly reassured, "Don't come out here and sit there," Felderda said, "It's a curse that eats away at your skin, you need healing medicine. Thanks to the overlapping artifact, I only got a little scratch, that curse has stopped so no problem." Rudd replied with a gray face, "You guys broke in here and started barking this and that, you guys are really uneducated rags." Renee suddenly realized that the edge of his sword was still here, quickly threw the sword to him. "Rudd, here it is." She thought to herself, "He already took it, I didn't even see him take it back." Balkan's group of people were screaming madly at this time, "Uneducated, bastard, how dare you mock the legion of magical mercenaries." Suddenly, a loud, shuddering explosion rang out. Ban Ken looked interested and silently exclaimed, "An explosion, a bomb, this is definitely not magic." At this moment, I only saw Rudd calmly retracting the sword. Bright red drops of blood were slowly dripping to the ground. Seeing again, Balkan's subordinates rushed to attack. He was here. Another loud explosion rang out, the ground shook violently. Balkan stood to the side and said arrogantly, "So everything about you was a lie, in front of such an elite team, how dare you be so arrogant?" When the smoke and fog dissipated, only the body of the stolen subordinate was seen lying on the ground. He was startled and exclaimed, "What?" Suddenly, his subordinates shouted in panic, the captain behind him. Suddenly there was a ruddy sound from behind. This time it was magic. "Don't be afraid, it's just a level 1 magic bullet." Rudd continuously attacked Balkan's men, leaving them unable to react in time. He silently asked in confusion, why were there so many magic pills? Moreover, the explosion obscured the vision, making the trajectory of the projectile too unpredictable. Balkan shouted angrily, "You idiots, open your eyes wide." As soon as he finished speaking, from behind, Rudd replied, "You should open your eyes. It's been a while, Balkan Dister." At this moment, he put the sword to Balkan's neck. He was so scared that his face turned pale and he did not dare to move. His men were defeated by Rudd in an instant. Renee sat in a corner thinking, he alone evacuated everyone. She stared at Rudd's sword Dina well, constantly doubting the question, identity. What is he really? That sword explodes every time it comes into contact with blood. He also has a curse neutralizing sword. Just how many special swords does he have? At this time, Rudd said coldly, "I should have cut you into 100 pieces instead of using the bloody sword. No matter how much I think, I still can't understand why you were the one who got angry after sneaking up on me 5 years ago." Hearing these words, Balkan angrily gritted his teeth and replied, "Sneak attack. You stupid, ungrateful person, I have treated you like my own son. How dare you set foot back after killing half of the mercenary army? You are no different from a monster team, human guys." Rudd frowned in confusion and asked, "What nonsense are you talking about? You killed your partner because he did some dirty work to an anonymous refugee child, and then you destroyed my handsome face." Hearing this, he silently doubted, something wasn't quite right. In his previous life, he didn't kill half an army of mercenaries or be treated like a son by him. I was that nameless refugee child. At that time, the mercenary army was formed from weak men who only knew how to fight each other in the streets. Of course there were also bastards and perverts in there. After losing our families and wandering aimlessly, when we arrived at the so-called magic mercenary army, it was actually no different from other mercenary armies. Luckily, at that time, my brother was so strong that they admired me, but on the contrary, I was considered a leech who only ate and fed on my brother. When we were together, he often protected me. However, he was also favored by the balcony and was often sent on missions. That day, it happened to be the day his brother was out on a mission. Tired of being bullied, I stood up against them but was beaten to death. Remember at that time, Rudd was trampled by a group of mercenaries, with their feet stepping on his face. His brother accidentally saw that scene, so he killed half of the mercenary army. Yes, the one who killed half the mercenary army. And leaves scars on the face. It's not me, it's my brother, good Aesir. At that time, Rudd weakly asked, why did you do that? You don't have to take action against everyone. Aesir's brother gently patted Rudd's head to comfort him. Don't worry, Rudd, they're just a bunch of scum who deserve to die. Even if because of this I have to leave you behind. It's all because of you. Having said that, he coldly turned around and left. Right after that, orders were issued throughout the entire country, so his brother had to leave after entrusting himself to a man. That choice was probably the best choice at that time. However, after a series of events, I ended up having to live alone. I only heard about my brother after a year had passed. Rudd absent-mindedly thought, the truth is still that this guy behaves like that in this life while his brother is missing. Is it true that everything my brother did in his previous life is now my responsibility? Seemingly understanding everything, Rudd burst out laughing. He said, is it necessary to always encounter miserable situations like this? At this time, he forcefully used the sword to press firmly into the Balkan's back, making him scream in pain, echoing throughout the world. Then, Rudd used his foot to kick the balcony away. He said in panic, wait, now that I think about it, you must have your own reasons. Rudd shouted angrily and shut up. Even after all this time, the drug mercenary army is still a group of bastards doing dirty things to children. Ban Ken trembled and replied, what time? What the hell are you talking about? Rudd coldly sarcastically said, someone like you who is about to die doesn't need to know what to do. After that, he immediately took action to eliminate him, and a loud explosion rang out. After finishing the deal, Rudd raised his hand to wipe away the sweat and groaned, "It hurts so much." In the distance, Renee stepped closer and called, "Sir." Hearing that, he panicked and stopped her, "Don't come here, go somewhere safer." Renee now rushed into his arms and said in fear, "Please run away. He is the one hired by that Jillian, he is the one who tormented me and my mother, he still has more mercenaries at his mansion. And yet, he even has a dark wizard there, because I'm the one they're chasing after you, sir." Before she could finish speaking, Renee was grabbed high in the air by Rudd with one hand. After that, he let her sit on his neck. "Okay, take me there." As soon as she finished speaking, she angrily grabbed his hair. "What are you talking about? You should run away quickly. Wait a minute, if I go alone it will take more than half a day." Rudd replied, "Since you taught me magic, I will also teach you a few things. There are 2 things that need to be returned. The first is kindness. And finally oppression." At this moment, both of them raised their eyes and looked into the distance. Meanwhile, at Jillian's mansion, Henry Ma and the guy were looking intently at something. Looking at the ball, the image of the Balkan dying instantly in the fire was seen by them. Jillian quickly retreated in fear. He stammered, "Is Balkan dead? He was clearly a very strong man, yet he couldn't fight that guy." Hyman said calmly, "And that guy is coming here." At this moment, he hastily ran away. "No, listen, gather all 11 slaves and lock them up, don't leave any of them behind. This." "Hyman, do you know why I spent so much money to support someone exiled from the magical kingdom? Hurry up and kill that monster for me, and don't leave even a single trace on my treasure." Scratches. At this moment, all he had in mind was, "I don't want to use my precious work to save this fat guy, but it's true that I need funds for my research." The old man raised his hand to stroke his hair and replied, "No need to worry, Mr. Jillian, we own that." Hearing that, he suddenly burst out laughing, "Yes, we still have that. Hyman, your research is a masterpiece." Outside the mansion, noises were heard. "You bastard, do you know what you're doing? Stop right now." Rudd and Renee successfully break into Jillian's mansion, setting foot in his area. Rudd was skeptical, "Is it here?" Renee replied, "Yes, this is his mansion." Maybe he was swimming in money, there were so many guards. Suddenly, she asked in panic, "Are you okay?" Rudd wondered, "Why are you asking? Even if they are our enemies, they are still human beings like you. I warned you but those bastards still attacked me first." "Yes, that's true, looks like they're still trying to attack us. Right now, Jillian's people are constantly surrounding us." One of them, seeing Rudd's calm expression, surprised him. Suddenly, a set of sharp claws appeared in front of him. "Those are the hands of ferocious monsters." Renee's eyes widened in fear, "That is." At the same time, the monsters frantically rushed to attack towards Renee and Rudd. Renee gasped loudly, "Demon beast, no, I have never seen such a demon beast." Rudd looked thoughtfully and thought, "It's a tamarin created from many different animals using magic, surely its creation is illegal. Just think of them as if they were gone. But why did they release monsters that couldn't differentiate between friend and enemy?" Witnessing the scene of innocent people being trampled, he could not hide his indignation. Renee gently grabbed Rudd's shirt and said, "Go hide somewhere." At this moment, he defiantly raised his voice, "Wow," attracting the attention of those demonic beasts. They quickly glanced at Rudd. He happily said, "They even clone dragon people." Rudd pulled out his sword and quickly rushed forward. He thought to himself, "It is made up of parts of dragons, monsters, and magical beasts." Suddenly, Renee hurriedly ran forward and called out, "Sir Harte." Seeing that, he panicked and came closer to stop her. "Hey, I told you to run away, it's very dangerous here." Renee grabbed Rudd's hand tightly. She said straightly, "I know, but that guy." Each stream of memories rushed back. At that time Harte gently called her name and warned her, "Little Renee, it's dangerous to go alone." She recounted, "That was the guardian of our tribe, Harte Ta." Felderda expressed, "They probably know each other. I have a feeling that one of the parts of the tamarin is a living goblin, the guardian of another powerful tribe, but his memories and consciousness are probably has disappeared a long time ago." Suddenly, someone sneakily attacked them. Rudd quickly hugged Renee and dodged. He exclaimed, "Compared to those guys, he was on a completely different level." At this time, Harte was frantically attacking them. He calmly resisted, "This is good, I want to try using the method I used in my previous life. Unlike the sky contemplation technique, this is a method that is not very famous. It is a method that I developed myself while fighting on the battlefield." Without further hesitation, Rudd immediately tested that technique. Its power was amazing. With just one blow it caused Harte to fall backwards. Without stopping there, Rudd took the opportunity to quickly assassinate him. Using the sword, his sharp eyes stared at Harte. He thought to himself, I can't avoid it, then. At the same time, the monster Harte was also ready to fight, two people of equal strength, facing each other. He looked surprised and looked towards Rudd. On this side, Rudd stuck his sword firmly into the ground, used both feet to stay firmly on the ground. Harte took advantage of that opportunity and quickly rushed towards Rudd. At this moment, he was very calm and turned his head to look at the situation. And Harte thought to herself, the wound from the sword is not that deep, I can still fight. Rudd saw his skill and kept wondering, and, damn, what's the name of that skill? He stood thoughtfully for a moment. I remember. Lang. The elemental lord Felderda spoke up, how he took the sword energy accumulated from the previous attack into his body and released it, and also, the names of the skills. Hearing that, he shouted angrily, shut up, damn, I ordered it when I was still young. The name should be interesting and easy to say, right? At this moment, Harte's spear was close to him. Rudd quickly took a few steps back. Suddenly something caught his attention. It turned out that above, there was a formation set up by that old man. Renee hid behind a tree and mumbled a question. That was the dark magician. Felderda asked curiously, oh, do you need help? Rudd coldly replied, no need. This time I left him far behind. He thought to himself, the three elements of magic are mana, skill and casting. This level of magic could easily be destroyed if its structure was destroyed, with the remaining mana. After thinking about it, he immediately regained his fighting spirit. He swung his sword and shouted loudly, take it. A huge source of power erupted, overwhelming the Hyman's formation. Making him gasp in surprise, exorcism, no, not it. It feels like my magic is being swallowed whole. He silently wondered what that sword was, then, Henry Man continuously muttered the spell. Rudd stood below curiously and asked, what are you doing? Come down here, you bastard. Then, with a magic spell, you pull the Hyman down. He fell hard to the ground, unable to help but silently curse, damn it. He made me use healing magic and fly in one attack. I ran out of mana to take a very strong attack. Mana reflux. Henry Man feels a bit unstable right now. He put his hands on his stomach and vomited. Rudd stepped forward, his tone sarcastic, what about the sixth circle magician? Your body is weaker than a 6-year-old child. In Hyman's mind, he dealt with that 6-round magic attack in the blink of an eye. Damn it, even if he was the next hero, how could he do that? Luckily I have enough mana left to cast a teleportation spell, now I have to escape. As if he had guessed his intention, Rudd used his foot to stomp on Hyman's hand and asked where to go. Let's deal with it quickly. Having said that, Rudd quickly swung his sword high. At the same time, Harte on one side awakened. Renee looked worried and shouted, no. Sir Harte, it turns out, he used his body to block Hyman's attack. This also surprised him, but then a smile appeared, the opportunity was here. Take it, loser. He took the opportunity to push the Harte forward. At the same time, Rudd's attack launched, directly piercing his chest. Witnessing this scene of taking his life as a substitute, Rudd couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. Having been destroyed, he wouldn't be able to last much longer. Renee was heartbroken and ran out of hiding. She burst into tears and rushed to scream, Sir Harte. Rudd grabbed her shirt and quickly stopped her, getting out of the way, there might still be danger. He was also a little bothered thinking, if he was still alive, he would be very strong. Not everyone has the honor of becoming a tribe's guardian. I can't believe he would take the bait of a dark magician. Renee's eyes darkened, as if she had lost the light. Happy images of Harte and her mother kept appearing in her head. Suddenly she asked in a low voice, where did those people flee to? Rudd replied, not far, they were injured quite badly. Are you planning on chasing them? Have. Do you want to follow me? Having finished speaking, he used magic to open the space gate. Renee firmly replied, yes, mother will be disappointed in me, but I still want revenge. In another place, there were loud sounds of an angry Jillian, get out and protect the mansion, you incompetent bastards, don't let a single ant get into the underground cellar, hopefully man is here, why doesn't he come? Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Hyman struggled and tumbled on the ground. Jillian, confused, came closer to examine. Hyman, what's wrong with you? He pathetically angrily shouted, shut up, then thought to himself, I have to run away, damn it, what the hell is that brat? Jillian wondered, are you planning to run away? Are you planning to leave me and my treasures behind? Do you know how much I have sacrificed for you? Catalysts, resources, and everything needed to support research into creating Chi Tamarind. As soon as he finished speaking, Henry Mann gritted his teeth. I'm about to die, so why do you mention research? I'm like this because of you, pig. Your head is full of fat so you don't realize it, right? Give me the key to open the stable, I'm out of mana, so we have to ride horses. As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit from behind by Rudd. Rudd appeared, his face cold, and asked, where are you going? Felderda asked, what is that sword? It wiped out all the treasure. He replied, Philia, the broken sword, it's the sword of space cutting, the one Leon used in his previous life. It consumes a lot of mana, so I don't want to use it. Jillian saw that the situation was not good. He was scared and ran away. Monster, someone save me, save me. Save me, you useless people. Even those people trembled before Rudd's majesty. Suddenly a rope wrapped Jillian tightly. The guy was lying on the ground. Rudd walked closer and said, hey, I have something to ask you. I will finish you off quickly, because there is another guy waiting. Having said that, he walked towards the high man lying on the ground, kicked him hard and said, the goblin you used to create the Chi-Mi is quite strong, there is no way you can tame it yourself. Okay, where did you get it? Jillian trembled and stammered, my black market hissed, I've already traded people wearing masks that look like dragon heads and white robes. Hearing these words, he silently wondered, dragon mask and white cloak. Could it be that the Dragon Temple, a strange organization with the dream of making the dragons the ruler of the world, if they destroy the temple and capture the tribe's guardian, everything will become reasonable? Jillian burst into tears and begged, I told you everything I know, my treasure, not those slaves, I will let you do whatever you want with them, some of them are already rotten, but there are still some that are still very new. You can bring as much money as you want, so please. Hearing these words, Rudd was silent for a moment. Then he laughed and replied, what, is that so? But I don't know if those treasures behind you feel the same way. Try convincing them. As soon as he finished speaking, Rudd immediately took action to destroy Jillian. Use your bare hands to tear off his ugly face. This guy was locked in a dungeon, constantly asking for help, to save me. Please save me, Renee, my love, 11 a Ren, I don't want you to become like this. Renee walked over angrily and asked, you know, your mother protected you with all her love. Surely my mother doesn't want to see me like this. She came closer and closer, sat down in front of him and said, so I will do it like this. I will poke small holes in your body and slowly blow air into them. The air will slowly pass through your blood vessels, into your eyes, internal organs and finally the brain. At this moment, Jillian was in so much pain that he could no longer scream for help. Once done, Renee turned and left saying, I pray that your soul will never rest in peace, we will curse you, for hundreds of years to come. It's not fair, is it? After all, you are someone who oppresses others. Hearing these words, Rudd couldn't help but feel guilty. Felderda exclaimed, you taught that girl some useful things. Abel stood outside the villa, sighing and complaining, it was so annoying. One guy exploits slaves illegally. There is another guy who is a dark wizard who specializes in conducting underground experiments. The secretary said that the two people behind this crime deserve to be executed, but even if they did that to rescue the slaves, too many mercenaries would lose their lives to let it go. Abel asked coldly, how about this? The one who murdered all the mercenaries was that stupid bastard who couldn't tell the difference between friend and enemy. The secretary expressed, but Abel, even though we are a guild in Ireland, you don't need to worry. Surely you don't want that person to be discriminated against. So young but so evil. As soon as he finished speaking, Abel frowned and said, these days being raised like a normal child is already very good. He has enough skills, but there is a possibility that he will join a guild in the future, so he has to maintain his reputation. But it's true that he's good at taking advantage of others. That cunning future hero. Around the guild room, Rudd was relaxing, and Renee was lying with her head on his lap reading a book. Hearing the door open, he immediately turned his head and smiled and said, I've been like this for a week. Your guild is so poor that it's been operating for several months and still can't help with simple things like that, what a shame. Abel was angry, gritted his teeth and confronted, Brat, do you know I had to work hard to clean up the battlefield for you? Rudd indifferently shrugged his shoulders and said, actually, I wasn't the one who killed that pig. That's nothing to be proud of. Tomorrow you'll take the juices to butter Nika, then I'll go brew the ghost, Don't be too sad if I'm not around. Just as he finished speaking, Abel wondered, that's also suspicious. Is there a reason? What's the reason behind it? There are plenty of forests for people to live in, so why does it have to be avocado trees? He explained that there was no other country that respected spirits and treated her as kindly as Butternica, and besides, it was just in time for me to repay my debt to the Queen of Hearts. The Elemental King was surprised. The Queen of Hearts, you mean the great elf who made a contract with the Elemental King? That's right, she had to come to Bonicia anyway. How about this opportunity to develop her reputation? Hearing these words, Rudd pondered for a moment and then replied, even a train powered by mana would take a while to reach Bonicia, but just think of it as sightseeing. This kid has no one to look after him, so it's all thanks to you, brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Abel angrily shouted, brother. Renee woke up and exclaimed, oh look, kids these days don't know any manners. Suddenly Renee sat up, using her ears to listen attentively to something. After that, she quickly ran somewhere. Seeing that, Rudd sighed and said, never mind. Felderda on the side silently exclaimed, heartless guy, what should I do? I've already decided from the beginning. Rudd calmly replied, next I have to go to Farama to check the extra space and learn more magic, then I have to deal with the Dragon's Church. I don't have time to bring children along. But you can stay here for a week and then leave. As soon as he finished speaking, he replied in a low voice, you were right. Rudd looked out the window and wondered why I did that. The next day, on the departing train, Abel and Renee sat facing each other without saying a word. The girl bowed her head sadly. Seeing that, he wondered, it seems like you two haven't said goodbye yet. Suddenly Rudd is so cold. Renee also complained, that's right, you also think like me. Abel heard her call him Grandpa and froze. Grandpa, Renee narrated, we've been together for more than a month, studying and playing together. I also want to be strong like him. I want to fight with my own strength without being fazed by others. If I'm strong enough, will he take me with him? Stupid, damn, bad, rude. Rudd said so much, I don't know if Abel heard a word, because he was still gaping in shock. Suddenly, a scolding rang out. The kid was being a bit harsh. Renee couldn't help but be startled. Rudd appeared and harshly accused me, I gave you something to eat and clothes to wear, but you said that to me, where am I so bad? Renee asked in surprise, why are you here? He hesitated, thinking, not knowing what to say, well. Then foolishly making excuses, we get lost. Renee said innocently, why did you come here? Rudd interrupted, by the way. I wanted to say goodbye in a cool way, but I couldn't because I was a coward. How dare you say that to me? From now on, no matter how many years it takes, I will still have to ask you for every penny. Try to become a great magician, do whatever you want to repay my debt. Don't run away or I will chase you to the ends of the earth. If you understand, let's go. Rudd held out his hand towards Renee, waiting for an answer. After a moment of thinking, Renee sulked, you idiot. Indeed, after that, she stood up and slowly walked over. Then quickly ran to hug Rudd, you idiot. Causing Rudd to collapse on the ground in pain, Abel exclaimed in confusion, I don't know what's going on, but if you don't say goodbye to him right now, you'll still be sent to the orphanage. Renee and Rudd left. She grumbled, hey, if you had said it sooner, you wouldn't have come all the way here. Rudd shouted, still talking, you disappeared without saying anything to me. Abel stood aside and witnessed this scene and had to sigh helplessly. After finishing speaking, he quickly ran away. Renee chased after him. Abel exclaimed, it's true that birds fly in flocks. Right now, in a tall castle, it is the Fama magical kingdom. Henneth was sleeping on the table intoxicated. The butler was about to raise his hand to knock on the door when there was a voice calling to stop him. Wait a minute. He turned back to say hello. Why are you here, Count? The Count advised. Henneth is still sleeping, don't wake her up. At this time, Rudd and Renee reached the Magic Kingdom. The girl saw everything new for the first time and was surprised. There were magic towers everywhere. Rare magical weapons are also made from advanced magic tape. And ice cream. The sweetness is the reflection of the magical power of humanity, the beauty of the magical kingdom. Renee happily ran everywhere. As expected, she was a great demon, on a different level from the village in the forest. Rudd asked curiously, why does the presser like this place? She proudly expressed, I like magic very much, one day I will become a magician strong enough to help you. Rudd sighed and said, if I remember correctly, most of the magicians I know have bad tempers, don't be like them. Hearing that, the girl wondered who that magician was. Suddenly, Henneth appeared and spoke, you two are not saying bad things about me. Rud, long time no see. Henneth walked closer to the two of them. Rud looked annoyed. Why are you so late? She replied, how late is late? You came early, we haven't had any contact since the leave. Do you know how shocked I was when you called me this morning? Besides, who is this girl? Renee lifted her skirt, politely introduced herself. Hello, I'm Renee. Uncle Rud's secret daughter. You must be my new mother, hoping to be taken care of. Rud coldly replied, that's a lie. I just happened to meet this kid at a ton. Simply put, she owes me. Renee doesn't care. She smiled and pointed down to the chair. Mom, sit down. Rud shouted loudly, can you hear me? Henneth smiled happily and replied, Mom, it's okay, just call me. Yes, I have a sister who is both beautiful and kind. This is also the first time eating ice cream. Today is the best day in the world. Seeing that, Henneth exclaimed in confusion, oh my god, so cute. Rud, why do you buy her ice cream when it's so cold? You should have bought her hot cocoa, he explained. This kid wants to eat. That reminds me, this girl always makes me angry. But do you know her age? She was so busy talking that she didn't notice that someone was watching them. Hey Ben, that's all. Maybe that's it. Age is not a number, but a life path. Not far away, Earl Hopun Leah covered himself with a crossbow and was about to shoot at Rud. Eben gently reminded, Earl, Miss Henneth is older now, going on dates or having a boyfriend her age, this is also a normal thing. As soon as he finished speaking, the Count shouted angrily, orderly order. As her mother, I have thought about it many times. I know Henneth's purpose is to help Lila recover, but I hope she can also live her life. It seems that she often mentions the name of the next hero, and today, she even wore makeup. This has never happened before. Oh my god, my little one. In short, I can only kill him. Eben sighed and lamented, you have done too much. Put down your bow and arrow, let me go. Even if he's the next hero, he's still just a brat. The sound of arguing caught the attention of the three people sitting. Henneth realized something was unusual. She was startled and exclaimed, what? Mom, right now, Earl Hopun Lee A and E Ben are fighting with each other. After that, the four of them returned to the palace to enjoy tea together. Count Hopun Leah raised his cup and took a sip of tea and said, yes, the next hero. Rud quickly replied, my name is Rud Dina Good. She said, let's get straight to the point. You came to Fa Ma because of the mission to check the subspace barrier, right? It's useless. The secondary space is still in the final acceptance phase, so another week is needed. If you don't call my daughter, I can also let you know. So today, he was able to go. Seeing that strict attitude, Henneth called out in panic, Mom. Rud was confused and thought, why is she so angry? He expressed, that's true, but I still have something to ask you. I want to learn magic from you, Master of the Red Tower. Hearing that, Count Hopun Lie was slightly surprised. Then he burst into laughter. She snapped her fingers, a gust of wind blew up around him. She said, a bit arrogant, kid. A second-level mage wants to learn magic from great mage Hopun Lie. I don't agree, Rud Dina Good. At the same time, Renee's ears seemed to have heard something. She excitedly exclaimed, wow, you can detect his magic level without chanting a spell. That's amazing, you're really talented, Count Hopun Lie. As soon as the words ended, the Count exclaimed in bewilderment, it's nothing. Renee's eyes sparkled and she expressed, my magic is all self-taught so it's a bit weak. I want to become someone like the Count, can you teach me magic? Count Hopun Lie smiled faintly and was about to refuse, he really thought. Before she could finish speaking, the girl looked cute and begged, let's go. Seeing the cuteness of the little girl, Count Hopun Lie couldn't help it, it was so cute. She said, if you two have nowhere else to go, I can let you stay for a while, but I cannot accept disciples indiscriminately. Rud suggested, if I don't look talented, then please give me conditions, such as a test. On the side, Henneth said fondly, Renee, please bring me more cake. And her mother thoughtfully rubbed her chin and thought, test, or like this, I will ask you a question, based on your answer, I will decide whether you can take the test or not. Henneth heard this and had to stop moving in bewilderment. Count Hopun Lie cunningly asked, what is magic? He replied, in the book it said it was. Miracles represent human will through the use of mana. In fact, the magic simulates the dragon's power when slaying another dragon. Henneth couldn't help but be startled and shocked, and Earl Hopun Lie exclaimed, it was truly unique, these words could not be said by a magician. But that's right, ancient magic was dominated by the dragon race. The magic of modern humanity is quite similar to the magic of dragons in the past. now only perform slightly differently using will and incantations. I focus on effective spells with magical sensitivity, and execute it with your limited imagination. Even so, human magic can still surpass dragons. As she spoke, she raised her hand to cast some magic. Sometimes facing reality instead of being overconfident will help us go further. You're still very arrogant but not a complete idiot. Rudd now pursed his lips and thought. With just one hand she was able to perform teleportation at such a high level. At the same time, the Count finished performing the spell. A story door appeared behind her. She smiled and said, "Very good kid, okay, as promised. Just start testing." This statement made Rudd confused, exclaiming, "Huh? What now, here?" The Count shrugged his shoulders. "You're a busy person, right? I don't want to give outsiders a place to stay, so hurry up." Henneth tensed up and quickly stood up to stop him. "Mom, he also needs time to prepare." Her face darkened in anger. "Henneth Harpulya, didn't I tell you that a noble's dignity is shown in his words?" At this moment, Rudd looked determined and said, okay, what is the test?" The gate in front of him led to Eo Fa La volcano, near the east of Fa Ma. Its name means God's favor, because there is a large amount of mana burning along the volcanic veins. This is also the foundation of the magical kingdom, as well as a special research area full of resources and mysteries. But where there is a lot of mana, there are also many types of creatures. In addition to our research station, this place is often attacked by dragons, especially flying dragons. You are a student of Aritium, so you know. Right now winter is about to end. The birthing season of flying dragons has also begun. Even though a flying dragon is normal, they will breed like flies. When the leader dies, he will capture the leading flying dragon that is hiding somewhere in the Eo Fa La volcanic area. I give you a week. If you succeed in catching it, I will accept you as a disciple." Hearing that, Rudd did not hesitate to answer, "But don't go back on your word." He walked up to the door. Count Ha Pun Lia now held Renee to stay and affirmed that the magician of the Red Tower never lied. He suddenly realized something and asked in surprise, "Wait, that kid also wanted to become your disciple, so why was she exempted from the test?" She asked suspiciously, "Do you want me to take this adorable child to the boiling point of fire? Have you lost your mind?" Rudd grimaced and exposed, "Actually, I'm younger than that kid." The Count happily pinched Renee's face and promised, "I will take care of her, and whether or not I teach her the Dharma is up to you." Rudd shouted bitterly, "How unfair." Renee expressed, "That's right, Count, I'm still loyal to him, I have to follow him there." As soon as he finished speaking, Henneth coaxed, "Renee, do you want to eat more macaroons?" Hearing that, Renee raised her hand to wave to Rudd. "Have a safe trip." He shouted bitterly, "Hey, how could he abandon his father for some sweets?" Without waiting any longer, the Count used his hand to gently push Rudd forward. He was talking too much. Falling into the space door was full of surprises, but he still couldn't help but remind him, "It's best not to forget." Count Ha Pun Lia arrogantly waved his hand and said, "You only have a week." He was angry but couldn't do anything. Soon, Rudd was brought to the place. He sat on the ground grumbling. Did she really force him to fight with his bare hands, without food or water? Suddenly, from above, a macaron cake fell next to him. Seeing that, Rudd got mad and shouted loudly, "Are you kidding me?" But he still ate it lightly, and while eating, he kept muttering dissatisfiedly, "It was so unfair. At least she revealed the location of her lair to me." Felderda urged impatiently, "It's too hot, hurry up and finish the job." Rudd frowned, "When it's cold you're excited and when it's hot you're anxious." He said, "Contrary to the name of God's grace, this place is very desolate." "Grace, that's right, the mana here comes from another source. Fire Dragon Emita, but the vein has been sealed deep in the crater." "No, that's dragon veins." The Elemental King was surprised. "You didn't come to the magic phase just because of extra space, right?" Rudd replied, "It's true I had this intention, but I didn't expect to end up here like this. It would take you 3 years to get here by foot, so don't complain." After that, Rudd slowly walked forward, remembering as he walked, 3 years later, the fire dragon would appear. But this is their lair, so remember that there will be changes in the future, we must be prepared. Suddenly, there were a few small rocks falling from above. Rudd avoided it, glanced at it and exclaimed, "Damn, I thought I'd find it right away. They are just little machines." In the sky there appear baby dragons flying around. Look at their attack speed. Causing Rudd to criticize, "It's too slow. But the scales are also hard, the endurance is so good. So this is the best." After that, Rudd immediately used dragon gear to deal with them. When he finished destroying them, he turned his wrist and complained, "Why did that bastard Balak use it so easily? Damn, this useless hand." Felderda assessed, "Are you using the tricks of that scammer? It seems you can kill these monsters without a sword." Rudd explained, "After the sword comes sword power, after martial arts comes slaughter, still not complete yet. This skill causes vibrations in the atmosphere, so they will rush here quickly. They move by vibration, not sound." At the same time, a huge flying dragon with a ferocious expression was rushing towards him. Rudd smirked and seemed interested. "The leader of the pack is here." The leading flying dragon stared at Rudd with eyes full of hatred. It opened its mouth and released magic towards him. Seeing that, he immediately used magic to create a barrier to protect himself. He wondered, "Because you are the leader, why do you use magic?" In the past, Henneth once angrily scolded, "You idiot, if you don't know how to fly, why fight against a flying dragon? If you don't know how to use magic, then choose the earth dragon." And now, he calmly raised his mouth and smiled, muttering, "I know how to fly now, but there's no need for that." He reached into the dimension and pulled out a sword. Holding the sword in hand, Rudd's confidence increased tenfold. "Your life is over." From the tip of the sword, a stream of mana appeared and shot up into the sky. Immediately afterwards, rolling tornadoes appeared, tearing apart the flying dragons in the blink of an eye, so fast that they had no time to react. Outside, Henneth confusedly said, "If my mother did anything to bother you, I would like to apologize on behalf of my mother." Renee shook her head and replied, No, it's nothing. Yesterday she took me around the kingdom and even treated me to a very sumptuous meal. She's very kind. 2 hours ago, Count Hopun Leah kept nagging, "In the Hopun Leah family, you need to look noble, you need to wear clothes that cover the walls, and your room must be neat and clean." Now, going around the kingdom, thinking back, Henneth couldn't help but laugh. "This is not what I said, but my mother can't resist cuteness." Seeing the girl suddenly quiet as if she was thinking about something, she wondered, did she just want to go with Rudd before? Renee smiled softly and replied, "Yes, but I'm just getting in his way now." "Sister, has he always been this strong from the beginning until now?" Henneth also approached the wooden railing and told him, "Well, he was always a little different. During the entrance ceremony, he got into a fight with the student council president, and was eyed by 4 seniors, came, and had his wrist broken by a girl." Hearing this, the girl couldn't help but be surprised. "Did she break her wrist? Who is that girl?" She waved her hand and said, "It's a long story, but in our class, there is a girl named Leon, she..." Just like that, not knowing how much time had passed, Henneth told the whole story to the girl. After listening, Renee angrily expressed, "Oh my God, what kind of person is so cruel? Next time I see him again, I will scold him." Henneth secretly felt guilty. Oh, why did it suddenly happen? Always talk bad about others behind their backs. She cleared her throat and reminded, "Anyway, I just wanted to say, you don't have to worry too much. That guy is so strong that he can defeat 10,000 dragons, he just doesn't want to admit it. Anyone who looks at him will see that he looks like a mighty warrior, right?" On the other hand, towards Rudd at the volcano, he stood proudly holding a long spear. The Elf King asked, "Is that a new weapon?" He replied, "It's a storm spear, an ancient weapon that can call wind and rain. Damn it, I wanted to use it so much in my previous life. Ancient weapons already consume a lot of mana, this wind spear consumes even more mana, using it consumes so much mana that I can't use it at will. But it's really cool, isn't it?" Rudd laughed with delight. The Spirit King was speechless. "You already knew that and yet you still use it to fight flying dragons. You're already an old man but you're still like a child when you first returned, so..." He carried the spear on his shoulder, raising his voice to protest, "Hey, no matter how old a person is, deep down inside they are always a child. If you have a good weapon, you must use it to its maximum potential, even if the opponent is a flyweight." What is it?" He suddenly felt weak and sat down on the chair. The Elemental King worriedly asked, "Rudd, what's wrong with you?" He said embarrassedly, "I'm running out of mana." A moment later, Rudd sat down to grill meat for dinner. He lamented as he did so, "As I thought, a 4th level like me still wasn't strong enough to use it." Felderda immediately scolded, "Suddenly you want to use ancient weapons, because it's cool? Obviously the reduced mana also reduces your intelligence. Look at the way you gobbled up the rotten dragon meat, wow, that's it." He threw the bone after eating and replied to him, "It was so noisy, I thought I had enough strength to walk. Besides not being strong enough to use the storm spear, it's been a long time since I've been able to get over the wall to get to level 5, the skill is there, but..." The Elemental King looked at him with his eyes closed and meditated and asked, Are you entering the heavenly spirit? That's right. Anyway, it will take me a while to recover. Looks like I've practiced enough outside, so now I should start looking inside. The key to getting past the fourth wall. Soon, a wind of mana quickly enveloped his body. When Rudd opened his eyes, the surrounding scenery had changed. This was the heavenly world. Felderda mentioned. He looked at the scene and sighed softly. It's been almost a year already. I no longer have difficulty maintaining consciousness like before. I can concretize my clothes and weapons, no matter what I look like on the outside. It is also the same inside the spirit world. Remember to forget it in space. Never mind, it's not important. Rudd put his hands in his pockets and walked away. As he walked, he asked, "It's really quiet in here, Felderda. In her previous life, she made a contract with you, so you also came here, right?" Fu came out. Hearing no response, he immediately thought, the connection has been lost. Think about it, if the heavenly spirit was let in, it wouldn't have discovered the master's spirit bodies. While walking, something suddenly appeared blocking the way. Rudd stopped and looked up and was surprised. A door, where does it lead? Well, you have to go through it to know. He pushed the door open and walked in, but he didn't notice that there was a deep abyss at his feet. And so, Rudd fell down without warning. He fell hard to the ground, couldn't help but groan, it was so painful. Where is the door? Right in front of the cliff, it's so annoying. Wait, where's my sword? After touching it for a while, he couldn't find it anywhere. He was angry, really upset. And why is there a library right below the cliff? Rudd's eyes suddenly stopped in front of an open book, with large letters showing. Rudd's memories of when he was 6 years old were very good. He touched it suspiciously. Was it his name? As soon as he touched it, each image flowed out like a movie. He was surprised. Was this magic? Images were flowing into his head. This was it. The image of his brother, then the events of his childhood. Rudd silently affirmed, these are definitely memories of his past life. Why are my memories in the blue of heaven? This is the place where my inner self is reflected in the blue sky, but this place doesn't just store my memories. The sky is so wide, he kept exclaiming. Suddenly, Rudd saw something. Wait, that shelf over there has a different color. A sparkling line of text appeared, Leon Creer's 24-year-old memories. He stopped. Then immediately ran over. Rudd's face darkened, his hands trembled as he opened each page of the book. Things from her past life came rushing back to her mind. Leon tried to open his eyes, but the more he tried, the deeper he became. The only image was of Rudd trying to shake her awake. I couldn't hear anything. It hurt, so, I'm so tired. Why did he scream like that? In the end he was still like that. Rudd, you really are. What a disgusting thing. Those were the last words. Returning to the present, Rudd slammed the book down. He was breathing heavily, his face pale, and he exclaimed, what the hell is this? What is this? Not only that, soon after, he also found Henneth Harpulya's 20-year-old memories. Then there are the memories of Balaksteros when he was 26 years old. Lenya Sen's 23-year-old memories end. Why are the memories of my teammates from my previous life here? A mysterious library in the blue heart of heaven, assuming my connection with the world of consciousness and my master's soul is severed. This must be my own space. Memories of fellow students from previous lives are all here. If this space was created from the successor's consciousness, I could understand why my memories were kept, but what about the memories of others? Suddenly there was a noise. Rudd immediately turned around and alert. He clenched his hands and muttered, it was already a lot of trouble here, and there were still people coming to bother him. If I catch you, you will surely die. He quickly ran to search. Here it was. On the ground was a familiar black sword. Rudd paused in doubt. Why is this thing here? He turned his head to look. It was a good shelf of books about Rudd's 13-year-old memories, but strangely there were no books, which made him wonder why this place was so empty. At this moment, someone suddenly appeared. It seemed like he was having a walk. Nice to meet you, ninth successor. Rudd saw it and immediately turned around to stare at her warily. The woman smiled and introduced herself. My name is Sanlata Rin. I am the sixth successor of the heavenly observation technique. Rudd looked full of doubt in life, making her angrily roll her eyes and curse. What kind of expression is that? I'm a talented professor, you can't help but know. A yellow rose disguised as a Rin. Only then did he react and reply, I have seen you in history books. You are the predecessor of the immortal sword from the beginning. It is my honor to meet a great person like you. Hearing that makes me happy, I know, but I'm dead. You probably think I'm a ghost. Do you know that when a successor dies, their body and soul turn into heavenly spirits? I am the idea that has taken shape, the will of the successors leads to the blue sky. I'm just here to help you, kid, wait. Now that I pay attention, I see that you are not a child, it seems like something has happened to you. Rudd pulled his hand away from her and said, I'm Rudd, where are we? I lost connection with the world of consciousness and my master, are we really in blue heaven? Sandlot laughed, this kid, you really lost your connection, this is the inner court. Rudd widened his eyes in surprise, what's wrong with the interior? She explained, the blue heaven is divided into 8 parts, belonging to the outer or inner paradise, the extra space of the outer paradise and the imaginary space of the inner paradise. He had just reached the 4th level of heaven, also the outer paradise, above is the 5th floor, belonging to the inner courtyard. The physical body, the conscious body and the soul body create a living existence. Within the soul body is information about the soul hidden within the inner body. Because only the successor's soul body can enter here, the connection between their soul and his soul body is severed. To put it simply, this is a space reserved for the successor. From now until you die, this place will store all your memories, your own blue paradise. Rudd listened for a while and wondered, wait, then why are there other people's memories here? She tilted her head and looked puzzled, saying, good question, maybe it's due to external factors, I'm just an idea, so I don't know. But maybe this friend can tell us. Having said that, she raised her hand to pick up the sword on the ground and looked at it. This sword was really interesting. God, look at his temperament, even if he knew, he wouldn't tell me. Rudd thought to himself, what kind of temper does a sword have? She told him to throw the sword, how could he use something like this? He introduced, this is the anti-heaven sword, it is the sword passed down from the ancestors, don't you know? Sand disguised himself as he cast magic to open the space, took out his sword to express, I had never heard of it before, but it seemed I had fulfilled my duty. Take up the sword and take up the 9th successor. Prove to me that you deserve to see the 5th floor. All those who came before us, including your master, had to take this test to overcome the 5th wall, use all your strength, and cut once. If the sword just grazes through me, you consider it a success. Rudd pursed his lips, I know there's a possibility of breaking the 5th wall, but looks like you won't accept pulling out your sword, right? Sandlot laughed and replied, of course, this is the inner court, even if your body dies, you will still live here, even so, you still have to try your best. After saying that, she immediately picked up her sword and slashed him. He was dead, but even though he was fast, Rudd still managed to dodge in time. Rudd's silhouette was imprinted on the ground, he was still surprised after the attack just now, the speed and instinct of the sword strike were comparable to, no, better than the immortal sword. San reassured me, I was only joking, you won't die, but it still hurts. You're very good, 9th generation, I was about to behead you, but luckily you dodged just in time. Rudd frowned and grumbled, are you planning to kill me? She smiled and replied, it seems like that, but this is the tradition when I am alive, I have to die more than 1,000 times before getting over this wall, there is very little chance, so try to attack, not there's no way to calculate it, just think of it as practice. You will feel afraid of killing people, especially seniors, but if you die 2 or 3 times, that feeling will disappear. Hearing that, Rudd tightened his sword and thought, I don't have a Felderda, so I can't use magic, the weapon in my hand is the anti-heaven sword, so, like she said, I can only attack with all the mana in my body. Because there's no other way, I'll do my best. Thinking about it, he surrounded the blade with mana, eyes full of determination and said, there is no such thing. Manhwa stabbed her sword hard on the ground, her mana flowed out as if forming a barrier, youth was good, but of course. You have to give everything you have to get over this wall. Rudd focused his gaze and began to think, everything. Use your brother's sky magic technique. And his brother's weapon. I didn't hesitate to imitate all the moves I admired, I blindly pursued challenges to become stronger, a large ball of power condensed at the tip of the sword. Rudd used all his strength, hitting it forward, a pitch-black blow, penetrating that wall of mana. In the blink of an eye, it completely crumbles. Rudd got down on one knee. Sanmo stood tall, looking straight at him, she pulled out her sword, pointed it straight at his face and said, I'm surprised, you're really strong. But do you really think you could succeed the first time? You showed me your bravery, why do you look so disappointed? Sanmo raised his sword, still maintaining a smile, saying, don't look at me like that, this is just tradition. Having finished speaking, she strongly and decisively slashed her sword at his neck and announced that he had passed the test and was the 9th successor. The space turned dark, Rudd gasped and woke up, He panicked and raised his hand to touch his neck, muttering, traditionally. It's so annoying. It can be seen that at this moment in Rudd's hand, 5 hidden rays of light appeared. The Elemental King asked worriedly, Rudd, are you okay? When you came back, I felt that tsunami of telepathy. You sat on the ground, sighed and replied, I'm okay, this is nothing. Nothing compares to the illusion of the mysterious dragon. So what are you doing in Blue Heaven? Rudd recounted, I gathered clues with leveling up, probably. Besides, I'm also having some troubles. It seems like my memories are messed up after the regression. There are a lot of gaps. He sat and reminisced about the time when he picked up the diode. What was wrong with his bad temper? Not understanding, Rudd immediately asked, Felderda, San Guo Rin, the 6th successor said that she had never seen this sword. Are you sure this is a sword and used? The Elemental King affirmed that it was him, but the anti-sky sword that I know can only cut through mana flow. I have never seen any sword that can absorb it. Perhaps his superpowers have been enhanced, for some reason. Maybe Vana has sealed something in the heavenly sword that I don't know about. Seal. He explained that the anti-heaven sword has 2 special powers, crazy about slashing and sealing magic. Vana used the anti-celestial sword to seal the Dragon King instead of fighting them. This ability has now turned into absorbing magic, most likely due to the influence of the seal, exists in the sword. Whatever it is, the thing that needs to be sealed is definitely very dangerous, he expressed. If it's too dangerous, I'll just throw it into the lava and be done with it. Can you still continue? Rudd stood up and rubbed the back of his neck and replied, Okay, I've reached level 5, my mana is completely restored. Since I passed the introductory test, it's time to finish real mission. I'm not sure where they are, but in my past life, members of the Dragon Temple were often active around here. They will use special characters to find the base inside this dark, rugged terrain, and may even have a barrier to prevent strangers from entering. Having to find them would be too troublesome, why not force them to crawl in front of him? Having said that, he took out a stick and raised it to smash down on the character he had just found. On the other side, a member of the Dragon Temple was monitoring his movements through the magic ball, when suddenly it cracked. She called out in confusion, Sir. That person came forward and asked, What's going on? Dream me, something's wrong, the future warrior I'm following, just destroyed our mark. He probably won't find out, right? The guy whispered reassuringly, Don't worry, even if he has killed dragons, he is still just an 18-year-old boy, at most he only knows that magic is cast on the mark. At this time another guy comes closer, agreed, yes, even if we were discovered. Then kill it and it's over. The bishop advised not to stir up trouble in the forest. We have to wait until that day. We can eliminate the threat to the Dragon Temple and calm the soul of the deceased Dragon King. The bishop will probably also please. Hearing that, I couldn't help but clasp my hands in excitement. You're right, it's true that the leader said so. Now we have to preach to our poor sheep, that's it. While talking loudly, a powerful voice rang out. What was that noise? The other 3 people were startled. The bishop. I hastily told him, Welcome to visit, Our Honor, we are discussing the future warrior's whereabouts. The bishop in their words laughed coldly. What is this? I'm curious, what is that arrogant guy thinking in his mind? The blond man wondered, Bishop, are you going to personally appear? At her feet crawled 2 long black snakes. They crawled closely following her footsteps, and she excitedly said, I haven't done any exercise lately. It's okay to go for a walk. On Rudd's side, after a while of slashing all the symbols with his sword, digging through everything and still not finding anything, he mumbled incomprehensibly, Strangely, they should have come here by now. The Elemental King asked, What will you do when they come? He held his head and replied, Kill them. I will leave only one and force him to reveal the location of the rest. After a moment of silence, he expressed again that it was actually not a good idea. Felderda said, You surprised me, you're starting to have critical thinking skills. He gritted his teeth and requested, Please calm down. In my previous life, I had to deal with followers of the Dragon Clan countless times. Tormenting them was useless, besides they lived all over this continent. The Elemental King saw him pondering and suddenly asked, Rudd, what do you think is important in a war? Rudd looked at him suspiciously and replied, What a steadfast heart. He immediately scolded him, Don't talk nonsense. Weapons, mental strength, skills, all of these are important, but understanding your opponent is even more important. You are a fake regression, you know almost everything about the Dragon Temples. If you know how to take advantage of those clues, you can win without shedding a single drop of blood. Rudd thought to himself, Dragon Temple, they are like a plague spreading everywhere. Their goal is to bring back the 7 dragons, because they live completely separate. Only after the continent is destroyed will they appeared. in the past it was also because of them that 10,000 dragon forms appeared. There are 3 patriarchs at the head, and under them are 7 bishops. Their skills must be on par with the highest level of dragon slayers, while below there are only priests and commoners. Their movements are extremely mysterious, they always wear masks to hide their identities, often they do not even know the names of other believers, an absolute hierarchical relationship. Rudd suddenly changed the sword in his hand, took out a sword and said, Felderda, I've told you everything, now it's your turn to help me. The bishop in charge of the fairy tribe is that person, so I need your strength. The elemental lord said in confusion, do you want to use my strength, even though you have reached level 5, you still don't have enough mana to do so. He expressed that the Eastern Sword Li Van Ta maximizes ice attribute magic, using that guy as an intermediary is enough. The plan only worked if a few people from the bishop level or above appeared. Thinking, suddenly a voice came, that's not possible. Are you really planning on destroying someone else's front yard? Seeing her, Rudd couldn't help but feel happy, the big fish is here. He smiled and said, I should have rang the bell first, but I didn't see it. It's a pleasure to meet you, the 7th bishop of the Dragon Temple, the great mage Rizenda, and believe me. When she saw that he knew her name, she was startled. He knows my identity, only high-ranking people know. Why is this kid? Oh, sorry, I still haven't greeted you properly. Roop placed her hand on her chest and introduced herself, hoping that God would protect her under the dragon's wings. I am Rudd Good, the adopted son of Patriarch Adam Meden. I am here to command in place of my father. Rosetta was surprised. That name, how do you know? She gritted her teeth. Hand cast a magic spell, that's amazing. From that magic, black snakes appeared, they opened their long mouths, crawled towards Rudd and wrapped tightly around his body. She said, you know a lot about the temple, future warrior, but you have crossed the line. Pretending to be a member of the Dragon Temple is not something I can easily let go of. How dare you admit that you are his son? I can't swallow this anger. Rudd smirked and asked, then how dare you doubt my father? Do you think the people in this temple are so stupid as to reveal the real name of the leader to a child like me? Rosetta cruelly said, when you dig out your throat, you will know the reason, stupid dragon slayer. Do you think I will believe that nonsense? I don't know why you came to trouble us, but you know too much, I can't forgive you. The snakes tightened more and more, but he still calmly said, don't do anything that makes you regret, Rosetta, and believed, I know how much you love my father, you did everything to do what he wanted, right? If a bishop threatens to kill his son, you must be very disappointed. Rosetta clenched her hands until she trembled and screamed, shut up, don't let me cut out your tongue, you're just making up stories to save your life, I won't fall into a stupid trap. Before he finished speaking, Rudd interrupted, 10 years ago, the incident of thousands of dragons. My father's direct involvement in this case is a top secret, only a few bishops in the temple know that my father took me into hiding. Rosetta's face darkened in disbelief and stammered, how did you know that? Could it be? On the other side, Rudd's entire body emitted a cold aura from ice magic, and the snakes on his body began to freeze. Rosetta was also pushed back because of the cold air. He continued, a home for enlightened people who obey the virtuous dragon god. He judges the chaotic world that has strayed from the path of life. The one who controls this junk world, the one who executes godless people, 7 dragons. I'll say it again one last time, I'm the adopted son of Cardinal Adams. I am Rudd Meden, the quintessence of the antihero faction. How do you feel? Behind him at this moment, a giant ice god appeared. During the battle with the 10,000 dragons 10 years ago, the guild protecting the concubine village has been destroyed, there are no survivors, the southern part of this continent has also been destroyed. At this rate, this is the power of the legendary dragons, Rosetta and believe, excited. 8th level dragon slayer, at that time, I, who had mastered all magic since childhood, realized right before I died that human magic is nothing to the dragon race. She was covered in injuries, her hand was also severed on one side, lying weakly on the ground. A person covered in a white cloak approached and said, yes, sister, this is the will of the dragon clan. From the beginning, humans should not have gone against the will of the dragon god. Dark Star, Rizenda, it is your delusion that humans are superior to dragons, that has caused you to endure these pains. Let the truth and teachings hidden from this world save you, salvation, and it's the only way for her to shine. Hearing those words, tears flowed from the corners of my eyes. His grace saved my meaningless life. Returning to reality, looking at Rudd's confident attitude, she immediately became more certain, because she knew what happened that day, so he was Adam Meden's adopted son. Risen quickly knelt down and begged, I had committed a serious crime. Before that, I hadn't heard any news about you. I didn't expect that the cardinal had an adopted child in a retium. Rudd raised his eyebrows and questioned, wherever the cardinal goes, whatever he does, he has to inform an ordinary disciple like you. You don't seem to be very religious. She panicked and quickly explained, no, it's not like that, me. Rudd interrupted and turned away. Even if someone like you doubts me, I don't care. I just need to tell Dad about what I witnessed today. I came here to check it out. The work is progressing, so please take me to the lake. Rosetta pursed her lips. Obediently stood up and replied, I understand, please follow me. Having said that, she took the staff and opened a secret space. The Elemental King wondered, glad that nothing was binding him anymore, but why did he have to be so literary? Rudd, as he spoke, the most important lie is charisma. Rudd followed the secret entrance into the lake. He looked at the boiling lava and thought, this is where the fire dragon was sealed, then asked, where did the seal go? Rosetta replied, everything is still going very smoothly. With this progress, 3 years, for Lime, so it's going smoothly already. It's ridiculous, forgive me. Rudd crossed his arms over his chest, looking pensive. As I predicted, the shape of the seal resembles the shape of the fire dragon. Even if I defeat the lightning dragon, time will tell, preparation is finite. I have to somehow take advantage of this opportunity to drastically reduce the size of their troublesome army. When it was time to teach the doctrine of grace to the lambs, the words that came out surprised Resenda. He recounted, I had tricked the immortal heavenly sword and the world had awarded me the title of future hero. My father had also chosen me to fight the lightning dragon. Everything was going according to plan of my father. The goal of the Conquest battle was to gather strong dragon slayers into subspace, and kill them all at once. On the day of the Conquest battle, soldiers would gather outside subspace in case of emergency. The Crown Prince of Anpai would be among the soldiers there. The royal family has a hostile attitude towards dragon gods, so they are an obstacle that must at some point be destroyed. While I kill those dragon slayers in subspace, you command them all. Moan went to kill the Crown Prince. That's my father's order. Rosetta is full of doubts. That means, we will reveal ourselves and start a star battle. Yes, and having a few dozen people is not enough to fight the Crown Prince's guardian knights. Gather all the disciples together to destroy them. I understand, Rosetta bowed her head and replied. Rudd was satisfied and said, okay, then I'm going. I will tell my father exactly what I saw today. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand. Wait. He huffed a bit in annoyance. What's wrong? Rosetta smiled and expressed, I just want to apologize to you again, for what happened just now. Please don't tell the cardinal about my wrongdoing. Okay, I know I made a mistake, but I will do anything to not disappoint him. Rudd said incredulously, just talking about it makes me believe you. She used a flattering voice again, do you need anything, gold money, or treasure? He immediately asked, I don't need money, but you can give me some good weapons. You are an 8th level mage, so you probably have quite a few usable weapons, right? Rosetta immediately responded, of course. He saw how the mist chains were, no matter who the opponent was. But Rudd asked directly, making her bewildered, what are you doing? Who let you choose? Bring them all here, I'll take whatever I like. She hesitated for a few seconds, but finally responded, so I brought it all here right away. A bunch of things were taken out, from weapons to treasure chests. Rudd hated asking, is it really over? That's all. He glanced at her and ordered, don't lie to me, give me what's in your hand, black wings. Rosetta was startled and hugged the staff tightly, anything is fine, except this. The black wing is a staff that amplifies mana. It is not a suitable weapon for a swordsman. Without this, then the effectiveness of my magic will be greatly reduced. Rudd pretended to sigh. He sat down and deliberately provoked the minister, because the bishop did not follow his instructions. My father couldn't help but give me this title when I was still so young. To be honest, you guys did it. What can I do except undo the seal here? What happened to the person who killed 10,000 dragons? What did you guys do when the immortal sword killed 10,000 dragons? I had planned that as long as you gave me a weapon, I would forgive you, but... She didn't want to give it. She thought it was a waste of money. In the end, Resenda was defeated and had to accept giving him the black wings. Rudd proudly took it, and the Elemental King reminded him, Rudd, you're acting too much to the point of revealing your true self. He replied, so what, she gave it to me anyway. Then he quickly urged, that's it, open the gate for me to go back. Rosetta twitched the corner of her lips, yes, swearing in her heart, I hate this bastard. After returning, Rudd excitedly boasted about his achievements. Today I fell for the trick, no wonder you look so happy, I hope they find out that I lied. He suddenly looked at the Elemental King, discovered that his appearance was a bit different and asked, "What's wrong, Felderda, you look a bit different." He explained, seeing my true form, "It must have had some influence on you, because the spirit was formed from the experiences of the contractor, it must have had some influence on him. Because the spirit was formed from the experiences of the contractor, my large and powerful appearance must have impressed you." Rudd rubbed his neck and pointed, "You're probably right, but I just see you're rounder," he shouted angrily, "Rounder, kid, is your brain swollen or something?" He rubbed his chin and said, "If everything goes according to plan, the followers of the Dragon Church will attack Fa Ma while the battle with Lightning Dragon will take place. The Crown Prince's Guardian Knight is also strong, but they're short on numbers, I guess I need to call them." The Elf King asked confusedly, "Those guys?" At this moment, a loud voice rang out, "Are you crazy? Why do we have to be here, when we don't even know where he is?" Henneth grumbled, "Now is the time for your exam." Leon frowned and replied, "So what, who borrowed you to follow and take care of it?" Rudd sighed, "That's why I hate geniuses." Balak exclaimed, "The temperature is really warm, I've trained my muscles to the point, now I feel like the lava is like a hot spring." Lenya teased, "Is that true? So jump in and stay inside, that's it." The other four quickly discovered him. Lenya exclaimed, "Oh, we found him." Leon excitedly ran up, "Rudd." He looked at them and smiled helplessly, seriously, his timing was terrible. "I wanted to contribute to the fight against tyranny, that was the only reason why he returned to the Hapunlia mansion with these people." Leon meets Renee and becomes a love rival, and Rudd was tutored by Count Hapunlia and taught him magic day and night. He became an official student of the Red Tower and learned magic here. While still working tirelessly with my noisy teammates, a month has passed. In the battle to destroy Lightning Dragon, Day 1. The ceremony to kick off the fight against Lightning Dragon was held. The long-haired man held a glass of red wine in his hand and exclaimed, "It's really grand, it seems like he wants the whole continent to pay attention." Another person replied, "Let's just say that, this is the second legendary appearance of the 7 dragons. The 10,000 dragons incident 10 years ago was truly a disaster. It was led by an 18-year-old kid. Big news, how can I hide this? I'm actually here to interact with the presidents of high-ranking Dragon Slayer guilds. But I couldn't meet anyone, only the person in charge of the extra space, the head of the Red Tower, was present. Perhaps they are saving their strength for tomorrow, at least the guards and Crown Prince are here." On one side, the Earl Hapunlia politely refused the invitation to drink. She entered the mansion, and as soon as she reached the door, she grumbled, "Lazy boy, who do you think the main character of the ceremony is?" Rudd sat in a chair reading a book. Today he was dressed extremely handsomely. Next to Renee was sleeping. "I was a bit tired, and I still had to take care of her." Count Hapunlia dissatisfiedly exposed, "Tired, you who are busy preparing for extra space like me, suddenly have to pay for your friend's food, and that's it, you even make your master take care of it, this big party too, yet you dare to say you're tired." Rudd felt guilty and avoided expressing, "I'm sorry." She didn't pay any attention to him, quickly walked over to where Renee was lying and patted her head, saying, "Anyway, leave this girl to me, go say hello to those annoying writers out there, royalty is true, I support you wholeheartedly." He muttered in a low voice, "I never asked for anything." The Count picked Renee up, before leaving a few words of praise. The fact that in a month he had become a level 4 mage was truly surprising, but Renee was also very talented. She would remember everything I taught her, temperament and perseverance. It feels like seeing my daughters when they were little. "Oh, go ahead, show your face, besides your friends are looking for you too." Rudd suddenly remembered, in his previous life, 5 years later, Lila Hapunlia would die. Now he has reincarnated. Even though he told Henneth he knew the ingredients needed to prepare the antidote, but it was still the same as before. Only Henneth can get the complete formula. I believe Henneth will find it. The problem is, the final ingredient to cure mana fever is a part of the ice dragon's body. Thinking of this, he stood up and sighed. He was too busy. At this moment, Henneth put his hands on his hips and raised his voice, "There you are. Hey, do you know how many times I went back and forth looking for you?" Rudd frowned in confusion. Why were he looking for me? She blushed and was confused. If the main character of the event didn't appear, there was no need to look for it. "I still have something to tell you before." While shaking the glass of wine in my hand, Rudd suddenly grabbed her wrist. Henneth was startled and looked at him in surprise. She stammered, "What?" He grumbled, "Why is someone as clumsy as her drinking wine?" Having said that, he immediately took the glass of wine from her hand and threw it away. Henneth couldn't help but lose interest. "What are you talking about? There's no alcohol in wine, you said." "Do you want me to repeat what you once said to your mother, you difficult person?" "Stay, she silently scolded. Rudd looked at the glass of wine with a dark face and thought, in my previous life I didn't even understand who she was like to be such a drunkard, but now it seems like she was born that way, this girl really is. Henneth pouted and fanned her hand to cool herself. He asked her, then what, do you want to give me something? Just give it to me. Immediately, she threw the gloves right in his face and scolded him. He was petty. Rudd took them and asked, what is this? It's the equipment I made. I also added lightning resistance. I don't know how much longer I can withstand the lightning dragon, but... He exclaimed, oh, it's so useful, even though it looks a bit crappy on the outside. Henneth was angry. This guy just makes my heart skip a beat, it's really annoying. As expected, there was no vibration at all. I just didn't want to lose a friend. This guy didn't mean anything to me at all. Rudd suddenly said, oh, that reminds me, I also have something to give you. He took out a small piece of jewelry and held it up. Henneth looked suspiciously, star earrings. But when she took it, it suddenly glowed, then grew into the shape of a black wing. She exclaimed in surprise, is it a transformation staff? Aren't these items extremely rare? Oh well. Not only does it enhance magic, it also enhances mana. These are all top-notch spells. It must be a legendary item. Where did you get it? Rudd proudly showed off his thumb. I'm going to trick people. Don't worry, this staff can be turned into an earring, so it's convenient for you. I know you hate holding heavy staffs. Henneth is happy. Really, don't ask for it back. Having said that, she happily put it on her ear. Henneth smiled and expressed, thank you, you are the best. Rudd also smiled back and said, it's nothing, you look really beautiful with earrings. Hearing that, her face was as red as a tomato and she stammered, I went to show it off to my mother, then she quickly ran away. He couldn't help but wonder why she suddenly became like that. Next, Balak also came in and pointed, Rudd. There are many people looking for you. Rudd sat down on the chair and sighed, so what, I don't know anyone. He also sat down next to him and confided, isn't this a good opportunity to make friends with some famous people? Then let's meet, I'm already famous. But you keep this. Rudd put his hand in his pocket and rummaged. Then he took out a ring and placed it in his palm. Balak hesitantly said, Rudd, I respect and love you as a friend. But not the kind of feelings you have for me. Rudd gritted his teeth and corrected, I know what you mean, it's not like that, idiot. This is a protection ring, it has the ability to protect you from fatal injuries only once. Since you often do crazy things, you should wear it. I don't mean to judge your fighting style, I also know that warriors have dignity, so this is not a protection spell at all, just an item that can give you a second chance. Having finished speaking, he thought to himself, this should be fine, right? Balak didn't know if he understood anything, just looked at the ring with glowing eyes. It turned out to be a friendship ring. The poor family never wears armor, but if a close friend like you decides, Rudd angrily scolds, if you talk nonsense again I will give you a punch. Suddenly, a scream rang out and stopped. Lenya opened the door and protested, I don't accept this marriage. Rudd is speechless, what a life. Lenya misunderstood badly and threatened, if you two insist on getting married, I will get my body back. Rudd was a bit angry and raised his voice, what are you talking about? Balak raised the ring finger and explained, this is just a friendship ring, it's just a symbol of Rudd's care for me, that's not it, this idiot. She smiled as if she understood, so that's it, just as I thought, Rudd wouldn't date an idiot like you. Oh right, I mean Balak, your father is looking for you. He heard that and left in frustration. Rudd wondered, you've seen everything, why are you joking like that? Lenya was surprised, how did you know? Hiding is my specialty, he replied, I can smell your scent. Is Rudd a dog? He was about to argue, no, she happily patted his head and said, of course not, Rudd is not a dog, but just a hedgehog. So good, he was speechless, what the hell? Lenya put her hand on her neck, touched the necklace she was wearing and said, because you are so good, I have a gift for you. She took off the bracelet with a blue pearl and placed it in front of him. Rudd was curious, is that a spirit stone? Yes, that's where the spirit resides, but right now it's empty, so it's no different than a normal beautiful stone. Hearing that, he speculated, is this like a spell? She still smiled and replied, no, who knows, what if your daughter-in-law dies in this battle? I don't want us to be separated like that, so, if you die, you can turn into a star, spirit and crawl into that stone, so we can live happily ever after together. Rudd couldn't help but shiver and turn pale. Lenya burst out laughing, oh my god, look at that expression, of course I was just joking. Thinking for a while, Rudd decided to return the rope. I refused, I knew this was very important to her. Lenya frowned and wondered, how do you know? My father told you. That's right, he remembered. In her previous life, she had mentioned this to him. It was her mother's keepsake. Even so, she still decided to block his hand and said, it's okay, you can just take it, this is my decision. Now it's time for me to escape from my peaceful garden. Even so, if it's okay, can I ask you a favor? Rudd was surprised, thanks. She slowly expressed, I know I'm someone you respect, but I want to become a trustworthy friend like Kenneth, Balak and Leon. He laughed and said, I'm a trustworthy friend. Lenya interrupted, I want more, and I want you to talk more freely. I don't understand, is that okay? Rudd stood up, okay, talking freely is not difficult. She happily suggested, oh yes, the balcony has a pretty nice garden, do you want to go see it with me? He immediately responded, that's fine, but don't you need to go to the party, coming soon, it's dinner time. I heard that he invited the royal chef, now they are. Before he finished speaking, Lenya ran away, I'll go first. There was only Rudd in the room, he looked in one direction thinking, the garden, it would probably be less stuffy than here. A while later, Rudd walked alone in the garden admiring the flowers. The flowers bloomed big and shimmered under the lights, he couldn't help but exclaim, they were so beautiful, but blooming in this weather was probably artificial. If left alone, they will hatch on their own, so why waste money and magic on this? Because he was so absorbed, he didn't notice a figure on the tree branch above. Suddenly, that person rushed down, Rudd just in time to hug. It was Leon. Today she was wearing a white evening gown, being held in his arms. She couldn't help but ask happily, it's finally here. This is a real flower. You're waiting for me, right? You look for me everywhere. Rudd immediately let go, letting her fall hard to the ground and bluntly replied, no. Leon frowned and lamented, hey, why did you let me go like that? He laughed, but then walked over and sat down next to her. Leon was interested in teasing again, what, are you really looking for me? Rudd reminded a little sourly, stop talking nonsense, I have something to say. When tomorrow's conquest begins, the Dragon Guild will invade at the entrance of the subspace. Leon was surprised, Dragon Guild, this ended up happening too. No, this is a trap I created. You explained, as I said, the Divine Dragon Guild is an obstacle on our path to destroy the 7 dragons. I tried my best to lure as many people as possible into this war, including the Chief Priest of N Crystal Unit. I need your help to take them all down. To be precise, the social reward is an 8-ring mage. Even if all 7 dragon slayers and royal knights gather to defend this place, this fight will still be fierce. So she needed to help the other kids, until the team. Leon suddenly interrupted, why me? What, why did you only say it to me? You could have said it when everyone gathered. Rudd explains that the members of the Dragon Guild are all human. That bastard can kill monsters and demons, but has never killed a person, so they will definitely be confused. That's why I said so. Hearing that, she still couldn't help but ask, what about me? You think I'll be okay? Just because you know my future, doesn't mean you know everything about me. Even if in the past I was crazy with revenge, and casually killed people, now I have changed. At first I just want to help you, but why do I have to help those people? Rudd immediately patted her head to reassure her, don't be angry, it's not like that. She is very different from her previous life, she is much stronger now. I know killing isn't easy for you, but the reason I'm telling you this is, not only are you the only one who knows I'm a fake regression, but also because you're the strongest among them, that I know. She is someone who can overcome any enemy to protect those she cares about. Leon pushed his hand away from his head and scolded him, selfish bastard. Rudd smiled slightly and sighed and replied, I'm sorry. She still buried her face in her knees without raising her head and asked, even if he kept saying that, wouldn't this conversation become meaningless if he returned safely after killing the lightning dragon? Rudd clenched his hands and admitted, yes, in my previous life I won, but at that time I had him by my side. Leon then tilted his head to look at him and said, this time we have you. He honestly confided, I was too weak, I was the same way back then. She raised her head and protested, stop putting yourself down. You are much stronger than you were back then. Leon grabbed Rudd hard, forcing his face to face him, affirming that, even if it was because of regression, he was much stronger. He always worked hard to find the best way. Furthermore, you know my mother was also in the expedition team, right? We must win at all costs. Finally, Rudd compromised, okay, she smiled in satisfaction. As for you, your face is filled with resentment and resentment. I feel like you just broke my penis. Don't overdo it, I hit it lightly, It's bleeding. The next morning, the conquest officially began. There were many people standing around talking. Leon couldn't help but wonder, don't we have a ceremony to send troops off to war? Henneth explained, the Fama royal family has also done a lot of things. They let us use subspace and even held that stupid initiation ceremony. The royal family had to do many things like that so that the people wouldn't criticize them. If there was no ceremony to send off the troops to battle, then why would the crown prince come to this dangerous battlefield? Well, it was probably because of the Butternut family's deep hatred of dragons, or maybe he wanted to save face with the journalists. At the same time, Prince Liam looked around as if he was looking for something. When he discovered the person, he immediately called out, Rud Dana good, you were standing rubbing your neck, when you heard the call you turned around? Yes, your highness. Liam smiled and said, today will be the day you become a true warrior. Rud gracefully refused, I don't deserve that title, the prince advised, you don't need to treat yourself too harshly, if you don't deserve that title, then why does the royal family spend so much effort to help you so much? Rud silently cursed in his heart, damn, did I ask you guys for help? He expressed, in the first place, doesn't recognizing someone as a warrior require the authority of the Holy See? I heard said that if there was no proof, they wouldn't even bother to look at it. Liam surprised, are you talking about signs? Something given by the god of light, to the first warrior when recognized, the power of light will instantly help a dying person come back to life. I didn't expect that even you believe in this. There. Rud shrugged and replied, the Anak Church isn't the state religion of the Anpi Empire. I've seen my brother receive the signs before. The crown prince suddenly placed his hand on his shoulder and reminded him that religion is just religion. What this world needs right now is not the power of light, but the power of people. This is the era where a sword to kill a dragon is more important than healing a wound. I think you also agree with this thought. Rud expressed, it is true that I agree with you, but wanting to be recognized as a warrior is a completely different matter. He consoled, you don't need to worry, if this dragon slaying is successful, then I will say talk directly to the Holy See to recognize you. When you hear that, you can't help but feel annoyed, this bastard crown prince, you don't need to do that. At this time, the signal sound came, Prince Liam advised, it's time, stay alive, so we can meet again. Everyone quickly gathered to one point. Count Ha Punlia said, I will open the door to the subspace. This space is linked to the magic flow of Anpi, and use mana to maintain itself. Therefore, it will exist semi-permanently unless the person who casts the spell, me, dies. The only condition to open the barrier is the complete death of the lightning dragon. In short, you won't be able to retreat or receive outside support until this conquest is successful. To be honest, this place is more like a barrier than a seal. If our army is completely destroyed, and the lightning dragon approaches the center of the subspace, no matter how great the mana of that magic flow is, if the durability of the subspace itself if it goes down, it won't last long. If subspace collapses, we don't need to tell everyone what disaster will happen. Well then, good luck guys. After listening, everyone understood and entered the subspace together. Before that, the people outside waiting kept shouting reminders, remember to take care, Rud, Master, please come back safely, Uncle Rud, if you die I will kill you, Captain, you must win. The subspace was opened, and those who participated in conquering the lightning dragon were all teleported inside. The landscape everywhere was covered in white. The eternal heavenly sword Anbri announced that it was very close to this place. It's finally time to go hunting. Liana opened the space and took out the stone that launched the lightning dragon seal. Use it to break the fragile seal. The stone immediately glowed, flew high, radiating oppressive power. Everyone was tense and ready to fight. A goat leaner recalls the time 2 weeks before the meeting about the conquest took place. What was the plan to fight the thunder lightning dragon? Rud said, yes, I accidentally got the diary of one of Vana's comrades, which records their expeditions. It also describes in detail the battle to seal the lightning dragon. Rodrich shouted in surprise, the diary was written by Vana's teammate. If you sell it, the money will be earned. Before he finished speaking, Abel covered his mouth and said, you keep talking. Rud expressed that, as we know, the 7 dragons include both dragons and half-dragons. Among them, only the lightning dragon can change shape. It is very arrogant and cruel, but it is also smart. If it feels that it is at a disadvantage, it can run away or change its shape. So, to make it lower its guard, we will. Returning to the present, the sealing stone was broken, the lightning dragon was released, a huge figure appeared, accompanied by a loud voice. Has it been 700 years? Who woke me up? Looking down, the lightning dragon saw the silhouette of a person. It smiled faintly and asked, a lowly human, stupid human, what is your name? Rudd's hand clenched his sword, pointed it at him and replied, what my name is has nothing to do with you. I'm here to kill you. Thunder Lightning Dragon immediately realized, that sword, that mana, its smell is similar to Vana, are you his successor? Then he suddenly laughed loudly, it was so interesting, and he didn't look like a human at all, but he was definitely human, the one who imprisoned me here for 700 years, and also left me a piece of trash, rotten, this strange space was also created by you. But oh human, what do you think a weak person like you can do to me? I can blow you away with just one breath, I will teach you a lesson, for not knowing your own destiny, I will destroy your citadel, and spread terror throughout your land. I am the disaster, the bringer of destruction, I am the lightning dragon, the devil. Kneeling down, it emphasized a sentence, the surrounding immediately became pressured, as if something was pulling me down and I couldn't escape. Because of that, Rudd's body suddenly collapsed, he gritted his teeth and used his sword to prop himself up on the ground to prevent himself from falling, you bastard. Returning to the study, Rudd explains, it is this dragon's special mental attack, it conveys threat and fear to the opponent's spirit, everyone here will easily escape, okay, but be careful, because everyone will feel dizzy. The first objective is to destroy that damn dragon's magic shield. Hama's magic shield has lightning properties and is extremely sturdy, however, as soon as it uses a wide area attack, the shield's coverage will also decrease. So, we'll lure it into using wide area attacks, such as Death Breath. Unlike attacks with properties similar to lightning strikes, Death Breath is easier to defend against, because it only shoots a large amount of magic power over a wide area, rather than focusing it on one person. If it had to deal with too many people against it in battle in the first place, it would use a much stronger torpedo attack, but if its opponent had only one person, it would definitely take it down, low vigilance. Right now, Thunder Lightning Dragon's mouth condenses into a ball of praise, you can resist for quite a while, but everything will end here. Having said that, it sprayed that ball at Rudd, this was also what he expected when the lightning dragon actually used its deadly breath. Rudd shouted, this is the moment. Abel's skill, Moon Shadow, when using Moon Shadow, everyone except me will hide in my shadow, as soon as it uses breath, our plan begins. From his shadow, other people began to appear thanks to Abel dissolving the magic. Rudd continued to command, Liana would take care of the defense against the deadly breath, she alone could easily stop that attack. Liana quickly followed suit, she created a magical shield. The lightning dragon's deadly breath was immediately blocked by it. And at that moment, the heavenly sword is immortal. Anbri immediately jumped up, pointing his sword straight at the lightning dragon's shield following Rudd's command, Master, please make its magic shield crack. Just create enough space for an arrow to pass through. At this time, the shield cracked a bit, underneath, Rodrich had already raised his bow in his hand and aimed at that spot. The crack in the shield and the arrow for the celestial bow shot out, creating a huge explosion. Can destroy the iron and steel walls of the devil. The barrier was broken, the lightning dragon ferociously looked towards Rudd. It looked disdainful and mocking, another damned successor to Va-Na. Creeping shamelessly in the darkness, humble worms of the earth. Hama raised his head high and growled with savage sounds. Making the people fighting with him also have to be cautious, he said contemptuously, okay, just use all your despicable tricks. I will let you deeply feel what true power is. Liana tensed up and quickly shouted, preparing to use lightning. Hearing that, Anbri worriedly shouted loudly, calling Rudd, who was standing nearby, with a cold expression and replied, I know. After that, he and his master joined forces to counter the attack. The two sources of power combined to create a tornado. Rodique raised his bow and shouted, hurry up, Abel. Liana raised her eyes in wonder and expressed, so, how do you guys plan to handle the lightning strike? The Dragon Emperor's magic is different from human magic, he uses instincts instead of spells, so the magic is not bound to a specific form, hundreds of lightning bolts fall, each with its own power, their own form, so they cannot be dispelled. Rudd once said that if you can't destroy it, there's no need to dodge it, just counterattack, if you narrow the path of the lightning bolt with white flame, the commander and I will bend its trajectory. Anbri replied, Tian Kong Quan is very proficient in wide area defense, so just leave the defense to them, if anything gets through, let Tian Kong handle it. Rodique shouted angrily, old man, hey, it's easier said than done, anyway, if we successfully break the barrier, we'll next drag him down from the sky. He is very alert so he will focus on restoring the barrier before using other high-level magic. I think we can hold out long enough for able to open the binding formation, As soon as he finished speaking, Abel expressed that shadow binding was not a skill that could hold the Dragon Emperor. Even with the help of magic, it would only cause temporary stiffness. Just successfully connecting the shadows is enough, Rudd explains. Our goal is to behead the Shadow Sword. At this moment, a Goatlina thought to herself, Shadow Sword, a skill that can cut the target's essence into pieces with darkness. At this time, suddenly Abel shouted in panic, the connection was successful. This made her silently exclaim in disbelief. Careful preliminary research, strategies to optimize each individual's attributes. How can a child who is only 18 years old have the ability to make such judgments? Just like that, the lightning dragon was hit by the palm of his hand. It roared angrily, how dare you rats! A Goatlina silently exclaimed, what's even crazier is that this whole plan worked out perfectly. Rudd na good, who are you anyway? She stood to the side silently watching Rudd's counterattack. Liana is on this side, using magic to support you. Creates a powerful source of power to attack monsters. Hama couldn't help but feel bitter, you guys dare to use that disgusting metal to deal with me. I will tear you apart, burn you to ashes, I will not let you escape easily, you 6 humans. It looked at the people below. Suddenly, Rudd's figure flashed by. It recognized that you were the leader, and aggressively warned that it was you, the leader. He arrogantly replied, meaning you were asking my name. I am the 9th successor of the sky contemplation technique, Rudd na good va na. As soon as he finished speaking, he used all his strength to attack the final step. Rudd boldly shouted, Master, take it. Anbri was angry, this insolent brat. Strength is not everything, you must also hone your personality. On this side, Checkerboard has taken out the sharp arrow, he aimed at the lightning dragon and fired one shot. Thousands of arrows rushed forward, he expressed, the binding would be broken soon, he had to make sure the damage was enough to damage it. A Goatlina thought to herself, too shallow, has that magic shield been restored? On this side, Rudd used his sword to stab the demon directly, but the barrier protecting it was too strong to penetrate. Facing attacks from all sides, making him angrily shout, you bastards, motherfucker, damn it, get out. It used magic power to knock Rudd's men away. The Dragon Emperor's strength is not average, just one kick can overwhelm them. A giant matrix appeared, causing Liana to exclaim in panic and perform multiple magic spells at the same time. After that, she was defeated by the Dragon Emperor's magic array. A Goatlina saw that and worriedly rushed to call out, Liana. Loi Tianlong exclaimed, okay, I have to admit, that you can almost defeat me, who is just awakened. I expected people to change after 700 years. But it seems, what you have achieved is not progress but self-indulgence. Ordinary creatures cannot live even a century. Do you think you can defeat the Tri-Dragon? I had to break these wings. And walk on the ground, like a common insect like you. But just this moment, all this humiliation will be compensated by your screams. It looked at Rudd and threatened, especially you, Rudd, how dare you disrespect the Dragon Emperor, the representative of Vanna. I will destroy every living creature that knows your name, and you will have to stand by and watch them slowly die. At the last moment, when you go crazy with fear, I will chew you up and swallow you whole. Be proud, for you will be part of my ultimate joy. On the other side, in a certain palace, people wondered why the sky suddenly appeared. The magic is fluctuating, wait, that is. Count Ha Pun Lia heard that, she raised her eyes to look. In the dark sky, thousands of dragons were rushing in, making the Count realize that the enemy was attacking. Not only that, everyone present there knew that we were ambushed. Count Ha Pun Lia hastily ordered, erecting defensive fences immediately. Henneth frowned and looked at it, wondering, what the hell was going on? I didn't feel any fluctuations in magic. Moreover, how could a group of low-level dragons gather to act together like this? Wait, that's it, suddenly she discovered something strange. From the crowd of dragons, a human silhouette appeared. Rosita is the leader, she said arrogantly, good afternoon, poor lambs, and the crown prince of a pie. Hearing that, Liam replied annoyed, taming dragons? No, that's impossible, definitely the one who used mind control magic, who are you? Rosetta sneered, Dragon Spear, we follow the benevolent Dragon Emperor and help the underground world. Hearing this, the crown prince looked puzzled and said, what the hell, secret society of fools, serving a dragon, you guys are no better than them, this world would be better if you people died. As soon as he finished speaking, Rizenda smiled and warned, be careful. About what you said, Crown Prince, wouldn't it be too vulgar to write the last words in the will of a member of the royal family like that? Levin stood aside and heard that. He got mad and rushed over. How dare you say that to the Crown Prince? Faced with that attack, Rizenda just flicked her hand and made Levin fall down in defeat. She said, "Don't be so hasty, you will be able to follow him. The introduction is over. Let's start hunting." Having finished speaking, Rizenda immediately ordered his subordinates to attack. Realizing that the situation was not good, Levin quickly gave orders, giving priority to protecting the Crown Prince. He thought to himself, the enemy not only had superiority in numbers but also in combat skills. Since when did a rebel army of this scale appear on the continent? Suddenly, there was an attack towards Liam. Fortunately, Balak promptly appeared to help. Rosita frowned, not expecting that one day she would have to deal with humans and not dragons. Damn it, kill or be killed. It's terrible but still. At this time, the fight is becoming increasingly tense. Lani exhausted her strength. She quickly called out, "Save me, please." Hearing that, Balak immediately appeared and promised, "I will fight to protect everyone." On this side, Rizenda shouted in excitement, "Destroy the masked men, kill the Crown Prince, the magicians, destroy the dragon." In her head, she thought, there are more people with abilities than we think, they are students of Aritium. It doesn't matter, our only target is the Crown Prince, but if they advance any further they will become a threat, it's best to kill them in the bud. She told herself, I will not be manipulated by this space magic. Then he shouted loudly, "Ahis ha pun li a." Hearing the call, the Count slowly raised his eyes and followed. She quipped, "Great Mage Rizenda, I thought you died 10 years ago, in the incident of the 1,000 dragons, but I didn't expect you to still be alive." Rizenda smiled coldly, "As expected, you recognized me immediately, what I look like, that's it, do you want to be enlightened?" "Forget that nonsense, if you had survived you should have just lived quietly, and yet you still worship dragons as gods and follow them. You are truly a disgrace to all magicians," Rosita confidently scoffed. "This personality is indeed still the same. It's been a while since we've seen each other, why don't we cheer up a bit? As your senior at the Ace Academy, I will check to see how much you have improved. 7 magic circles, it seems you've tried your best, but in front of the Black Star, it's just dust. If you hadn't played that stupid family game, you could have become a great magician." Rosita exclaimed angrily, "Stupid family." Then, she was so angry that she wanted to explode and glanced forward. Rosita pulled out her sword, her eyes fierce. An explosive magic move ignited the battle atmosphere to a new level. She thought to herself, overlapping magic on top of each other, even the smallest mistake could kill the caster himself, what crazy person would use magic like this? After that, Rizenda glanced at Ahis in bewilderment. Another Hapunli a mouse, how could such a child do such a thing? Suddenly she was surprised, wait, why does it have that? She seemed to recognize the staff in Henneth's hand. The image of Rudd suddenly flashed in her mind, she gritted her teeth in anger, I was tricked, that damn brat, trapped, Rosita thought bitterly, the dragon spear has been exposed, now I have discovered it was a trap, the current priority is to destroy subspace. She shouted, it's nice to see each other again, but I will kill you, you wretch, you, and all here. Realizing the situation was not good, Rudd quickly dodged. Count Hapun Leah quickly pulled Henneth into the barrier, a fierce hurricane is coming. Rosita said arrogantly, do you think I will lose to you? She didn't realize, Leon's eyes were always on her. On the other side, this time in the deep forest. Looks like there's some danger lurking. Lenya used her hand to cover Renee's mouth and hold her tightly. At this time, the girl tried to struggle and scream loudly, letting go. Why do you keep bothering me? I have to take revenge, it's her. That rotten woman, that's the one who ruined my tribe, Uncle Harte, mother, she is responsible for everything. This time she will take away all my precious things again, I must kill her. Lenya quickly stopped her, she would die immediately. Before she could finish speaking, Renee hotly replied, I don't care. So what about Ihis Hapun Lie, falling into danger just because of you, let me go. She hugged the girl and comforted her, I understand that you are very angry, but think of others too, wait, until you are strong enough to protect others, think of Rudd, how sad will it be when you die. Hearing these words, tears flowed from Renee's eyes, she thought, what is this nostalgic feeling? Lenya said, I will cast invisibility magic on you, so please stay here, okay, don't promise me. Don't worry, until you get stronger. Then, she boldly stepped out to attract the dragon spear's attention. She used all her abilities to protect Renee. Another place in the forest, Leon walked alone. She carefully felt that the magic reaction had stopped. Did the owner of the Red Tower cut off this connection? I have a feeling that the Dark Star is going in that direction. I was planning to attack suddenly when I got the chance, but the Henneth Harpulya made things complicated. Suddenly, Leon felt the appearance of someone's figure. Henneth suddenly appeared, angrily grabbed her collar. You saw everything but just stood there. You just stood there brazenly watching everything happen. Leon quickly responded, I'm the one who should question you. Why are you here alone? That's because, seeing Henneth speechless, Leon added, did her mother leave her behind? No. It's obvious, you're just an obstacle that can't do anything. To put it bluntly, all of this is due to your carelessness, so instead of wasting time arguing with me, go find your mother. Faced with these taunts, Henneth got mad. You're making me angry, lady. Before he could finish speaking, Leon suddenly pulled out his sword, stabbing towards Henneth. Red blood stains gradually appeared. It turned out that Leon had defeated a monster. After finishing processing, she arrogantly frowned. It was really sad. You guys are really good at wasting time. Henneth bewilderedly raised his hand to wipe the blood stains on his face. She exclaimed in fear, still warm, the blood of someone who was still alive a second ago. I have to move, I can't just stand there like an idiot, but that's a person, how could she kill someone so easily? I know that if I don't kill them I will be killed, but... Suddenly, there was a call, Henneth Harpulya. Leon walked up and slapped her in the face so painfully. Are you planning on letting yourself get killed? Focus on that. She confidently ran here, but she didn't foresee these things. If you're going to drag me down like this, then go home, it's so pathetic. These words touched Henneth's pride. She angrily punched Leon in the face and screamed loudly, shut up. Stop complaining, how dare you hit someone, are you crazy? Who are you to dare to hit me and call me pathetic? Do you want to die? Do I look so pathetic? Do you think everyone is a bag of sand for you to beat? I'm grateful that you helped me, but that's just an advice. Don't put others down and become complacent. I'll solve my own problem. Leon bewilderedly raised his hand and scratched his head. Then you just slap me, why use your fist? Henneth angrily shouted, don't whine, I know you're not hurt. She silently thought to herself, yes, I'm so pathetic that I don't know if I'll improve at all this year. I know I'm not as strong as her. I know killing someone won't be easier just because of a slap, awakened like that, but even so. If she can do it, then I can do it too. Without further ado, she immediately used her magic to fight. Leon stood aside bewildered, not understanding what was going on. Seeing Henneth disappear before her eyes, she couldn't help but be surprised. She ran after her in panic. Hey, wait for me. Step into the deep forest. Rosetta mocked arrogantly, at least you're persistent. Where are you hiding your daughter? I have to get my wings back, I have to kill you and that cheating bastard, I have a lot of work to do. At this moment, Count I hissed Harpulya thought to himself, damn, I'm about to be exhausted, she herself is already a formidable opponent, the magic circle connected to the extra space is still consuming magic with my strength, can I block the next attack? Suddenly, a scream rang out, quickly dodged. She was startled and widened her eyes, silently wondering whose voice that was. Rosetta looked surprised and exclaimed, why is a wind spirit so weak? Whatever, it's time to say goodbye, juniors. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, Rizenda immediately attacked. At the same time, the Henneth was gradually appearing. She stood bravely in front of her mother to protect her, and silently called her name, Henneth. At this moment, Rizenda angrily shouted, are you planning to stop me, stupid? She didn't notice that Leon was secretly attacking from behind. One blow hurt her. Drops of blood kept flowing down, she looked at it in pain. Not stopping there, Leon continued to attack. At this moment, Rizenda was angry, damn, these pathetic people, she was completely different from the other weaklings, her attacks caused me many difficulties. Henneth's power at this time is terrible, causing Rizenda to tense up to block each fatal blow. After a period of contemplation, she decided that there was no way. Exploding, black nature, as soon as he finished speaking, Ri-sen used his magic power to create a tornado. Count Harpulya exclaimed in panic, the magic of an 8-circle great magician. She stood on high and shouted loudly, aka Na. Count Harpulya panicked, his magic was blocked, was that magic blocking the flow of magic? A black python suddenly appeared in front of Henneth, making her startled and exclaimed, what the hell? Leon on the side quickly woke up and moved away. Then she quickly rushed forward to attack. Rosita now waved her hand lightly and was able to control the python. She said arrogantly, "You are a powerful monster, who are you really?" Leon replied confidently, "Look at yourself in the mirror." Then, she forcefully continued her attack. Henneth worriedly shouted, "Leon." At this time, she calmly replied, "I will kill all of you anyway, but I was curious so I had to ask. I will consider that answer as your last words." Henneth shouted uneasily and asked, "Hey, why can't I use magic?" Leon scolded a little impatiently, "Use your brain." On this side, Rizenda arrogant and lazy thief scoffed, "Well, if you don't intend to answer then I'll kill you and find out for myself. I'll just kill all of you now, right? If I bring out Ace to fight you weaklings, my self-esteem will be hurt, so I'll just use the traditional method to kill you, not a bad idea." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "What did you say?" A loud bang startled her. Claire confidently praised, "The only person who can defeat my student is me." Daniel raised his hand and scratched his head and said, "Senior, those words are a bit excessive." On the other hand, in subspace, the tired Abel exclaimed, "How many times? How many times have we penetrated his shield and slashed his fortress-like body?" It seemed like the Dragon Emperor showed no signs of fatigue. "Damn it, will we die? Will all our efforts be useless?" Anbree on the side spoke coldly, "Don't try to do stupid things. Anything with a heartbeat will eventually die, even if it's a dragon. You can't escape death unless you're a god." Deek immediately teased, "That's right, you're tired so that's why you're scared. He's really a shy guy." A goat Li Na smiled and expressed, Deek, people are already shy so don't tease him anymore. Bot DM, cut off the connection between those two people. Rud suddenly spoke up, "Our efforts are not in vain. The first time we attacked the shield, we had to use all our strength to make a dent in it. At this time, he also showed himself ready to fight again. A strike to strengthen the barrier of the shield." Rud said, "But now we can easily break it, the shield is much weaker." Then he pointed at the monster's neck and expressed, "And his mana are concentrated around the neck area, which means he feels threatened." Lightning Dragon sneered and mocked, "After 700 years, an elemental king like you is still a human slave. Elemental lord, no wonder the shield is so sturdy." Anbree reminded while hitting, "I don't know much about spirit magic, don't use too much force, use this." Liana asked breathlessly, "Are you sure the dragon heart is there? Are you sure? What percentage can be guaranteed?" Rud replied, "About 95%. Hearing that, Abel was surprised. 95%. Rud thought back, "In my previous life I had already checked so it was actually 100%. The checkmark wondered, 95%, so I won the lottery? What else? I will do my best." Liana scorned, "Are you still participating in betting?" Adalia held her sword in hand and said with determination, "No matter what, there is only one choice, we cannot continue to prolong this exhausting battle. Just do as you want, son-in-law, everyone here believes and relies on you. If the other 5% happens, we will be the ones to solve it, so don't worry." Suddenly, she panicked and shouted a warning and ran quickly. Lei Team Long proudly sneered, "Are you planning to throw away your lives? How stupid." Deek immediately drew his bow and confidently replied, "Throw it away, what's the point? It's all nonsense, we're 95% sure. That's enough for us to bet our lives on." Lightning Dragon Hama waved his tail and threatened, "I will melt you all." At this time, Rud is constantly commanding, to be able to effectively aim at the dragon's heart, it is necessary to fight at close range, but now the Dragon Emperor is very alert, we must open a path by at any price. We must coordinate our attacks to make its giant body move. The weaker the shield becomes, the harder it becomes to block attacks from all directions. We will once again use wide area attacks, please take advantage of the opportunity. Then the mighty Abel rushed forward to provoke, "Hey, there was that ugly reptile." Rud also jumped in sarcastically, "Why have your attacks become so weak? Why do you have to try to fight against a bunch of annoying insects? Are you scared?" It was this that provoked the Thunder Lightning Dragon. It roared angrily, "How dare you!" It ferociously attacked continuously towards Rud. "Do you think I will be fooled again by the same trick?" At the same time, he quickly changed his attack plan. Changing the coordinates will cause a violent reaction, so stick to it. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out in intense shock. Loi Tianlong arrogantly said, "You guys can't do anything other than run around like rats." Liana had now fallen, injured by the power of the Black Lightning Dragon. He arrogantly said, "No matter how much you scratch my itch, it won't have any effect." At the same time, the matrices were established. Liana shouted strongly, having stopped its regeneration ability, it will last about 30 seconds. Hama laughed and said, another useless action, why put the coordinates here? I will crush you like this. As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning dragon flew high, leaving Anbri bewildered and could only look up and follow. It used maximum speed to soar high. Rodik was scared and sat on the ground, absent-mindedly exclaiming, I almost went to the altar to drink tea with my grandfather. Anbri angrily used his sword to defend and shouted angrily, stop talking nonsense, quickly shoot the arrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Rodik confidently picked up his bow and arrow, aimed precisely at the monster's weak point and replied, I know, old man. Being hit by an arrow, Lightning Dragon got angry and said, why are you doing this? I'm bored, you lowly insects. All of you will die. Looking at the ferocious appearance of the Black Lightning Dragon's attack, Rudd thought to himself, the Dragon Emperor's golden blood is as hot iron, just need to be a little careful to avoid it. But with the help of the bloody sword, this could also be an opportunity. Without thinking, he used his sword to defend himself. In my previous life, when I was rolling around on the ground like a cripple, I saw it, the exact spot where my brother stabbed the dragon's heart. The dragon heart is the source of the Dragon Emperor's power. Unlike normal dragons, the heart that provides the power of the Dragon Emperor's large body is strangely similar to a human heart. I don't know who created the dragons, but that person really has terrible taste. No matter what we do, we're about to run out of mana, so everyone, put all your strength into this attack, there won't be a second chance, so be as precise as possible. After thinking about it, Rudd confidently said, I will cut the entire space in half, great beheading. After that, he rushed to assassinate the lightning dragon like the wind. Witnessing that scene, she happily exclaimed, we did it. Rudd frowned and thought, no, not yet. Heart rate. Lightning dragon Hama was angry, from his huge dragon form to his human form, his eyes full of murderous intent looking at Rudd.